Chapter 1, The New Transfer Student, Kushina, shows who's boss class. Today we have a new student joining us. Let's all give her a warm welcome. Mr. Waymora led a little girl with long red hair into the classroom, starting the applause. Go ahead, introduce yourself to your classmates. Hello, everyone. My name is Kushina, Uzumaki Kushina. It's nice to meet you all. Please take care of me. But instead of the enthusiastic response Kushina hoped for, she was met with murmurs and whispers. Look, she has red hair. That's so weird. Yeah, nobody in Hidden Leaf Village has red hair. Do you think she's some kind of red-haired demon? PFFT. More like a chili pepper, with that bright red hair. Hearing her classmates' comments, Kushina, already nervous and feeling insecure, turned pale. These brats, I am standing right here, you know. Mr. Waymore's face twitched with anger at their remarks. His face darkened, and he slammed his hand on the desk, roaring, Enough, you little brats. You can't talk about a classmate like that. It's rude. Seeing their teacher lose his temper, the students quickly shut up. Kushina, find an empty seat and sit down. Don't mind what they said. They didn't mean it. Mr. Waymora immediately demonstrated what it means to change expressions instantly. His dark expression vanished, replaced with a warm, friendly smile. Yes, sir. After bowing and thanking Mr. Waymora, Kushina looked around the crowded classroom. After scanning the room, she found an empty seat. The only available seat was in the last row. So, she lowered her head and walked over. The seat by the window on the right side of the last row was already taken, so Kushina had to sit in a slightly more central position. I need to get along with my classmates and make new friends. That's the only way I will fit in faster here in Hidden Leaf Village. Remembering what Mito Uzumaki had told her, Kushina's eyes welled up a bit. The kind grandmother who had been the closest thing to family here in Hidden Leaf Village was gone. Now, she was all alone. Hello, I am Kushina. Kushina quietly encouraged herself, deciding to start by getting to know her seatmate. Huh? Kushina hadn't expected her seatmate, who had been staring out the window, to only glance at her indifferently. His gaze was as calm as if he were looking at a complete stranger. After hesitating for a few seconds, he finally spoke. Ethan? What's the deal? There were so many seats available, but you had to sit next to me? Minato, come get your future wife. Nice to meet you. Undeterred, Kushina continued. Ethan didn't understand why Kushina was making an effort to chat, so after a slight nod, he resumed looking out the window. She's the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. It's better to keep my distance so I don't attract attention from the Anbu or the Rude Ninjas. The third Hokage and Denzo aren't people you want to mess with. Besides, with who I am, it's better if I don't get too close to a Jinchuriki. As the lesson began, Kushina tried to focus, but soon she began to feel sleepy. She hasn't had a good night's sleep since she arrived in Hidden Leaf Village. Red-haired demon. Little red pepper. She's a freak. As soon as the teacher left after class, a group of brats turned their attention to the back of the classroom. They hurled all kinds of insults at Kushina. These kids are so mean. Suddenly wide awake, Kushina's little face turned as red as her hair in anger. Wow, you guys are really asking for it, messing with little Pepper like that. You must have a death wish. Ethan admired the boldness of these kids, daring to mess with Kushina. Don't be fooled by her gentle appearance now, thinking she's an easy target. But once you cross her line and truly piss her off, she will show you why they call her the Red Hot Habanero. As her classmates continued to mock her, Kushina, who had just gone through the trauma of losing her family, couldn't hold back anymore. She clenched her fists, trying to stay calm. Haha, look at her. She's mad. Her face is as red as her hair. Whoa, so scary. She really is a red-haired demon. No, wait, a red-haired witch. My mom says red-haired witches like to eat little kids. Ah. The kid who had been gleefully taunting her suddenly screamed as Kushina knocked him to the ground with a single punch. Furious beyond measure, Kushina's red hair began to float as if lifted by an invisible force. A terrifying chakra erupted in the classroom. What's happening? The Anbu ninja, who had been monitoring Kushina, was startled. This Nine-Tails Jinchuriki's chakra is intense. You. All of you, just drop dead. Unable to bear it any longer, Kushina grabbed the terrified kids one by one and knocked them all to the ground. Watching Kushina unleash her fury, Ethan sighed inwardly. It's the same Nine-Tails, but why is the difference so big? Inside Ethan's mind, in his consciousness space, a small fox resembling the Nine-Tails was lying down, yawning. The difference was that this Nine-Tails was white, with softer features. The chakra Kushina unleashed had traces of the Nine-Tails mixed in, making Ethan a bit envious. Thankfully, my Nine-Tails, though still weak and slowly growing, won't be detected by anyone. Unless I reveal it myself, no one will know I am a Jinchuriki too. And my nine tails is exclusive, bound to me, and will never leave my body. The safety factor is off the charts. Before crossing over, Ethan had been lounging at home, eating watermelon, enjoying the air conditioning, and playing a Naruto mobile game. Because of his love for the Sharingan, Ethan had chosen the Uchiha faction. He had leveled up, gathered materials, and spent a lot of money to obtain the Mengekyo Sharingan, Eternal Mengekyo, and even the Rinnegan. Just when Ethan thought he was about to graduate from the game, the developers introduced a Jinchuriki feature. Players could spend money on tickets to draw the tailed beast they liked and become Jinchuriki, significantly boosting their combat power. Ethan had spent a small fortune to get that white nine tails. But he never imagined that after finally obtaining it, he would wake up in a different world. Wah, she's so scary. Those who had mocked Kushina and given her nicknames were all beaten up, their faces bruised and swollen. The entire classroom was in chaos, like a large-scale brawl. This was enough to show just how fierce Kushina's combat skills were. Haha. This girl is kind of scary. Sitting in the third row, Minato tried to laugh it off, but it was clear he was nervous. Earlier that morning, he had thought Kushina was adorable, especially with her long red hair that immediately caught his eye. Who would have guessed that this red-haired girl was indeed a fiery pepper? Once provoked, she could beat you up until you were seeing stars. After taking down everyone who had insulted her, Kushina finally began to calm down. But just then, Minato let out a nervous laugh. What the hell are you laughing at? What's so funny? Laugh again, and I will beat you up too. Kushina's just calmed down anger flared up again at Minato's chuckle. She slammed her hand on the desk so hard that Minato nearly fell off his chair. Gulp. Seeing the handprint left on the desk, a few drops of cold sweat rolled down Minato's forehead. He couldn't imagine what would happen if that hand had landed on him. He would probably have a few broken bones. Besides the kids groaning on the ground, the others no longer dared to make fun of Kushina. After glaring at everyone, Kushina angrily walked back to her seat. It was only then that Kushina noticed that her seatmate, Ethan, was quite a strange person. When others laughed at her and bullied her, Ethan didn't react at all. When she lashed out and started hitting people, Ethan remained seated, unperturbed, without even a change in his expression. Even when she returned to her seat, he only gave her a calm glance before turning back to look out the window. What in the world happened here? Hearing the commotion, Mr. Waymora rushed back into the classroom and saw the scene that looked like a massive brawl. His mind went blank. Great. Just great. The parents of these beaten kids are definitely going to cause a scene. Teacher, Kushina hit us. A few of the kids who had been badly beaten quickly began to tattle. Chapter 2, Call in the Parents? Who, Tsunade? Kushina? Mr. Waymora felt a headache coming on. The third Hokage himself had told him that Kushina's background was special and that he should take extra care of her. But now, Kushina had gone and hit a bunch of kids, practically a third of the class. You are lying. You all made fun of me and gave me those awful nicknames. Kushina had quickly shed her earlier timid demeanor, transforming into the feisty, red-hot chili pepper she was known for. She was all thorns now, anyone who got too close would get pricked. Enough. All of you, shut up. Mr. Waymora shot a stern look at the tattletales. He knew exactly which students were the troublemakers. Sure, Kushina was at fault, but they weren't innocent either. Ethan, Minato, you two come to the office as well. Why me? I was just watching the show. Ethan sighed, standing up alongside Minato, and followed Kushina and the beaten-up students to the teacher's office. Ethan, that Kushina girl is really fierce. Since you are sitting next to her, you would better be careful, Minato whispered as they walked. What? Ethan, lost in thought, hadn't been paying attention and turned to look at him. Was I talking too quietly? Minato blinked in surprise and raised his voice. I said, that Kushina girl is really fierce. Since you are her seatmate, you better watch out so you don't get hit. Is that so? Ethan stifled a laugh, patting Minato's shoulder with a sympathetic look. I think you should worry about yourself. I have a feeling you are the one who's going to get hit. Huh? Me? Get hit? By who? Before Minato could fully process Ethan's words, he felt a pair of eyes boring into him. Instinctively, he looked up and shivered. Kushina had stopped in her tracks, her fists clenched, and was glaring at him with a fierce expression. Her long red hair was starting to float, definitely a sign she was about to lose her temper. Good luck. Ethan quickly slipped away. Hey! You traitor! Minato felt like crying. He was sure Ethan had just thrown him under the bus. Why can't I keep my mouth shut? Now I am in for it. Kushina shot Minato a threatening look and then turned away with an irritated huff. In the teacher's office, Ethan summed things up quickly. These idiots made fun of Kushina and gave her rude nicknames, so she hit them. That's the gist of it. Yeah, that's pretty much it, Minato echoed nervously. After already angering Kushina, he didn't dare say anything that might make things worse. The last thing he wanted was to get cornered after school and take a beating. Mr. Waymora rubbed his temples, trying to ease the headache he felt coming on. Ethan, you shouldn't talk about your classmates like that. If they are useless and just like to cause trouble, what else would you call them? Ethan glanced at the group in the office with a cold, indifferent look. Everyone he glanced at quickly lowered their heads, too afraid to meet his gaze. None of them dared to argue against being called useless. Ethan, you. Mr. Waymora sighed in frustration. If it were anyone else, he might have scolded them, but Ethan had a point. Besides, he wasn't exactly on friendly terms with his classmates either. The reason? Just like Kushina, he would been given a nickname, the silver-haired Uchiha freak. Ethan had started waiting for them after school, and anyone who dared cross him got a beating. Before long, these students started avoiding him like the plague. You and Minato can head back to class now, Mr. Waymora said, dismissing them with a wave before turning to Kushina. Kushina, this has turned into a pretty big deal today. I think it would be best if you went home and brought a parent back to discuss this. How does that sound? PFT. Ethan, who was just about to leave with Minato, burst out laughing at the suggestion. Minato blinked in confusion, unsure of why this was funny. Isn't it normal to call your parents after getting into a fight? Call a parent? Who's she supposed to call? Tsunade? Oh man, if Tsunade gets called to school, that's going to be something. Ethan, how about I come over to your place for dinner tonight? I can stop by the market after school to pick up some groceries, Minato suggested, eager to change the subject. Sure, whatever you think. I will handle the rest. No problem. The two were neighbors and classmates, so they were closer than most. After Ethan had invited Minato over for dinner once, Minato kept trying to come over for meals. So, let me get this straight, you got teased by your classmates, so you hit them, and now they want you to bring a parent to school? Tsunade grumbled, scratching her tousled blonde hair in irritation. She had been enjoying a late sleep when Kushina had dragged her out of bed. Once she was awake enough to understand the situation, her irritation grew. Who asked you to bring a parent? Tsunade's temper flared instantly. I have been getting into fights since I was a kid, and no one ever dared to ask me to bring a parent. Give me a few minutes, I am going to teach them a lesson. Before Mido Uzumaki passed away, she had asked Tsunade to look after Kushina, so there was no way Tsunade was going to let this slide. Not only did Tsunade think Kushina wasn't in the wrong for hitting those kids, but she also believed they deserved it. It reminded her of a certain perverted troublemaker who always got on her nerves. After a quick wash that didn't do much to cover up the smell of alcohol, Tsunade stormed to the Ninja Academy with Kushina, kicking the office door open. Inside, Mr. Waymora was struggling to deal with the angry parents of the beaten students. He was about to yell when the door was suddenly kicked open, but when he saw who it was, his anger vanished. Who the hell? Oh. Seeing who had entered, Mr. Waymora quickly jumped up from his chair and offered it to Tsunade. Lady Tsunade, welcome. But Tsunade wasn't in the mood for pleasantries. She shot a cold glare at the confused parents before turning to Mr. Waymora with a smirk. So, you are the one who told Kushina to bring a parent? Yes, I did. Why didn't I check the calendar before leaving the house today? Well, here I am. So, what's the problem? Don't waste my time, I have got a nap to get back to. And as for you all. Tsunade leaned back in the chair, crossing her legs, and pointed at the parents who had come to complain. Your kids bullied my little sister on her first day, and I haven't even dealt with that yet. If this isn't handled properly, I will have my sister wait for them at the gate every day after school. Even though Tsunade hadn't yet earned the title of one of the Sannin, her fiery temper was well known throughout Hidden Leaf Village. Combined with her status, she could practically walk on air in the village. She was also the only one among the future Sannin who dared to openly scold Denzo and the two elders. Not even Jiraiya or Orochimaru would go that far, no matter how angry they got. I think I just saw Lady Tsunade. Tsunade was a celebrity in Hidden Leaf Village. Being the granddaughter of the first Hokage and officially recognized as the princess of Hidden Leaf Village by the daimyo made her impossible to miss. Minato was buzzing with excitement. Ethan yawned, slumping over his desk as he mumbled, "What's there to be excited about? Shouldn't you be more worried about your safety? Tsunade is Kushina's guardian, and you just pissed Kushina off. What do you think she will do to you?" Minato's excitement evaporated, his smile freezing. "Please don't see me, please don't see me." When Kushina came back to class, Minato silently prayed that she would overlook him and just let him be. Thankfully, while Kushina was still angry, she wasn't in the habit of hitting people without reason. Though she was annoyed with Minato for saying she had a bad temper, She wasn't planning to corner him after school. Once school let out, Minato grabbed Ethan and ran. He didn't want to take any chances of getting caught by Kushina. Dude, that's your future wife. Could you embarrass yourself anymore? After the fight, Kushina gradually found her place in the class. The kid she had beaten up now gave her a wide berth. Even Minato kept his distance. Ethan, would you like to have lunch with me? Kushina hesitated for a while before finally pulling out the oversized bento box she had prepared and inviting Ethan to join her. Minato had just stood up to head over to Ethan when he saw this and quickly changed direction, leaving the classroom in a hurry. He clearly hadn't forgotten Kushina's fiery temper. Not only was Kushina strong, but she was also easily the strongest in their grade. The only one who didn't seem to fear her was Ethan. Minato might have been a genius, but at this point, he was still just an ordinary kid, not yet the fastest man in the ninja world. At this stage, the best thing Minato could do when faced with Kushina was to steer clear. Sorry, I am not a big fan of rice balls or sashimi. Glancing at her bento box, Ethan politely declined and grabbed his lunch, heading after Minato. Chapter 3, Ethan Yagami, also known as Ethan Uchiha. Feeling rejected, Kushina slumped over her desk. The lunch she had painstakingly prepared no longer looked appetizing. She had only wanted to thank Ethan for speaking up for her in the office, nothing more. But Ethan had turned her down. Aren't you and Kushina? Minato asked, surprised, as he looked at Ethan, who was now sitting beside him. Ethan shrugged as he opened his lunchbox. I don't like rice balls or sashimi. You know that, so I declined. It was true, Ethan didn't care for those foods. But more importantly, he didn't want to draw the attention of the Anbu. Being under their watch would be uncomfortable, to say the least. After all, he had a lot of secrets that needed to stay hidden. Haha, you're a real bro, Minato laughed, misunderstanding the situation. He thought Ethan had turned Kushina down just to hang out with him. Some bro. Ethan thought to himself. You could at least keep your chopsticks out of my lunchbox when you say that. After a long day of classes, Ethan finally headed home. He slipped into the bathroom and looked at himself in the mirror. His once blue eyes were now red, with 2 Tomoe spinning in each of them. So my single Tomoe Sharingan evolved into 2 Tomoe without any warning. Is this because of the game character's influence? Ethan deactivated the Sharingan and flopped onto his bed, exhausted. His full name was Ethan Yagami, and he had Uchiha blood in him. His mother was from the Uchiha clan, and after his father died in battle, she had tried to bring him back to the Uchiha. But his silver hair and his own resistance to the idea put an end to that. Not to mention, there were plenty of Uchihas who were against his return to the clan. When Ethan had first arrived in this world, he discovered that he already had a single Tomoe Sharingan and the white Ninetales from the game inside him. Unfortunately, this special Ninetales was still small. It had taken over a year for it to grow to its current size. The good news was that the Ninetales was unique to him, and unless he wanted to reveal it, no one would ever know it was there. Ethan hadn't experienced any intense emotional trauma when his Sharingan first manifested. Even now, its evolution seemed to happen without any real trigger. If all my in-game abilities show up in this world, then full control of a complete Ninetales with Sage Mode, and the Rinnegan at its peak. If I can pull that off, Danzo wouldn't stand a chance. One day, I will crush him like a bug. For now, I will just keep my head down. It's fine to be a genius, but I can't be a freak. Geniuses get nurtured, freaks get targeted. Meanwhile, Kushina returned to the Senju compound. Because she was still young, there was an agreement between Maito Uzumaki and the third Hokage that Kushina would stay at the Senju compound until she graduated from the academy. This way, Tsunade could provide her with some help when needed. Wow, lunch is ready. Nawaki exclaimed as he returned home, spotting the bento on the table and digging in. He even asked Tsunade if she wanted some. Kushina worked hard to make this lunch last night, Tsunade remarked, taking a rice ball and biting into it. She told me she wanted to thank a classmate for helping her, so she made this. Looks like she got turned down. Turned down? Nawaki's eyes widened. Who had the guts to turn down Kushina's kindness? Yeah, I got turned down. Kushina emerged from her room, looking dejected, and flopped down next to Tsunade. She irritably ruffled her hair. Ethan said he doesn't like rice balls or sashimi. Ugh, I spent so much time preparing it. I never thought I would see the day when this little girl would be so troubled by something. Tsunade nearly burst out laughing. She kicked Nawaki under the table, making him wince in pain. Do you know anything about this Ethan Yagami kid? What's he like? Ethan Yagami? Nawaki rubbed the spot where he would been kicked and thought for a moment before replying, I think he's a lower grade student. I have heard some girls in our grade say he's really good looking. They are all crazy about him. Oh no, Tsunade grinned mischievously and nudged Kushina with her shoulder. Kushina, you are under a lot of pressure. Handsome boys are always popular, unlike some people. No way. Kushina's face turned bright red. She admitted Ethan was good-looking, but that wasn't why she wanted to thank him. Why are you dragging me into this, sis? Nawaki felt a pang of injustice. I am not as bad as you are making me out to be. And I am your brother, your real brother. What kind of sister calls her own brother ugly? Ignoring Nawaki's grumbling, Tsunade offered Kushina a suggestion. Here's an idea. How about you invite him over for dinner sometime? That way, you can thank him properly, and I can see what he's like. What? No way. Kushina leaped up, blushing furiously, and shouted, it's not like that at all. I just wanted to thank him, Tsunade. You are being so mean. With that, she covered her face and ran back to her room. TCH, little girls get embarrassed so easily. Tsunade laughed wickedly. You are acting like you are so mature, Nawaki grumbled internally. Forget about dinner at home. You are better off eating out. It's not going to happen here, he said aloud. Why not? Tsunade asked, confused. Then, narrowing her eyes, she clenched her fist. Are you saying that brat won't give me the respect I deserve? Does he not know who I am? I am Tsunade Senju. That's not it. Nawaki quickly explained, seeing Tsunade ready to explode. It's because Ethan Yagami goes by another name. What do you mean? How many names does one person need? Ethan Uchiha. Nawaki spread his hands in resignation. Some girls say Ethan Yagami is his birth name, but before his mother passed away, she wanted him to return to the Uchiha clan because he has Uchiha blood. But it never happened. An Uchiha kid, huh? No wonder Nawaki reacted the way he did. This could be a problem, especially since Kushina was the Ninetales Jinchuriki. Never mind, let's just forget this whole thing. It's probably for the best that he refused. Even if he wasn't officially part of the Uchiha clan, his bloodline made it unwise for him to get too close to a Jinchuriki. Tsunade didn't have any prejudice against the Uchiha, even if most of them were a bit off. But the third Hokage, Danzo, and the elders wouldn't allow something like that to happen. If Ethan and Kushina stayed just classmates, maybe even friends, it might be okay. But if they got any closer, the higher-ups would do everything in their power to keep him away from her. Today, we will be covering shuriken throwing techniques. Please turn to page. Ethan was back to his usual self, staring out the window as if something outside had caught his interest. Kushina glanced at him, then looked again a few moments later. Finally, she couldn't resist and passed him a note. A note? Ethan almost forgot the last time he would seen one of these. Probably sometime in middle school back in his previous life, before everyone stopped passing notes. Who would have thought that after crossing worlds, someone would send him one? Why aren't you paying attention in class? You are always looking out the window, the note read. Ethan glanced at it, then pushed it back. Because there's nothing else to do. If you already understand a lesson, you can do the same. Oh. Kushina hadn't expected Ethan to answer her aloud instead of passing another note. Ethan Yagami. Kushina Uzumaki. Mr. Waymura had finally had enough. He slammed his hand on the desk and yelled, even if you already know the lesson, don't disrupt the class. If you are going to pass notes, don't do it in front of me. Uh-oh. We have been caught. Kushina blushed furiously and quickly buried her face in her arms on the desk. But Ethan acted like nothing had happened, completely unfazed by Mr. Waymura's scolding and ignoring the strange looks from their classmates. Everything that happened in the classroom was observed by the Anbu. They even saw what Kushina had written on the note. You are saying Kushina passed a note to that Ethan Yagami kid? The third Hokage asked, reviewing Ethan's file. I didn't realize this kid had such a connection to the Uchiha. Has he shown any interest in joining the Uchiha? No, Lord Hokage. Ever since his mother passed away, Ethan Yagami hasn't visited the Uchiha compound. And it seems the Uchiha aren't too keen on having him back, either. A Ninetales Jinchuriki showing interest in someone with Uchiha blood? That's not good. Fortunately, Ethan hasn't joined the Uchiha. After thinking it over, the third Hokage instructed the Anbu, keep monitoring them. If Ethan Yagami shows any interest in Kushina, intervene immediately. We can't allow a Jinchuriki to get too close to someone with Uchiha blood. Even if Ethan wasn't fully part of the Uchiha clan, the risk was too great. Understood, Lord Hokage. The Anbu left the Hokage's office and resumed shadowing Kushina and Ethan, keeping a close watch on their every move. Master, there's someone outside who doesn't seem to like you very much. A soft, feminine voice echoed in Ethan's mind. It was the Ninetales. Ethan's white Ninetales was female, the opposite of the one sealed inside Kushina. Even though gender didn't really apply to the tailed beasts, Ethan figured their voices were a good way to tell them apart. Chapter 4, Does being handsome mean you can do whatever you want? Ethan was well aware that the Anbu were watching him. They had only started keeping an eye on him because of Kushina. As long as he didn't do anything drastic, their focus would eventually shift away. "Hey, Ninetails, when will you be as strong as that big fox next door?" Ethan asked. "Master, I am still young, and my chakra refining is really slow," the little Ninetails pouted. The big Ninetails next door had split off from the Ten-Tails, while she had to grow from nothing. It was a much slower process. "Ethan, would you like to have lunch together?" It was lunchtime, and a female classmate had invited Ethan to share her lunch. Kushina's eyes widened as she watched, curious to see if Ethan would accept or reject the invitation like he had with her. "Sorry, but I don't like eating with people who aren't good-looking," Ethan replied bluntly, turning the girl down with a stinging rejection. This was why, despite his good looks, most girls stayed away from him. Being rejected was one thing, but being insulted? That was something else. Not many could handle that kind of treatment. Ethan was tired of playing dating games with these little girls. He found it easier to reject them outright, leaving no room for hope. "Wah! Ethan, that's so mean." The girl ran off, crying, with her face buried in her hands. Kushina was stunned. She had been holding a grudge over being turned down by Ethan, but now, it didn't seem so bad. At least he hadn't called her ugly. For some reason, Kushina felt a wave of relief. Thank goodness. At least I am not ugly. Wait, what am I even relieved about? He rejected me too. As she remembered her own rejection, Kushina's mood quickly soured again. That evening, when Kushina got home, she asked Nawaki, how do you guys usually turn down a girl's invitation? If you don't like the person, you just politely decline. Why do you ask? Nawaki gave her a curious look. Did you get rejected again? Ow! Nawaki yelped as Tsunade stomped on his foot, causing him to jump in pain. If you can't say anything nice, then keep quiet, Tsunade scolded, pulling Kushina into a hug and pointing at Nawaki. Don't listen to him. He's never even been asked out by a girl, so he has no advice to give. Listen to your big sister instead. Nawaki suddenly felt a different kind of pain. Does my foot even hurt anymore? I think my heart hurts more. He wanted to ask, are you really my sister? Was it that Ethan Yagami kid who rejected you again? Should I go teach him a lesson for turning down our sweet little Kushina? How clueless can he be? It's not like that, Kushina protested, her face turning red. She quickly shook her head. Today, Ethan turned down another classmate. His way of rejecting her was a bit different, so I was just curious. Oh, I see. Tsunade rolled her eyes, realizing she had jumped to conclusions. I thought you were upset about getting rejected again, silly girl. So, how did he turn her down? Tell us. Nawaki, whose foot had miraculously stopped hurting, leaned in, eager to hear how a good-looking guy rejects girls. Well. Kushina thought for a moment, then mimicked Ethan's expression and tone. Sorry, but I don't like eating with people who aren't good-looking. What the? Tsunade could feel her blood pressure rising. She instinctively raised her hand to rub the back of her neck, trying to calm down. Nawaki was dumbfounded. He had to admit, Ethan's way of turning down girls was unique. Does being handsome mean you can do whatever you want? That's just too much. But then again, maybe being handsome does let you get away with things. Nawaki glanced at Tsunade's face and felt a pang of jealousy. How did we come from the same parents? Why is there such a big difference between siblings? It's bad enough that I am not as good-looking as my sister, but I am also not as talented. Did all the good genes go to her? What are you staring at? Tsunade snapped, noticing Nawaki's odd expression. She glared at him, making him flinch and jump to the side to avoid getting hit. Pathetic, Tsunade scoffed. Tomorrow, get ready. I am taking you to see Orochimaru. I don't know what you are thinking, wanting to be his student. Nawaki was nearing graduation and had decided to pull some strings. Tsunade was planning to take him to see Orochimaru and seal the deal. Kushina, Tsunade said, pulling her close and speaking in a more serious tone. If you trust me, then don't get too close to that Ethan Yagami kid. It won't do either of you any good. Why not? We are just classmates, Kushina replied, confused. Never mind. Tsunade shook her head. There was no point in pushing the issue. After all, they really are just classmates right now. It wouldn't be right to warn her about anything more. It's better to let things happen naturally. If they do end up getting closer one day, we will deal with it then. By then, Kushina might be able to make her own decisions. As the Ninetails Jinchuriki, and with her own growing strength, Kushina would be a force to be reckoned with. The higher-ups would have to think carefully before making any moves. Being a Jinchuriki is a sensitive issue, especially when it involves the Nine Tails, the most powerful of the tailed beasts. If it ever broke free, the consequences would be unimaginable. School, training, and rest, that's what life at the Ninja Academy was like. Boring and repetitive. If Ethan could learn the Shadow Clone Jutsu, he would send a clone to class in his place. What a waste of my chakra. All this chakra, and I can't even use a Shadow Clone to help with school. What a shame. What did you say? Minato looked over at him. Ethan replied without missing a beat, nothing, just saying you are handsome. Your smile is so bright and sunny, like a little sun. You should go by little sun from now on. It suits you. Get out of here. Minato wasn't falling for it. I could say the same for you, silver-haired kid. Why don't you accept that nickname? Because the people calling me that are just kids. Of course, I am not going to like it, Ethan replied with a shrug. Nice try, but you are not fooling me. No way I am letting you trick me into that nickname. Sure, Minato might have tolerated being called Little Sun before, but after meeting Ethan, he was completely turned off by the idea. Especially after he learned what the sun could symbolize, Minato decided he never wanted to hear anyone call him that again. By the way, tomorrow's a day off. Want to go on a picnic? I will handle everything else, you just take care of the grilling. Ethan's cooking was something Minato couldn't get enough of. Whenever he had the chance, he would try to convince Ethan to cook. Sure, Ethan agreed. Nothing else going on, and we can train afterward. Sounds like a good plan. Can I join you guys? A small, pale hand suddenly appeared in front of Ethan and Minato. Ethan looked up, immediately passing the decision to Minato. Chapter 5, Do I Need to Join the Uchiha to Survive? Minato came up with the idea for the picnic. If you want to join, go talk to him. I am just handling the food, nothing else. Ethan quickly passed the responsibility to Minato, waving at him with a smirk as he bolted away. Wait up. Minato started to chase after him but found himself blocked. Minato, do you think I could join your picnic too? I mean, we are classmates, so you wouldn't say no, right? Kushina smiled sweetly, but her eyes hinted at something much less friendly. Last time, you got away, but if you say no this time, well, you know what will happen. Do I even have a choice? Minato thought miserably. Ethan, you traitor. No, of course not, Kushina. We are classmates, after all. You are more than welcome to join us. Trust me, Ethan's grilled meat is top-notch. I will handle the hunting, you just enjoy the food, Minato said, patting his chest in assurance. Awesome. Kushina jumped with excitement. Minato, you are such a nice guy. Don't worry, I won't beat you up. We are classmates, after all. Classmates. You just threatened me. What kind of classmate does that? Minato sighed internally. Well, at least Ethan's doing the grilling. With that thought, Minato felt a bit better about the situation. Kushina skipped home, her spirits high. I am a Jinchuriki, so I can't just run around wherever I want. I need to think of something. If the picnic spot is too far out, it could be a problem. Her gaze settled on Tsunade. If I can't go alone, why not bring Tsunade along? That would solve everything. Tsunade, I am going on a picnic with my classmates tomorrow. You should come with us, Kushina said with a grin. No way. Why would I tag along with a bunch of kids? You go have your fun, but leave me out of it, Tsunade replied firmly. She had plans for her rare day off, and they involved sleeping in, not babysitting. Kushina wasn't surprised, she would expected this. Nawaki, did you know that yesterday Tsunade? MMPH. Tsunade's face paled, and she quickly clamped a hand over Kushina's mouth. If Nawaki finds out I gambled away his allowance and lost, he will never let me hear the end of it. Alright. What do you want? Tsunade gritted her teeth, clearly annoyed. Come to the picnic with me, or I spill the beans to Nawaki. Kushina's eyes sparkled mischievously as she struck her bargain. Ugh. Fine, you win. I will go, but you are a real piece of work, you know that? Tsunade sighed, defeated. Kushina flashed a victorious grin, making a playful face that only made Tsunade grind her teeth in frustration. I should spank her for this. You are so sneaky. Tsunade muttered. The next morning, Minato burst into Ethan's house, ready to confront him. You totally ditched me yesterday. Come on, don't be mad. You are the sunshine of our group, you can't get angry. The sun's supposed to warm people's hearts, Ethan teased, waving his hand dismissively. Besides, I am not good at saying no to girls, so I had to leave it to you. Yeah, right. Not good at saying no to girls? Minato thought, rolling his eyes. You have turned down how many girls at school? Every single one without hesitation, And now you say you can't refuse? Yeah, well, I agreed, Minato said, crossing his arms, resigned to his fate. Might as well just go with it. PFFT. Ethan nearly spat out his water. You agreed? Seriously, dude? That's the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Wherever she goes, Anbu and Root Ninja follow. And you agreed? Well, can't blame him. Minato doesn't know Kushina's secret. Of course I did. You know how scary Kushina can be when she's mad. There's no way I could say no to her, not after seeing her angry. Minato shuddered at the memory of Kushina's fiery red hair floating and her eyes blazing with rage. Yeah, I guess you are right, Ethan conceded. Running into Kushina now would mean getting your butt kicked. Minato sighed, pulling Ethan to his feet as they headed out. Alright, enough shock. I am not like you and Kushina, with all the chakra. I still don't get how you two are so strong. Let's get moving. We don't want to be late and keep the ladies waiting, right? After buying all the ingredients, the two headed to the school entrance. From a distance, they could already see Kushina's red hair and a blonde woman looking rather impatient. Whoa. Tsunade? She's here too? Am I seeing things? Maybe you should pinch me, Minato muttered, rubbing his eyes in disbelief. Ow! Minato yelped as Ethan pinched him hard, making him jump and wince in pain. What the heck? Why so hard? Minato rubbed his sore arm, glaring at Ethan. You asked for a pinch, so I made sure it hurt enough to feel real, Ethan replied with a smirk. But you didn't have to pinch that hard. Minato thought, feeling a mix of annoyance and resignation. Ethan, Minato. Tsunade and Kushina noticed them, and Kushina ran over, waving cheerfully. Tsunade trailed behind, looking utterly uninterested. I am only here because of Kushina's blackmail. Just act like I am invisible, Tsunade thought, her shoulders slumped in defeat. Tsunade crossed her arms, and Ethan, noticing her mood, made sure not to stare too long. Better not risk a punch from her. I have heard the stories. He deliberately lagged behind a bit, giving Tsunade her space. Today, I am with Kushina, so you guys can head back and tell the old man not to bother me, Tsunade ordered the hidden Anbu. Yes, Lady Tsunade, the Anbu replied, not daring to argue with her. If Tsunade was in charge, they were off the hook. They would just report back to the third Hokage. They arrived at a familiar spot by the river, where they had often gone for picnics. Minato immediately dashed into the woods. Take a break, I will handle the hunting, Minato called out. Ethan didn't expect Tsunade or Kushina to do any work, so he grabbed a kunai and started chopping firewood. You have Uchiha blood? Tsunade asked directly, not bothering to hide her curiosity from Kushina. Ethan looked up from his fire-making. Yeah. My mom wanted me to go back to the Uchiha clan and even change my last name, but I am not interested. Why not? Kushina asked, genuinely curious. With your talent, wouldn't joining a big clan mean better training opportunities? Among their peers, Ethan was top of the class, even slightly ahead of Minato. The teachers saw him as a true prodigy, which is why they often turned a blind eye to his daydreaming in class. Good grades came with privileges, after all. I don't really like the Uchiha vibe. Maybe I am just too stubborn, Ethan said with a self-deprecating smile. And honestly, they didn't really want me there anyway. Why should I beg to join them? Wow, that's some serious backbone, Tsunade thought, her opinion of Ethan rising a notch. If they don't want me, I don't need them. You have got guts, but you are giving up a big opportunity, Tsunade remarked, impressed despite herself. They don't want me? Well, I don't want them either. Ethan thought defiantly. Who says I need the Uchiha to survive? Won't it be hard to learn new jutsu? Tsunade asked, knowing that as a non-Uchiha, Ethan would have to rely on mission rewards to learn new techniques unless he found a mentor willing to teach him. I will manage. Things will work out, Ethan replied confidently. If I can't make it with all the cheats I have got, then nobody else has a chance. The Uchiha. Who needs them? They are just a clan that's slowly getting pushed into a corner by the higher-ups. Don't worry, Danzo and the third Hokage will get to you soon enough. Just wait. I am back. A short while later, Minato returned with 2 rabbits and a small boar, tossing them on the ground before flopping down to rest. His part was done. Ethan set to work with his kunai, preparing the meat, and soon the smell of roasting meat filled the air by the river. Kushina's eyes lit up, and she looked at Ethan like he was a treasure. Even Tsunade, who had been grumbling about coming along, started to look forward to the picnic. She was also starting to take more interest in Ethan himself. Chapter 6, Kushina's plea, and Tsunade's price hike. Tsunade's idea, huh? At the Hokage's office, the Anbu had just delivered Tsunade's message. The third Hokage waved his hand dismissively. If Tsunade's with them, it should be fine. She will make sure nothing happens. You can all take the day off. Yes, sir. The Anbu ninjas were thrilled to have a rare day off. Following the Jinchuriki around every day was exhausting, even for ninjas. No one could keep up that pace forever, even shinobi needed rest. The Anbu had barely left when the office door swung open without so much as a knock, something that made the third Hokage frown in annoyance. But when he saw who it was, he swallowed his irritation. "Danzo, what do you want?" the third asked, not even looking up from the paperwork on his desk. As the Hokage, he was the most powerful man in the village, and also the busiest. The idea that being Hokage was easy couldn't be further from the truth. The endless stream of tasks left him with barely any personal time. "Why did you pull the guards away from the Jinchuriki?" Danzo demanded. "Because Tsunade is with Kushina. With her there, what's there to worry about?" The third Hokage knew exactly what Danzo was getting at. The third raised his gaze to meet Danzo's. "We made a promise to Lady Mido to take care of Kushina. Don't forget what you agreed to." "Humphrey, so what? If it benefits the village, why should a promise matter?" Danzo scoffed, completely unfazed. In his mind, everything he did was for the good of Hidden Leaf Village. To Danzo, a Jinchuriki like Kushina should be under strict control by root, not roaming free, going to school, getting into fights, or even going on picnics to eat grilled meat. How irresponsible. "Just as I expected," thought the third Hokage, shaking his head. He ignored Danzo and returned to his work. There was no way he would let Danzo control the Jinchuriki. Danzo might be shameless, but the Hokage couldn't afford to be. Besides, the third Hokage didn't trust Root. If they tried to control Kushina and lost their grip, or worse, unleashed the Nine Tails, that would be the end of Hidden Leaf Village. Humphrey. Realizing his proposal had once again been rejected, Danzo huffed in frustration and turned to leave. Meanwhile, Kushina had no idea that Danzo was obsessing over her. She was too busy enjoying the grilled meat, savoring every bite. Even Tsunade, who would claim she wasn't interested, was digging in with gusto, eating more than anyone else. Minato watched the two of them eat like they were in an eating contest, smiling nervously as sweat beaded on his forehead. "This food might not be enough. Do we have enough seasonings? You think?" "They are eating like there's no tomorrow." Ethan's eyes widened as he quickly joined the food battle, while Minato, not wanting to be left out, started grabbing food too. The small wild boar and 2 rabbits they had caught were soon devoured by the 4 of them. Tsunade patted her belly in satisfaction. "You are a pretty good cook, kid. No wonder Kushina insisted on dragging me along for this." Burp. She let out a satisfied burp, to which Ethan responded with a modest nod, acknowledging the compliment without saying much more. "The last thing I need is more people showing up for free meals. Cooking for a crowd is a hassle. Kushina, Lady Tsunade, Minato and I are heading out to train. If you two get bored, feel free to head back," Ethan said after they had rested for a bit. He and Minato exchanged a look and then disappeared into the woods, leaving no room for Kushina to follow. Kushina felt a pang of disappointment. She would wanted to join them, but neither of them had invited her, and she wasn't about to impose. Ninjas don't like having their training watched. It could reveal too much about their abilities. Unless, of course, they are really close. But it was clear that Ethan and Minato didn't see her as a close friend yet. "You are going to end up heartbroken, you know," Tsunade said, seeing Kushina's downcast expression, feeling a mix of pity and frustration. "What? Heartbroken by who?" Kushina blinked, confused. Tsunade sighed, leaning lazily against a tree. "Oh, nothing. Just remembering some old memories. I am going to take a nap. Try not to disturb me, and keep working on controlling your chakra. Don't let that thing mess with you." With the 9 tails sealed inside her, Kushina had to constantly fight against its influence, especially since the 9 tails was always trying to corrode the seal with its chakra, disrupting her training. Like Naruto in the future, Kushina was struggling with basic jutsu, especially the simplest ones like the transformation jutsu. Kushina's expression turned serious as she nodded determinedly. "I won't let that big fox beat me. I will defeat it. Hey, Tsunade, can I trade some jutsu with you?" she suddenly asked. "Jutsu?" Tsunade raised an eyebrow. "Doesn't the Uzumaki clan have enough jutsu?" The Uzumaki's collection of sealing techniques alone was enough to make anyone's head spin. "Wait a second, you are not planning to get jutsu for that kid Ethan, are you?" "I just want to thank him," Kushina said, clinging to Tsunade's arm and giving her the best puppy dog eyes she could muster. "Please, Tsunade? I just need a shadow clone jutsu scroll." She would overheard Ethan once complaining to Minato that if he could use shadow clones, he would be able to improve his training much faster. Kushina had remembered that and now wanted to get him the scroll as a gift. "No way," Tsunade flatly refused. "It's only been a little while, and you are already trying to go out of your way for him? What's next?" Absolutely not. I am against this, period. 20,000 ryo. When the pleading didn't work, Kushina puffed up her cheeks, holding up 2 fingers. If you still say no, I will just go to Uncle Hokage. He promised I could ask him for any jutsu I wanted. Hold on. Tsunade quickly grabbed Kushina's hand, putting on a serious face. You can't bother the old man with something like this. He's got enough on his plate. No, I will take care of it for you. Tell you what, give me 40,000 ryo, and I will teach him myself. After all, just handing him a jutsu scroll doesn't mean he will learn it right. He needs proper instruction, don't you think? Tsunade nudged Kushina with her elbow, starting to haggle. Besides, that kid's got too much pride. If you just give him the scroll, he might not even accept it. But if I say I am teaching him as a favor for the barbecue, it makes sense, right? 40,000 ryo, it's a fair deal. Well, that makes sense, but... Kushina felt something was off. Even if I have money, isn't she just scamming me? Sure, I am young, but I am not stupid. Tsunade wasn't sure exactly how much money Kushina had, but she knew that the village had inherited the Uzumaki clan's wealth, including a whole commercial street that was now all Kushina's property, shops, land, and everything. Chapter 7, Are You Underestimating the Pride of the Uchiha? Tsunade could say with absolute confidence, in Hidden Leaf Village, there aren't many people wealthier than our little rich girl, Kushina. Stop hesitating. This is a one-time offer. If you don't take it, you can go ask the old man. But think about how he will react when he finds out, your situation is way too delicate. But... Kushina was completely caught in Tsunade's web. She thought about it for a long time but still couldn't shake the feeling that something was off, though she couldn't put her finger on it. Fine, but you better teach him properly. I will give you the 40,000 ryo only if he actually learns it. Otherwise, no deal. Don't worry, it's in good hands, Tsunade said, patting her not yet impressive chest with confidence. With Ethan's stellar grades, teaching him should be easy, right? Hopefully, he wouldn't be like that blockhead Nawaki, who nearly drove her insane. As long as money was involved, Tsunade was all about helping out. She wished for more deals like this, she would never have to worry about gambling funds again. Whoosh! 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 Several kunai whizzed through the air as Minato launched himself at Ethan, who was perched on a tree branch. Clang! 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 With lightning-fast reflexes, Ethan deflected the incoming kunai and aimed a kick at Minato. Bang! There was a soft explosion as Minato's body turned into a log, a substitution jutsu. Ha! Got you. What the? Minato's real body had looped around from another angle, thinking his plan had worked, only to be met with Ethan's fist. With a grunt, Minato was sent flying, crashing into a tree and sliding down its trunk. Hiss. Minato sucked in a breath, rubbing his chest. Ethan, we are just training. Do you have to go that hard? And how did you figure out I used a clone? That half-baked clone technique was obvious, Ethan said as he jumped down from the tree, pulling Minato back to his feet. With a teasing grin, he added, trying to fool me with that? You have got a lot to learn, kid. I am done. Every time, it's the same. Minato huffed, frustration written all over his face. That smug grin. I really want to punch it, but I just can't beat him. It's hopeless. Minato decided to throw in the towel. He felt like Ethan had him completely figured out. No matter what strategies or attacks he used, Ethan always countered them with ease. What's the point of training if I am just a punching bag? Alright. Ethan nodded, not pressing the issue. After all, it was always Minato who suggested these sparring sessions, even though he was the one getting beaten every time. Still, after a bit of time had passed, Minato would always forget the pain and challenge him again. The two went back to their own training routines. As he watched Ethan practicing his swordsmanship, Minato couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy. Ethan, you are practicing Uchiha sword techniques. Won't the Uchiha have a problem with that? A problem? Why would they? Ethan looked at him, puzzled. My mother taught me swordsmanship, and some of the jutsu scrolls were left by my parents. It's not like I stole them from the Uchiha shrine. Why would they care? Are you underestimating the pride of the Uchiha? Minato asked, incredulous. Forget I said anything. The Uchiha really are a bunch of prideful maniacs. Want to learn? I can teach you. No thanks. Minato was tempted, but he wasn't an Uchiha. The last thing he wanted was to stir up trouble. Ethan's skills were inherited from his parents, and he did have Uchiha blood, but Minato had nothing like that. Better not to create problems for himself. Before becoming Jiraiya's student, life hadn't been easy for Minato. Despite his talent, he had no access to advanced jutsu or resources. Like other civilian ninjas, All he could do was grind through the basics and endlessly practice the jutsu taught at the academy. That's enough for today. Let's head back. We can't keep them waiting too long, Ethan said, referring to Kushina and Tsunade. Without them, Ethan and Minato would have drained until dark. Yeah. Minato wiped the sweat from his brow, gathering up his undamaged tools while reluctantly discarding the ones that had broken. The high cost of ninja gear made Minato, who relied on a pension to get by, scrimp and save wherever he could. Back in the village, the group dispersed, each heading home. When Ethan arrived at his doorstep, he found someone waiting, a certain someone he would just parted ways with not long ago. Is there something you need, Lady Tsunade? Not bad, Tsunade remarked, eyeing the groceries in Ethan's hands with amusement. What's the matter? You are not going to invite me in? Ethan silently opened the door. Tsunade didn't hesitate, following Ethan into his modest home. She glanced around, taking in the small, slightly shabby space. Ethan couldn't tell what she was thinking as she nodded to herself now and then, leaving him completely baffled. He made a cup of tea and set it on the table, tentatively asking, "Are you staying for dinner?" "Don't mind if I do." Tsunade plopped down on the straw mat like she owned the place, leisurely sipping her tea. She looked less like a guest and more like a landlord inspecting her property. Ethan had no idea what Tsunade was doing at his house. Was it about Kushina? Did she want to tell him to stay away from her? That didn't seem likely. Ethan hadn't been actively seeking out Kushina, so there was no reason for Tsunade to go out of her way to confront him. Whatever. If she has something to say, she will say it. If not, no big deal. Shrugging, Ethan headed into the kitchen to start dinner. It was still a bit early, but he figured the sooner he fed Tsunade, the sooner he could send her on her way. This is good. As soon as the meal was ready, Tsunade dug in with gusto, her table manners doing little to match the refined image of Lady Tsunade. Watching her eat like that made Ethan's eye twitch slightly. He only took a few bites before putting his chopsticks down, observing Tsunade as she devoured her food. I am usually too busy, and Nawaki's cooking is terrible. As for Kushina, never mind. Tsunade grumbled between mouthfuls, complaining about Nawaki's poor cooking skills. If Nawaki heard this, he would probably hide in the bathroom and cry. Shouldn't you, as the elder sister, be doing the cooking? It's not like you are lazy or anything, right? Seeing that Tsunade was nearly done, Ethan finally asked, "So, is there a reason you came to see me?" "Take a guess. If you guess right, I will give you a reward," Tsunade said, setting down her bowl and chopsticks with a satisfied burp. She hadn't enjoyed a meal this much in a long time, though she worried that eating like this too often might make her gain weight. Looking down at her still not so large chest, she sighed in relief. Even if I gain a little weight, at least Jiraiya won't have any more excuses to call me flat. Stupid Jiraiya. Next time, I will knock that smirk off his face. Unaware of Tsunade's inner monologue, Ethan just shook his head. Guess? You think I am going to play that game with you? Not happening. If you have got something to say, just say it. When Ethan didn't press her further and instead started clearing the table, Tsunade felt a bit frustrated. Kids these days are hard to fool. Hey. Aren't you afraid I am here to warn you to stay away from Kushina? She called out. As he set the dishes in the sink and ran the water, Ethan replied without turning around, I doubt that. My relationship with Kushina is just that of classmates, nothing that would warrant such a big fuss from you. This kid really isn't easy to trick, Tsunade thought, propping her chin on her hand. Ethan, since I have eaten 2 meals at your place today, I am going to give you a reward. Interested? A reward? You have got to be kidding me. Ethan glanced back at Tsunade, paused for a moment, and then said, no thanks. If having 2 meals means I have to accept a reward, I would rather not. If something seems too good to be true, it probably is. Even if it does fall into your lap, it's likely a trap. The best way to avoid getting caught is to steer clear of these so-called rewards. Can we even have a normal conversation? Tsunade was grinding her teeth, resisting the urge to punch something. Nawaki was never this difficult. Strangely, Tsunade found herself missing her simple-minded little brother. No way. You are taking this reward whether you like it or not. If you don't take the reward, how am I supposed to get my 40,000 ryo? Chapter 8, Tsunade, you definitely got paid, didn't you? Kushina wasn't easy to fool. If she figured out she would been tricked and complained to the 3rd Hokage, Tsunade would definitely get an earful. And if there's one thing Tsunade couldn't stand, it was someone nagging at her. This is Kushina's doing, isn't it? If Ethan had only suspected it before, the moment Tsunade pulled out a jutsu scroll, he was sure. Tsunade didn't just hand out rewards for sharing a meal. The only explanation was that Kushina had asked her to do it, probably slipping some cash into the deal as well. How did this brat figure it out? Tsunade's eyes widened in disbelief. Is he reading my mind? She hadn't mentioned Kushina at all, and yet Ethan had guessed it so quickly. Kids these days sure are sharp. Why isn't my little brother this clever? After washing the dishes and drying his hands, Ethan walked out of the kitchen. He glanced at the scroll on the table, then looked up at Tsunade with a calm expression. Rubbing his chin thoughtfully, Ethan suddenly asked, "How much did Kushina pay you to slip me that jutsu scroll?" "What?" Tsunade nearly jumped out of her skin, hastily denying it. "Nonsense. There's no such thing. If that's the case, you can take the scroll back." "I won't be accepting it," Ethan said, handing the scroll back to her and gently pushing her toward the door. She definitely got paid. No way Tsunade would be this generous without a reason. Ethan thought. There's no such thing as free lunch in this world. Right now, Ethan and Tsunade were barely more than acquaintances. The only reason Tsunade would go out of her way like this was money. This kid's got some serious strength, Tsunade thought as she realized she was almost out the door. Sighing, she gave in. Fine, stop pushing. It was Kushina's idea. She said you really wanted to learn the shadow clone jutsu, so she asked me to bring you the scroll. She paid me 40,000 ryo. Happy now? Kushina. Ethan wasn't sure what to say. He never imagined she would go so far as to buy a jutsu scroll for him. We are not that close, are we? Sure, he wanted to learn the shadow clone jutsu, but not like this. Please take it back and let Kushina know that we are just classmates. We are not close enough for her to be giving me jutsu scrolls, Ethan said firmly. Seriously, kid? You are gonna turn down something like this? Tsunade couldn't believe it. Who says no to free stuff? Especially when it's a powerful jutsu like this one. Look, I don't want to make things more complicated for myself, Ethan said, deciding to be upfront. Maybe it's my background, or maybe it's Kushina's status, but every time she approaches me, I can't help but notice someone watching. I hope it's just my imagination, but I think you can understand why I am cautious. Well, this is unexpected, Tsunade thought, taken aback. He even noticed the Anbu tailing him? This kid's sharper than I thought. I get it. I will pass on your message to Kushina. And as for those people watching you. Tsunade paused at the door, then added, as long as you don't do anything against the village's interests, they won't bother you. Yeah, right. Ethan thought. The third Hokage is a sly old fox. He loves to play the kindly old man while working his schemes in the shadows. And let's not even start with Danzo, he's the reason Hidden Leaf villages got so much darkness to begin with. Bang. The door to the Hokage's office swung open with a loud crash. Old man, we need to talk, Tsunade announced as she barged in. Ah, Tsunade. Did you get Kushina back home safely? The third Hokage asked, putting down the documents he would been reading. Cut the crap, old man. Don't pretend you don't know, Tsunade snapped. As soon as we got back, the Anbu were on her tail again. Did you really think I wouldn't notice? The third Hokage cleared his throat awkwardly. Alright. What's on your mind? It's simple. Kushina might be the new Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, but she's still a kid. She's still in school. She needs friends, normal interactions with her classmates. You are watching her too closely, Tsunade said seriously. I am doing this for the good of the village, Tsunade. You know how important the Jinchuriki is to us, the third Hokage replied, knowing exactly what she was referring to. He had personally arranged for everyone who got close to Kushina to be thoroughly investigated. Tsunade frowned, her tone firm. I know you want to protect the village, and I know the Jinchuriki is vital, but you can't let that interfere with the lives of other kids. Oh, and by the way, those two brats, Ethan Yagami and Minato Namikaze, they are worth investing in. Tsunade placed the scroll on the Hokage's desk, intending for him to pass it on to Ethan, with Minato included for good measure. Now Ethan can't refuse it. It's a gift from the village, a sign they see potential in him. Ethan Yagami and Minato Namikaze? The third Hokage mused, recalling the two promising students who had been on his radar for their close connection with Kushina. Minato was a straightforward case, an exceptionally talented student from a civilian background, exactly the kind of kid the village liked to nurture. But Ethan? He had Uchiha blood, and that complicated things. I will think about it, the third Hokage finally said after a moment of reflection. Tsunade nodded, then waved her hand dismissively as she walked out. I will leave you to it. Don't work too late. Get some rest. As soon as she left, the third Hokage ordered, look into Ethan Yagami's connection to the Uchiha clan. Yes, Lord Hokage, an Anbu operative appeared, acknowledged the command, and vanished as quickly as he would come. Back at home, Tsunade hugged Kushina, ruffling her bright red hair as she grumbled, you little fox, that kid totally guessed why I went to see him. Huh? Kushina was stunned. Ignoring her messy hair, she asked nervously, "What do we do now? Did Ethan accept the Jutsu scroll?" "It's not like that," Tsunade sighed, collapsing onto the sofa and kicking her feet up in frustration. "He refused it. He figured out you were trying to give it to him and said that if you keep it up, he might cut ties with you. He also knows he's being watched by the Anbu." "Man, that kid's got sharp instincts for someone his age," Tsunade muttered to herself. "Why did he have to have Uchiha blood? That just makes everything more complicated." Kushina twisted her fingers in her shirt, anxiety clear on her face. She was worried Ethan might start avoiding her, and she didn't know what she would do if that happened. "Silly girl," Tsunade said softly, pulling Kushina into a comforting hug. "I have already given the scroll to the old man. He will make sure it gets to Ethan and Minato eventually. That way, Ethan won't have any reason to refuse. Isn't that what you wanted?" "I guess so." Kushina managed a weak smile, though it didn't reach her eyes. "You are in trouble now, girl," Tsunade thought, watching Kushina. She could only hope that Kushina and Ethan's relationship wouldn't get any closer. With Kushina's strong-willed personality, she might end up wrapped around Ethan's finger if she wasn't careful. Later that day, while practicing hand seals at home, Ethan heard a knock at the door. He quickly slipped on his shoes and went to answer it. "Mikoto?" His eyes lit up as he recognized the visitor. "Did you miss me?" Mikoto Uchiha teased, pinching his cheek with one hand while holding a bento box in the other. "I have been really busy with graduation coming up, so I haven't had time to visit." "You are not mad at me, are you?" she asked with a smile. Though Ethan hadn't returned to the Uchiha clan, his late mother had been close friends with Mikoto. As a result, Mikoto had always looked out for him, often bringing him food and checking in on him. Chapter 9, I skip a grade, you repeat a year, we graduate together no way. "Come on in, Mikoto, and stop pinching my cheeks." "Alright, I will remember that for next time," Mikoto Uchiha teased, mimicking Ethan's tone, which earned her an eye roll from him. As she stepped into the living room, Mikoto opened the lunchbox she had brought and laid out some snacks she had made. Ethan immediately grabbed a piece and started eating. Mikoto sat beside him, resting her chin on her hand, watching him with a soft smile. Between bites, Ethan asked casually, "How's the preparation for graduation going?" "It's alright, I guess," Mikoto replied, a hint of uncertainty in her voice. "I have been thinking about whether I should join the police force." The Uchiha clan members had two main paths after graduation. They could either follow the village's standard procedure, joining a team with other graduates under a Jonin's guidance, or they could go straight into the Uchiha police force. Joining the police force meant top-tier training, learning from the strongest within the clan, especially when it came to the Sharingan. But it also meant dealing with the less glamorous side of ninja life, law enforcement, which often drew resentment from other villagers. "I would suggest going with the village's team assignment first," Ethan advised between mouthfuls. "Get some experience, and then, if you still want to, join the police force later. Even though the Uchiha's training is better suited for you, the police force isn't exactly the best environment for a fresh graduate," Ethan added, knowing her gentle nature wasn't cut out for the rough work the police force demanded. Mikoto sighed, her expression conflicted. "You are right. I am not really the type for that kind of work." The thought of spending her days dealing with troublemakers, enforcing laws, and constantly facing the villagers' mistrust made Mikoto's face scrunch up in distaste. "But it's too bad you are only in your second year. It would be great if we could graduate together and be on the same team," Mikoto joked with a soft laugh. "Maybe I should graduate early then?" Ethan mused, half seriously. The graduation exams were a breeze for him, he could pass them with his eyes closed. He had been reluctant to leave school early, not wanting to end up like Kakashi, bouncing between teams. But the idea of being on a team with Mikoto wasn't so bad. "Do you really think the third Hokage would let that happen?" Mikoto replied, raising an eyebrow, her tone a mix of concern and disbelief. "Alright, enough talk. Finish eating and go wash up, then get some rest," she said, trying to steer the conversation away from his wild ideas. "I am serious, Mikoto," Ethan insisted. "I have already learned everything the teachers can offer. Staying in school is just wasting time. If you don't have a good team lined up, I might as well graduate early and join you." "Wait, what?" Mikoto's eyes widened in shock. Was he really considering this? She had just been joking, but Ethan was taking it to heart. "But even if you graduate early, there's no guarantee the village will put us on the same team." Mikoto tried to reason with him, her voice tinged with panic. What if something went wrong? How could she face his late mother? But the more she tried to dissuade him, the more determined Ethan became. Once the idea took root in his mind, it was hard to shake it off. "Then we can form our own team. The village has plenty of two-man squads," Ethan suggested, his tone calm but resolute. That's too dangerous. Two newly graduated kids, Mikoto began, but her voice trailed off as she saw Ethan activate his Sharingan, the two tomoe in each eye spinning slowly. Do you really think I need to stay in the academy, wasting time? Ethan asked, pointing to his eyes. To the Uchiha, a two tomoe Sharingan meant a significant power boost. Most ninja with that level of Sharingan could easily take on Chunin level opponents. You have awakened your Sharingan? Mikoto gasped, leaning forward to get a better look at his eyes. She was both surprised and thrilled, unable to hide her excitement. Yeah, I awakened it last year. Just hit the two tomoe stage today. Who knows? By next year, I might hit 3, Ethan shrugged casually. Stop joking around, Mikoto scolded, though she couldn't hide the pride in her voice. Maybe I should tell the elders and have you return to the clan. With your Sharingan, they would definitely welcome you back. So what if I have got silver hair? It doesn't change the fact that you are an Uchiha. Now that your Sharingan is awakened, they will be eager to have you back, she suggested, the thought of bringing him back into the fold lifting her spirits. No way, Ethan shot back instantly. I still remember how those old geezers treated me back then. I am not going back to the Uchiha. He paused, his expression softening. But if you think I wouldn't make a good teammate, I will find another team. This is crazy. Mikoto thought, anxiety bubbling up inside her. If Ethan really did graduate early, even with his abilities, the ninja world was still too harsh for someone his age. Ethan, I know how stubborn you are once you have made up your mind, but can't you wait just one more year? Just 1 year, okay? Mikoto pleaded, trying to find a middle ground. Ethan considered her words for a moment before a mischievous grin spread across his face. Alright, how about this, I skip a grade, you stay back a year, and then we will be in the same class and graduate together. If you don't agree, I will go ahead and graduate early, he teased. With his grades and skills, not only could he skip a grade, but he could probably ace the Chunin exams too. Skipping ahead would put him right in Mikoto's class, if she agreed to stay back, of course. No way, Mikoto shook her head firmly. The teachers would never allow it. My grades are too good. They wouldn't just let me stay back. If they don't agree, I will just beat up their kids. Ethan declared, slamming the table for emphasis. PFFT. Mikoto couldn't help but laugh at his ridiculous threat. She knew he was just kidding, Ethan would never actually do something like that. You are laughing at me? Ethan asked, feigning hurt as he got up and headed toward his bedroom. Mikoto blinked, confused. Ethan, what are you looking for? Chapter 10, so the one he likes is Mikoto Uchiha. I found the pajamas you left last time, Ethan said casually. If you don't agree to repeat the year, then you will have to stay at my place from now on. After all, you did promise that when we grew up, you would marry me. You can't break your promise now. You still remember that childhood promise? And you are actually serious about it? If you walk out of this living room, I will show up at your classroom tomorrow and tell everyone I am here to pick up my wife. Mikoto Uchiha, who had been trying to sneak out, froze. She was caught, and on top of that, Ethan was threatening her. If he really shows up at school saying I am his wife, I will never live it down. You win this time. She glanced at Ethan, who stood by the door with a smug grin, holding out her pajamas. Mikoto's face turned red as she snatched the pajamas and marched toward the bathroom. Fine, I will stay. It's not like it's my first time here anyway. My little brother's all grown up and even started threatening me. What am I going to do? Mikoto spent the whole night tossing and turning, unable to find a solution. Jumping a grade, huh? Ethan mentioned to Mikoto the next morning on their way to the Ninja Academy. Mikoto. As soon as they stepped outside, they ran into Minato, who greeted Mikoto with his usual bright smile. Mikoto, you seem a bit distracted today. What's on your mind? Just stressing over the idea of repeating the year, Mikoto replied, picking up her pace, trying to ignore Ethan's amused expression. Repeating? Minato's voice was full of surprise. He could hardly believe his ears. Mikoto Uchiha was known for being a top student, brilliant and beautiful, with countless admirers. If someone like her wanted to repeat a year, what hope did the other students have of graduating on time? But why? Minato scratched his head, completely at a loss. Convincing the teachers wouldn't be easy, they would probably be furious. Because of me, Ethan stated plainly. Minato, I am planning to jump a grade so I can graduate with Mikoto. That way, we will be assigned to the same team. I am going to request the exam as soon as we get to school. Minato. Are you just planning to leave me behind? Mikoto wants to repeat the year, Ethan wants to jump ahead, just so they can be in the same class and graduate together. And what about me? Are you just going to leave me here? No way, I am jumping a grade too. Minato made up his mind. He would already learned everything he needed, Jumping a grade wouldn't be a big deal. Even if he wasn't quite on Ethan's level, Minato's grades were good enough to pass the early graduation exam. Jumping a grade was totally doable, just routine. Little did Ethan know, he would inadvertently influence Minato's decision. As soon as they arrived at the academy, Ethan headed straight to the teacher's office to inform Mr. Waymura that he wanted to take the advancement exam. "Sensei, I would like to take the advancement exam too," Minato quickly added. Mr. Waymura looked at the two of them, completely baffled. "Are these two just here to mess with me? Jumping grades together, really? Sensei, I would like to request to repeat the year and not participate in today's graduation exam," Mikoto Uchiha said as she walked into the senior teacher's office. She hesitated for a long time, but in the end, she couldn't risk Ethan showing up at her classroom door, calling her his wife. The Ninja Academy quickly became a whirlwind of confusion. Ethan and Minato wanted to jump grades, while Mikoto Uchiha wanted to repeat the year. What on earth is going on? In the end, the three of them were brought into an empty classroom, and the other teachers, who hadn't started class yet, gathered to watch the drama unfold. "Alright, what's going on with you three?" Mr. Waymura and the senior class teacher, Mr. Anoyama, both rubbed their temples, feeling a headache coming on. The two teachers exchanged bewildered and frustrated looks. "I want to jump a grade so I can be in the same class as Mikoto," Ethan declared confidently, raising his hand. "This is bad. I have got a bad feeling about this," Mikoto thought as she covered her face. "Why do you want to jump a grade?" one of the teachers asked. "Because too many people are after her," Ethan replied. "What does that have to do with you? You want to jump a grade just because other people are interested in her? Seriously?" Minato was equally stunned. "So why am I doing this? Just for fun? Mikoto promised me that when we grew up, she would marry me. But she's too amazing, I am worried she will slip away, so I have to jump a grade to stay close to her. PFFT, cough, cough." The room erupted in a chorus of surprised coughs and sputters. Mikoto's face turned beet red as she stomped on Ethan's foot, unable to look up. Kids these days, already talking about marriage? Or are we just getting old? Several teachers looked like they were questioning their life choices. They were all still single, while their young students were already planning their futures with a spouse. This is so unfair. "Minato, why do you want to jump a grade?" Mr. Waymura asked, his expression stern as he turned to a nervous-looking Minato. Minato was near tears. "Can I just say I am here for the ride? Sensei, I find the lower grade classes too boring. I want to challenge myself with something harder," Minato explained, trying to sound confident. "Are you sure you want to do this?" Mr. Waymura felt like he needed some heart medication, his blood pressure was definitely rising. If two of his best students jumped grades, there went his bonus. "And you, Mikoto? You really want to repeat the year?" The senior teacher was hoping Mikoto would back out of this craziness. "Sensei, I still have a lot to work on, so I would like to request to repeat the year," Mikoto explained politely, even though she was seething inside and wanted to smack Ethan. The news of these three's decisions quickly spread throughout the school. When Kushina heard about it, she was completely stunned. Ethan's jumping a grade? Minato too? So the one he likes is Mikoto Uchiha. For some reason, that thought made Kushina feel not so great. As she listened to the chatter around her, she imagined what would happen next. Once Ethan and Minato jumped a grade, she would be left all alone. "I don't want to be left behind." Kushina bolted from her seat and ran toward the teacher's office. "There goes my bonus." Mr. Waymura clutched his chest, his heart aching. "Sensei, I want to take the advancement exam too." Kushina burst into the office, determined. The teachers stared at her, speechless. Chapter 11, Third Hokage and Denzo clash for Ethan. The skip grade exam was a walk in the park, more like a game than a challenge. Even Minato had an easy time with it. Both of them passed and successfully skipped a grade, though Minato seemed a bit confused about why he even did it. After everything was over, Minato ran a hand through his blonde hair, thinking, what did I just do? He had rushed into taking the exam on a whim. Ethan did it for that girl, Mikoto, but what was my reason? Was it just to play third wheel? The ripple effect of their decisions wasn't small. Even the third Hokage took notice. While Ethan and Minato's decision to skip a grade made sense and was within the rules, the teachers couldn't stop them as long as they passed the test. Mikoto Uchiha's decision to stay behind was also understandable. If she truly didn't want to graduate, the teachers had no choice but to approve it. But Kushina's case was different. Her status was too sensitive. Reluctantly, their teacher, Waymura Ikiki, had to bring the matter to the third Hokage. How to handle it was up to him. It wasn't something a simple teacher should worry about. "Kushina, why do you want to skip a grade?" the third Hokage asked her in his office. "You have only been in the second grade for a couple of months. Isn't it a bit early for you? Uncle Hokage, my friends have already applied for the exam and passed. They will be in the upper grade starting tomorrow, and I don't want to be left behind, Kushina replied, looking up at him with a sad expression. Her clan had been wiped out, her people were either dead or scattered. She was the only one who came to Hidden Leaf Village and became the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Everywhere she went, she was under surveillance. Now, after finally making friends with Ethan and Minato, they both applied for the exam and moved up a grade. It felt like she was back at square one, alone and isolated, just like when she first arrived in Hidden Leaf Village. Every Jinchuriki experiences loneliness, except for Mito Uzumaki. No one dared to cross her, not even the Hokages. But there was only one Mito Uzumaki, and Kushina wasn't her child. The third Hokage stood up from his chair, walked over, and knelt beside Kushina, placing his hands on her shoulders. You have come to Hidden Leaf Village, made friends, and found people you care about. That makes Uncle Hokage very happy. Integrating Jinchuriki into Hidden Leaf Village and giving them a sense of belonging was crucial. That's why the third Hokage had always opposed Denzo's proposals. He believed that strict control over the Jinchuriki wasn't the best solution. It was a contradiction, wanting the Jinchuriki to feel like they belonged in Hidden Leaf Village while also placing numerous restrictions on them. That was the third Hokage's classic double standard. So, Uncle Hokage, does that mean you will let me skip a grade? Kushina asked hopefully. The smile on the third Hokage's face stiffened a bit, and he gave a wry smile. But if you skip a grade, your studies might fall behind, and catching up will make you very busy. You might not have much time to spend with your friends. I am not afraid. Kushina shook her head firmly. As long as she could skip a grade and be in the same class as Ethan and Minato, she didn't care how much harder she would have to work. Alright, I will allow it. The third Hokage sighed, relenting. Thank you, Uncle Hokage. Kushina beamed and practically skipped out of the office. As soon as she left, the third Hokage rubbed his temples, bracing himself for a visit from an old friend. Sarutobi. Sure enough, within moments, Denzo's voice echoed through the office, just as forceful as ever. If there was even the slightest disturbance in the village, Denzo was always the first to hear about it and would storm into the Hokage's office. I have told you time and again, you can't be too lenient with the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, Denzo insisted. Denzo, the third Hokage responded, looking up at him, a Jinchuriki is still a person. If we want her to integrate into Hidden Leaf Village and see it as her home, she needs to form bonds here. You should understand that. Humphrey. Denzo scoffed at the idea of bonds. Jinchuriki need to be controlled, Sarutobi. Are you getting soft? Letting the Jinchuriki run around with those kids is reckless. The third Hokage's expression hardened. Denzo, I am the Hokage. I will decide how to handle the Jinchuriki. Your concern is unnecessary. Denzo's breath caught, and for a moment, he was speechless, silenced by the third Hokage's reminder of who held the title of Hokage. Just don't regret this decision, Denzo muttered before turning and leaving the office with a scowl. The third Hokage raised an eyebrow, unbothered. As long as Denzo couldn't get his way here, he wouldn't dare to act on his own. At this point, the third Hokage still had the upper hand, and Denzo's influence wasn't strong enough to overreach. This balance would last until after the Third Ninja War. Post-war, Denzo became increasingly brazen, eventually behaving like a man unhinged. Are you out of your mind? Tsunade couldn't believe it. She felt an overwhelming urge to knock some sense into Kushina. Ethan and Minato had reasons to apply for the skip grade exam, but why on earth would you follow along? Are your grades even up to par? Seems like she's lost it, Nawaki chimed in, arms crossed, nodding in agreement. Mikoto Uchiha staying back was already a shock to everyone. That Ethan Yagami kid is a total nutcase. Kushina, you should keep your distance. Mikoto Uchiha was the girl everyone was lining up to chase after, and yet she stayed back a grade because of Ethan Yagami. It was absurd. Just because she promised to marry him when they were kids, she had to go along with his antics. Why isn't there a girl like Mikoto, pretty, sweet, and gentle, who wants to marry me? Jealousy is tearing me apart. Ah, it's so frustrating. Get lost. Tsunade shot a glare at her brother. Why are you getting involved in Kushina's business? Are you really one to talk? If it wasn't for me pulling strings with Orochimaru, would he have taken you on as his student? Sis. Can we not bring that up? As the grandson of the first Hokage, Nawaki's goal was to become a strong ninja like his grandfather and eventually become Hokage. Pulling strings was embarrassing enough, and now Tsunade was rubbing it in his face. I have got my pride, you know. But Nawaki desperately wanted to be Orochimaru's student, so he had begged Tsunade to help him out. With her assistance, Orochimaru had slightly lowered the difficulty of the exam, just enough for Nawaki to pass and become his disciple. Shoo, shoo. Adults are talking, no need for a kid like you to chime in. Tsunade dismissed him with a wave, sending Nawaki off. Once Nawaki was gone, Tsunade turned to Kushina with a serious look. Kushina, do you like Ethan Yagami? Chapter 12. Kurama senses a kindred spirit. Kushina froze for a moment, then her face flushed as she complained, what? No way. Ethan and Minato are just my classmates, my friends. I just don't want to lose the only two friends I have made because of this whole skipping grades thing. Kushina, who had lost everything and had to start over, was extremely sensitive deep down. She desperately wanted to be accepted and have her own close friends. As for love, that wasn't even on her radar. Sure, Ethan's teasing of Mikoto Uchiha annoyed her a bit, but what did that have to do with love? Alright, if that's how you feel, then go for it. I have got your back, Tsunade said with a sigh. The third Hokage had already approved it. What could Tsunade do? Forbid Kushina from skipping grades? That would break the poor girl's heart. Yay, you are the best, Tsunade. How about I make you something to eat? You probably haven't had breakfast yet. Kushina cheered, practically bouncing with excitement. Tsunade gave a cold laugh. Don't bother. Get that Ethan kid to cook for me instead, that might actually heal my wounded soul. But you're cooking? No thanks. Tsunade still hadn't recovered from the horror of the last meal Kushina had made. After that one experience, there was no way she was going back for seconds. Unless Kushina was making rice balls, she wanted no part of it. Kushina's excitement deflated, turning into tears. Once again, she was rejected, though she had to admit her cooking skills were pretty terrible. I heard you applied to stay back a grade today? Mikoto's mom asked, looking at her daughter. Mikoto Uchiha awkwardly explained, well, I joked yesterday about wanting Ethan to graduate early so we could team up. But then Ethan took it seriously. He wants to be in the same grade as me, and when I suggested staying back a year, he said he would apply for early graduation if I didn't. So I agreed to stay back. Mikoto's mom smirked, but that's not all I heard. Little Ethan told everyone at school that you promised to marry him when you grow up. Is that true? Mom. Mikoto Uchiha stomped her foot in frustration. Her mom laughed, Ethan's a good kid. It's a shame he didn't rejoin the family, that was always his mother's wish. The clan elders. Sigh. Mikoto pouted, thinking to herself, even if the elders begged him to come back now, he probably wouldn't. A genius who unlocked the double Tomoe Sharingan before the age of 7. Those old geezers would definitely regret it later. Mikoto decided not to share this news with her family. She didn't want them blabbing and causing unnecessary trouble for Ethan. When and if Ethan wanted to reveal his Sharingan, that was his decision to make. Stupid boy. She fumed, remembering how Ethan had announced in front of all the teachers that she was going to marry him someday. That's so embarrassing. Now the whole school was buzzing about it. Hey, little white, things seem pretty lively tonight. Ethan couldn't sleep. Inside him, his little Ninetales, whom he had nicknamed Little White, was growing restless. The little guy was visibly expanding, as if all the accumulated chakra had finally reached a tipping point. As it broke through this limit, Little White's body started swelling. In no time, it had grown from the size of a buffalo to filling almost the entire room, and its chakra was surging like crazy. No tail beast was small, even the Ninetales was just deceptively sleek. Compared to the world of Naruto's other nine-tailed beasts, Ethan's white Ninetales had always been the runt of the litter. But now, it was finally catching up. It seemed that after breaking through the barrier, Little White's growth rate was doubling. Ethan's question went unanswered as Little White appeared to be in a rapid growth phase. As for the nickname Little White, that was Ethan's idea. Kushina had a Ninetales inside her, and he had his own, a special white one. And since his Ninetales was female, he couldn't just call her Kurama or Ninetales. Little White suited her just fine, especially given her color. As Little White grew, Ethan's own chakra became increasingly unstable. Thankfully, it didn't spread outside, otherwise, the Anbu would have been all over him. Explaining why he had Ninetales chakra in him would have been a nightmare. Little White's growth continued almost until dawn before finally slowing down. Ethan was utterly exhausted, having barely slept all night. His chakra had been in such turmoil that he felt completely drained, sporting dark circles under his eyes like some kind of panda. Morning, Ethan, Minato greeted him with a grin, already waiting outside his house. But when he noticed Ethan's panda eyes, he burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, what happened to you last night? Couldn't sleep because you were so excited to be in the same class as Mikoto? Did you stay up all night? Minato teased, poking Ethan's side with a mischievous grin. Get lost, Ethan grumbled, shoving Minato away. Excited? Seriously? You think I am that shallow? I am so tired. Groggy and half awake, Ethan made his way to the higher grade classroom, only to bump into Kushina at the door. Minato looked puzzled. Kushina, this is the upper grade classroom. What are you doing here? Because I skipped a grade too. There's no way you two are leaving me behind, Kushina declared, raising a tiny fist in mock anger. Ethan. Minato. Having connections definitely made a difference. They had to jump through hoops and pass all sorts of exams to skip a grade, but Kushina? She just showed up. Morning, everyone, Mikoto Uchiha greeted them as she arrived at the classroom door, smiling as she walked in with Ethan. Inside the classroom, when Kushina saw Ethan and Mikoto sitting together at the back, sharing breakfast, her smile faded. Kushina, what's wrong? Didn't you eat? Minato asked, offering his lunchbox. Thanks, but I have already eaten, Kushina replied, declining Minato's offer as she walked into the classroom. Minato scratched his head, confused. What's up with her? She was fine just a minute ago. Deep inside Kushina, the Nighttail suddenly opened its eyes, shifting uncomfortably and causing the chains wrapped around it to clink and rattle. Uzumaki brat, loosen these chains a bit, and I will tell you a secret. Just a moment ago, when they were all close together, the Ninetales had caught a whiff of a familiar scent coming from Ethan. It was almost like another Ninetales, one whose chakra carried a faint, sweet fragrance. The Ninetales was baffled, wondering, when did my chakra start leaking? And why does it smell like that? Chapter 13, If you have got the guts, don't run after school. Wait a second, Kurama thought, the chakra smells similar, but it's not mine. After pondering for a bit, the Ninetales decided to test Kushina. Big Fox? Kushina suddenly found herself pulled into her inner world, staring at the massive Ninetales, who was tightly bound by adamantine sealing chains. She hadn't even realized how she got there. Kushina, I smelled the chakra of a kindred spirit on that Ethan Yagami kid, the Ninetales rumbled. You are trying to trick me again, aren't you? Kushina snapped, putting her hands on her hips and glaring at the giant fox. Granny Mito told me that all tailed beasts are evil, so I shouldn't trust a word you say. You just want to trick me into loosening your seal. Kurama. When the heck did I ever trick you? Kurama fumed. If anyone's evil, it's humans. I was just minding my own business, sleeping at home. Suddenly, Madara Uchiha comes out of nowhere, hits me with a Mangekyo Sharingan, and turns me into his personal summon to attack the Leaf Village. Then Hashirama Senju beats me down and seals me inside Mito Uzumaki. Where was I evil in any of that? You little brat, it's you humans who are the real monsters. Kurama roared, too furious to care about Ethan at the moment. Kushina's words had struck a nerve. Gr. I am going to eat you. Enraged, the Ninetales began thrashing against its chains, straining to snap them as it lunged at Kushina, fangs bared. Kushina, however, merely pouted. She wasn't scared of Kurama anymore. She would grown used to the fox's bluster. He might look fierce, but sealed like this, he was powerless. See? You are trying to trick me again. There's no way Ethan could have a tailed beast's chakra. You are just making things up, she declared confidently. You won't fool me, Ninetales. Gah. Kurama almost choked in frustration, feeling like he might cough up blood. You little brat. I am going to eat you. You are the real monster here. You are going to be the death of me. He bellowed. And just like that, Kushina was booted from her inner world. The little girl was convinced that the Ninetales was just trying to trick her into loosening the seal so it could escape. Does it really think I am that gullible? She thought. No way. Besides, I haven't even been close to Ethan lately. How could he possibly have tailed beast chakra? Kushina huffed to herself. The Ninetales is just a big liar. Granny Mito was right, tailed beasts are evil. Ethan had no idea that just a faint trace of the scent on him hadn't escaped the Ninetales' keen sense of smell. Foxes were part of the canine family, after all, and their noses were practically superpowered. Alright, class, today we have 4 new transfer students joining us. I am sure you have heard about it already, the 4th grade teacher announced, clapping her hands to get everyone's attention. Now, let's have them come up and introduce themselves. Let's give them a warm welcome. The oldest, Mikoto Uchiha, stood up first. Hello, everyone. I am Mikoto Uchiha. I have transferred from the 5th grade. I am looking forward to getting to know all of you. A round of applause followed. The older students were familiar with Mikoto, and most of the class greeted her warmly. Only a few were indifferent, and some even shot her unfriendly looks. I am Ethan Yagami, and I have skipped up from the 2nd grade, Ethan said, keeping his introduction brief before sitting down. He wasn't interested in sharing hobbies or anything like that. I am Minato Namikaze. I also skipped up from the 2nd grade. I look forward to getting to know everyone, Minato said politely. Unlike Ethan, Minato was courteous, But Ethan wasn't worried about any potential bullying. Anyone who tried had already learned the hard way. Besides, Ethan wasn't the type to be intimidated. If anyone wanted to cause trouble, they would better be ready for a fight. Bring it on anytime, Ethan thought. I am always up for a challenge. I am Kushina Uzumaki, just like Ethan and Minato. I have skipped up from the 2nd grade. I am looking forward to being in this class with all of you. 4 transfer students, 1 polite, 1 who seemed alright, and 2 who were either top performers or had the Hokage's personal recommendation. The teacher just hoped they wouldn't cause too much chaos in the class. Today's lesson is outdoor shuriken throwing. Please check your equipment pouches. If you don't have your tools, you can borrow some from me. We will meet at the training field in 10 minutes. Humphrey. After the teacher left, a group of students glared coldly at Ethan, who was sitting beside Mikoto Uchiha. Minato tensed up immediately. Are they going to fight? He wondered. Should I jump in? Ethan, noticing the tension, leaned back casually and addressed one of the boys, Kasai Uchiha. Don't give me that look. If you have got the guts, challenge me. I am ready anytime. If not, get lost before I block the gate after school. An old grudge, Minato realized, watching the exchange. This Kasai had clearly tried to mess with Ethan before and had paid the price for it. Don't get cocky. I am not afraid of you. Kasai snapped, his pride stung by Ethan's words. Sensing a potential confrontation, the rest of the class paused, eager to see what would happen next. Enough. Mikoto Uchiha stood up, exuding an aura of authority. Kasai, what's done is done. There's no need to bring it up again. If you lose, it will only hurt your pride more. Fine, I will let it slide for now because of Mikoto, Kasai grumbled, deciding to back down for the time being. He wasn't about to risk getting cornered by Ethan after school. Who was that guy? Minato whispered, still tense. Ethan, relaxing with his hands behind his head, explained, just a jerk from the Uchiha clan. He tried to bully me when we were kids, so I cracked his head open with a rock. What? Minato was stunned, and Kushina looked equally shocked. Mikoto, exasperated, poked Ethan's head lightly. You really shouldn't brag about that. You were only 3 years old. How could you have the guts to throw a rock at someone's head? He was 2 years older than me and had a gang with him. Of course, I had to strike first, or else I would be the one getting beaten up, Ethan shrugged. He wasn't one to sit back and take it. If someone messed with him, he would hit back twice as hard. After that incident, Ethan had cornered Kasai a few more times after school, and the boy had finally backed off. But it seemed like Kasai was itching for trouble again, forgetting the beatings he would received. Some people just never learn, Ethan thought. Looks like I will have to remind him who's boss. Decision made. After school, he would block the gate. If you have got the guts, don't run after school. We will settle this at the gate. Chapter 14, The Thrill of Smashing a Brick into Someone's Face. Hey hey hey. Out of nowhere, Ethan started chuckling. It wasn't a normal laugh, though. It was the kind of creepy laugh that made Minato and Kushina's skin crawl. Even Mikoto Uchiha looked uncomfortable. What? What are you up to? Minato rubbed his hands together, trying to shake off the goosebumps. If you have got something to say, just say it, don't laugh like that. It's creepy. Let's ambush them at the gate. Ethan suddenly slapped the table and stood up. I have figured it out, the Uchiha clan members always act up if they aren't put in their place regularly. The only way to keep them in check is to beat them down until they submit. What? What are you blinking at me for, Minato? Ethan looked confused. Uh-oh, this is bad news. Ethan quickly glanced over his shoulder to see Mikoto Uchiha's face darkening. He coughed awkwardly. Slip of the tongue, I meant that idiot Shinku Uchiha. If he doesn't get smacked around every now and then, he gets too cocky. I am going to ambush him at the gate, are you guys in? Beat up someone from the Uchiha clan? Minato looked like he was itching to join in. Kushina was also tempted. She didn't have anything against the Uchiha clan as a whole, but Shinku Uchiha. He was just plain annoying. If someone's annoying, a good beating usually fixes that. But seriously, it's only your first day in the senior class, and you are already thinking about causing trouble? Mikoto Uchiha held her forehead, feeling a headache coming on. The kunai throwing class was basically just a skills test to see how everyone measured up. Mikoto Uchiha, naturally gifted, easily scored full marks. Ethan also got full marks. Minato was just a hair off, scoring 9 out of 10. Only Kushina lagged behind a bit. The teacher was mainly focused on observing the 4 of them. After seeing Ethan, Mikoto, and Minato's scores, the teacher nodded in satisfaction. Not bad, they are already ahead of most students in their grade. Even though Kushina's score was a bit lower than the other 3, at least she wasn't too far behind. There was still hope for improvement. After school that day, the four of them decided to hang out near the school gate, waiting for Uchiha, who was heading home with his gang. When he saw them, his face turned pale. Despite his earlier bravado in the classroom, deep down, Uchiha was terrified. Who wouldn't be after getting a rock smashed into their head by someone younger when they were kids? Uchiha's taunts were mostly because he was jealous of Ethan hanging out with Mikoto. But who would have guessed Ethan would actually show up to block the gate? Ethan, you jerk. You said it was just a warning. Is this what you call a warning, blocking the gate? Kushina, Mikoto, you two should step back. School fights aren't something girls should get involved in. Leave this to Minato and me. It wouldn't look good if the girls got caught fighting at school. It was better if he and Minato handled it. Ethan quickly grabbed 2 bricks from the flower bed near the gate and handed one to Minato. Minato took the brick, looking bewildered. Fighting? With a brick? Minato, just aim for the face. I am telling you, there's nothing more satisfying than smashing a brick into someone's face. You will see, try it out. Minato was curious. After all, he would never experience that kind of satisfaction before. But hitting someone in the face with a brick, wouldn't that be a bit too much? Maybe we should just use our fists instead. Minato was genuinely worried a brick to the face might seriously hurt someone. Trust me, you will be fine. Ethan patted his chest confidently, with the air of someone who had been through it all. He put an arm around Minato's shoulders. A brick won't kill anyone. At most, you will just break their nose and make them bleed a bit. No big deal. Minato. I feel like you are leading me down a dangerous path. Kushina and Mikoto were both exasperated. It seemed like Ethan was already corrupting Minato, the innocent and sunny boy. Uchiha, don't even think about running. As soon as Uchiha and his gang stepped out, Ethan charged at them with his brick. They are actually blocking the gate? The smile on Uchiha's face froze, and for a few seconds, he was too stunned to move. Then, remembering the last time his head was cracked open, he bolted. His little lackeys stared blankly at Ethan and Minato, who were charging at them with bricks. They shuddered, then quickly followed their boss in running away. On the school playground, a group of older boys was running for their lives, chased by a slightly younger kid brandishing a brick. The 2 Anbu ninjas secretly watching Kushina exchanged glances. Ninja A, are kids these days using bricks to fight? Ninja B, who knows? But that one leading the pack is from the Uchiha clan, right? Has it really come to this for the Uchiha? Ninja A, I would run too. That kid with the brick isn't weak, and he fights sturdy. He's only been in school for 2 years, and he's already beaten up all the senior bullies. Ninja B. In the end, Ethan's attempt to block the gate failed because the teacher showed up. Ethan quickly ditched the brick and grabbed Minato, making a run for it. Getting into fights was one thing, but getting caught by the teacher was a whole different story. The punishment would be much worse. Ethan wasn't actually trying to crack Uchiha's skull, he just wanted to scare him enough so that he would stop picking fights. Just looking at him was annoying. If he really wanted to beat him up, he would have done it in class. Why wait until after school? You little brats, causing trouble on your first day in the senior class. The teacher laughed and shook his head as he watched Ethan and Minato run off. Then he glared at Uchiha and his gang. When you were bullying other students, did you think this day wouldn't come? 8 of you, running from 2 kids 2 years younger than you who are chasing you with bricks, how embarrassing. Uchiha and his gang looked like they were about to cry. It's not like we wanted to run, but we can't win in a fight. Back when Ethan first started school, he didn't hesitate to block our way and beat us up. Now, 2 years later, it's even easier for him. Only an idiot wouldn't run. What are we supposed to do, stand there and get beaten? Ethan, do you think the teacher will scold us? On the way home, Minato was worried about getting in trouble with the teacher. After all, blocking the gate and chasing classmates with bricks wasn't exactly model student behavior. If they got caught, the teacher would definitely have a few words to say. Carrying groceries from the market, Ethan didn't seem bothered at all. What's there to be afraid of? Did we actually hit anyone? Didn't we? Minato scratched his head, confused. But we were blocking the gate and chasing people with bricks, what else would you call that? Did you actually hit anyone? Ethan began to coach Minato. We were just standing by the gate, and we only chased them with bricks. We didn't actually hit anyone, did we? I guess that's true. Since we didn't hit anyone, how can it be called fighting? The teacher can't accuse us of something we didn't do. Don't worry, at most, they will just tell us not to bully our classmates. We won't get scolded. Ethan was pretty experienced with this sort of thing. And just as Ethan predicted, the next day, the teacher only reminded them to get along with their classmates, avoid conflicts, and not to chase people with bricks. After that, there was no further scolding. Chapter 15, Isn't having a tailed beast pet normal? After the incident at the gate, Ethan and Minato quickly gained a reputation as bullies in the class, causing the other students to avoid them. Even some of the girls who thought Ethan was cute now kept their distance out of fear. Master. A soft, sweet voice whispered in Ethan's ear. He felt something small and warm pressing against his chest, and something wet licking his face. Groggily waking up, Ethan opened his eyes to find a small fox with 9 tails lying on his chest. He gently pushed it away, mumbling, "Little White, stop it." He rolled over and went back to sleep. Little White quietly curled up on the blanket. A few seconds later, Ethan's eyes shot open, and he sat up abruptly. Staring at the little fox nestled on his blanket, his face lit up with excitement. "Little White, you can come out now." In the game, his exclusive tailed beast could assist in battles and act as a pet once it reached level 30. Since it was an exclusive tailed beast, Ethan wouldn't die like a Jinchuriki if the beast left his body. Ethan hadn't expected Little White to reach level 30 so quickly, giving it the ability to leave his body. "Master," Little White chirped, snuggling into the blankets, curling up into a ball in Ethan's arms. "Isn't having a tailed beast as a pet standard for everyone? If your tailed beast can't fight outside your body, what kind of Jinchuriki are you?" Ethan couldn't help but chuckle, remembering the jokes players used to make when he played the game in his past life. Little White being able to fight outside meant another ace up Ethan's sleeve. When it wasn't convenient to use the tailed beast's chakra, he could summon Little White as a familiar. Holding Little White close, Ethan rolled over and continued to sleep. Since Little White could now fight outside, when would it unlock its first fixed skill? Ethan noticed that all the skills he had set up before his transmigration were gone. Now, all he could do was hope for his exclusive player skills. Although there were only 4 exclusive skills, even one would significantly boost Ethan's strength. A new batch of 5th-year students had graduated, with Nawaki among them. These students would leave the academy, step into the world of ninja, and become true shinobi. But how many of these rookie ninjas would survive and grow remained unknown. Some students, like Mikoto Uchiha, had to repeat the year. Unlike Mikoto, though, they didn't volunteer to repeat, they were forced to. Some failed their exams, while others were sent back by their jonin mentors. The majority had been sent back for further training by their mentors. Mikoto quickly rejoined the 5th-year students, and Ethan, Minato, and Kushina, who had recently skipped grades, were now also part of the 5th-year class. When the Ninja Academy was first established, students had to complete 6 years of schooling before they could graduate. Early graduation wasn't restricted. However, after the 3rd Hokage took office and the First Ninja War broke out, the number of Hidden Leaf villages shinobi dwindled rapidly. As a result, the 6-year graduation requirement was shortened to 5 years. The enrollment age was also lowered from 6 to 5. This meant that instead of starting at 6 and graduating at 12, students now started at 5 and graduated at 10, all thanks to the 3rd Hokage's changes. It's like what capitalists do to squeeze workers, Ethan thought. Instead of letting things grow naturally, they forcefully pull the plants to speed up the harvest, not caring if they grow crooked or die. Yagami Ethan, Minato no Mikage, came to the office for a moment. After class, the teacher motioned for Ethan and Minato to follow him to the office. Minato looked back, puzzled. "Did you go block the gate again? Get lost." Ethan rolled his eyes. "I am starting to think you were caught spying on girls in the bath." "No way. I am not that kind of guy." Minato's face turned bright red as he stood up and loudly denied it. "What nonsense are you spouting?" Mikoto swatted Ethan's arm, signaling him to stop talking nonsense. "You might not be that kind of guy, but your future teacher definitely is." "Wait. If Minato skipped grades with me, would Jiraiya still end up being his mentor?" When they reached the office, the teacher set down his teacup and said to them, "I called you here because the Hokage has taken a great interest in you two. He believes you are both geniuses worth nurturing for the village. After observing you for a while, he's decided to give you a reward." "Really?" Minato's face lit up with excitement at the idea that the Hokage had been keeping an eye on him. Ethan, however, discreetly rolled his eyes. He didn't buy it. The 3rd Hokage might be watching them, but he wouldn't just hand out rewards for no reason. Could it be Tsunade? Aside from Tsunade, Ethan couldn't think of anyone with that kind of influence. "This is the ninjutsu scroll that the Hokage is rewarding you with. The two of you will study it together, and then return the scroll. Understand?" The teacher handed over the ninjutsu scroll. These scrolls weren't easy to produce, and each one was worth a fortune. The scrolls were expensive, but the ninjutsu they contained were even more valuable. Even with money, you could only buy some basic jutsu. As for B-rank or higher techniques, forget it. Even the daimyo, who controlled the wealth of a land of fire, couldn't gather too many ninjutsu scrolls. Shadow Clone Jutsu. Minato's eyes widened with excitement as he unrolled the scroll. If Ethan had any doubts before, now he was certain, this was Tsunade's doing. He was even sure that this was the same scroll Tsunade had tried to give him earlier. Except now, instead of coming from Kushina, it was presented as a reward from the third Hokage. Ethan wouldn't have accepted it before, but now? Well, why not take it? After all, once a ninjutsu scroll was issued, the village would record it as a reward, and even if you didn't learn it, you would have to return it once you became a shinobi. This is awesome. We get to learn the Shadow Clone Jutsu. Minato's smile was as bright as the sun, making it clear why he was nicknamed the Yellow Flash. Ethan pulled Minato aside, draping an arm over his shoulder, and guided him to a quiet spot near the school's training grounds. He took the scroll from Minato and asked with a smirk, "Do you really think this ninjutsu scroll is a reward from the Hokage? Isn't it?" Minato blinked, confused. "The teacher said we are geniuses, and the village wants to nurture us, so they are giving us this reward. No wonder you end up being the third Hokage's puppet for over a year," Ethan thought, sighing inwardly. Then, in a more serious tone, he said, "Minato, do you trust me?" Minato rarely saw Ethan this serious, so he nodded. "Of course I trust you. Since you trust me, then stop thanking the Hokage for this. If you want to be grateful, thank Tsunade-sensei instead." This scroll came from her, not the Hokage. Chapter 16, Tsunade visits. Ethan's choice. Ethan decided not to bring Kushina into this situation. If Minato found out, he wouldn't know how to face her. It might even make him refuse to learn the Shadow Clone Jutsu. Trying to get something out of this under a false pretense? Forget it, I would rather let Tsunade benefit from this than you. But why would Lady Tsunade give you a ninjutsu scroll? When did this happen? Why didn't I know about it? Minato was even more confused. Ethan casually flicked his silver hair back. "Obviously, it's because I am handsome. Isn't that an easy question? Minato. Whether you are handsome or not, I can't say, but your thick skin is undeniable. Whatever. The real question is, should I learn this jutsu or not?" Minato looked at Ethan, torn. Ethan slapped him on the shoulder. "Of course you should learn it. Why wouldn't you? The scroll's already been given to us, even if we don't learn it, the reward has been recorded. When we graduate, we will have to pay it back through missions. Are you dumb? Come on, let's ditch class and head to the river to practice. I am sure the teacher will understand." With that, Ethan decisively chose to skip class, dragging Minato along. Minato thought about it for a moment, then followed Ethan over the school wall. "You little punks." When the teacher came into the classroom and saw the empty seats where Ethan and Minato should have been, his eye twitched. "Seriously? I just gave you the reward scroll, and you immediately skip class?" The Shadow Clone Jutsu was only a B-rank technique, not too difficult to master. It didn't take long for Ethan and Minato to get the hang of it. "You go to class for me, I am going to train." Ethan sent his shadow clone to attend class while he lounged at home. Before, he had no choice but to sit in class. Now that he had a shadow clone, who wanted to sit there bored and sleepy? When you have plenty of chakra, you can afford to be a little indulgent. If Minato knew I was sending a clone to class while I hid away to train, he would probably be furious. Ethan sat by the river where he usually trained, holding a grilled fish skewered on a branch, grinning mischievously. The more time he spent with Minato, the more he noticed how Minato's worldview was shifting. Minato, who once idolized the third Hokage, was now showing less admiration, thanks to Ethan's influence. What impact this would have in the future, Ethan couldn't say. "So this is what you are using the Shadow Clone Jutsu for?" Tsunade suddenly jumped out of the trees and landed in front of Ethan. "How did you figure that out?" Ethan asked as he flipped the fish over. "Seriously? Do you really think a shadow clone is the same as the real thing? I knew you had ulterior motives when you wanted to learn the Shadow Clone Jutsu, and now I have caught you red-handed." Tsunade sat down casually, her eyes fixed on the grilled fish in Ethan's hand, making it clear she wanted to bite. "You have got the bigger fists, so whatever you say goes." Ethan handed her the grilled fish and started cooking another one. Tsunade didn't hold back, taking big bites out of the fish. Watching her eat so heartily, Ethan couldn't help but worry she might choke on a bone. "Did you need something from me, Lady Tsunade?" Tsunade wasn't the type to wander around aimlessly. If she had free time, she would rather spend it sleeping in or enjoying herself at a casino. "The old man wants Jiraiya and me to go see him." "The Hokage? Because of me?" Ethan didn't think he was important enough for the third Hokage to go out of his way. "Because of you and that little Minato." Tsunade didn't hide anything. She tossed the fish bones and stick aside, dusting off her hands as she spoke. "The old man wants Jiraiya and me to become Jonin instructors." "Already?" There was still some time before this year's students graduated, so why was the third Hokage assigning people so early? Ethan didn't really care whose team he ended up on, as long as he was with Mikoto. If Minato was on the team too, that would be great. If not, it couldn't be helped. As long as the instructor wasn't Orochimaru, Ethan could deal with it. He really couldn't stand Orochimaru's mannerisms, especially when he would flick out that long, forked tongue. It made Ethan's skin crawl. So, does that mean you will be the instructor for Mikoto and me? It's possible, Tsunade said, crossing her arms. But it would only be you. Mikoto Uchiha isn't being considered. After all, she's part of the Uchiha clan. Huh? Tsunade noticed Ethan's gaze shift and followed it, only to laugh in exasperation. Have you seen enough? Want to get a little closer? You will get a better look that way. Ahem. Ethan coughed and rubbed his nose, embarrassed at getting caught sneaking a peek. It seemed like Tsunade had gone through another growth spurt. Her chest had gotten noticeably larger since they last met just a month ago. Ethan had glanced at her unintentionally, and now he would been caught. What about Mikoto? Why isn't she included? Ethan quickly changed the subject. Mikoto had stayed back a year just for him. If they couldn't be on the same team, what was the point? Tsunade looked at Ethan but didn't answer. Ethan could already guess some of the reasons. It was likely a decision made by the higher-ups, more specifically, the third Hokage. It had nothing to do with Tsunade herself. He couldn't blame her for it. If that's the case, then Mikoto and I will form our own team and find a suitable third member. Graduates of the Ninja Academy typically fell into 3 categories. The first were those who graduated early. After graduation, the village would assign them to a team, or they could find their own, though those teams were usually unstable. Future Kakashi fell into this category, constantly changing teams because he couldn't get along with his teammates. The second group was students who graduated with their peers and were placed in teams by the village, with a Jonin instructor assigned as their leader. The less skilled teams might get a Chunin instead. The last group refused the village's team assignments and chose their own path. If he couldn't be on the same team as Mikoto, Ethan would rather not accept the village's team assignment. He would prefer to team up with Mikoto on their own. Ethan didn't believe that without a Jonin instructor, he would starve. At worst, they would be a restricted 2-person team. He would take the Chunin exam as soon as possible. Once he passed, all their problems would be solved. A strong ninja could take on various missions alone, so a 2-person team wouldn't be an issue. And let's not forget, Mikoto was no slouch in terms of power. A team with just Ethan and Mikoto would be stronger than most Chunin squads. Since that was the case, why bother accepting the village's arrangement only to be split up? If we can't be on the same team, then Mikoto staying back a year and me skipping a grade will all have been for nothing. There's no need to discuss it further. After graduation, I will team up with Mikoto, and as for Minato, it wouldn't be fair to drag Minato into this. Even though Ethan was sure Minato would jump at the chance if he asked. I will respect whatever choice he makes. Tsunade frowned at him. Are you really going to do this? Yeah. Ethan nodded. I don't want to be separated from Mikoto, and I wouldn't feel right if she got placed on another team. If we can't be together, then I will give it up. I choose to team up with Mikoto. Chapter 17, Who Can Escape the Wheel of Fate? I suddenly understand why Kushina is so attached to you. Even I have to see you in a new light. Though, unfortunately, you are still a bit small. After a moment of silence, Tsunade suddenly said something that made no sense. What are you talking about? Small? Are you teasing me? Can I let this slide? Ethan raised an eyebrow and gave Tsunade a once-over from head to toe. Don't worry, it will grow. Besides, I prefer them bigger. Get lost. Tsunade's smile froze, and in the next second, she lashed out with a kick. Boom. The riverbank collapsed, and rocks and dirt tumbled into the water below. Ethan jumped onto a nearby tree, wiping the cold sweat from his brow. That was brutal. If that kick had connected, even if I survived, I would be in a world of hurt. Keep it up, Tsunade. I am rooting for you. There's room for more growth. Ha ha ha. Leaving Tsunade fuming with anger, Ethan disappeared into the forest. Tsunade chuckled through her irritation. That cheeky brat. But, is it really getting bigger? Could this become a burden? Instinctively, Tsunade glanced down. On her way home from school, Mikoto Uchiha was suddenly pulled aside by Ethan. Ethan, what's going on? Did something happen? You look so serious. Ethan tried to put on a serious face, but his young age betrayed him. Even with his serious expression, he just looked blank, making Mikoto want to laugh. Alright, that didn't work. Clearly, this isn't the right age for pulling off something like this. Ethan sighed and raised his hand. Tsunade came to see me today. She told me there's a good chance she will be my Jonin instructor. How can that be? Isn't there still some time before graduation? Why is the village leadership already making assignments? But you and I won't be on the same team, right? Mikoto quickly understood why Ethan had been trying so hard to look serious, and why he failed. Pretty much. Ethan opened the fridge, took out 2 bottles of milk, handed one to Mikoto, and took a few sips from the other. Frowning, he said, I have no idea what the Hokage is thinking, making these decisions so early. Minato might end up under Jiraiya's instruction. Minato too? Mikoto was already surprised that Ethan was being assigned so early. Who would have thought Minato was also being singled out? Never underestimate Minato. He's only been held back by his circumstances, but he's someone who's good at creating miracles, as long as he has the right guidance and support. Minato's future achievements are well known. All he lacks is time to grow and access to the Flying Thunder God technique. As long as he gains enough experience, learns some sealing techniques, and masters the Flying Thunder God, Minato will soar. So, the reason you pulled me aside today is because... What are you doing? Before Mikoto could finish her sentence, Ethan reached over and playfully pulled on her cheek, leaving faint finger marks on her pale skin. It's because I regret to inform you, Mikoto Uchiha, that you might not be able to accept the village's team assignment. Why? Mikoto pushed his hand away, rubbing her cheek in annoyance as she looked up at him. Because you are going to form a 2-person team with me. I turned down Tsunade's offer. If we can't be on the same team, then your staying back a year and my skipping ahead will have been meaningless. I would rather skip the assignment altogether and form a 2-person team with you. And with our skills, it's not like we would starve. Ethan snapped his fingers, his expression relaxed. You. Mikoto wanted to call him an idiot, but before she could, Ethan cut her off. He pulled her up from her chair and gently pushed her toward the kitchen. No need to say anything sentimental or scold me. I am making a huge sacrifice here, so you are cooking tonight. I am taking a break. A smooth path? Others would wish for a stable support system, but Ethan didn't need one. His support system was himself. Ethan was confident that in a few years, it wouldn't be clear who is supporting whom. Why get caught up in the Hokage faction's whirlpool? Why get dragged into the power struggles between the 3rd Hokage and Danzo? It's exhausting just thinking about it. Are you really going to form a 2-person team? Over dinner, Mikoto seemed worried. She still thought it would be better if Tsunade became Ethan's Jonin instructor. A 2-person team isn't bad, right? No one to bother us, and we can do whatever we want. Ethan gave her a knowing look, which made her blush. She rolled her eyes at him and focused on her food, not saying another word. Does Minato know about this? I didn't plan on telling Minato. I am afraid he might do something rash. After thinking it over, Ethan decided to keep this from Minato for now. If Minato got carried away and decided to ditch the village's team assignment to join Ethan, it would cause a lot of trouble. Ethan had no way of getting Minato access to the Flying Thunder God technique. To learn that jutsu, Minato would need Jiraiya's help. Given Ethan's sensitive position, no matter how much he contributed, the 3rd Hokage and Danzo would never let him choose a technique from the village's sealed jutsu scrolls. The most likely scenario would be getting some token rewards and being brushed aside. This isn't just baseless suspicion. Throughout the village's history, how many members of the Uchiha clan, despite their contributions, were freely allowed to choose jutsu from the scroll of seals? Ethan could say with confidence, almost none. Maybe Kagami Uchiha was an exception. Even though he wasn't considered a true member of the Uchiha clan, he still had Uchiha blood. The 3rd Hokage and Danzo wouldn't hesitate to guard against him because of that. And now that Ethan had refused the village's team assignment, would the 3rd Hokage still go out of his way to nurture him? It's just not possible. Tsunade hadn't told Minato anything either, probably because she wasn't close to him. Minato wasn't aware that his assignment had already been decided and was still eagerly wondering who he would be teamed up with. His ideal team would be Ethan, Mikoto, and himself. But if that were the case, Kushina would be left out. Ethan, do you think the village will assign us to the same team after graduation? And if they do, what about the extra person? Seriously? You are worried about something that far ahead? We haven't even graduated yet, and you are already thinking about team dynamics. Don't worry, Kushina won't be chosen. The most likely scenario for Kushina is either being held back a year or graduating and then living quietly in the village. After all, she's a Jinchuriki, she can't just leave the village whenever she wants. Why? Will Kushina not be able to graduate? That shouldn't be the case. Even though she's struggled in some subjects, she's been working hard lately. Graduating shouldn't be a problem. Why would she be excluded? Well, there are some things you don't need to know right now. We will talk about it later. Maybe Kushina will tell us herself eventually. Patting Minato on the shoulder, Ethan spoke earnestly, Minato, I know what you are thinking, but it's best if you stay away from Kushina for a while. Otherwise, you might get beaten up. Whether it was fate or not, Minato had gone from being afraid of Kushina to gradually, almost unconsciously, getting closer to her. It was clear he was developing feelings for her. Ahem, no, I am not. You are just making stuff up. Minato's face turned red as he quickly shook his head, denying it. I don't like Kushina at all, definitely not. Yeah, right. Ethan couldn't be bothered to respond. It's practically written on your face, and you are still trying to deny it. By the way, when did the ninjas from the Hidden Cloud Village sneak into Hidden Leaf Village to kidnap Kushina? Those sneaky bastards always like to play dirty. Just as Ethan predicted, Kushina had been in a bad mood lately, a really bad mood. With graduation approaching, Ethan and the others would soon be moving on to the next phase of their lives. But as the Jinchuriki of the Ninetales, she couldn't leave the village so easily. Chapter 18, Refusing the Village's Arrangement. The third Hokage's headache. Kushina was feeling frustrated just thinking about it. And because of that, Minato, who had been trying to get closer to her lately, wasn't spared from her irritation. As graduation approached, even the students who used to skip class and sleep through lectures started working hard. They were all afraid that they might fail the exam and be held back for another year. Especially those who had already been forced to repeat a grade. If they failed the exam again, they might lose their chance to become a ninja for good. The village didn't have the time to keep letting them repeat the same grade over and over. Despite the tense atmosphere, the graduation exams finally arrived. Ethan, however, remained the same as always. He sent a shadow clone to attend classes for him, while he either trained by the river or lazed around at home. Today is the day you all know well. Don't be nervous, when I call your name, step forward for the exam. The graduation exam for regular students wasn't too difficult. The challenge lay in those who applied for early graduation. They needed to pass a real combat test to graduate successfully. I wonder who I will be paired with. I want to be with Ethan. Yeah, right. You think you have a chance? Mikoto Uchiha hasn't even said anything yet. What's up? Hearing the chatter among their classmates, Mikoto Uchiha got both anxious and upset, giving Ethan a little shove. Ethan couldn't help but laugh. Ever since word got out about their request for early graduation, everyone assumed they were in a relationship. Honestly, Ethan was impressed by the kids in the world of shinobi. Especially when it came to emotions, by the age of 4 or 5, they already understood what it meant to like someone. Back in his previous life, 4 or 5-year-olds were still peeing their pants and playing in the mud. Once the exams were over, the 5th-year students began their break. Now, they just had to wait for the village to assign them to squads, receive their headbands, and get their ninja IDs. Then, they would officially become new Gain-in. The other students had all left. It should have been a day for celebration, but the teacher couldn't feel any joy. Because once again, his students were causing trouble. Mikoto Uchiha, Ethan Yagami, are you sure you want to form your own squad instead of letting the village arrange it? If it were just Ethan, the teacher wouldn't have been too surprised. After all, Ethan Yagami never followed the rules. But for Mikoto Uchiha to go along with it too, this was making his head spin. What were they thinking? Do they realize what kind of dangers they will face without a guiding sensei? I understand what you two are thinking, and I will report this to Lord Hokage. But I hope you both seriously consider this, and don't make the wrong decision because of some early romance. Most students were forced to form their own squads out of necessity. But Ethan and Mikoto? They were volunteering for it. This really shocked the teacher. Putting aside everything else, he hurriedly sent them off and rushed to the Hokage's office. Do you think Lord Hokage will approve? Leaving the Ninja Academy, Mikoto couldn't help but worry about the decision. I don't know, maybe he will, maybe he won't. But he will definitely be surprised. Ethan couldn't help but chuckle at the thought of the third Hokage's reaction. Sensei, just leave things like this to Orochimaru and Tsunade. I am used to being lazy, and I still need to gather material for my writing. I don't have time to mentor students. The new graduates had all finished. Jiraiya had rushed to the Hokage's office to complain. He didn't want to be a Jonin sensei, it would seriously interfere with his research and writing. Jiraiya also felt that he wasn't cut out to be a teacher. Tsunade has already been assigned. Here, take a look at these students' profiles. If everything checks out. The third Hokage handed the files to Jiraiya, not giving him a chance to refuse. Knock, knock, knock. An urgent knocking interrupted the Hokage's words. Jiraiya sighed and took the files from the Hokage. Only then did the third Hokage smile and say, "Come in. Lord Hokage, I have something important to report." "Ah, it's you, Teacher Aonoyama. Were the graduation exams unsuccessful?" As Hokage and head of the Ninja Academy, The third Hokage paid close attention to the school's teachers. If any of these teachers had important matters, they didn't need to schedule an appointment, they could come directly to him. This showed just how much the third Hokage valued the ninja academy. Teacher Anoyama looked dejected. Jiraiya watched curiously, thinking, did this guy get bullied by his students? Lord Hokage, among the graduates this year, the top student, Ethan Yagami, and the second-place student, Mikoto Uchiha, have requested to form their own squad. They don't want to be separated. PFFT. Hack. Hack. The third Hokage choked on his pipe smoke, while Jiraiya was stunned. These two students sure had guts. This was something even he, Tsunade, and Orochimaru wouldn't dare do. Wait a minute, Ethan Yagami? That name sounded familiar. Where had he heard it before? Cough. 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 Like he was choking on something, the third Hokage's wrinkled old face turned red as he slammed his desk and shouted, ridiculous. The top two students refusing the village's arrangement to form their own squad? If this got out, it would be a laughingstock. It was practically a slap in the face to him, Hiruzen Sarutobi. You can go for now. I will take care of this matter. Yes, Lord Hokage. Relieved, Teacher Anoyama bowed respectfully before leaving the Hokage's office. The hot potato was now out of his hands, he no longer had to worry about it. Jiraiya, how do you think I should handle these two? Don't ask me. Jiraiya shook his head like a rattle, eager to avoid the trouble. The last thing he wanted was to be involved. I will take Minato under my wing, he's a good kid. But when it comes to those connected to the Uchiha, old man, you better handle that yourself. By the way, Ethan Yagami, that name sounds really familiar. Where have I heard it before? Tsunade thinks highly of the kid, but he's got Uchiha blood. Ever since Kagami Uchiha's death, the bridge between the Uchiha clan and the village had been severed. Tsunade's endorsement of Ethan led the third Hokage to consider nurturing the boy. He thought that maybe Ethan could become the next Kagami Uchiha. Plus, Ethan's displayed talent was impressive, he was worth the village's investment. Otherwise, the third Hokage wouldn't have considered entrusting him to Tsunade. Chapter 19, The Uchiha are also Hidden Leaf Village's Uchiha. It was clear that having Ethan as Tsunade's disciple meant he was now aligned with the Hokage's faction. Even though he had Uchiha blood, this alignment would keep him from being fully integrated into the village's power center, but at least he wouldn't face the same prejudice as the rest of the Uchiha. But this carefully laid plan was now being disrupted. One Ethan was enough. Adding Mikoto Uchiha to Tsunade's tutelage might lead the Uchiha to develop certain undesirable thoughts. This was something the third Hokage could not accept. Even if he were willing to overlook it, Denzo, Koharu Udatane, and Hamura Midokado certainly wouldn't agree. I just remembered something, Jiraiya said, clapping his hands. Tsunade mentioned this kid's a great cook. She hasn't stopped talking about it. The third Hokage was speechless. Was the reason Tsunade favored him really just because he was a good cook? Seeing the Hokage deep in thought, Jiraiya decided to make his exit. Old man, you think it over. I am heading out. I will be at the academy tomorrow. Jiraiya figured it was better to get out and look for new inspiration for his writing than to sit around talking to the Hokage. With Tsunade still in the village, he didn't dare go to the bathhouse for fear of getting caught by her. A single punch from her could leave him half dead. The third Hokage nodded, waving his hand to dismiss Jiraiya. Jiraiya shook the papers in his hand before leaping out of the window. Not long after Jiraiya left, someone arrived, just as the third Hokage expected. It was Denzo, the head of Hidden Leaf Village's root. Was Denzo's influence growing too much? There was no hiding anything that happened in the Hokage's office from him. Within 10 minutes, Denzo would surely show up. This made the Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, uncomfortable. The root was a power granted by him, but that didn't mean Denzo had the right to infiltrate those closest to him. Sarutobi, I have always said the Uchiha cannot be trusted. Now that the noose is out, where will you and I hide our faces? The third Hokage shook his head, not wanting to engage in this conversation with Denzo. How's the situation in the Land of Rain? In the past year or two, as the leader of Hidden Rain Village, Hanzo the Salamander, had risen to prominence, the village's actions had become increasingly aggressive. According to intelligence gathered by the Anbu, Hidden Rain Village seemed to be preparing for war. Under Hanzo's leadership, the tiny village was rapidly expanding its military power, increasing both its number of ninjas and overall strength. The destruction of Tsunade village had already caused undercurrents of tension across the shinobi world, which had been peaceful for years. Except for the isolated Land of Water, the frequency of minor conflicts between other nations had been steadily rising. Hanzo hasn't made any rash moves yet, but we need to stay vigilant. If the Land of Rain, under Hanzo's leadership, manages to annex the Land of Grass, it will become another formidable enemy for Hidden Leaf Village. As Hidden Rain Village's strength continued to grow, Hanzo, known as a demigod, would not be content with staying in a harsh, sparsely populated country. War and the invasion of other nations were the only paths for the Land of Rain to grow. And their first target would likely be Hidden Leaf Village's ally, the ever-unstable Land of Grass. The great nations had a tacit agreement that the buffer zones between them should not become too powerful. If the Land of Rain were to initiate a war, they would be playing with fire. Anbu and Root are keeping a close watch on the Land of Rain. If there's any sign of trouble, our spies will bring the information back immediately. Danzo was confident. He believed his arrangements were flawless. It was only a matter of time before Hanzo made his move. Let's hope Hanzo isn't blinded by the lure of war, the third Hokage sighed. Danzo was a hawk, while the third Hokage leaned towards peace. But even as a dove, if the Land of Rain were to invade the Land of Grass or Hidden Leaf Village as territory, he would have no choice but to go to war with them. The conversation had drifted far off course. Annoyed, Danzo furrowed his brow and said coldly, Saratobi, setting aside the Land of Rain for now, you can't just ignore the Uchiha situation. Those two kids even want to reject the village's arrangements. I always knew the Uchiha were inherently wicked. Why don't we just, that's enough, Danzo. The third Hokage couldn't take it anymore. Danzo was going too far. He sternly cut him off. I will take care of these two children. If they truly wish to form a two-person squad, I will approve it. We are all part of Hidden Leaf Village, and the Uchiha are Hidden Leaf Village's Uchiha. Now, go back and keep a close eye on Hidden Rain Village. Don't give them a chance to start a war. But Root is short on manpower. Whether it was the Uchiha or the Land of Rain, they were just excuses. Danzo's ultimate goal was to strengthen Root and expand his power. Even though he had infiltrated Danbu, only Root was truly under his control. His power would continue to grow only by expanding Root. He had already asked to expand Root's ranks several times, but the third Hokage hadn't agreed. The third Hokage believed that in peacetime, with Anbu and Root working together, there was no need for Root to grow any larger. But now that the Land of Rain was starting to show its fangs, with many Anbu sent out on missions, there was a shortage of manpower. Danzo had brought this up at just the right moment, making it difficult for the third Hokage to refuse outright. After some consideration, the Hokage said, I will discuss this with Koharu and Hamura. You may go now. I will be waiting for your decision. Satisfied with the response, Danzo left. As for Ethan and Mikoto, they had already slipped from his mind. To him, they were just two Uchiha brats, not worth his attention. Old man, you wanted to see me? Tsunade arrived, still in her medical garb, fresh from the hospital. This is about Ethan Yagami and Mikoto Uchiha's application, the third Hokage said, handing her the completed paperwork. And you called me over just for this? Chapter 20, Do They Take Me for Rookie? Note, should I call her Snowy or Little White? Here is an example when I name her Snowy. Tsunade took the documents, glanced at them briefly, and then tossed them onto the desk with a casual flick, grumbling, Old man, next time something like this comes up, don't drag me in so suddenly. I have got a surgery scheduled soon. But Ethan Yagami is someone you have taken an interest in, the third Hokage said, watching her closely. Tsunade couldn't help but laugh, more out of frustration than humor. Yes, I am the one who saw potential in him, but it's you who wants him to become the next Kagami Uchiha, isn't it, sensei? The third Hokage didn't like the sound of that. What did she mean by saying it was his idea to mold Ethan into another Kagami Uchiha? Fine, let them form their two-person squad if that's what they want. Honestly, how many graduates get assigned to ideal teams every year anyway? Tsunade continued, walking toward the door without bothering to look back. She waved her hand dismissively, adding, most of them end up having to find a team on their own. This was something only the higher-ups would allow to happen, and no one else dared to question it. But Tsunade wasn't one to hold back. If something bothered her, she was going to say it. Striding out of the room, Tsunade threw out a final piece of advice over her shoulder. Old man, that kid Ethan isn't going to be the next Kagami Uchiha. You would be better off letting him grow at his own pace since he doesn't seem keen on following your plans. Oh, and don't try to saddle me with any more students. I have got plenty to do at the hospital. There's a whole line of people waiting for surgeries. Tsunade's medical ninjutsu was renowned not just in Hidden Leaf Village but throughout the entire shinobi world. As long as she was in the village, there were always plenty of people seeking her help. Even though she had gambled away much of her clan's fortune, if Tsunade just worked a bit more and cut back on her gambling, she would still be well off. But unfortunately, Tsunade couldn't keep her hands off the gambling tables. Since she hadn't taken Ethan under her wing, Tsunade decided to completely give up on the idea of taking on any students. Teaching brats was a hassle. She would rather spend her time at a hospital, where she could at least make some money. What a pain, she thought, running a hand through her hair as she walked away. The thought of the massive gambling debt she still owed made her head ache. And skipping out on it wasn't an option. If her creditors came knocking on the Hokage's door, she would be utterly humiliated. While their peers were still waiting for the village to assign them a Jonin sensei, Ethan and Mikoto were already on their first mission as Geinin. Without a Jonin to guide them and being just a two-person team, the missions available to Ethan and Mikoto were mostly D-rank tasks. Catching stray cats, picking up trash, cleaning public restrooms. Just looking at the list of missions made Ethan dizzy. Some of the tasks were tolerable, but cleaning public restrooms? Seriously? Who came up with these missions? The Hokage's office? Well, in that case, Ethan decided to leave that task for the other teams. For their first mission, Ethan chose to help a farmer drive away some wild animals. Even though it was a D-rank mission, this type of task usually offered higher rewards and more contribution points compared to the average D-rank missions. Plus, it would be a good chance for Mikoto to gain some combat experience, so Ethan quickly accepted the mission. Since the objective was only to drive the animals away and not eliminate them, the mission was ranked as D rank. Had he been required to kill the animals, the mission would have been bumped up to C rank. "Let's go," Ethan said, checking his gear as he and Mikoto registered at the village gate before heading out toward the farm. It was Mikoto's first mission, and she seemed both excited and nervous. After gathering information from the farmer, the two of them entered the nearby forest, where the wild animals had been causing trouble. The mission was simple: drive the animals out of the farm's territory, and the job would be done. If they managed to eliminate the threat entirely, the mission would automatically be upgraded to C rank, earning them the corresponding rewards and contribution points. But Ethan and Mikoto weren't too concerned about the money. As for the contribution points, well, some people valued them like gold, while others didn't see much use in them. For example, Minato's contribution points were sufficient to earn him the Flying Thunder God technique, thanks to Jiraiya's support and the third Hokage's approval. But if you gave the same amount of points to an Uchiha, you would be lucky to get an A-rank jutsu in exchange. Don't think the village is just being biased or targeting you. Be confident, because they absolutely are. Let's split up. You go that way, and I will take this side, Ethan instructed, creating two shadow clones to widen their search area. In the world of shinobi, thanks to chakra and natural energy, many creatures grew to enormous sizes with formidable strength. The giant toads, snakes, and slugs from the three great sage regions were prime examples. Aside from these powerful summoning beasts, some of the other creatures were so strong that even Jonin would have a hard time dealing with them. Snowy, check for any strong chakra signatures in the forest. Master, there's a significant chakra presence to the southeast, Snowy reported. Following Snowy's guidance, Ethan quickly located a tiger nearly the size of a small house. The enormous orange cat seemed completely unaware of Ethan's presence, lounging lazily on the ground in the middle of its meal. Such strong chakra. This should fetch a nice price, Ethan thought, eyeing the giant cat. This was a lucrative opportunity. A beast like this could easily be sold as a summoning creature, something many shinobi would pay handsomely for, especially those who preferred aggressive types. Roar. Ethan's quiet musings woke the giant cat, which rolled over and, spotting him, let out a deafening roar. The trees around them shook as leaves fluttered down from the branches. With another roar, the massive tiger lunged at Ethan. "Do they really think I am just some rookie?" Ethan muttered, easily dodging the tiger's powerful claws and delivering a swift kick to its jaw. Crash. The giant cat's massive body was sent flying, crashing through several trees and tearing up the ground beneath it. Ethan approached cautiously, expecting the beast to make another move, but what he found was rather unexpected. The once ferocious tiger was now curled up on the ground, clutching its head in pain, letting out low, pitiful whimpers as blood dripped from its mouth. It seemed that in the process of Ethan's kick, the tiger had bitten down on its own tongue, causing itself a significant amount of pain. Chapter 21, 300,000 ryo. Not a single coin less. Takuya couldn't help but laugh as he watched the big orange cat curl up in pain, completely losing the will to fight. Is this guy all bark and no bite? No, it wasn't that. It was probably just a fluke. He had just happened to kick the cat's chin, causing it to bite its own tongue. The pain was so intense that it lost the will to fight. It's like when a man gets hit in the you know where. Instant loss of fighting spirit. The only difference here was that the big orange cat had bit its own tongue. All Takuya did was kick its chin. "Takuya, are you okay?" Hearing the commotion and the cat's roar, Mikoto rushed over. By the time she arrived, Takuya had already knocked the big cat out and tied it up with a rope. "No big deal," Takuya said, standing next to the giant, Unconscious orange cat. He patted its back and added, "This must be the culprit that's been attacking the livestock. Our mission reward should go up now, and we could probably sell this guy for a good price too." "That's it?" Mikoto couldn't help but chuckle in disbelief after hearing how the battle went down. She had been looking forward to honing her combat skills and gaining some experience. But Takuya had wrapped things up in just a couple of moves. The fight was straightforward, one kick to the chin, and while the cat was reeling from the pain, he knocked it out cold. Then he tied it up, and that was it. She hadn't even lifted a finger. "Mikoto, you don't have a summoning animal yet, do you? How about making a contract with this guy?" The big orange cat was pretty strong, and since Mikoto didn't have a summoning animal yet, it seemed like a good match. "No, thanks." Mikoto shook her head, glancing at the cat that was the size of a small house. "I'd rather stick with the tradition of our Uchiha clan. Summoning ninja cats makes it easier to buy weapons and tools from them later on." Making a summoning contract with the ninja cats was a tradition in the Uchiha clan. Most of the skilled Uchiha ninjas had contracts with the ninja cats. The ninja cats also provided the Uchiha with various tools and scrolls. As long as you had the money, you could buy whatever you wanted from them, and their prices were often better than what the village's weapon shops offered. "Alright then, let's sell this guy back in Hidden Leaf Village." For a D-rank mission, even with a bonus, the most they could expect was a few thousand ryo. But if they sold this big guy in Hidden Leaf Village, they could easily get 300,000 ryo. Summoning beasts and high-quality chakra weapons always fetched high prices. Dragging the tightly bound orange cat back to Hidden Leaf Village, Takuya and Mikoto drew quite a bit of attention. Many people quickly stepped aside as they passed. "That's one big tiger. Are those two kids from the village? They're really something, catching such a big tiger. Are they taking it back to butcher it for meat? Idiot, a creature like that can be sold as a summoning beast for a lot of money. Is eating all you ever think about?" The murmurs from passers-by made Mikoto feel a bit embarrassed. She hadn't even arrived in time for the battle, and now Takuya was handling the job of dragging the cat back to Hidden Leaf Village. It made her feel like she hadn't done much at all. "Hello, I'm Saniro. Are you planning to sell that summoning beast in Hidden Leaf Village?" The demand for summoning beasts was even greater than Takuya had expected. Before they even reached the village, a ninja returning from a mission spotted the big orange cat, his eyes lighting up as he quickly approached. 300,000 ryo, and it's yours." Takuya hadn't done any research on the price, but he figured 300,000 sounded fair. Anything less, and they wouldn't have a deal. 300,000? Saniro hesitated, then gave a wry smile. "Could you lower the price a bit? I just bought some new tools, so..." "Sorry, but that's the price. If you can't afford it, I'll just take it to the village and sell it there." Good summoning beasts always had buyers, especially among ninjas who had average talent and a low potential for growth. For them, having a strong summoning beast could greatly enhance their combat abilities. And in critical situations, it could even save their lives. Many ninjas like to use their summoning beasts as decoys to help them escape. "I'll take it." Seeing that Takuya was about to walk away with the orange cat, without even attempting to negotiate, Saniro quickly called out. "I'll pay the 300,000 ryo, but I need some time to gather the money. I just got back from a mission, so I'll need a bit to get it together. If I'm holding you up, I can help you bring this guy back to the village." Being a ninja was a dangerous job, but it also paid well. As long as they weren't lazy and kept their spending in check, most ninjas lived comfortably. Even a regular C-rank mission could bring in thousands, if not tens of thousands, of ryo. But being a ninja was also expensive. That's why many ninjas earned a lot, but also spent a lot, often finding themselves with little savings. Usually, a ninja's bank balance was a good indicator of their skill level. The stronger the ninja, the more money they earned. Tsunade was the exception to this rule. Takuya figured there were few ninjas in the entire world who could earn more money than Tsunade but still end up poorer. That's great. Having someone help was a welcome offer for Takuya. It had taken a lot of effort to drag the orange cat all the way from the ranch. "Take a break, kid. I'll handle it from here." Saniro wasn't one to dither. He grabbed the rope and started dragging the cat away. Though he was eager to form a summoning contract with the orange cat right then and there, he hadn't paid for it yet. Takuya wasn't going to allow that. Otherwise, he could have saved the effort of dragging the cat back to Hidden Leaf Village. As they got closer to the village, more and more people started asking about the cat, but Saniro sent them all packing. "This summoning beast is mine. The price is set. You guys can buzz off." Back in Hidden Leaf Village, they made the exchange, money for the cat. While other students were still waiting for the village's squad assignments, Takuya and Mikoto had already earned themselves a hefty sum of pocket money. Chapter 22, Is being a ninja really this profitable? Not having a jonin instructor really has its perks. You can take on missions when you want, rest when you don't, And just stay in the village to train. Easy, breezy. Mikoto needed to head home to check in, so the two of them split up and went their separate ways. Just as Takuya got to his front door, he realized he might be in for some trouble. Because standing right there were Kushina and Minato, both of them eyeing him with obvious displeasure. Kushina looked alright, but Minato's expression was practically screaming, "You tricked me, didn't you? I made a little extra today, how about we go for some barbecue?" Takuya suggested, trying to change the mood. Sure. Kushina immediately agreed, her mind going blank at Takuya's genuine, heartfelt invitation. The words left her mouth before she even realized what she was saying. Once it hit her, though, her face turned bright red as she realized she'd just ditched her team with Minato. Minato rolled his eyes, giving her a look that said, "I knew this would happen." Relying on Kushina to keep Takuya in check was a lost cause. Whenever Takuya was involved, Kushina always ended up siding with him, almost like she couldn't help it. "You've got me beat," Minato thought, slumping his shoulders, his voice tinged with frustration. "You didn't even tell us something this big. If Jiraiya-sensei hadn't mentioned it today, I wouldn't have known you and Mikoto formed a two-person squad." It seemed Jiraiya had already made things official with Minato, taking him on as his student. "I didn't tell you because I didn't want to cause you any unnecessary trouble," Takuya said, his expression turning serious. "Minato, I've always believed that being under Jiraiya-sensei's guidance is a good choice for you. Just make sure you don't pick up any of his bad habits." "Bad habits?" Minato echoed in confusion. "Jiraiya-sensei has bad habits?" Minato had only met Jiraiya that day. They'd spent the morning talking, and it was Jiraiya who had informed him about Takuya and Mikoto's new team. Since it was their first meeting, all Minato knew was that Jiraiya was a disciple of the third Hokage. He was clueless about anything else. But Kushina knew better. Her face, still slightly flushed, suddenly turned serious, her gaze sharpening with suspicion. "What's with that look?" Minato thought, bewildered. "What did I do wrong?" "Nothing, I think. Is this about Jiraiya-sensei?" "Let's walk and talk," Takuya said, draping an arm around Minato's shoulders and leaning in to whisper, "Jiraiya's a bit of a perv. He likes to sneak around and watch girls bathe, using research as an excuse." Minato's eyes widened in shock, and he choked on air, his face turning red as he sputtered and coughed. "Jiraiya-sensei really has a hobby like that?" Minato asked, his voice full of disbelief after he finally regained his breath. "That's not a hobby, it's downright creepy." Takuya couldn't help but swear. Kushina, ever the polite one, kindly reminded him, "Takuya, you're cursing." "That's beside the point," Takuya waved her off, turning back to Minato with a fierce glare. "It's just plain wrong. Imagine if someone was peeping on the women in your family, your girlfriend, or even your future wife while they were bathing. How would you feel?" "I'd kill them on the spot." Minato's fists clenched instinctively. "Wait. But that peeping Tom is my teacher." Minato stammered, struggling for words before finally mumbling, "I guess I'd try to talk Jiraiya-sensei out of it, convince him to stop doing that." Takuya found it utterly revolting that both Jiraiya and the third Hokage had a habit of spying on people while they bathed. Where did they even pick up such a nasty habit? If they wanted to watch, why not just pay for it? There were plenty of places where you could throw down some cash, and they'd cater to your every whim. Why sneak around like a thief? Actually, even thieves had more dignity. "I have to help Jiraiya-sensei see the error of his ways. I can't let him keep doing this." Minato clenched his teeth, determined to help Jiraiya change his ways. Takuya, meanwhile, was wondering if he should stir up some trouble for the third Hokage. Maybe leak his telescope jutsu to the public and see how he likes it when his little secret is out. Peeping under the pretense of monitoring the village? Disgusting. Isn't he worried someone might start spying on his wife? Well, never mind, she's too old for that. The three of them arrived at the barbecue joint. Minato grabbed the menu and ordered just about everything on it, clearly determined to eat Takuya out of house and home. "Takuya, what mission did you and Mikoto take on today?" Kushina asked, her curiosity getting the better of her. With Minato about to start his training with Jiraiya, and Takuya forming a squad with Mikoto, Kushina felt like the odd one out. As a Jinchuriki, she was stuck in the village, unable to go anywhere. Forget forming a team and taking on missions, even getting close to someone meant they'd be put under the watchful eyes of the Anbu. It was a lonely, frustrating existence, something only Kushina could truly understand. That's why she was so eager to hear about the outside world. "We took on a mission to drive away some wild animals," Takuya explained, summarizing the day's events. When he mentioned that he'd easily captured a large orange cat that would make a great summoning beast and sold it for 300,000 ryo, both Minato and Kushina were stunned. Is being a ninja really this profitable? Minato was used to being broke, and Kushina didn't really grasp the concept of money. After all, she owned an entire street in Hidden Leaf Village. She didn't have to lift a finger, just collect her annual dividends, and she'd rake in millions of ryo. So don't worry about saving money tonight. Eat to your heart's content. As it turned out, a barbecue feast didn't cost anywhere near 10,000 ryo. Even with Minato's vow to bankrupt Takuya, by the end of the meal, he was the one leaning against the wall for support. Takuya was genuinely worried that Minato might not even make it home before throwing up everywhere. "Come on, I'll walk you home," Takuya offered. Minato wanted to walk Kushina home, but she wasn't giving him the chance. "Okay." Kushina agreed, happy that Takuya wanted to walk her home. She practically skipped along beside him, chattering away non-stop. It was like she had an endless supply of things to say. Takuya just smiled and nodded every now and then, listening quietly as Kushina vented and chatted. "See you later." After saying goodbye to Takuya, Kushina hummed a little tune as she walked away, clearly in high spirits. "Wow, you looked so down this morning, like the world was ending. Now you're all smiles and even humming a tune. Did seeing your crush make you this happy?" Tsunade teased when she saw Kushina's cheerful demeanor. "Lady Tsunade." Kushina's face turned bright red as she stomped her foot in protest. "There's no crush. Takuya-kun just explained why he didn't tell us about what happened, and that made me feel better. It's not what you think." "Oh, sure. Not a crush, not a crush." Tsunade couldn't help but laugh, teasing Kushina even more, while Kushina, flustered, didn't realize she was being played. She thought Tsunade believed her and skipped off to her room to change clothes. Meanwhile, Tsunade was left rolling on the couch, laughing. "This girl is too cute. Sis, what's so funny?" Chapter 23, Night Watch? Of course, let the Nine Tails handle it. Milwaukee had just returned from a mission, and he was so exhausted that he collapsed onto the couch. He didn't even have the energy to take a bath, all he wanted was to sleep. "Hey sis, did you make any food?" "I'm starving," he called out. "Make food? Are you kidding? When have I ever cooked? Get your lazy self up and go take a bath," Tsunade snapped, grabbing Milwaukee and tossing him toward the bathroom. "After you're done, go buy some food. I'm hungry too." Most siblings had an older sister taking care of her younger brother, but in his case, it was the other way around. "My sister is so harsh," Milwaukee thought, rubbing the sore spot where he'd landed. His exhaustion had suddenly disappeared, replaced by a strong urge to get cleaned up and buy food. Otherwise, knowing Tsunade, he'd be in for another round of scolding. It was a rough life, but there was no one he could complain to since everyone he might talk to was just as scared of Tsunade as he was. The assignment of teams for New Gainin was finally complete, and under the guidance of their assigned Jonin, the squads began taking on missions. There were tasks like catching stray cats, picking up trash, or even helping with farming. The entire mission office was in complete chaos. "Are there no decent missions left?" Mikoto asked, noticing that Takuya had been staring at the mission scrolls for a long time, his frown deepening. "All the good ones are taken," Takuya replied, frustrated. As soon as the new Gainin squads were released, most of the suitable D-rank missions were snatched up. Mikoto peered over his shoulder at the scrolls, her expression turning sour. She didn't want to be stuck with the leftover tasks, especially not something like cleaning toilets. Takuya wasn't thrilled about that either. So, he turned his attention to the C-rank missions. Generally, he and Mikoto were capable of handling those. "Can we take this mission?" Takuya asked, pointing to one of the scrolls. The mission office worker glanced at it and replied, "Your squad can take it, but the client is in a hurry. They need to arrive at the daimyo's residence by noon tomorrow." "Alright, we'll take it," Takuya decided. Since there were no suitable D-rank missions left, he chose a C-rank mission to escort a merchant to the daimyo's residence. The pay for this mission was on the lower end for C-rank tasks, but Takuya didn't care about that. He was more interested in the mission itself. Escorting someone to the daimyo's residence was far better than cleaning toilets or babysitting. After handing over their ninja IDs and accepting the mission, Takuya and Mikoto headed to the village gate to wait for the client. Someone from the mission office would notify the client to meet them there. It didn't take long before the merchant, looking quite flustered, arrived at the gate. Even though Takuya and Mikoto were quite young, the client didn't dare question their abilities. This was Hidden Leaf Village, after all, the strongest of the 5 great shinobi villages and the one with the most mission requests. Another C-rank mission wouldn't make much difference to Hidden Leaf Village, but if a client doubted the abilities of Hidden Leaf Village's ninjas or caused trouble, the village had the right to cancel the mission entirely. And worse, they might even get taken in for questioning by the police force, suspected of being a spy. After completing the necessary paperwork, the 3 of them set out from Hidden Leaf Village, heading toward the daimyo's residence. The merchant wasn't much of a talker, remaining silent throughout the journey, seemingly anxious to get back to the daimyo's residence. Stay alert. We might face some trouble on the road, Takuya whispered to Mikoto when they scouted ahead together. Something about this escort mission felt off. Low pay, a rush job, and the client's anxious demeanor, all signs pointed to trouble. Maybe someone had their eye on him, whether ordinary people or other ninjas. Got it, Mikoto replied, her expression turning serious as she scanned the surroundings for any signs of an ambush. If it had just been Takuya and Mikoto, they could have made it to the daimyo's residence in a day, but with an ordinary person in tow, the journey would take much longer. You should get some rest. I'll take the first watch, Takuya offered when they stopped to camp for the night. Mikoto looked concerned. How about I take the first half of the night? It'll be tough for you to stay up all night, especially since we have to keep moving tomorrow. I'm fine, Takuya said, seizing the moment to pinch Mikoto's cheek playfully, pulling her face into a wide, exaggerated expression. Smack. Ouch. She really hits hard. It turned out you couldn't mess with a girl's face, even if she was still young. Takuya rubbed the back of his hand, which was now red from the slap. Mikoto, despite being teased, didn't resist anymore. She obediently leaped up into a nearby tree, settling down against the trunk to rest. You two look great together, kid. I didn't have such a pretty girlfriend when I was your age, the merchant joked, warming himself by the campfire while reminiscing about his younger days. She's not my girlfriend, Takuya replied with a smile, tossing a few more sticks into the fire. Better get some sleep, old man. We've got an early start tomorrow, and you want to reach the daimyo's residence by noon, right? Yeah, you're right, the merchant muttered, realizing Takuya wasn't in the mood for chatting. With a sigh, he leaned against a nearby rock and closed his eyes. Takuya added a bit more wood to the fire before climbing into a tree some distance from the camp. Then, he summoned Snowy. Snowy, you're on watch duty tonight. If anyone approaches, let me know, no matter their intentions. And if they mean harm, take them out, Takuya instructed. There was no way he was going to stay up all night. That's what Snowy was for. She didn't get out much, so this was the perfect chance for her to stretch her legs. After receiving her orders, Snowy disappeared into the forest, leaving Takuya to rest easy and close his eyes. To be honest, sleeping outdoors was never comfortable. He tossed and turned against the rough tree bark for a while before finally drifting off. The night passed without incident. Nothing happened, which wasn't too surprising since this was peacetime. The Land of Fire was generally peaceful, especially near Hidden Leaf Village. At dawn, the team had a quick meal and continued their journey. Looks like we're in for some trouble, Takuya noted, surprised that the calm night had given way to issues not long after they resumed their journey. Chapter 24, There's a first time for everything, even killing a group of people lay in ambush within the forest along the road ahead. These individuals harbored deep malice toward the team, and as soon as Snowy detected their presence, she immediately informed Takuya. Stop, Takuya commanded, halting both Mikoto and their client. Why are we stopping, young man? The client asked, growing more anxious as they neared the daimyo's residence. He was desperate to reach their destination as soon as possible, but now Takuya was telling them to stop. There's an ambush ahead, Takuya replied, glancing at the client before turning to Mikoto. Mikoto, you take the right side, I'll handle the left. Let's make this quick. Got it. Mikoto responded. The two swiftly split up, dashing into the forest on either side of the road. Facing enemies for the first time, and knowing that a deadly battle was imminent, Mikoto couldn't help but feel nervous. Her tightly clenched kunai, causing her fingers to turn white, betrayed her anxiety. Damn, we've been discovered. It's just two kids protecting that guy, kill them. One of the ambushers shouted when they saw the team split up, with Takuya and Mikoto charging into the forest while the client remained behind. Realizing they had been exposed, the ambushers decided to drop the pretense and leaped out from their hiding spots, drawing their swords as they charged at Takuya. Fire style, fireball jutsu. Takuya quickly formed the necessary hand seals, sending a half-meter-wide fireball hurtling toward the approaching swordsman. Watch out. Run. The swordsman hadn't expected Takuya to disregard any sense of fair play and attack them with a powerful jutsu right from the start. The resulting explosion was intense, accompanied by the anguished cries of those caught in the blast. Takuya waved a hand in front of his face, trying to dispel the strong smell of burnt flesh that now permeated the forest. Ugh, who said the fireball jutsu couldn't kill anyone? Takuya muttered, surveying the aftermath. The area was in ruins, and the ground was littered with charred corpses. The sight left him feeling like he wouldn't want to eat barbecued meat for a while. As for any feelings of nausea, emotional turmoil, or even the urge to vomit, none of that surfaced. A single jutsu had easily dealt with the swordsman, saving Takuya time and effort. The only thing that wasn't quite perfect was that two of them had survived the initial blast and were now writhing on the ground in agony. Takuya shook his head and, with a flick of his wrist, sent two kunai flying to end their suffering. He then sprinted off toward Mikoto's side. Compared to Takuya's overwhelming display of power, Mikoto's battle was far more troublesome. Her skills weren't on the same level as Takuya's, and her nervousness compounded the situation. She hadn't considered that even a basic C-rank jutsu could pose a lethal threat to ordinary swordsmen. The ground around her was littered with bodies, some with their throats slashed by kunai, others with their hearts pierced. In the middle of the forest, Mikoto stood silently, clutching her ninja blade tightly, her head bowed. Blood dripped from the blade, and her clothes were spattered with it as well. "Mikoto," Takuya called as he approached. Mikoto, who had been standing there, gripping the hilt of her sword and saying nothing, finally looked up at him. Her eyes were bright red, each bearing a single spinning tomoe. It was clear that the emotional turmoil from her first kill had triggered the awakening of her Sharingan. So, she awakened her eyes because of her first kill? Takuya thought. At nearly 11 years old, awakening the Sharingan at this age placed Mikoto among the more advanced members of the Uchiha clan. The idea of awakening at 7 or 8 was rare, reserved only for the most exceptional individuals. Most Uchiha typically awaken their Sharingan in their early teens. Takuya, of course, was an exception. His Sharingan awakening had been more of a cheat. "It's over. The enemies are all dead," Takuya said, gently pulling Mikoto into a comforting embrace and patting her back to calm her down. Under his soothing words, Mikoto's emotional storm gradually subsided. "Takuya, my eyes." Mikoto began hesitantly. "That's right, you've awakened your Sharingan. From today on, you're officially Uchiha prodigy," Takuya teased with a light-hearted tone. Mikoto, now more relaxed, smiled faintly. "Let's go. I don't want to stay here with all these corpses around," she said, still shaken from the experience of taking lives for the first time. "Are you two all right?" the client asked, startled by the blood on Mikoto's clothes. He had assumed she must have been injured. "We're fine," Takuya reassured him with a smile. "They were just ordinary swordsmen, they couldn't hurt us. Let's keep moving, old man." The forests around Hidden Leaf Village were home to various animals that would eventually take care of the bodies left behind. As they continued their journey, Takuya explained the side effects of the newly awakened Sharingan to Mikoto. After awakening the Sharingan, it may feel a bit strange at first. If you keep it activated for too long, your eyes might become sore, and your chakra and mental energy will drain faster, Takuya advised her. Despite the ambush, the team successfully reached the daimyo's residence by noon, completing their escort mission. Though the pay for this mission was on the lower end, Takuya felt it was well worth it since Mikoto had awakened her Sharingan. To him, that was far more valuable than any amount of money. Once they returned to the village, Mikoto would begin adapting to her new abilities, and her strength would grow rapidly. Whether it was the single tomoe, the second, or the fully matured 3 tomoe Sharingan, each progression would significantly enhance the power of an Uchiha. And if she were to one day unlock the Mangekyo Sharingan, and then the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, her strength would increase exponentially. The two made their way back to the village at top speed, arriving just before dawn. In the days that followed, Takuya and Mikoto took on missions only intermittently, spacing them out with periods of training and rest. Watching the two of them live this way left Minato feeling envious and slightly panicked. Since becoming Jiraiya's disciple, Minato had found himself with barely any time to rest. Along with his 2 teammates, he was constantly on the move, following Jiraiya on missions across the land. "Jiraiya-sensei, why did the village send us to monitor the movements of the Hidden Rain village?" Minato asked, puzzled by the current mission. "It's supposed to be a time of peace, so why would the village give us a mission that could provoke conflict with another village? To be honest, I have no idea why the old man wants us on this mission either," Jiraiya replied. Minato and his teammates had grown weary of the endless rain and harsh environment of the Hidden Rain village, and Jiraiya was even more fed up. In other countries, there were at least opportunities to explore, to gather inspiration for his writing. But in the Rain village? There was nothing but rain, endless, dreary rain. Gathering inspiration here? Forget it. Why didn't they give this mission to Orochimaru? He's the one who's good at lurking around, Jiraiya thought with a silent grumble. Still, he smiled and explained to Minato, "I think it has to do with the Rain village's ongoing military expansion." "But why?" Minato asked, still not understanding. "Isn't that their own business? What does it have to do with Hidden Leaf Village? Does the Rain village's military buildup mean Hidden Leaf Village has to intervene?" Minato was gifted with great intuition and a sharp sense for battle. Most importantly, he was humble enough to ask questions whenever he was uncertain, a trait Jiraiya greatly appreciated. This was a student worth having, Jiraiya thought. And beyond that, there was the possibility that Minato was the chosen one prophesied by the Toad Sage. Because of this, Jiraiya took special care in teaching Minato, giving him even more attention than he did the other students. Chapter 25, The Call to Arms, The Horns of War. The continuous military expansion of the Land of Rain poses a threat to the surrounding nations, including our own village, Hidden Leaf Village, Jiraiya explained. Imagine what happens when a village's military power reaches its peak. What do you think will happen? War. Minato immediately understood, his realization sending a shiver down his spine. Exactly. War, Jiraiya confirmed with a serious nod. When a village's military strength reaches its limit, and they still seek to grow, there's only one path left: war. They'll launch invasions to seize resources and populations, annexing the lands of other countries to strengthen themselves. The Hidden Rain Village is at that critical point right now, having never experienced war. Minato couldn't fully grasp its brutal realities. But Jiraiya, who had seen it firsthand, knew all too well that once war began, it would engulf the entire ninja world. Lord Jiraiya, one of our squads encountered a unit from the Hidden Rain Village and is requesting immediate reinforcements. A ninja from the Anbu rushed into the cave, breaking the tense conversation. Jiraiya sighed deeply. Trouble had found them once again. The Hidden Rain Village's growing belligerence was becoming more apparent by the day. In response, Hidden Leaf Village had been sending more and more ninjas into the Land of Rain to gather intelligence. This constant probing was only intensifying the friction between the two sides, to the point where skirmishes were breaking out. The Rain Village is flexing its muscles. Hanzo is sending a clear warning to Hidden Leaf Village, Jiraiya said gravely. Based on intelligence from the Anbu, the Root, and our spies, it's clear that under Hanzo's leadership, the Rain Village's strength is now on par with that of the 5 great nations. If war breaks out, the Land of Fire will be the first to suffer its wrath, Jiraiya continued, his tone growing more urgent. I believe we must act to prevent this threat before it escalates. We cannot allow the Rain Village to grow any stronger or to challenge Hidden Leaf Village. Danzo slammed his hand on the table, his voice filled with anger. Hanzo is sending assassins after our Hidden Leaf Village ninjas as a warning. Sarutobi, do you really think Hanzo is willing to sit down and negotiate with us at this point? Hidden Leaf Village's relentless intelligence-gathering efforts seem to have provoked Hanzo, the leader of the Rain Village. Under his orders, Rain Village ninjas began systematically hunting down Hidden Leaf Village's operatives, even ignoring Hidden Leaf Village's requests for peace talks. Are we really heading towards war? And Hidden Leaf Village would be the one initiating it? This was not the outcome the third Hokage wanted. But the situation was growing dire. Last year, the Rain Village had merely shown signs of aggression, possibly eyeing the Land of Grass. As an ally of Hidden Leaf Village, the Land of Grass naturally couldn't be left to fend for itself. When Hidden Leaf Village's Anbu and Root operatives infiltrated the Land of Rain, along with intelligence from their spies, the third Hokage was faced with an unsettling truth: Hanzo wasn't interested in the Land of Grass. His sights were set on the Land of Fire. If Hidden Leaf Village wouldn't allow the Rain Village to touch the Land of Grass, there was no way they would stand by and let Hanzo target the Land of Fire. Does he really think his village is on par with the 5 great nations? This was why Danzo was so furious. Hanzo's actions were a blatant insult. Ignoring Hidden Leaf Village's requests for negotiations was a slap in the face, one that left Hidden Leaf Village's pride deeply wounded. If Hidden Leaf Village declares war on the Rain Village, the flames of conflict will spread across the entire ninja world. Have you all considered the consequences? Danzo's hawkish stance was clear. He believed Hidden Leaf Village should strike first, to prevent the war from reaching the Land of Fire's borders. Koharu Uchiha and Hamura Mitakato, members of Hidden Leaf Village's council, found merit in Danzo's arguments. If Hanzo was foolish enough to provoke Hidden Leaf Village, then they should teach him a lesson. Even if Hidden Leaf Village wanted peace through negotiation, the Rain Village's blatant refusal left them with little choice. Do you think that if Hidden Leaf Village doesn't declare war on the Rain Village, the conflict won't spread to other nations? Danzo scoffed, turning his sharp gaze toward the third Hokage. Sarutobi, don't forget that since the first Shinobi War, all the major villages have recovered their strength. It's not just the Rain Village that's showing signs of aggression, the other villages are ready for war as well. If we don't act, we'll be left on the defensive, taking hits until we're forced to fight back. So, will you choose to strike first, or wait until we've been attacked? The third Hokage frowned deeply, still hesitating to commit to a decision. The prospect of war spiraling out of control weighed heavily on him, as he did not want to see Hidden Leaf Village lose control of the situation. One side pushed for war, while the other advocated for diplomacy. The third Hokage and Danzo were locked in a stalemate. Finally, Koharu Uchiha, one of the village elders, offered her perspective. Sarutobi, even if Hidden Leaf Village doesn't declare war on the Rain Village, we must still prepare for their actions. We cannot allow the flames of war to reach the Land of Fire. I propose that we deploy forces to the border to prevent any surprise attacks from the Rain Village. I agree, Hamura Midikado seconded the proposal. If they weren't going to declare war, they could at least take preemptive measures by stationing ninja forces at the border, ready to fend off any aggression from the Rain village. Humphrey, Danzo grunted, clearly dissatisfied. This was far from the direct assault he wanted. He sought war, not a defensive stance. Reluctantly, the third Hokage made his decision after much deliberation. Very well, issue the call to arms and deploy our forces to the border. Stationing the ninja army at the border would serve as both a provocation and a defense, but it was a safer option than outright declaring war. As soon as the order was issued from the Hokage's office, the announcement spread rapidly throughout Hidden Leaf Village. A call to arms to station ninjas at the front lines. Was this a prelude to war? The entire village was soon abuzz with the looming threat of conflict. It looks like the second shinobi war is about to begin, Takuya remarked as he read the notice. He knew that the war was inevitable. The Rain village's strength at this time was formidable, bolstered by Hanzo's growing ambitions. Any slight provocation could ignite a full-scale war between Hidden Leaf Village and the Rain village. Hidden Leaf Village's actions would not go unnoticed by the other ninja villages, all of which had been biding their time, recuperating from the last war. None of them would miss this opportunity for expansion. In the eyes of many, the Land of Fire was often seen as the nation that always got attacked first, only to respond later. Little did they know that Hidden Leaf Village was the one who would initiate the second shinobi war. The tension of impending war hung heavily over the village, with everyone caught up in discussions about the conflict. As Hidden Leaf Village's forces took up positions at the border, the Rain village reacted even more aggressively. Their own ninja army was deployed to the border, creating a standoff that could only be described as a powder keg waiting to explode. Moreover, the Rain village was fiercely hunting down Hidden Leaf Village ninjas who dared to enter their territory. This crackdown wasn't limited to Hidden Leaf Village, ninja from the Wind and Earth countries were also being targeted. It seemed that Hanzo was determined to turn the Land of Rain into an impenetrable fortress, forbidding the entry of any foreign ninja. This was unprecedented, especially from a smaller village like the Rain village. It wasn't just Hidden Leaf Village that had an issue with the Rain village's actions, even the Sand and Stone villages began to grow irritated with Hanzo's audacity. In the Wind Country, inside the Kazekage's office of the Sand village, the third Kazekage, widely regarded as the strongest of the Kazekage, saw this as a golden opportunity. Chapter 26, The Hidden Rain Village declares war on Hidden Leaf Village. I believe this is an opportunity for our Sand village to emerge from its difficulties. We should lend a hand to Hidden Leaf Village, the third Kazekage stated decisively. Do you mean to provoke a war, Kazekage-sama? Chio, an influential elder of the village, and her brother Ebizo were present at the meeting. The Land of Wind was impoverished, while the neighboring Land of Fire was wealthy. As the leader of the Sand village, the third Kazekage had long dreamed of carving out a piece of that wealth for his own village. Yes, we should instigate a war, but not between the Sand and the Rain villages, between Hidden Leaf Village and the Rain village. Since neither side seemed willing to make the first move, the Kazekage decided to give them a little push. Chio understood the third Kazekage's intention and rose from her seat. In that case, leave this matter to me, she said. Both the Hidden Rain Village and Hidden Leaf Village were already on edge, so sparking a conflict wouldn't be difficult. Then I leave it in your hands, the third Kazekage agreed, nodding his approval. The Hidden Sand Village couldn't afford to remain idle, it desperately needed a war to seize resources from other countries and grow stronger. The daimyo had repeatedly protested the high annual funding allocated to the Sand Village. With limited income sources, maintaining a large number of ninjas was becoming unsustainable. The third Kazekage knew the village was running out of money. The daimyo wouldn't continue to provide funding unless a war broke out, which would force the daimyo to finance the village to protect his own rule. Under Chio's leadership, a group of sand ninjas infiltrated the Land of Rain. The tension between the Hidden Rain and Hidden Leaf Village continued to build, with neither side willing to make the first move. However, in this tense atmosphere, a group of ninjas wearing Hidden Leaf Village headbands began attacking villages within the Land of Rain, leaving a trail of death and destruction. Hidden Leaf Village. Hanzo's fury was ignited when the Anbu delivered this intelligence report to him. Ever since the Rain Village began building up its military strength, Hidden Leaf Village ninjas had been constantly infiltrating the Land of Rain to gather intelligence, forcing Hanzo to launch multiple crackdowns. When Hidden Leaf Village later submitted a request for negotiations, Hanzo had outright ignored it. You send spies into my territory to stir up trouble, and then you want to negotiate? Hanzo thought angrily. What kind of logic is that? Was the Hidden Rain Village supposed to be bullied by Hidden Leaf Village and not allowed to fight back? Refusing to be cowed, Hanzo continued his crackdown on Hidden Leaf Village's spies and ignored their requests for peace talks. After suffering these crackdowns, Hidden Leaf Village had the audacity to station an army on the border. Was this a challenge to the Hidden Rain Village or a direct affront to Hanzo himself? All of Hidden Leaf Village's actions pointed to one thing: they were preparing to go to war with the Rain Village. While both armies were facing off, Hidden Leaf Village ninjas infiltrated the Land of Rain and attacked its villages, finally snapping Hanzo's already taut nerves. The Hidden Rain Village declared war on Hidden Leaf Village. The news spread like wildfire across the entire ninja world, shocking everyone. Since the founding of the 5 great nations, this was the first time a smaller village had dared to declare war on one of them, especially on Hidden Leaf Village, the strongest of the 5. Hidden Leaf Village quickly responded to the Rain Village's declaration. They officially declared war on the Hidden Rain and appointed Danzo as the frontline commander to lead the assault. Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru were all part of the invasion force. Minato, who had been training under Jiraiya for less than a year, was left behind in the village. The war had just begun, and Hidden Leaf Village wasn't desperate enough to send Ganon to the front lines, so Minato remained in the village. With war looming, Hidden Leaf Village's forces swiftly invaded the Land of Rain, turning it into the primary battleground. When the group gathered again, Takuya couldn't help but burst into laughter. "So, your team just disbanded like that?" he asked. "Yeah," Minato replied, nodding reluctantly. Despite his frustration, he couldn't change what had happened. Their team had been dissolved. While carrying out a mission in the Land of Rain, they were ambushed. One of Minato's teammates was severely injured and could no longer continue as a ninja. With Jiraiya off to the front lines, Minato and his remaining teammate were left behind, leading to the dissolution of their team. Minato had never imagined that his team would disband in such a manner. "Ha ha ha. Sorry, I didn't mean to laugh, but I can't believe Jiraiya just left you behind in the village while he went off to the front lines," Takuya said, still chuckling. "Cut it out," Mikoto Uchiha chided, nudging Takuya with her elbow. Minato was clearly upset, and Takuya's laughter wasn't helping. Kushina couldn't help but smile awkwardly. "It's fine, go ahead and laugh. I didn't expect things to turn out this way either," Minato said with a wry smile. He wasn't sure what to do next. Should he try to find a new team to join, or stay in the village to train and improve his skills? Maybe he should pass the Chunin exams first and then head to the battlefield to find his unreliable teacher, Jiraiya. Little did Minato know that while he was left behind in Hidden Leaf Village, his teacher Jiraiya was locked in intense combat with the Rain Village's ninjas. After fighting until the war's end, Jiraiya stayed behind due to a ridiculous prophecy about a savior, dedicating his time to training 3 orphans from the Land of Rain. And Minato? He was left in Hidden Leaf Village for years. Is this what you call a reliable teacher? Takuya thought. This is absolutely ridiculous. Takuya speculated that the reason Minato learned Flying Thunder God technique so early was likely because Jiraiya felt guilty for neglecting him. After the war, Jiraiya probably tried to make it up to Minato by teaching him the technique. Waving his hand to signal that he had stopped laughing, Takuya turned the meat on the grill and asked, "So, what's your plan now? What about you guys?" Minato asked in return. Takuya glanced at Mikoto Uchiha and smiled. "Same as before, train to get stronger, take on a few missions to earn some money, and accumulate enough merit points to exchange for the jutsu I want. That's pretty much it." With the war approaching, the standards for the Chunin exams would be lowered, but Takuya had no interest in participating under such conditions. Passing the exams would mean being sent to the front lines. Is grilled meat not delicious enough, or are the girls not pretty enough? He mused. Why risk my life on the battlefield? And the worst part? Even if you fought with all your might and earned military merits, you might not receive the corresponding rewards. That was the most infuriating thing of all. Don't doubt it, Hiruzen Sarutobi and Danzo are more than capable of pulling such a shameless move, Takuya thought. And Koharu Utatane and Hamura Midokado aren't any better. Count me in. Minato said, seizing the opportunity. Chapter 27, Kushina, do you trust me? Although Minato felt a bit down about his team being disbanded, it didn't take long for him to snap out of it. Why am I even upset? He thought. If Jiraiya-sensei had left him to fend for himself, why not join up with Takuya and the others? Without wasting any time, Minato invited Takuya, Mikoto Uchiha, and Kushina out for some barbecue. As soon as the topic came up, he didn't hesitate to make his position clear. This could actually work out pretty well, he said, a little too eagerly. Kushina hadn't expected Minato to jump at the opportunity so quickly. Takuya hadn't even said whether he was extending the invite, and yet Minato was already on board. Is he that desperate? Kushina shook her head in disbelief. But when she saw the way Minato's expression shifted from a forced smile to one of pure satisfaction, she froze. Did I just imagine that? Or was Minato playing us this whole time? You sly fox, Minato. Takuya teased, giving Minato a playful punch. Using a get-together as an excuse to recruit, huh? Minato laughed as he dodged Takuya's playful jab. Where else am I supposed to go? Jiraiya-sensei's off to the battlefield, and our team's dissolved. I'm not about to join just any team. I've always wanted to team up with you guys anyway. If Takuya hadn't kept his plans under wraps, if Jiraiya hadn't already approached Minato, he probably would have defied the village's orders to join up with Takuya. Spending so much time around Takuya had changed Minato. He was no longer the naive, always thinking of the village type from the original story. He was developing his own thoughts, his own way of doing things, no longer entirely influenced by the will of fire. Mikoto simply smiled, having anticipated Minato's plan all along. It was no secret that Minato enjoyed being around Takuya. The only surprise would have been if he didn't want to join their team. Of the four, Kushina was the only one who had genuinely believed Minato was still upset about his team's disbandment. She couldn't help but feel a little bad for him. Guess I got that wrong. Minato. Kushina's fiery temper flared up, her red hair lifting as if caught in an invisible breeze. Minato nearly dove under the table in sheer terror. In the end, he couldn't avoid a good-natured smack from Kushina. Luckily, it didn't land on his eye, or he'd have been sporting a black eye for days. The more time she spent around Tsunade, the more Kushina seemed to take after her, especially in the way she let loose when someone pushed her buttons. With Minato's team no longer in the picture, and Jiraiya off to the front lines, he was eager to join up with Takuya's group, something Takuya certainly didn't object to. Kushina, how about we go for a walk? Takuya suggested after they finished their barbecue. He motioned for Mikoto and Minato to head out, indicating that he wanted to walk Kushina home and talk to her alone. See you tomorrow, Mikoto said with a smile, waving as she left first. Minato hesitated, but eventually left without saying anything else. As Takuya watched Minato's retreating figure, he noticed how Minato's feelings for Kushina seemed to be deepening. When he glanced back at Kushina, who was now fully focused on him, Takuya couldn't help but wonder if the future of Naruto might be at risk. Takuya, let's sit over there in the park, Kushina suggested excitedly, already making her way toward a nearby bench. Due to the looming threat of war, many outsiders, worried about being caught in the crossfire and deterred by Hidden Leaf Village's strict security, had left the village. Hidden Leaf Village had grown quieter as a result. Even during the day, the park was nearly empty. Because of the war, many Anbu and Root members had been sent to the front lines by Danzo, leaving fewer ninja to watch over Kushina. Only one Anbu member remained, keeping a distant watch. As they sat on the park bench, Takuya made sure the Anbu was far enough away before turning to Kushina. Kushina, do you trust me? He asked seriously. Of course, I do. Kushina blurted out without hesitation. Don't get too worked up, just act normal, Takuya cautioned her, waiting until she calmed down before continuing. Since you trust me, there's something I need to tell you. I know who you really are, your full identity. Kushina's smile froze. It felt as if someone had just hit her over the head with a hammer, leaving her mind reeling. Takuya knows the truth about me? But how? Could it have been Tsunade? It's something I figured out on my own, it has nothing to do with Tsunade, Takuya clarified, noticing the worry in her eyes. Don't worry, I'm not going to distance myself from you just because of that big fox inside you. No matter what, Kushina, you're my friend. That won't ever change. Kushina's eyes filled with tears, and she bit her lip to stop herself from crying. She'd always feared that if Takuya found out who she really was, he'd push her away. So, she'd gone to great lengths to hide it. Every time the Nine-Tails chakra corroded the seal, Kushina suffered through the pain alone. She never dared go near Takuya when it happened, afraid he'd discover the truth. In the end, Takuya had figured it out anyway. But instead of rejecting her, he was accepting her. Don't cry. If you do, that Anbu over there will know something's up. He'll report it to the Hokage, and that'll mean trouble for me, Takuya gently reminded her. I'm not crying, I'm just happy, Kushina insisted, forcing a smile as she quickly wiped away her tears. It took a while for her to regain her composure. Once she did, she looked up at Takuya with curiosity. When did you figure it out? From the start, when you transferred into my class and sat next to me, the smell of that big fox was all over you, Takuya replied with a teasing smile. Grrr. I'm going to eat him. Eat him? That little brat. Came the enraged growl of the Nine-Tails. Whether it was because Kushina was feeling nervous or something else, the seal had loosened slightly, allowing the fox to see what was happening outside. And Takuya's remark had pushed the fox over the edge. Chapter 28, Never rely on others for your safety. So you're saying that Kushina's identity as a Jinchuriki was discovered because she smells like a fox? The Nine-Tails processed this information in its own way. What do foxes smell like? Probably like fox stench. After jumping to that conclusion, the Nine-Tails lost it, roaring furiously that it would devour Takuya. The Nighttail's struggles sent waves of searing heat and sharp pain through Kushina's abdomen, making her wince. "You go ahead and deal with that," Takuya said calmly, recognizing the situation. "I'm not in a rush." "Stupid fox. Calm down." Kushina snapped, her patience wearing thin. "What's your problem anyway? That brat dared to say I stink like a fox. I'll eat him." The Ninetails growled in her mind. "Are you serious right now? Or just plain dumb?" In her mind's eye, Kushina stared incredulously at the raging beast. "When did Takuya ever say you stink? You're just making stuff up, you smelly old fox." "Arg!" The Ninetails howled in frustration. Kushina wasn't having it anymore. She crossed her arms, glaring, as she controlled the adamantine chains, using them like whips to lash at the beast. "I'm going to eat you." "Eat you?" The Ninetails roared in a fury. It had been sealed away for decades, and even Mido Uzumaki hadn't treated it like this. Now Kushina was using her chains to whip it into submission? The Ninetails was livid. Humphrey. Kushina didn't care one bit, using the chains to bind the Ninetails' mouth shut. The beast now resembled a captured crocodile with its snout taped shut. She didn't stop there, though. Kushina bound the Ninetails' front and back paws, pulling its tails higher every time it struggled, until its own tail was nearly over its head. The Ninetails' eyes widened in horror as it realized what was about to happen. To avoid the embarrassment of being stuck with its own tail over its head, it finally gave in. Finally calmed down. Kushina noted that this method was effective against the Ninetails and made a mental note of it before exiting her mind space, feeling quite satisfied. "All done. Let's continue," she said cheerfully, dusting off her hands. "Poor Ninetails," Takuya thought, offering it a silent moment of sympathy before lowering his voice. "Kushina, since the war began, the number of Anbu guarding you has decreased significantly," he said seriously. "You shouldn't move out of the Senju compound anytime soon. Instead, find a way to dig out a secure space beneath your room. When you sleep, leave a shadow clone in your bed and sleep in the hidden space below. Understand?" "What?" Kushina was confused. "Why go to all this trouble just to sleep? Is someone after me? But this is Hidden Leaf Village. Even with Anbu watching, could something really happen here? Remember, never rely on someone else for your safety," Takuya said, his tone grave. "During wartime, many Anbu are sent to the front lines to gather crucial intelligence, leaving fewer to protect the village. If someone targets you, it'll be dangerous. And as for your identity as a Jinchuriki, while it might be hidden from some, it won't escape the notice of spies from other villages. As soon as they realize you're living in the Senju compound and know you're in Uzumaki, they'll figure out you're the new Ninetails Jinchuriki." The identity of Hidden Leaf Village's Jinchuriki wasn't hard to deduce for anyone with half a brain. Uzumaki clan, red hair, massive chakra reserves, those three traits alone were enough to give it away. And with Kushina having been brought to Hidden Leaf Village from Hidden Eddy Village, the secret was bound to get out. Takuya was sure that Kushina's details were already on file in the intelligence offices of other villages. Otherwise, how could you explain how Hidden Cloud's village's forces managed to time their infiltration so perfectly when Hidden Leaf Village was fighting against Hidden Rain Village and Hidden Sand Village? They almost captured Kushina and even made it to the borders of the Land of Fire. If Minato hadn't intervened, Kushina would have either ended up a prisoner in Hidden Cloud's village or had the Ninetails extracted from her, leading to her untimely death. In critical moments like those, neither Anbu nor Root could be relied upon. Hidden Leaf Village's focus on the war with Hidden Rain Village meant the village's defenses were much weaker. If shinobi from other villages managed to infiltrate, Kushina would be in real danger. Strong? Lots of chakra. So what? With a well-laid plan, there are countless ways to subdue you and whisk you away. I understand. I'll prepare everything as you said, Kushina replied, realizing this wasn't a matter to be taken lightly. In Hidden Leaf Village, she might have been restricted in her movements and unable to leave the village, but at least she could live peacefully without anyone openly acknowledging her as a Jinchuriki. No one discriminated against her, thanks in large part to Mido Uzumaki's influence. But if she were captured and taken to another village, there was no doubt she'd be imprisoned, tortured for her Uzumaki bloodline, and left wishing for death. Today's conversation, I won't tell anyone, not even Tsunade. This will be our secret. Kushina said with a playful wink and a sweet smile before Takuya could even caution her. Did she just flirt with me? Man, kids in the shinobi world really are too mature for their age, Takuya thought, feeling a bit flustered. If it had been Mikoto, he might have joked back, but this was Kushina. He knew better than to mess around. Otherwise, the Anbu might just run off to report him right away. Alright, let's get you home so you can start preparing. Better safe than sorry, Takuya said, standing up. Okay, Kushina agreed, standing as well and obediently following Takuya out of the park toward the Senju compound. Though the Senju clan had been largely assimilated into the civilian population, with only the direct descendants of Hashirama Senju remaining, the compound still stood within the village. Unfortunately, no matter how deep the clan's pockets, even they couldn't withstand the extravagance of the great fat sheep of the shinobi world. Within a few years, the entire Senju compound would likely be reduced to just the ancestral home, with the rest being sold off to cover debts. The third Hokage might have helped settle those debts, but it came at the cost of splitting and selling off parts of the compound. But Kushina trusted Takuya completely. She knew he wouldn't lie to her or endanger her, even knowing she was the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. So she followed his instructions without hesitation. Chapter 29, Denzo's Command Fumbles. The battle stalemates. Kushina decided to create a hidden compartment in her bedroom. She dug a passageway downward, leading to a small secret room where she could rest. Every night, she'd sleep there, leaving a shadow clone in her bedroom to maintain appearances. In the land of rain, the downpour continued relentlessly. Hidden Leaf Village and the Hidden Rain Village were locked in fierce combat. Denzo was losing hair by the handful. He had never imagined that under Hanzo's leadership, the Hidden Rain Village would be such a tough nut to crack. The expected swift victory had not materialized. Instead, the Rain Village had managed to bog down Hidden Leaf Village's forces. This was something Denzo hadn't anticipated. And yet, the Hidden Rain had done just that. Once Hidden Leaf Village's forces entered the Land of Rain, the battle turned into a deadlock. The thing causing Denzo the most headaches was Hanzo's poison. Whenever Hanzo appeared, large numbers of Hidden Leaf Village ninjas were poisoned to death. Fortunately, Hidden Leaf Village had Tsunade, who continuously developed antidotes, gradually reducing the casualties. Even so, Hidden Leaf Village couldn't secure a swift victory against the Hidden Rain. The grand battle they had planned for ended up dragging Hidden Leaf Village into a quagmire instead. "What's the status?" Orochimaru asked, his brow furrowed as he gazed out into the rain, pondering how to break the stalemate. Damn it. Denzo's leadership was a disaster. Under his command, wave after wave of Hidden Leaf Village ninjas had been sent to their deaths. But since Denzo was the overall commander, there was nothing Orochimaru could do but swallow his frustration. "I never expected the Hidden Rain Village to be this strong. Looks like the old man was right, letting them grow unchecked has become a real threat," Jiraiya muttered. He no longer had the energy he'd shown when they first arrived on the battlefield. Now he looked worn out, lying lazily on the ground, too tired to move. Tsunade shot him a disdainful glance. "But the intel you gather doesn't match up with the strength the Rain Village is showing." "You can't blame that on me," Jiraiya replied, sitting up and scratching his head, which was caked with mud. "If you've got complaints, take them to our esteemed commander." "That's out of my hands." "But should you be leaving the camp to enter the battlefield?" Tsunade questioned. "What's wrong with that?" Tsunade shot back, crossing her arms and frowning. "I can't stand seeing that old man's face, and I've already developed the antidote for Hanzo's poison. The medics can handle it from here." Tsunade would rather fight on the front lines than stay in camp and look at Denzo's grim face all day. The third Hokage had made a mistake by appointing Denzo as the battlefield commander. Denzo was skilled at plotting and assassinations, but commanding an army? That was a disaster waiting to happen. Orochimaru wasn't happy, Tsunade was fed up, and even Jiraiya, though less vocal about it, was clearly dissatisfied. Still, Jiraiya wasn't one to complain openly, unlike Tsunade, who had both the rank and the attitude to voice her displeasure. "I heard you left your disciple back in the village," Orochimaru suddenly said, looking over at Jiraiya. The grin on Jiraiya's face froze, and he sprang up, shouting, "And who are you to talk? Didn't you leave Nawaki back at camp?" "Hey," Orochimaru chuckled, his voice rasping as he shot Jiraiya a smug look. "Stop laughing, you," Jiraiya began, but suddenly felt a chill down his spine. Something was wrong. Slowly, he turned around to find Tsunade glaring at him, her fist clenched and slowly rising. Not the face. Jiraiya's scream echoed across the battlefield as he was sent flying into a rock, embedding himself so deep that it took several tries to pry him out. While Jiraiya was getting pummeled, Minato had joined Takuya and Mikoto's team, significantly boosting their mission efficiency. With the onset of war, many ninjas were sent to the front lines. The chaos of war also meant more missions flooding into the village. Many ninja teams were overwhelmed, constantly on the move. But Takuya's team remained the same. They occasionally took on missions, but otherwise spent their time resting or training, unlike other teams that were swamped with work. Hokage-sama, these are the applications for the Chunin exams. Due to the war, Hidden Leaf Village had relaxed the requirements for the Chunin exams. Unlike in peacetime, the process was now much simpler and less stringent. At this time, the Chunin exams consisted of only two parts, a written test and a combat test. Passing both would result in a promotion. Leave them here, the third Hokage said. Since the war had begun, he had been swamped with work, dealing with one issue after another, all of which required his personal attention. The Hokage's office had practically become the third Hokage's home, where he ate and slept. After finishing the paperwork on his desk, he sighed in relief and began reviewing the Chunin exam applications. He scrutinized each one carefully, stamping them as he went. Jiraiya went to the front lines, but it seems Minato stayed behind in the village, the third Hokage mused as he came across Minato's file. Remembering that Jiraiya had specifically asked him to keep an eye on Minato, the Hokage pulled out Minato's records. That's when he noticed that Minato had joined Takuya and Mikoto's two-man team, turning it into a standard three-man Geinin squad. What? The Hokage frowned as he looked at the number of completed missions. Did they forget to add a couple of digits here? Takuya's team had completed only 13 D-rank missions and 28 C-rank missions. Are they sure they didn't miss a digit or two? Takuya's class had been out of the academy for almost a year. Other teams from his graduating class had completed at least 100 D-rank missions, along with numerous C-rank missions. Yet Takuya's team had done so few? Something didn't add up. Investigate Takuya's team's mission history. I want accurate numbers, the Hokage ordered. Yes, Hokage-sama, an Anbu operative replied before vanishing from the office to gather the necessary information. It wasn't long before the data was delivered to the third Hokage. These kids, the Hokage chuckled when he compared the reports. It wasn't a mistake, the records were correct. The reason the mission count was low was that Takuya's team simply hadn't taken on many missions. Chapter 30, the third Hokage's meddling and the forced participation in the exam. While other teams were swamped with missions, Takuya team was the complete opposite. They barely went out a few times a month. Especially after the war broke out, they spent most of their time in the village, training and improving their skills. If this were any other Geinin team, the third Hokage wouldn't have anything to say. In both Hidden Leaf Village and other villages, a significant portion of Geinin were genuinely weak. Many couldn't even perform basic C-rank jutsu. For these Geinin, you couldn't expect too much. But what about Takuya's team? Their strength was clearly above average, yet they seemed disinterested in taking on more missions. It seemed as though they were satisfied as long as they had enough money to get by. They hadn't even applied for the Chunin exams. Other Geinin from their class had already applied for the exams, but Takuya's team showed no interest whatsoever. Was it due to a lack of strength? Obviously not. After pondering the situation, the third Hokage decided to add the names of Takuya, Mikoto, and Minato to the Chunin exam roster himself, passing the list to the Anbu. Next, the Anbu would inform them to show up for the exam on time. The village was in dire need of capable shinobi, and letting three geniuses remain hidden in a Geinin team was simply unacceptable. It was one thing if they didn't take on many missions, but not even participating in the Chunin exams? That wouldn't do. Since they hadn't applied themselves, he would do it for them. Takuya Yagami, please be at the exam site tomorrow morning at 8 a.m. for the Chunin exams, an Anbu operative informed Takuya at his home before disappearing, leaving Takuya standing there, bewildered. Chunin exam? What's going on? Takuya knew that the Chunin exams were coming up, but he hadn't planned on participating. He hadn't even intended for Mikoto to participate. As for Minato, the plan was to wait and let him take the next Chunin exam. This way, with a Chunin on the team, they could start taking on more challenging B-rank missions. That was Takuya's plan. Minato and Mikoto had agreed to it. Although they didn't fully understand why Takuya was against taking the Chunin exams early, since he proposed it, they were fine with going along. He was the captain, after all. Who would have thought an Anbu operative would show up out of nowhere and notify them to participate in the exam? This is nuts. Who signed us up? Minato? Takuya suddenly remembered how Minato had once joked about secretly signing him up to catch him off guard. No, that's not it. Minato wouldn't actually do something like this, Takuya realized. If it wasn't Minato, then who was it? Instinctively, Takuya looked up in the direction of the Hokage's office, and it hit him. Damn it. This wasn't Minato's doing, this had the third Hokage written all over it. Takuya guessed that not only he, but also Minato and Mikoto were now stuck participating in the Chunin exam. There was no getting out of it. To confirm his suspicions, Takuya went to find Minato and Mikoto. Both of them were as confused as he was. When Takuya found them, they still looked bewildered. Minato even thought that Takuya had signed him up as a prank. So, we're participating in the Chunin exam tomorrow because of the Hokage? Mikoto asked, resting her chin on her hand and blinking her big, dark eyes at Takuya. Who else could it be? Takuya replied, exasperated. The third Hokage sure was meddlesome. Not only was he busy with the war, but he still found time to poke his nose into their Geinin team's affairs. Maybe he had too much free time on his hands. Should we go ahead and take the exam, then? Mikoto asked, her small hand resting thoughtfully on her chin. Of course, we have to go. The Hokage had already signed them up, how could they refuse? Takeya was sure that if they tried to cancel their registration, the third Hokage wouldn't allow it. There was no escaping it for the three of them. Let's get ready then. We can't afford to mess this up, Takeya said, deciding to go with the flow. I should go study, Minato sighed. Since Takeya had planned for them to prepare for the Chunin exam after the new year, Minato hadn't bothered to look at any study material yet. But now, thanks to the third Hokage, Minato realized it was time to do some last-minute cramming. I should prepare too, Mikoto said as she got up to leave. After confirming that the news was real, the three of them returned home to get ready. The next day, Takeya arrived at the exam site bright and early. The area was already crowded with participants. When Takeya walked onto the field, it felt like a kid stepping into a college exam hall filled with adults. Is this kid really here for the Chunin exams? Maybe he's just here to make up the numbers? Don't be so quick to judge. That's Takeya Yagami, he was a prodigy at the academy. You might not have heard much about him recently, but don't underestimate him. Ignoring the murmurs and stares, Takeya walked over to an open spot to wait for Minato and Mikoto. It wasn't long before the two of them arrived at the exam site and joined Takeya. The three of them, standing together at their young age, stood out among the crowd, even though some of their fellow graduates were also taking the exam. But compared to the other participants, they were still very young. As the clock struck 8, the proctors posted a list on the wall, assigning each participant to a different exam room based on their registration number. The three of them were split up into different rooms, but the Chunin exam was not something that would be a problem for them. Unlike the older participants, who had likely failed the exam multiple times and were now sweating bullets, Takeya, Minato, and Mikoto were confident that as long as they performed as usual, they would pass. Compared to the rigorous exam scene in the anime, this one was much more relaxed. Two proctors casually handed out the test papers, warned everyone not to cheat, and then stood at opposite ends of the room, practically blending into the background. Takeya picked up his pen and looked over the exam questions. The first question, if you encounter the following situation, how would you protect yourself while gathering sufficient intelligence? Is this a freebie? Who came up with these questions? They deserve 100 lashes, it's way too easy. The exam room was silent as Takeya quickly filled out the answers. In 30 minutes, his paper was completely filled. Can I help you with something? A proctor asked when he noticed Takeya raising his hand. I'm done, Takeya replied, handing over his completed test paper before getting up to leave the room. Was this kid really just here to take a stroll through the exam? Chapter 31, Early Submission, Confused Proctors. The proctor was taken aback for a moment, staring at the paper in his hand as Takeya already walked out of the exam room. He instinctively raised his hand to call him back but was stopped by his colleague's shake of the head. There was no rule that said you couldn't submit your exam early. As long as you were confident and fast enough, you could hand in your paper once you were done. Glancing over Takeya's paper, the proctor couldn't help but mutter to himself, these kids nowadays are really something. After a quick review, he was surprised to find no mistakes on the paper. And it only took him 30 minutes, how strange. Some of the other participants had barely finished reading the questions in that time and hadn't even started writing yet. Takeya's early submission left the other exam takers stunned, their eyes wide as they watched him leave the room. Inside, they were feeling a mix of disbelief and frustration. I've only just finished reading the questions, and you're already done? Having breezed through the exam, Takeya headed outside to wait for Minato and Mikoto. He was the only one who submitted early, so there he was in the hallway, casually playing with a kunai, training the dexterity of his fingers. Even though he had some powerful tricks up his sleeve, Takeya didn't slack off in his training. In fact, his regimen was stricter than most. What's going on with this kid? The third Hokage, busy with paperwork, suddenly remembered that today was the Chunin exam. So, he picked up his crystal ball to take a look. He wasn't expecting to see Takeya standing alone in the hallway, and the sight immediately unsettled him. He quickly summoned an Anbu operative to get an explanation. The Anbu member arrived in the Hokage's office, kneeling respectfully as he reported, Lord Hokage, Takeya Yagami has already completed his exam. He finished all the questions in just half an hour, handed in his paper, and is now waiting for his teammates outside. Half an hour? You've got to be kidding me. If someone submits their exam that quickly, they're either extremely confident or completely giving up. But does Takeya seem like the type to give up? No, he seemed full of confidence, as if he wasn't there to take an exam but just to make an appearance. For some reason, the third Hokage's blood pressure spiked a little. He felt a strong urge to drag Takeya in and give him a good talking to. You've got talent and strength, So why are you just hanging around the village all the time? Understood. You may go. Once the exams are over, bring their team's papers to me, the Hokage ordered. Yes, Lord Hokage, the Anbu operative replied before retreating. Master, someone's watching, Snowy's voice echoed in Takuya's mind. Without showing any reaction, Takuya continued to play with his kunai, responding mentally, let me know the moment you identify who it is. Someone spying? The only person who would have the time and inclination to do something like this had to be the third Hokage. Why is the Hokage watching me? I'm not exactly a beautiful woman. Isn't he more into watching the hot springs? He should go do that instead of peeping on me. As time slowly passed, the exam eventually came to an end. Minato and Mikoto walked out of their rooms, looking relaxed. It was clear that the test wasn't too difficult for them. Let's go grab some barbecue. We've got the practical exam this afternoon, Takuya suggested. The three of them headed straight for the barbecue restaurant, ordering a decent spread. As they ate, Takuya gave them a heads up. After the exam, we might get assigned some difficult missions or even be sent to the front lines. Since the Hokage was keeping an eye on them, it was unlikely they could continue their laid-back routine in the village. They'd either be given challenging missions or sent to fight in the war. Takuya wanted Minato and Mikoto to be mentally prepared for that. The front lines. Mikoto's usually calm face took on a serious expression. Minato also stopped smiling and looked at Takuya. Are you sure? Pretty sure, Takuya replied with a shrug. Not everyone knew how the third Hokage liked to operate, but Takuya was all too familiar. He was almost certain that their team's easygoing days were numbered. But whether it was a difficult mission or the battlefield, Takuya was confident he could keep the team safe. Worst case, he'd just have Snowy toss out a tailed beast bomb at their enemies. Takuya had a feeling his Sharingan was close to evolving. Once it did, and he unlocked his first special ability, his power would take a significant leap. He'd finally have the strength to truly protect himself. Relax. Have some faith in yourselves. Eat up, you'll need the energy for the practical exam this afternoon. Thanks for the food, Minato and Mikoto said in unison, pressing their hands together before diving into the meal. As for their earlier worries, they had been pretty anxious at first, but after hearing Takuya's reassurances, they relaxed. If Takuya said there was nothing to worry about, then they believed him. After they had eaten and rested for a bit, the three headed back to check their exam results. Just missed it, so close. Damn it. Failed again? This is too hard. The exam hall was filled with shouts of frustration as many participants vented their disappointment, while those who passed wore relieved smiles. Some gathered in groups, discussing the day's questions. When Takuya's team checked their scores, they saw that all three of them had passed. With that, they left the hall and headed for the training grounds where the practical exam would take place. There sure are a lot of people who passed this time, Minato remarked, a bit surprised. Usually, if half the participants passed the Chunin exam, that was considered good. But today, about 2/3 had made it through. If the practical exam eliminated a few more, there'd still be a good number of new Chunin. Chunin are the main fodder on the battlefield, Takuya thought to himself. During wartime, the difficulty of ninja exams is significantly lowered. The standards for Chunin and special Jonin exams are reduced, only the Jonin exams remain strict, Takuya explained. Well, that's, Minato trailed off, unable to find any humor in the situation. He had figured out why the exams were easier during the war. Noticing Minato's sudden gloom, Mikoto tried to lift his spirits, concerned that it might affect his performance. Minato, it's just the way things are. The wars depleted the village's forces a bit. Lowering the exam standards is the best way to replenish the ranks. Besides, everyone who passes still has the skills of a Chunin. Don't overthink it. If they were too weak, do you think the village would let them pass? Takuya added, giving Minato a light slap on the back of the head. Hey, what was that for? Minato stumbled forward a few steps from the hit. Chapter 32, Real Combat. This kid so fast. Why, Takuya, what are you doing? Minato clutched his head, leaping up high in surprise. Takuya laughed heartily. I'm just trying to cheer you up, you know. You could say thank you, at least. Look, you're all better now, right? Is this your idea of cheering someone up? Minato was at his wit's end. He swore, if only he could beat Takuya, he'd definitely give him a thrashing. The method for the combat exam was straightforward, fight one-on-one against the village's examiners. As long as you could last a certain amount of time against them, you'd pass. And if you were strong enough to defeat an examiner outright, that was also acceptable. The three of them went to draw lots for their turn. Minato was up third, Takuya was 28th, and Mikoto Uchiha was 15th. Contestant number 3, please proceed to examination arena 6. The announcement blared over the loudspeakers, calling out the order of combatants and their respective venues. Good luck, Takuya nudged Minato, rooting for him alongside Mikoto Uchiha. "I'll be back soon," Minato said, flashing a confident smile. Having watched the previous 2 assessments, Minato was confident in his abilities. At Examination Arena 6, the proctoring Jonin said to Minato, "Come on, kid, let's see what you've got. Someone as young as you coming to take the test must be pretty strong." "The uncle seems pretty strong too," Minato responded like an obedient child, his trademark sunny smile on full display. He scratched his head, looking every bit the harmless sunny boy. This guy's in trouble, thinking he can shake Minato with words. He doesn't know who he's dealing with. This is the little son. "Uncle." The Jonin was flabbergasted. He might look a bit rushed, but he's only 18 years old. What's with the uncle nickname? As the Jonin was taken aback, the referee shook his head in disbelief and announced the start of the assessment. No sooner had the referee declared the start than Minato charged forward. "Uh-oh. The crafty kid, I let him get to me. Damn it." The Jonin had planned to use words to fluster Minato, but it was he who ended up distracted. A single uncle hit him harder than any physical attack could. Throwing several shurikens at his opponent, Minato quickly followed up. "This kid's speed is incredible." Whispers of awe spread through the crowd, many feeling embarrassed. Here they were, grown men, unable to keep up with a kid's pace, as if they'd lived their lives for nothing. What they didn't realize was that Minato's most terrifying attribute wasn't his speed but his nerve reaction speed. Many ninjas were faster than Minato, but few could match his reflexes, not even Takuya could, and finding someone comparable to Minato was a challenge. So it could be said that Minato was uniquely gifted, born to master techniques like the Flying Thunder God. "Kid, don't underestimate people," the Jonin yelled, dodging a shuriken from Minato and aiming one right back at him, trying to force a change in his tactics. But what the Jonin didn't expect was the confident smile on Minato's face as his unmatched reflexes let him easily dodge the counterattack. A swift hit to the back of the Jonin's head followed. Thud. It was over. The Jonin's eyes widened as a sharp pain shot through the back of his head, and he fell face down to the ground. A muffled sound, and the loud-mouthed Jonin was down on the ground, with Minato winning effortlessly. It hardly took any effort. Other contestants looked at Minato as if he were a monster. How did he dodge that? It's not scientifically possible. Contestant number 3 wins. The referee hadn't expected the fight to end so quickly. From start to finish, it hadn't even been 20 seconds. Having passed the exam smoothly, Minato ran out, eager to high-five Takuya. But as he raised his hand in excitement, he realized Takuya had no intention of returning the gesture. PFFT, Mikoto Uchiha couldn't help but laugh at the awkward sight of Minato standing there, not knowing where to put his hand. Takuya, arms crossed, glanced at him and shook his head. "You're too old for high-fives. I really want to hit you." "Ha ha ha, okay, I'll stop teasing you," Takuya laughed and finally gave Minato a high-five. Contestant number 15. Aside from Minato, the rest of the assessments proceeded without much noteworthy action. Each one was by the book. The skills of the ninja being assessed were mediocre at best, and the examiners went a bit easy on them. It wasn't long before it was Mikoto Uchiha's turn. "Good luck." Minato waved cheerfully as Mikoto Uchiha, giving a no-problem gesture, entered Examination Arena 3. "A girl from the Uchiha clan, huh?" Noticing the clan emblem on Mikoto Uchiha's clothing, the examining Jonin became cautious. Ninjas from major clans usually had no lack of skill, and he couldn't afford to underestimate Mikoto Uchiha, or he might seriously regret it. The assessment begins. The referee announced the start of the test. Mikoto Uchiha didn't bother hiding her strength. Activating her Sharingan, she charged forward. "Damn. How am I supposed to fight this? I'm just an ordinary Jonin who got dragged in to fill numbers. Does she have to be so serious, using Sharingan and all? This guy's panicking." Takuya knew the moment he saw this that the assessment was over. Despite Mikoto Uchiha's Sharingan being only a single tomoe, the insight it provided, combined with her innate strength, allowed her to easily overpower her opponent, almost as quickly as Minato had. Facing such candidates, the examining Jonin really had bad luck. "I passed." The battle ended easily, and Mikoto Uchiha ran out happily, raising her hand for a high-five. Minato instinctively raised his hand to meet hers, only to find Mikoto Uchiha being swept up and spun around by Takuya, her cheeks flushed as she struggled and pushed him away. "Am I being ignored again? Takuya, are you deliberately opposing me?" The assessments continued. Minato and Mikoto Uchiha's impressive performances had many people whispering, casting frequent glances their way. Contestant number 28, please go to Examination Arena 1 for your assessment. Soon, it was Takuya's turn. Surprisingly, the Jonin assessing Takuya was an attractive young woman, although her looks were average. "Quite the handsome young man. And you're very beautiful, ma'am," Takuya politely complimented her in return. You sure have a way with words, little brother, the examining Jonin revealed a surprised expression, smiling through narrowed eyes. Takuya's words clearly pleased her. What are you two doing? This is supposed to be an assessment. Chapter 33, revealing the double tomoe, shocking the third Hokage. The referee glanced at the two with a puzzled expression and announced loudly, the assessment begins. Little brother, no matter how much you flatter me, I won't go easy on you. The Chunin began to warn Takuya that she wouldn't hold back. But before she could finish her sentence, the smile froze on her face. As soon as the referee declared the start of the match, Takuya activated his Sharingan. I might as well reveal it now, Takuya thought to himself. Before my Sharingan evolves to 3 tomoe, I should let everyone know what I'm capable of. He decided it was time to show that not only had he awakened his Sharingan, but he already possessed the double tomoe. What? The third Hokage, who was watching the match through his crystal ball, shot up from his chair in shock. Mikoto Uchiha had already awakened her Sharingan, which was surprising enough. Given her age, it was impressive but not unheard of. She was a prodigy, after all. But Takuya? He was 2 years younger than Mikoto, and not only had he awakened his Sharingan, but it was already at the double tomoe stage. Am I seeing things? The third Hokage rubbed his eyes vigorously and looked again. No, it was real. Takuya, with Uchiha blood running through his veins, had truly awakened the Sharingan, and it was already at the double tomoe stage. The Hokage didn't bother watching the rest of the assessment, he could already guess the outcome. Takuya would win easily. A strange irritation gnawed at him. Lighting his pipe, he took a few deep drags. Takuya had Uchiha blood, and now he had also awakened the clan's unique Kazekage, the Sharingan. At such a young age, with the double tomoe already developed, the Uchiha clan would be foolish not to try to win Takuya back to their side. No matter how much they might have disliked him in the past, no matter how unsettling they found his striking silver hair, they would certainly try to bring Takuya back into the fold. It was over too quickly. The Chunin who had warned Takuya to be careful hadn't even realized what was happening before she was sent flying by a single kick from him. She crashed into the wall of the exam arena, knocked out cold. Takuya's movements were swift and efficient, without a hint of hesitation. He didn't believe in dragging out a fight when he could end it quickly. This kid sure didn't hold back. One moment he was complimenting someone on their looks, and the next, he was knocking them out cold, regardless of whether they were an older sister figure or not. Takuya, Mikoto and Minato called out as soon as he exited the exam arena. It's nothing. Let's talk when we get back. The assessment was over, and now all they had to do was wait for the village's notification. Soon, they would officially be Chunin. Takuya hadn't mentioned his Sharingan to Minato before. Minato was shocked. He knew that Mikoto had awakened her Sharingan, but he had no idea about Takuya. Takuya revealing it out of nowhere had really caught him off guard. Leaving the now buzzing training grounds, Takuya led Mikoto Uchiha and Minato back home. Once they were seated, Takuya spoke to them both. Actually, according to my plan, I wasn't going to reveal my Sharingan so soon. But the village's mandatory assessment forced my hand. Minato scratched his head, hesitating to speak. He wasn't as naive as he used to be. Through Jiraiya, he had learned about the village's animosity towards the Uchiha, especially from people like Danzo. Fortunately, Danzo was currently on the front lines of battle and wouldn't be returning to the village anytime soon. Takuya got up, opened the fridge, and explained while grabbing drinks, once we took part in the assessment, with our skills, we were bound to pass. Whether it's going to the battlefield or taking on high-risk missions, the Sharingan would have been revealed eventually. So, I figured I might as well reveal it during the assessment. But this means the Uchiha clan will now definitely try to bring me back. No matter how much his hair color bothered them or what past grievances they had, the Uchiha clan would overlook everything to bring Takuya back, once they recognized his talent. Of course. Takuya placed the orange juice on the table, helpfully unscrewing the cap for Mikoto Uchiha and handing it to her. I was cautious before, but now, there's no need. Whether or not to reveal it is no longer important. When you lack the power to protect yourself, it's wise to keep a low profile. But once you have the strength, showing some of your cards can serve as a reminder to others not to treat you like a pushover. If anyone tried anything against him, Takuya wouldn't hesitate to have his little friend, Snowy, put on a fireworks show at their place. A tailed beast bomb display, guaranteed to be spectacular and attention-grabbing, though they probably wouldn't appreciate it. Be it Danzo, the third Hokage, or even the Uchiha clan, if they dared to mess with him, Takuya would send Snowy to light up their homes. And if it came to that, Takuya wouldn't mind becoming a rogue ninja. Should that happen, he'd make sure Snowy came back to visit Hidden Leaf Village from time to time, just to remind them he was still around. Every now and then, He might drop a few tailed beast bombs on Hidden Leaf Village and see how long they could hold out. He could even take Kushina with him. Takuya was confident he could convince Kushina. Not to mention, Kushina already had some ambiguous feelings toward him. If he told her about how Hidden Leaf Village had fueled the destruction of the Uzumaki clan and betrayed them, Kushina might not want to stay in Hidden Leaf Village anymore. Cough, cough. Takuya spoke openly about certain threats, while Mikoto Uchiha remained unfazed, but Minato looked awkward, quickly coughing to cover his discomfort. After all, his teacher Jiraiya was a disciple of the third Hokage. Logically, that put Minato closer to the third Hokage's side, and Takuya's words made him uneasy. Besides, it was better to avoid such discussions. If someone overheard and reported it to the Hokage's office, Takuya could find himself in serious trouble. Minato didn't know Takuya had Snowy as a hidden ace, so he was worried about unnecessary risks. Takuya, not everyone has a negative view of the Uchiha, Minato said gently, choosing his words carefully. And besides, you're not really part of the Uchiha clan, and I'm sure Mikoto won't face any particular targeting either. Targeting someone like Mikoto Uchiha wouldn't make any sense to the higher-ups. It would only deepen the rift between the Uchiha and the village, and it would be shameful if word got out. Besides, the village's issues were with the entire Uchiha clan, not just an individual. Chapter 34, The Uchiha clan's strange behavior. I know, Takuya shrugged, pointing at himself. But the fact that I have Uchiha blood is enough for some people. Whether I return to the Uchiha clan or not doesn't really matter. In fact, not returning might make some people even audacious. Is it really that serious? Minato wasn't sure. But he trusted that Takuya wouldn't be cautious for no reason. There's no such thing as love or hate without cause. Some things are just too complicated to explain. That's all I've got. Once the village sends out the official notification, we'll be a full-fledged Chunin team. We can start taking on higher-ranked missions and won't have to stick to C-rank ones anymore. I'm done talking. Do you guys have anything to add? Takuya asked, looking at Mikoto Uchiha and then at Minato. Mikoto Uchiha smiled and shook her head, indicating she had nothing to add. Takuya's decision was her decision. If you guys have nothing to say, what else could I possibly add? Let's just roll with it. After hanging out with Takuya for so long, Minato had already learned to go with the flow. Is the news true? In the main house of the Uchiha clan, the elderly Uchiha patriarch focused his cloudy eyes on the clan member who had came to report the news. As the future head of the Uchiha clan, Fugaku sat quietly by his side, observing. Yagami Takuya? He remembered that name. As the heir apparent, Fugaku was well informed about the clan's affairs. Yagami Takuya, the last male heir of the Yagami family, his mother was an Uchiha. When Takuya's father died, his mother tried to bring him back to the Uchiha clan. After all, Takuya had Uchiha blood. However, his striking silver hair displeased many clan members, and the two hawkish elders firmly rejected the idea. And so, the matter was dropped. Fugaku recalled the first time he saw Takuya, just a silver-haired little brat. Clan leader, the news is indeed true. Yagami Takuya has our Uchiha blood. It's very pure, and at such a young age, he's already awakened his Sharingan, and it's a double Tomoe. Without a doubt, he's a genius of our Uchiha clan. Judging by his age and his Sharingan, Takuya's bloodline was indeed pure. But with that striking silver hair, Takuya didn't look like he had any Uchiha blood at all. After all, no Uchiha had ever looked like that. Even in cases of intermarriage with other clans, those with unusual hair colors mostly had brown or purple hair. Silver was unheard of, a first for the Uchiha. Not allowing him to return to the clan when he was young, and now trying to win him back. Easier said than done, the Uchiha patriarch said with a raspy voice. He couldn't help but cough, a mocking smile on his wrinkled face. Seeing this, Fugaku quickly helped his father steady his breathing. Father, regardless of the past, he carries our Uchiha blood. Now that he has awakened the Sharingan, we should bring him back. Cough, cough. The Uchiha patriarch waved a dismissive hand as he coughed. After catching his breath, he snorted in displeasure. Let those who opposed it back then go and handle it now. Those who opposed it should go. You all get to play the bad guys, but now you want me to clean up the mess. Not a chance. In the Hokage's office, the third Hokage questioned an Anbu member, any movements from the Uchiha clan? Hokage-sama, the Uchiha clan hasn't sent anyone to seek out Yagami Takuya, the Anbu ninja reported truthfully. No movement at all? Did that old man finally change his ways? The third Hokage found it hard to believe. He was certain that the Uchiha clan had received the news and would try to win Takuya back into their fold. Thank you for your hard work. Take a break. It was strange that the Uchiha hadn't made a move. But the third Hokage had more pressing matters to worry about right now, as long as the Uchiha didn't cause trouble during this time. As for stopping surveillance on the Uchiha clan, that was out of the question. Even if he agreed, Danzo, Koharu Utatane, and Hamura Midakata would never consent. The village's notification came quickly. As expected, the three of them were promoted to Chunin, leaving behind their gain in status. To Takuya's surprise, after their promotion, the village didn't rush to assign them any specific missions. "Let's go have some barbecue. My treat." Upon hearing the news of their promotion, Kushina cheerfully sought them out, suggesting they go out and celebrate. When it came to good food, Kushina always had a special craving for the barbecue from the Akimaki clan. "Won't that be too expensive?" Mikoto Uchiha asked, feeling a bit embarrassed. Kushina had treated them to barbecue not long ago. If she did it again, it would be too much. "Not at all, Mikoto Nei. I have plenty of money. You don't have to worry about making me broke. Eat as much as you want." Hugging Mikoto Uchiha's arm, Kushina walked ahead with her, leaving Takuya and Minato to follow behind. "Why do I feel like Kushina isn't very happy?" Minato leaned closer to Takuya, whispering quietly. "Why don't you ask her and find out?" Takuya replied. "You think I'm falling for that? Are you trying to set me up?" Minato leaped away, holding up his hands, signaling to Takuya that he wasn't going to be fooled. "Trying to trick me? No way. I, Minato, have been burnt too many times. I've learned my lessons well. Your little tricks, Yagami Takuya, won't work on me anymore." I just said it offhandedly. "Do you really have to react that much?" They ordered a pile of meat and some juice. Kushina placed both hands on the table and leaned in, almost knocking heads with Takuya. "What's up?" If he hadn't reacted quickly, they would have ended up bumping foreheads. "Takuya, what do you want for your 9th birthday? Birthday present?" Minato reacted even faster than Takuya, while Mikoto Uchiha tilted her head, thinking it over. Kushina's mention of it reminded her that Takuya was about to turn 9. "What should I get him? I want a gift too. I'm almost 9. Minato tried to hint at Kushina and Mikoto Uchiha with his eyes, but they both completely ignored him. "Minato, is something wrong with your eyes? You've been blinking non-stop," Kushina asked, puzzled. The smile on Minato's face froze. "PFFT." Takuya couldn't help but burst out laughing. Someone wanted a gift so badly that they were practically crossing their eyes from all the blinking, but the others didn't even notice. Patting Minato on the shoulder sympathetically, Takuya thought for a moment and replied, "There's nothing I particularly want." "Really?" Kushina frowned. Without an idea, it was hard to pick out a present. "Well, let's dig in. People in this world are so strange. They all have to announce it before they eat." Too bad Takuya didn't have that habit. Chapter 35, The Sharingan Evolves, Unlocking Exclusive Skills. Unfortunately, Takuya didn't share the custom of announcing the start of a meal. Minato and the others were used to this by now and happily dug into their food. "If the village assigns you tasks, won't you all become quite busy?" Kushina suddenly realized. She preferred the days when Takuya and his friends picked up occasional missions and spent the majority of their time in the village, training, resting, and keeping her company. With Tsunade and Jiraiya at the front lines, Kushina felt a pang of loneliness without familiar faces around. "We'll make time to be with you during our breaks. If we're not in the village, you'll need to focus on strengthening yourself, Kushina." "I'm looking forward to the day you gain your freedom," Takuya reassured her. "What instability in a Jinchuriki? Nonsense. True strength is the key to obtaining what you desire, including freedom. Look at Mito Uzumaki, no one dared to cross her, not only because she was the first Hokage's wife but also due to her formidable power. With enough strength, even a Jinchuriki can demand freedom and dictate their terms in the village. Of course, that's assuming you're not swayed by the will of fire. I'll work hard." Kushina was full of determination, pumping her fists with resolve. She decided to train harder and increase her strength, not just to protect herself and those she cared about, but also to earn the freedom she craved. After a satisfying meal, Takuya felt an itch in his eyes, a sign that his Sharingan was about to evolve. He excused himself to head home early. Seeing Takuya leave, and Kushina looking like she wanted to go shopping with Mikoto, Minato also decided to take his leave. Once Minato was gone, Kushina turned to Mikoto and asked, "Mikoto, does staying together bother you? I just want to know what Takuya likes. The last gift I gave him for his birthday. He didn't seem to like it much." Kushina was frustrated about it. She had racked her brain over Takuya's birthday gift, consulting even Tsunade and Jiraiya for ideas, which led to a whimsical decision to give Takuya an ninja bag filled with money. When Takuya opened his gift, he was utterly shocked. A girl giving him money, was this some kind of sponsorship? Naturally, he couldn't accept the money and even return the ninja tool bag, leaving Kushina dismayed for days, especially since it was Tsunade's idea to give money. Food? Mikoto pondered for a moment after Kushina's question. Meanwhile, as Takeya's discomfort subsided, his eyes adjusted, and a third Tomoe appeared in his Sharingan. The evolution to a 3 Tomoe Sharingan was a milestone that would have made any Uchiha envious. Beyond the evolution of his Sharingan, Takeya unlocked his first exclusive skill, a Genjutsu named Cherry Blossom Fall, humorously dubbed by gamers as the ultimate social death technique. Anyone caught in this Genjutsu would find themselves dancing uncontrollably amidst falling cherry blossoms. The spectacle of an enemy, especially on a battlefield, breaking into an impromptu dance could be both humiliating and strategically disorienting. The worst part? Cherry Blossom Fall was a guaranteed hit unless the target had significant resistance or mental fortitude to ward off Genjutsu. Takeya, who once dreaded unwelcome confrontations with Danzo, now somewhat hoped for an encounter, just to test his new Genjutsu on him. The sight of Danzo, the formidable head of the Foundation, dancing helplessly would certainly be entertaining. Kazekage-sama, this is the latest intelligence from the battlefield in the Land of Rain, an operative reported to the 3rd Kazekage, who accepted the scroll with a stone-faced expression. Thank you. With Hidden Leaf Village heavily engaged in rain and Tsuchi gearing up, should we not consider moving? Pondered the Kazekage, his gaze drifting to the stormy skies outside. If I may, Kazekage-sama, the chief intelligence officer Ebizo interjected, it might be wiser to let Hidden Leaf Village and rain exhaust each other further. The Kazekage knew the precarious financial state of Hidden Sand Village all too well. Lacking economic resources and dependent on the daimyo's funding, which was growing scarce, the village was desperate for a solution that could ensure its survival and independence. The session in the office grew tense as strategies were debated, with each decision bearing the weight of Hidden Sand Village's future. Chapter 36, They made him captain, what more could he want? A few days after passing the Chunin exam, the trio received a notification from the Anbu and headed together to the Hokage's office. The village had a mission for them. I told you, once we became a Chunin team, there's no way the village would just let us sit idle. Minato, don't get too worked up, from now on, you're our team's captain. What? Why? As Minato was pondering what kind of mission the Hokage would assign, he was completely baffled, pointing at himself. He thought his ears were playing tricks on him. Takeya was making him the team captain? Because I see you have an extraordinary talent for martial arts, a crucial position like team captain is tailor-made for you. PFFT, watching Takeya spout nonsense with a straight face, Mikoto Uchiha couldn't help but laugh. Minato, with a full head of frustration, looked at him speechlessly. Do you think I'd believe you? You must be kidding. Cough, cough. Takeya cleared his throat and said, anyway, from now on, you are our team's captain, and you'll handle all our external communications. Minato. I knew it, Takeya, you're up to no good. So, you're just too lazy to deal with negotiations and dumped the captaincy on me. How cruel of you. What if I don't want to do it either? Minato looked hopefully towards Mikoto Uchiha. But when he turned around, he found that Mikoto Uchiha had already moved to Takeya's side, pulling out her homemade lunchbox. The box emitted an enticing aroma of food. The smell of fried pork ribs. Minato's eyes lit up, and he involuntarily swallowed his saliva. Since Takeya wasn't interested in onigiri or sushi, Mikoto Uchiha, who loved cooking, would seek his advice and try out new recipes according to his guidance. Takeya always got to feast on these dishes, while Minato could only tag along for the meal. Go on, if you do well, I'll save you half of the ribs. Perform poorly, and you'll just get the bones. Wait for me. Upon hearing this, Minato sprinted towards the Hokage's office with all his might, disappearing from their sight in the blink of an eye. Sitting on a bench by the road, Mikoto Uchiha tilted her head and asked, Takeya, isn't it a bit mean to trick Minato like this? What's so bad about it? I made him captain, what more could he want? At most, I'll leave him some ribs. Takeya praised as he enjoyed the delicious ribs. Mikoto-ne, your cooking skills are getting better and better. As long as you like it, Mikoto Uchiha, pleased to be appreciated by someone important to her, responded cheerfully, I'll keep trying my best. But is it okay to just let Minato go to the Hokage's office alone? The Anbu had notified their squad to go to the Hokage's office, not just Minato alone. I trust Minato will handle it. Takeya munched on the ribs, uninterested in facing the 3rd Hokage's old face. Nor was he interested in hearing the 3rd Hokage ramble about the village's difficulties and the truths of the Will of Fire. Lord Hokage. After knocking and being permitted to enter, Minato cheerfully walked into the Hokage's office. The 3rd Hokage, who was looking at some documents, looked up and was momentarily stunned. Your team. I remember asking the Anbu to notify Takeya's squad together at the Hokage's office. How come only Minato came? Where are Takeya and Mikoto Uchiha? Ahahaha. Minato laughed awkwardly, scratching his head and quickly explained, Lord Hokage, they were busy, so I came on behalf of the team. If there are any suitable missions, please assign them to our squad. I see. The third Hokage didn't press further and picked up a scroll from the desk, handing it to Minato. Due to the war, the village has accumulated a backlog of commissions and missions. This mission is urgent, so we need your squad to handle it. Takuya's squad won't disappoint you, Lord Hokage. Minato gripped the mission scroll tightly. I believe in you, you can do it, young man. The third Hokage showed a relieved smile. Jiraiya is at the front line, so I'm sorry to burden you during this period. It's alright. Minato felt somewhat embarrassed and instinctively wanted to scratch his head again. But suddenly remembering how many times Takuya had mocked this gesture, he forcibly lowered his raised hand. Well then, I'll take my leave, Lord Hokage. Minato bowed deeply to the third Hokage. The third Hokage smiled, go ahead, child. You all will be the pillars of Hidden Leaf Village's future, leading it forward. Lord Hokage is as approachable as ever. Leaving the Hokage's office, Minato muttered to himself. Every time he saw the third Hokage, he left with a feeling of closeness, always thinking of him as a respectable elder and a strong leader. Lord Hokage, Takuya and Mikoto Uchiha are eating out on the street. Just after Minato left, an Anbu member reported this to the third Hokage. Eating out? Letting Minato come alone to receive the mission? The third Hokage couldn't help but laugh and cry, these kids, well, let them be. The kids are just busy eating, and after all, there's no rule saying that the whole squad must come to receive a mission. Such matters are trivial, and the third Hokage didn't dwell on it further. He just wondered if perhaps he was getting old. Are today's kids developing relationships this quickly? Wait. That's not right. Takuya and Mikoto Uchiha together, and then there's Kushina's vague affection for Takuya. What's all of this? This kid is really popular. The third Hokage couldn't help but reminisce about his own youth, and suddenly his expression turned somewhat unnatural. Takuya, you're too much, eating sneakily. Minato, holding the mission scroll, hurried over and discovered Takuya savoring the ribs with gusto, immediately exploded. He threw the scroll over, and while Takuya caught it, swiftly swiped the lunchbox. Really, was that necessary? Catching the mission scroll, Takuya looked down to see the lunchbox gone. Minato was already on a nearby rooftop, enjoying the meal. Opening the mission scroll, Takuya checked the mission details and frowned. Is the mission troublesome? Mikoto Uchiha leaned over to ask. The mission isn't complicated, but the timing is. The Land of Rivers is not peaceful right now. These damned officials, can't they just stay put in the daimyo's palace during a war? They have to run around the country, going to hot springs in the Land of Rivers. Their ideas are quite unique. It seems that the Sand Village launched a surprise attack on the Fire Nation during Hidden Leaf Village's conflict with the Land of Rain. Saisari's parents were among those who invaded the Fire Nation during that period. Chapter 37, Minato, I've grown up, no one can trick me anymore. Unfortunately, they weren't so lucky. They ran into Tsukumo Hatake, a truly formidable opponent, which cost them their lives. This event also planted the seeds of hatred that would later lead to Saisari's dark transformation and betrayal. Why did Saisari target the third Kazekage? Besides the fact that the third Kazekage was the most suitable candidate to be turned into a puppet, it was also because the war was initiated by him. Saisari's parents were sent to the Land of Fire during this time. With Tsukumo Hatake having committed suicide, Saisari could only take out his anger on the third Kazekage. Looking across the 5 great nations, the position of Kazekage has always been the most pitiful and the most tragic in terms of death. The first and second Kazekages had it relatively easier, but the third was killed by his own village's ninja. The fourth was killed by Orochimaru, and the fifth died miserably after having his tailed beast extracted. It was only thanks to Chio's life-for-life technique that Gaara was revived. When it comes to tragedy, even the Mizukage of the Land of Water can't compete with the Kazekage. There's a chance the Sand Village's forces could invade the Land of Fire at any time, yet at this critical moment, the third Hokage assigns them the mission of escorting some officials from the daimyo's court to go sightseeing in the Land of Rivers. Seriously, what is this, if not a joke? Mikoto Uchiha thought for a moment and said, the Land of Rivers doesn't seem to be caught up in the war. It isn't right now, but who knows what'll happen later. If the war between Hidden Leaf Village and the Land of Wind escalates, small countries like the Land of Rivers will only become battlegrounds. Takuya didn't really know when the Sand Village launched their surprise attack on Hidden Leaf Village. After all, the information available on the First and Second Shinobi Wars was pretty limited. The Second Shinobi War began with the conflict between Hidden Leaf Village and the Hidden Rain Village. Later, the Sand Village launched a surprise attack on the Land of Fire, forcing Hidden Leaf Village to retaliate. After Hidden Leaf Village and the Hidden Rain Village made peace, ending their war, the Hidden Rain Village then declared war on the Sand and Hidden Stone villages. Hidden Leaf Village's forces shifted their focus and invaded the Land of Wind. The Hidden Cloud Village took advantage of the chaos to launch an attack on the Land of Earth. All sides were fighting intensely. That was the course of the Second Shinobi War. But Takuya wasn't exactly clear on the timeline. The war between Hidden Leaf Village and the Hidden Rain Village hadn't lasted too long. Maybe the Sand Village hadn't yet launched their surprise attack on the Land of Fire. I'm probably just overthinking it. Let's get ready. The officials are set to leave tomorrow. Takuya put away the scroll and called up to Minato, who was sitting on the roof. Minato, after you're done eating, wash the lunchbox. We're meeting at the village gate at 7 tomorrow morning. Got it. Minato signaled an okay with his hand before hopping down from the roof. The three then went their separate ways to prepare what they'd need for the journey. Takuya made a special trip to buy 2 brand new mission scrolls, stuffing them with various spices and such. Other travelers get a standard issue storage space, so why didn't I? Looks like I didn't open my cheats wide enough. Takuya felt a little disappointed that the game's inventory didn't carry over. The night passed without incident. The next day, when a massive convoy appeared before them, Minato's eyes widened, and Mikoto Uchiha was equally shocked. Even Takuya, who thought he was prepared, couldn't help but blurt out, "Holy crap." They had expected a simple family trip, but who could have imagined the convoy would be this bloated? If a battle broke out along the way, there's no way the team could protect all these people. Takuya, what should we do? Should we request another team to join us for the escort? Minato was a bit flustered. They had completed escort missions before, but never on this scale. This was no ordinary trip. Even if they were bringing their whole family, it wouldn't be this excessive. No need. Takuya sighed and said with some frustration, in a pinch, just focus on protecting the key people. We don't need to worry about their servants and guards. Watching the convoy busy loading various goods onto the wagons, Minato broke out in a cold sweat. I hope everything goes smoothly. With such a bloated convoy, the pace would definitely be slow. If anything unexpected happened, who knows how chaotic it would get. This wasn't something a 3-man team could easily manage. But since it was a mission assigned by the 3rd Hokage, they couldn't refuse even if they wanted to. The convoy had gathered by 7 in the morning, but it wasn't until close to noon that they finally set off from Hidden Leaf Village towards the Land of Rivers. Honored guests, my master has arranged a carriage for the 3 of you. The journey to the Land of Rivers is long, so traveling by carriage would be more comfortable. As they set off, the accompanying steward approached the trio. Minato instinctively declined, thanks, but we won't need the carriage. If we get tired, we'll just rest on one of the supply wagons. The carriage isn't necessary. With the offer declined, the steward had no choice but to report back. As the convoy of over 100 people busied themselves loading goods onto the wagons, Takuya couldn't help but feel anxious on their behalf. Is this a vacation or a house move? No wonder Hidden Leaf Village's ninjas would run away at the mention of this kind of escort mission. Everyone wanted to avoid it. Anyone would get frustrated following such a slow-moving convoy, barely faster than a turtle. It was close to noon when the convoy finally set out. But barely 2 hours after leaving Hidden Leaf Village, they stopped again. The officials were hungry and wanted to prepare lunch. Seeing the convoy of over 100 people start bustling again, with a few officials leisurely sipping tea in the shade, Minato couldn't hold it in anymore. Takuya, at this rate, when will we ever reach the Land of Rivers? Who knows, Takuya replied, chewing on a piece of grass as he leaned against a tree. He was tempted to find someone and ask when these officials would stop dawdling. The truth was, this escort mission wasn't going to end easily. It might even drag on for over a month. Why don't you go urge them on? Takuya suggested, jumping down from the tree and slinging his arm over Minato's shoulder to drag him aside. No way, you go if you want. I'm not in a hurry. Minato shook his head like a rattle, determined not to be tricked. He'd rather take it slow than stir up trouble. While they didn't need to be overly polite to these people, angering them wouldn't do any good either. After all, they were officials from the daimyo's court, and offending them was as good as offending the daimyo himself. Even if the daimyo of Hidden Leaf Village was just a figurehead. Sigh, Minato, you've grown up. Takuya sighed dramatically. The Minato who used to scratch his head and smile shyly was gone. The current Minato was as sharp as a tack. Is this what happens when you get tricked too many times and finally wise up? Get lost. Minato snapped, flaring up at Takuya's words. Ha ha ha, Takuya laughed, giving him a playful shove. Now go hunt something. Don't you want grilled meat later? Since they didn't touch the food provided by their employers, the 3 had to fend for themselves. I knew it, you just wanted to trick me, Minato grumbled as he leaped into the woods. Soon, he returned with 2 rabbits in hand. Chapter 38, Minato, why does your summoned toad have a tail? The accompanying steward had originally planned to invite Takuya and the others to join them for lunch, but upon seeing the three happily munching on roasted rabbit, he quickly swallowed his words and quietly returned the way he came. Watching the steward's retreating figure, Minato felt a bit puzzled. Is this guy being too friendly with us? Or is it just my imagination? Hey, Takuya, have you noticed that these people are a bit too enthusiastic towards us? Minato nudged Takuya, who was sitting next to him, with his elbow. He recalled that Jiraiya had mentioned that Hidden Leaf Village's relationship with these officials from the daimyo's court wasn't exactly great. Yet here they were, being shown kindness over and over again. It was starting to feel a little unsettling. That's because they think we're worth cozying up to. Or rather, they think you, Minato no Mikaze, are worth cozying up to, Takuya replied casually, biting into his piece of rabbit. Cozying up to me? Minato thought, bewildered. What's so special about me that they'd want to cozy up to? Why? He asked aloud. Because your teacher is Jiraiya, and Jiraiya's teacher is Hiruzen Sarutobi. Does that answer satisfy you? Takuya said, as if it were obvious. Did these officials really think they could fool him? If this had been any other team, those officials would have probably been up in arms by now, maybe even demanding a new escort team. But instead, they were being treated with such goodwill. If that wasn't worth thinking over, what was? Takuya didn't believe for a second that these officials were being nice to them because of Uchiha. No, the real reason for their niceness was Hiruzen Sarutobi, the third Hokage. At this point in time, the legendary Sannin weren't yet famous across the ninja world. Other than Tsunade, known as the Princess of Hidden Leaf Village, both Orochimaru and Jiraiya were merely recognized as geniuses, but their reputations were nowhere near Tsunade's level. However, their teacher was Hiruzen Sarutobi, the third Hokage of Hidden Leaf Village. Tossing the last of his bones into the fire, Takuya continued, don't be fooled by how high and mighty these officials act in the daimyo's court. Once they leave that place, they're nothing. And that includes the daimyo. In other countries, the daimyo is the highest authority. But in the land of fire, a single look from Danzo is enough to make the daimyo tremble in his boots. That's the difference. This is because Hidden Leaf Village isn't highly dependent on the funds provided by the daimyo's court. Even if relations with the daimyo were to break down, Hidden Leaf Village could sustain itself for a short period. But other villages don't have that luxury. That's the disparity. And besides, does the daimyo really dare to cross Hidden Leaf Village? If he did, it wouldn't even take 3 days before other noble families would overthrow him and appoint a new daimyo, who would then scurry off to negotiate with Hidden Leaf Village. SHH. If someone hears you, this could cause problems, Minato whispered urgently, tugging on Takuya's sleeve. Mikoto Uchiha also shot him a warning glance, signaling him to stop talking. Walls have ears, after all. What Takuya said might be true, but such things shouldn't be spoken openly. It could stir up a lot of trouble. Oh, that reminds me. Minato exclaimed, clapping his hands together as he turned to Takuya. I've learned the summoning jutsu that Jiraiya-sensei taught me. Minato's already signed a contract with a summoning animal? That's impressive. Mikoto Uchiha's eyes lit up. She had always wanted to sign a contract with the ninja cats, but hadn't found the right opportunity yet. Of course. Minato couldn't help but puff up with pride at the compliment, a smug smile spreading across his face. He rubbed his thumb under his nose and tilted his head back. You're getting cocky, huh? Just wait till I see your summoning, it's gonna crack me up. Seeing Minato showing off, Takuya smirked. You didn't summon a tadpole, did you? Oh, so you think you're all that, huh? Takuya thought, knowing full well what was coming. He knew Minato inside out, others might not know, but Takuya did. Sure, Minato would one day become a legend, the yellow flash of Hidden Leaf Village, feared by countless enemies. But at this point in time, well, let's just say clumsy might be a kind way to describe him. Especially when it came to the summoning jutsu, he wasn't much better than Naruto in the early episodes. No way. Minato yelped, jumping up like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, his face flushing red with embarrassment. I've already successfully summoned a toad from Mount Mayabaku. Here, I'll show you. With a flurry of hand signs, Minato bit his thumb and slammed his hand onto the ground. Boom. A cloud of smoke erupted from the ground, and both Takuya and Mikoto Uchiha leaned in to see. Mikoto's eyes twitched slightly as she raised a hand to cover her mouth, trying not to laugh. Is this your toad? Takuya thought, staring at the tiny creature. The little toad's 4 legs were flailing in the air, clearly not prepared for the sudden summoning. But that wasn't the best part. The best part was the small tail sticking out from its rear. In other words, this toad hadn't fully matured yet. PFFFT, ha ha ha. Takuya couldn't hold it in any longer. He clutched his stomach, doubling over with laughter. Minato, are you trying to kill me with laughter? This is your toad. How is this possible? I was sure I got it right. Did I use too little chakra? Minato mumbled, dumbfounded. He had been practicing in secret, mainly to avoid being laughed at by Takeya, but it seemed that fate had other plans. Instead of summoning a proper toad, he had brought forth something that wasn't quite a toad yet. Seeing the little toad's cute, wiggling tail, Minato felt an overwhelming urge to bury his face in his hands and cry. Alright, you better head back, Minato said with a sigh, wiping the sweat from his forehead as he sent the confused little toad back to its realm. He had hoped to show off a bit, but instead, his attempt had backfired, turning into a humiliating spectacle. Feeling his pride take a hit, Minato shouted, Takeya, you have a summoning animal too, right? Summon it. I bet it's not any better than mine. It wasn't a secret that Takeya had a summoning animal. Even Mikoto Uchiha knew about it, but neither of them knew what it was since Takeya had never summoned it in front of them. Every time they asked, he would just brush it off with a vague answer. Nice try, but your cheap tricks won't work on me. If I summon mine, I'm afraid it would scare you stiff, Takeya replied, still wiping tears of laughter from his eyes. Ha ha ha. Takeya laughed so hard his stomach hurt, and tears streamed down his face. Mikoto Uchiha was also laughing so hard she could barely breathe. It wasn't that she wanted to laugh, but the tiny, tailed toad that Minato had summoned was just too hilarious. Liar, I don't believe you, Minato grumbled, still trying to provoke Takeya, but it was no use. He had picked the wrong person to mess with. As the convoy continued its journey, Minato remained sullen for the rest of the afternoon, still frustrated by the tailed toad. If circumstances allowed, Takeya was sure Minato would have rushed to Mount Myabaku to demand an explanation. Why was it that every time he tried to summon a toad, he ended up with a tadpole or a toad with a tail? Minato's worries weren't unfounded. The convoy had been traveling all day, yet they hadn't covered even a third of the distance an ordinary person could walk in that time. At this rate, who wouldn't be frustrated? Takeya had to admit, the third Hokage really knew how to push their buttons. Assigning such a mission to a newly promoted Chunin team, seriously? The daytime wasn't too bad, but night was when things got tough. With so many people, the camp took up a large area, and the three of them had to split up to set traps, patrol, and scout for potential threats. Mikoto, you go rest. Minato will take the first watch, and I'll take the second, Takeya said as they settled in for the night. The next day, the convoy continued its slow crawl towards the border of the land of rivers. Takeya, meanwhile, climbed onto a supply wagon to catch some rest, knowing he'd need his strength for the night watch. And so, the convoy inched closer and closer to the border of the land of rivers. At the Fire Country's border outpost, the ninja on duty continued to stand guard. In the dead of night, a large force from the Sand Village, using the cover of darkness, began to silently approach the outpost as they infiltrated the Land of Fire. Chapter 39, The escort team encounters the third Kazekage's ambush squad. Swish, swish, swish. The sound of sand shifting through the night was unmistakable. On the watchtower, a patrolling ninja realized something was wrong. He barely had time to gasp, "What the?" before, thud, a sharp iron spike pierced through his throat and heart. The two bodies crumpled to the ground atop the tower, never having the chance to raise the alarm. In their fading eyes, the reflections of figures wearing the forehead protectors of the Sand Village gleamed ominously. After swiftly dispatching the outpost guards, the weapons made from iron sand returned to the side of the third Kazekage. "Move forward," he commanded, flicking his cloak as he led a large group of sand ninjas deeper into the Land of Fire. "Master, there's a large number of unidentified ninjas approaching from the front," Snowy alerted. Resting with his back against a tree, Takuya snapped awake instantly. The main reason he had taken the night shift was because he had Snowy. With Snowy's powerful sensory abilities, anyone approaching the camp would be detected, especially those harboring ill intentions. Takuya hadn't expected that after 10 grueling days on the road, just as they were about to reach the Land of Rivers, they would run into something like this. Is the Sand Village planning to strike against the Land of Fire? The possibility sent a chill down Takuya's spine, and he quickly roused Minato and Mikoto Uchiha. "SHH." He signaled for silence, then whispered urgently, "Grab those officials and get out of here, now. There's a large number of unidentified ninjas surrounding the camp. They might be enemy forces invading the Land of Fire." "What?" Minato's eyes widened in shock, his sleepiness evaporating instantly. Mikoto Uchiha also jolted awake, and together, they sprinted toward the largest tent in the center of the camp. Out here, in the middle of the Land of Fire, with a large, unidentified force of ninjas closing in, it didn't take a genius to figure out that they were in deep trouble. The best course of action now was to grab the important people and get out, not stick around and try to fend off the enemy. "Let's go." Takuya took the lead, bursting into the tent and knocking out the still drowsy officials. Slinging one over his shoulder, he bolted from the tent. As he ran, He made sure to leave a few parting gifts for the Sand Ninjas. Whether those gifts would actually blow up any unlucky targets depended on fate. Not everyone was as unfortunate as Nawaki, who managed to get blown up right in front of Orochimaru on the battlefield. Something's wrong. The officials have been taken. The sudden actions of Takeya and his team left the guards and attendants in shock. What kind of rescue mission is this? No warning, just grabbing people and running. The officials have been kidnapped by the Hidden Leaf Village ninjas. The guards' shouts quickly spread panic through the camp, waking up those who had been sleeping peacefully. Takeya had anticipated this and quickly shouted back, "The Sand Village is invading the Land of Fire. Run for your lives." What? The Sand Village? They're invading the Land of Fire? The attendants and guards who had been scrambling to rescue their masters were thrown into chaos. Considering that Hidden Leaf Village was already embroiled in a fierce battle with the Rain Village, an invasion during this time wasn't out of the question. As Takeya and his team disappeared into the forest, the camp fell into complete disarray. People screamed and fled in all directions, abandoning the supplies and valuables left behind. "Kazekage-sama, it seems the people in that camp have discovered us. Kill them." The third Kazekage's face darkened. Their discovery was not the outcome he had hoped for. After crossing the border and neutralizing the outpost, the scouts had reported the presence of a large camp ahead. Judging by its size and supplies, it seemed to belong to the daimyo's court. The Kazekage had ordered his forces to encircle the camp and eliminate everyone to prevent news of the Sand Village's invasion from leaking. But before they could close in, the camp had erupted into chaos. Their cover had been blown. Boom. In their panic, some of the guards and attendants stumbled into the traps Takeya had set. The ensuing explosion tore through the already chaotic camp, turning it into a scene of utter pandemonium. As explosions and flames erupted behind them, Takeya's expression grew serious. Minato and Mikoto Uchiha, still in shock, realized that staying to fight was not an option. They had to get back to Hidden Leaf Village and deliver the intel. As for the others in the camp, they would have to fend for themselves. "Master, someone's pursuing us." "You two go ahead. I'll handle the ones chasing us," Takeya said, coming to a halt. He dropped the official he had been carrying and gestured for Minato and Mikoto Uchiha to keep moving. If no one stayed behind to hold off the pursuers, they would soon be overtaken. "Be careful," Minato said, not wasting time on arguments. Mikoto Uchiha also nodded, understanding the gravity of the situation. Takeya was the team leader and their strongest member. It only made sense for him to stay behind and deal with the enemy. Not long after Minato and Mikoto had left, a squad of ninjas arrived at the scene. It was a standard Jonin-led team with 1 Jonin and 3 Chunin, and the Jonin was a well-known puppeteer from the Sand Village. "So, it's just a Hidden Leaf Village brat," the Sand Jonin sneered, maneuvering his puppets closer as he cautiously scanned the area. "You caused all that chaos in the camp, didn't you? How did you even detect us approaching?" There were no other Hidden Leaf Village ninjas around, but the Sand Jonin remained wary, trying to unnerve Takeya with his words. In his experience, a kid this young would be easy to rattle when facing a real threat. "Kid, did your teammates abandon you and run off?" "No, they just didn't need to stick around," Takeya replied calmly. He closed his eyes, and when he reopened them, they glowed with a crimson light. Sharingan. The 4 sand ninjas were taken aback. They hadn't expected this Hidden Leaf Village kid, who looked no older than 10, to be from the Uchiha clan. What the hell, since when did Uchiha start having white-haired kids? And to top it off, this Uchiha kid had the 3 Tomoe Sharingan. When did the Uchiha produce such a prodigy? This isn't good, don't look into his eye. Chapter 40, the third Kazekage gives chase. Before he could even utter the word eyes, the Sand Jonin suddenly felt the world spin around him. In an instant, he found himself in a picturesque place, surrounded by blooming cherry blossoms. The serene setting, coupled with the gentle music that began to play, made him feel an irresistible urge to dance. "Captain." Seeing their captain suddenly freeze and fall silent, the 3 Sand Chunin were dumbstruck. Did the captain get caught in an enemy Genjutsu? Just as they were about to step in and break the spell, their captain suddenly moved. The Jonin, now trapped in the large-scale Sakura Fall Genjutsu, raised one hand in a delicate gesture, placing his other hand on his hip. His feet came together, knees bent, and he began to perform an embarrassingly awkward dance. "Captain." Watching their normally stern and serious leader dancing like that, the 3 Sand Chunin were left utterly speechless. They had never imagined that their strict, no-nonsense captain would ever dance, and certainly not in such a cringe-worthy way. "You wake up the captain, we'll go take down that brat." One of the Chunin began to issue orders, but then he suddenly felt a chilling whisper in his ear. "Trying to take me down, are you?" The ominous crimson of the 3 Tomoe Sharingan glowed in the darkness like the eyes of a demon, the Tomoe slowly spinning. Shung. A ninja blade pierced through his back, slicing cleanly through his heart and out his chest, blood still dripping from the sharp edge. When? Did you all underestimate these eyes? Takuya's figure seemed to materialize like a ghost as he withdrew his blade, swiftly cutting down the other two chunin who were already caught in his Genjutsu. Has it really been so long since the Senninja faced off against an Uchiha Jonin? To be this sluggish? They should have known better. When facing someone from the Uchiha clan, especially one with the 3 Tomoe Sharingan, the best course of action is to run. Pathetic. Takuya finally understood why, later on, Shizue Uchiha and Itachi Uchiha could cut down enemies like it was nothing. With one Genjutsu, their foes were as helpless as lambs to the slaughter. You could even take your time deciding which angle to strike from. No wonder the Uchiha clan dared to claim the title of the strongest clan in the ninja world. They had every right to. Especially after the Senju clan had essentially faded into the general populace, the Uchiha's claim to being the #1 clan was hard to dispute. As for the Hyuga clan, who always seemed to be competing with the Uchiha for that top spot, Takuya just smirked and said nothing. He admitted the Tenseigan was impressive, but the Byakugan, well, it was just okay. Comparing the Byakugan to the Mangekyo Sharingan, or even just the 3 Tomoe Sharingan, wasn't really fair. If anyone in Hidden Leaf Village wanted to argue that the Hyuga were on par with the Uchiha, they were welcome to, but it was better not to take such claims too seriously. Honestly, that was one ugly dance, Takuya muttered, watching the Sand Jonin continue his awkward performance. With a flash of his blade, the Jonin's head was sent flying. Takuya quickly sealed the body in a scroll before slinging the corpse over his shoulder and chasing after Minato and Mikoto. A double-layered Genjutsu had wiped out an entire Jonin-led squad. Even if it was just a standard Jonin squad and not an elite one, this was still an impressive feat for Takuya. Once he brought back the body of the Sand Jonin, he'd earned himself quite a bit of merit and accolades. The Sakura dance of social death was even more effective than he had imagined. The Jonin hadn't even had time to react before he was caught. Takuya had activated his Sharingan with the intent of targeting the 3 Chunin, not the Jonin. One specialized Genjutsu had been enough to deal with the Jonin. Even the Genjutsu control he exerted with his 3 Tomoe Sharingan exceeded his expectations. Maybe I should start focusing more on Genjutsu, Takuya mused to himself. He then thought, Snowy, if anyone approaches, alert me immediately. Got it, master, replied Snowy, the little white fox who had shrunk down to a small size in Takuya's sealed space. Though she appeared lazy, yawning as she lay there, she was actually keeping a close watch on their surroundings. Any sign of an enemy, and she would alert Takuya right away. And if he couldn't react in time, Snowy would jump out of the sealed space and join the fight. Any issues? Takuya soon caught up with Minato and Mikoto, his Shunshin no Jutsu far faster than theirs. No issues, Takuya grinned. Just a squad of Jonin, they were taken care of in no time. When we get back, I'll have racked up quite a bit of merit. But it looks like the 3rd Kazekage might be on our tail, so we'd better pick up the pace, unless you guys want to face off against the so-called strongest Kazekage. I swear, I'm going to kill you. A Jonin squad, taken out in no time? Minato almost choked on his own spit, feeling an overwhelming urge to punch Takuya. Mikoto also looked exasperated, clearly irritated by Takuya's casual boasting. Luckily, Takuya's mention of the 3rd Kazekage startled both of them into picking up speed. No one wanted to stick around to face the man known as the strongest Kazekage. The fact that the 3rd Kazekage wasn't personally chasing them down was already a blessing. They wouldn't dare linger. Seeing the two of them panic and speed up, Takuya couldn't help but chuckle. He wanted to tell them that even if the 3rd Kazekage did catch up, their squad could still retreat safely. But Minato and Mikoto needed to learn not to rely on him for everything. Giving them a bit of a scare was probably a good thing. Humphrey. When he found out the squad he had sent to pursue the enemy had been completely wiped out, the lead Jonin missing, the 3rd Kazekage's expression turned dark and dangerous. The surrounding Senninja held their breaths, terrified of drawing his ire. They had gathered some basic information about the escort squad from the people at the camp. Just 3 kids, and only at Chunin level. Yet a squad led by a Jonin had been wiped out while chasing them down. Anyone would find that hard to swallow. If this information got back to Hidden Leaf Village, the Sand Village's plan to ambush Hidden Leaf Village would be completely ruined. Keep pursuing them. We can't let them get this information back to Hidden Leaf Village. The 3rd Kazekage ordered, as a large cloud of iron sand gathered at his feet, lifting him into the air as he flew in the direction Takuya and the others had fled. Master, someone's chasing us from the sky. Snowy's voice suddenly alerted Takuya. He paused for a moment before continuing to run, calling out to the panting Minato and Mikoto, Hey, did you know the 3rd Kazekage can dance? Huh? Minato nearly tripped over his own feet, almost crashing into a tree. Are you seriously making jokes at a time like this? Who the hell knows if the third Kazekage can dance or not? No one would waste time gathering such useless information. Takuya, that joke wasn't funny, Mikoto said, gasping for breath. She felt like she really needed a break. If they didn't need to explain themselves when they got back to the village, she would have gladly tossed the heavy burden she was carrying to the ground. Why did this guy have to be so heavy? It's killing me. No, I'm serious, because the third Kazekage is here, Takuya said, stopping in his tracks. The third Kazekage? Minato and Mikoto's faces went pale, their sweat-drenched expressions filled with shock. Chapter 41, The Third Kazekage, Do you think you can escape from me? The third Kazekage, known as the strongest Kazekage in the history of the Sand Village, possessed the powerful magnet-style bloodline limit. These were the basic facts they all knew. It wasn't an exaggeration to say he was the strongest ninja in the Sand Village. And now, this strongest ninja was personally hunting them down. It's over. This time, it was truly over. Minato felt his heart sink into the pit of his stomach. Mikoto's lips quivered, her fear palpable. This is so heavy. I swear, if I ever take on another mission like this, I'm not calling myself Takuya Yagami anymore. With a frustrated grunt, Takuya dropped the person he was carrying onto the ground, stretching his stiff neck as he cursed. The third Hokage really is a piece of work, giving us such a crappy mission. Normally, Minato would have stepped in, correcting Takuya and stopping him from speaking ill of the third Hokage. After all, insulting the Hokage was a serious offense. But right now, Minato wasn't in the mood to care. We're about to die anyway. What does it matter if Takuya curses out the entire Hidden Leaf village leadership? Ready to watch the Kazekage dance? Takuya grinned back at the two of them. But neither Minato nor Mikoto could bring themselves to smile. So it really is just 3 kids. Were you the ones who killed Akatsuki? The third Kazekage descended from the sky on a block of condensed iron sand, landing not far from the trio. His gaze scrutinized them with curiosity. We're really done for. It was definitely the third Kazekage. Minato's lips trembled as he said, Takuya, run. I'll hold him off. You have to get the intel back to the village. Run, my ass. Get out of the way. Takuya shoved Minato aside, though he was genuinely touched that Minato was willing to sacrifice himself to save him. But Takuya didn't need Minato to throw his life away. The third Kazekage watched silently as Minato prepared to sacrifice himself. The scene reminded him of his own childhood, back when he had 2 loyal teammates who were ready to lay down their lives for him. There's no need to argue. None of you are getting away, the third Kazekage said, his voice cold and serious. He wasn't one to toy with his enemies, not even when they were just 3 kids. Giving someone hope only to crush it was not something he indulged in. The Kazekage's word sent a chill down Minato and Mikoto's spines. But Takuya seemed unfazed, instead questioning him, is the Kazekage really here, making such a big show of chasing down 3 little chunin all by himself? There's no need for emotional appeals, nor for trying to provoke me. Crossing his arms, the third Kazekage looked at Takuya with cold indifference. You're not going to escape from me. But I will make sure your bodies are returned to Hidden Leaf Village at the appropriate time. Consider it a courtesy from a senior to his juniors. No thanks, I'll pass. Return my body to Hidden Leaf Village? Takuya thought. Who knows how many times you Sand Ninja will dissect it before sending it back. I'd rather avoid that. Oh? The third Kazekage looked at him, surprised. Do you actually think you can escape from me? His gaze, once indifferent, now held a trace of contempt. After a pause, he added, is that even possible? Anything is possible. I hope you enjoy the gift I have for you, Takuya said with a wide grin. Hope your mental strength is up to par, or this could get really embarrassing for you. The fact that Takuya wasn't the least bit afraid, actually laughing, seemed to throw the third Kazekage off. Is this kid insane, or has he just lost it from fear? At that moment, Takuya's eyes flashed red, and the third Kazekage suddenly felt his body being pulled into a picturesque place, surrounded by blooming cherry blossoms. It seems I've fallen into his Genjutsu. The Kazekage remained calm, though he was slightly amazed. A kid like this, able to catch me in a Genjutsu? He wasn't concerned about his safety. He knew he'd break free soon enough. But why do I feel like dancing? What the hell is going on? Outside, Minato and Mikoto saw Takuya's eyes flash crimson. The third Kazekage, in turn, froze as if struck by a paralysis jutsu. But that wasn't all. The formidable third Kazekage began to dance. What the? Is this for real? Am I dreaming? Minato rubbed his eyes, even pinching himself on the leg. The sharp pain that followed made him suck in a breath, confirming that everything was indeed real. He wasn't dreaming. "I told you the third Kazekage could dance, but you didn't believe me," Takuya said with a shrug, tossing a kunai toward the Kazekage. But the iron sand swirling around him blocked it. Too bad. Magnet style that automatically protects its master? Guess it's not exclusive to Gaara after all. Takuya had to hand it to say sorry. The guy had managed to kill the third Kazekage without anyone noticing, probably by using poison. Let's get moving. His magnet style is too good at defense. Taking him down would be tough, and the Sand Village reinforcements will be here soon. Takuya hoisted the man onto his shoulder and started walking away. Still in a daze, Minato and Mikoto quickly followed. They had been certain they were about to die, yet not only were they still alive, they were saved. Takuya had used a single Genjutsu to control the third Kazekage? This is unbelievable. Ridiculous. How did you even do that? Minato and Mikoto stared at Takuya with awe and disbelief. Why can't I break free of this Genjutsu? Trapped in the Genjutsu's world, the third Kazekage tried to dispel it as he normally would, but nothing worked. The worst part was that, under the influence of the falling cherry blossoms and the gentle music, he couldn't help but start dancing. Takuya would have liked to say, magnet style is powerful, but that doesn't mean your mental strength is unbeatable. Regular Genjutsu dispelling methods won't work on Sakura Dance of Social Death. So, you might as well just keep dancing. If only Snowy had reached her second stage of growth, Takuya would have loved to let her blast the Kazekage to bits with a tail beast bomb. Let's see if your iron sand can block that. But since Snowy wasn't fully matured yet, Takuya would keep her a secret for now. Besides, with the Sand Ninja army closing in, Takuya wasn't looking to start any more trouble. So, he made the wise decision to get out of there. Enemies like the third Kazekage are better left to the third Hokage to handle. Let the bigwigs deal with each other, I'm just a kid, after all. Chapter 42, Takuya, how did you do it? Arg. No one knew how much time had passed, but when the third Kazekage finally broke free from the Genjutsu, veins bulged on his forehead as if he was barely containing his rage. Gripping his head, he roared like a wild beast. Even though he managed to escape the Genjutsu, it wasn't without a cost. He had suffered significant mental damage. If it was just about an embarrassing dance, why would so many players keep pouring money into that game to get Sakura Dance of Social Death? This Genjutsu inflicted serious mental damage, almost comparable to Itachi Uchiha's Tsukuyomi if you calculated it in terms of game damage values. Panting heavily, the third Kazekage half-kneeled on the ground, his narrow eyes bloodshot. The constant stabbing pain in his mind nearly made him pass out. That damned brat. I swear I'll kill you. His current state was all Takuya's fault. Although he didn't know Takuya's name, the third Kazekage vowed that if he ever got the chance, he'd kill him first. Not only had he suffered severe mental trauma, but he had been forced to dance. Just thinking about the way he had just danced made him so embarrassed he wanted to dig a hole in the ground and hide in it. This kind of humiliation could never get out, or he'd be socially dead. The strongest Kazekage, brought down by a kid's Genjutsu, then forced into a ridiculous dance. If that gets out, how could I show my face in the shinobi world? Kazekage-sama. Before long, the Sand Village reinforcements arrived. The third Kazekage clutched his head, crouched on his iron sand platform, and flew into the sky, leaving behind only a single order: there's no need to chase those kids any further. Start the operation immediately. We must secure enough resources before Hidden Leaf Village has a chance to react. He didn't want his village's ninja to see him in such a pathetic state, and he wasn't about to send anyone after Takuya. If that brat could use that Genjutsu again, who knows how many Sand Ninja would end up making fools of themselves. They might end up dead just like Akagiri, without even knowing how. The thought of Takuya's kunai nearly reaching him sent a cold sweat down the Kazekage's back. Thank goodness for the Iron Sand's automatic defense. If it weren't for that, I'd be dead. The time it took to break free from the Genjutsu would have been more than enough for Takuya to kill him countless times. Damn it. That brat's Genjutsu. The way to break it was completely backward. With his head feeling like it was about to explode, the third Kazekage sped up, looking for a quiet place to recover. The Kazekage himself couldn't even take them down? And he ordered us to stop chasing them. Those kids must be seriously dangerous. The third Kazekage fled, leaving the remaining Sand Ninja to exchange confused looks, none of them understanding what had just happened. As they kept running, putting as much distance between themselves and the sand forces as possible, Takuya felt that the Kazekage had given up the chase. Let's take a break, he said. Mikoto was at her limit, and Minato wasn't in much better shape. Running wouldn't have been so exhausting if they weren't each lugging around a fat pig from the daimyo's entourage. Honestly, How do these officials manage to get so outrageously fat? Carefully setting his burden down, Minato collapsed onto the ground, breathing heavily. His clothes were soaked with sweat, partly from the run, partly from the sheer terror of being chased by the third Kazekage. It was terrifying. The third Kazekage personally hunting us down. Just thinking about it is horrifying. Thank goodness Takeya was able to defuse the situation, otherwise, my grave would have grass a meter tall by next year. Mikoto wasn't doing much better, sinking to the ground with no energy left to move. Here, drink some water, Takeya offered them a canteen, glancing back in the direction they had come from. It seems the enemy has given up the chase. We've got enough time to make our way back to Hidden Leaf Village at our own pace. I'd love to just get rid of these 3 fat pigs right now. If they weren't our clients, I'd have ditched them ages ago. Takeya, how did you do it? After resting for a bit, Minato and Mikoto had recovered enough to ask the question that had been burning in their minds. Both of them stared at Takeya, as if trying to see through all his secrets. Sitting on the grass, Takeya handed out some spare rations. As he ate, he replied casually, I just did it, that's all. I developed a strong Jutsu, and the third Kazekage was careless enough to fall for it. Careless enough to fall for it? Come on, who are you trying to fool? It was a direct hit, we're not blind. Minato rolled his eyes at Takeya, munching on his rations. Glancing at the unconscious trio on the ground, Takeya said to Minato and Mikoto, I hope you can keep what happened today under wraps. Just tell them we ran into Sand Village enemies, but don't mention anything about the third Kazekage. I won't say a word, Mikoto promised firmly. Even if Takeya hadn't said anything, she wouldn't have told anyone. Unless Takeya brought it up himself, this was staying a secret. Got it? Minato nodded. He wasn't the naive, curious kid he used to be. He understood enough about the darker side of the village to know why Takeya didn't want anyone to know. If the word got out, it wouldn't do Takeya any good. In fact, it would only make certain people more wary of him. They wouldn't believe it was just a Genjutsu, they'd stubbornly insist it was the power of the Sharingan. Especially the ever-suspicious third Hokage and the always paranoid Danzo. Let's go. The sooner we get back to the village, the safer we'll be. The news of the Sand Village's invasion needs to reach Hidden Leaf Village as soon as possible. After a bit more rest, the 3 of them picked up their burdens and continued their journey. Who goes there? As they approached the heart of the Fire Country, they headed straight for a checkpoint. The fastest way to get the message to Hidden Leaf Village was to find the ninja on duty there. They could use messenger hawks to send the news back to the village. Sir. Minato dropped his burden to the ground, raising his hand as he called out, we're from Takeya's team, escorting clients to the Land of Rivers. We encountered a Sand Village strike force on the way. Their army has invaded the Land of Fire. Please send word to the village immediately. What? The on-duty ninja was stunned. 2 of his comrades quickly checked Takeya and his team's identities. Once verified, they attached the message scroll to a messenger hawk and released it into the night sky. Caw. With a loud cry, the hawk spread its wings and flew into the darkness, carrying the urgent message. Rest here for now. If your information is accurate, you'll be heroes of the village. Chapter 43, The Village Erupts. Hidden Leaf Village mobilizes its ninja army against the Sand Village. Seeing that Minato and Mikoto were so exhausted they could barely stand, the sentry ninja quickly brought over water and some rations. The sentry captain, Natsuki Kozu, turned to the 3 and said, I'm Natsuki Kozu, the captain of this outpost. Could you please give us a detailed account of the enemy encounter? We need to relay this information back to the village. No problem, Minato replied after catching his breath. He began recounting the events while Takeya sat off to the side, too tired to bother talking. Truth be told, he was also exhausted, mostly from helping Minato and Mikoto bear the burden along the way. If it weren't for the potential complications, Takeya would have gladly chopped up those 3 dead weights. Why did they have to be so fat? He thought. They can't run, and now we're the ones left dragging them around, nearly killing us in the process. You took out an entire Jonin squad by yourself? The outpost ninja were shocked when they heard that Takeya had single-handedly wiped out a Jonin squad. They eyed him with a mix of disbelief and awe. This is the enemy Jonin's body. It should provide the village with valuable intelligence, Takeya said, producing a sealing scroll. The sentry captain quickly unsealed it, verifying the body's identity. When he saw the face, he confirmed both the identity and the validity of the information. Minato hadn't lied, though the details were a bit off. Indeed, an entire Jonin squad had been annihilated, and it was Takeya who had done it, though the enemy probably had no idea how it happened. Not that it mattered much, even the third Kazekage himself was still puzzled over how he had been caught off guard. Not only had he been injured, but he had also come dangerously close to making a fool of himself. Fortunately, the Sand Village reinforcements had arrived only after he broke free from the Genjutsu. If they had come any sooner, the third Kazekage would have been a laughingstock. The deceased was undoubtedly Akagiri, a jonin from the Sand Village, but how had Takuya managed to kill him? The sentry captain apologized, saying, "I don't mean to doubt you, but I need to verify the truth of this matter. I hope you understand." "I understand, sir," Takuya replied, acknowledging the captain's concerns. Falsely claiming credit for a kill could spell trouble for both Takuya and the captain relaying the intel. Takuya closed his eyes briefly, and when he reopened them, the captain found himself staring into a pair of 3 Tomoe Sharingan. The captain fell silent. This kid so young, could he be a genius from the Uchiha clan? But then again, is he even really an Uchiha? When did the Uchiha start having members with white hair? The 3 Tomoe Sharingan alone was enough to validate everything Takuya claimed. No one would doubt the power of the Sharingan's Genjutsu control, no one in the entire shinobi world. "I'll send this intel and Akagiri's body back to the village immediately." "You've done well, get some rest. The village won't forget your contributions," the captain said. With messenger hawks at their disposal, the intel scroll would reach Hidden Leaf Village in no time. With that, Takuya's team had officially completed their mission, they could finally rest. The 3 daimyo officials they had rescued were overwhelmed with gratitude upon learning that Sand Ninja had surrounded the camp and that Takuya's team had saved them. They were endlessly thankful and showered the team with praise. Ugh! Takuya, finding them annoying, quickly pushed Minato, the team's diplomat, forward to deal with them. Mikoto leaped up to a tree branch, sitting beside Takuya. She turned her head slightly, gazing at his youthful profile with a gentle smile. "Takuya, after this gets out, the Uchiha clan will probably try to persuade you to return to the family," she said. "Just ignore them," Takuya shrugged. "It's not like they can force me to go back and change my name or something. The Uchiha are a ticking time bomb. Anyone who gets involved with them is asking for trouble." Takuya had no interest in getting mixed up with them. Mikoto smiled softly, not pushing the matter further. She respected Takuya's choice. Whether he chose to return to the Uchiha or not, she would firmly stand by his side. The messenger hawk, carrying the intel scroll, flew swiftly back to Hidden Leaf Village, where it was delivered directly to the 3rd Hokage's desk. In an instant, the entire Hokage's office erupted in chaos. Upon receiving the news, Koharu Utatane and Hamura Midokado rushed to the Hokage's office immediately. "Saratobi, is it true? Has the Sand Village really invaded?" For once, Koharu and Hamura, usually composed as elders, were frantic. They didn't even bother knocking, instead barging straight into the office. "The information is accurate, there's no mistake. It seems the 3rd Kazekage himself is leading the attack on the Land of Fire." The 3rd Hokage, his face grim, handed the intel scroll to the 2. "Hokage-sama," one of the Anbu appeared in the office before they could examine the contents of the scroll. He handed the Hokage another freshly retrieved intel scroll. The 3rd Hokage quickly opened it, scanning its contents before standing up in shock. It really is the 3rd Kazekage leading the charge. The body of Akagiri, whom Takuya had killed, had been sent back to Hidden Leaf Village, and the intelligence division had extracted several critical pieces of information from his brain, confirming the 3rd Kazekage's involvement. This. Koharu and Hamura's faces turned pale, their words stumbling. How could he dare? After so many years of peace, the Sand Village had launched a sudden, unprovoked attack on Hidden Leaf Village. Their ninja army had already invaded the Land of Fire. If not for Takuya's team quickly relaying the intel, Hidden Leaf Village would have been completely blindsided. The enemy could have been at their doorstep, and they wouldn't have had a clue. From the intel they had received, it was clear that Takuya's team had performed a great service, especially Takuya. He had killed Akagiri, and the intelligence division had extracted valuable information from his brain. Akagiri's body had arrived just in time. "Calm down," the 3rd Hokage said, frowning slightly at Koharu, who was beginning to panic. "The enemy's already inside the Land of Fire. Panicking now won't help anything. It's better to think of a strategy and figure out how to deal with this imminent threat. Should we negotiate with the Hidden Rain Village?" Hamura suggested. Compared to the Hidden Rain, he was more concerned about the Sand Village. Even if the Hidden Rain's military might had grown, the village was still small. Despite having Hanzo, who was known as a demigod, few took the Hidden Rain seriously. The 5 great nations were still more focused on rivals of equal stature. The Sand Village carried far more weight than the Hidden Rain. "It's difficult," the 3rd Hokage replied. Negotiation was a good idea, but with Hidden Leaf Village and the Hidden Rain currently locked in a stalemate, neither side willing to back down, negotiating now was nearly impossible. They would have to either achieve a decisive victory or wait until the Hidden Rain could no longer sustain the war before negotiations could begin. Rushing to negotiate with Hanzo because of the Sand Village's attack would only result in Hidden Leaf Village being at a disadvantage. That was not an outcome the third Hokage was willing to accept. And with Hanzo on the front lines, he would likely refuse any negotiations. No matter what, we must drive the Sand Village's forces out of the Land of Fire. We can't allow them to plunder our territory. The Sand Village was poor and lacked resources, while the Land of Fire was a prime target. Even if they couldn't seize land, the Sand Village's goal was clearly to plunder as many resources as possible. If their ninja were allowed to rampage through the Land of Fire, the country would be thrown into chaos. The Fire Daimyo wouldn't stand for it. Koharu's words made sense. The third Hokage nodded slightly, agreeing that they should prioritize expelling the Sand Village's forces. Issue a conscription order immediately. We must organize our ninja army and drive the Sand Village out of our territory, no matter the cost. The third Hokage, still in his prime, was a true warrior, not yet the old man who would later be more inclined to negotiate and make concessions. At this moment, his power was at its peak, and his resolve was unwavering. If he said it was time to fight, he meant it, no half measures. "I'll make the preparations," Hamura said, standing to leave. Koharu added, "I'll coordinate with the logistics division to ensure all necessary supplies are ready before the army departs." The third Hokage nodded without expression, his gaze fixed on the intel scroll spread across his desk. The conscription order was issued overnight, sending shockwaves through Hidden Leaf Village. The Sand Village had launched an unprovoked attack, directly invading the Land of Fire. Their army was already within their borders. "This is outrageous." Anger erupted throughout the village, with countless citizens flooding the streets, shouting at the Hokage's office. They demanded that the third Hokage send troops to drive out the Sand Village invaders. With the conscription order in effect, Hidden Leaf Village sprang into action. Ninja from various clans began gathering, joining the army according to the set quotas. Though the village had many civilian ninja, Hidden Leaf Village's true backbone was still the many clans, big and small. These clans were the foundation that allowed Hidden Leaf Village to maintain its position as the leading nation among the 5 great nations. Sometimes, quantity couldn't replace quality. Take the Uchiha, for example, the clan had over 30 jonin. Considering that Hidden Leaf Village had only a few hundred jonin in total, the Uchiha clan alone made up about a tenth of that number. What was even more remarkable was that Uchiha jonin were nearly unbeatable in one-on-one combat against civilian jonin. Except for prodigies like Orochimaru and Jiraiya, of course. Chapter 44, You question me, and you say there's no other meaning? There were not only jonin but also a significant number of chunin and geinin. And that was just within the Uchiha clan. When you factor in the other clans, it's easy to see just how much weight these families carry in Hidden Leaf Village. It's no wonder the third Hokage and Denzo were so bent on weakening the clans. It was a complete brainless move. If they were worried about the clans growing too powerful and threatening their authority, they should have just said so, instead of hiding behind the excuse of fostering civilian ninja. The most ridiculous part? They kept talking about weakening the clans and promoting civilian ninja, but only other clans were weakened while the Shimura and Sarutobi clans grew stronger. That's how we ended up with that infamous scene during the Fourth Great Ninja War, when the Sarutobi clan alone could mobilize thousands of ninja. Thousands of ninja, what kind of concept is that? The entire village of Hidden Leaf Village was in an uproar, but none of that had much to do with Takeya and his team. After resting, the three continued their journey back to Hidden Leaf Village. As for the deadweight daimyo officials, their own people came to escort them back. Even though the escort mission had technically failed, delivering the intel and earning battle merits meant Takeya and his team came out big winners. Takeya's team, please report to the Hokage's office immediately, came the message. As soon as they returned to the village, it was clear that the atmosphere had become much more tense. The scent of war hung even heavier in the air. The moment the three entered the village, an Anbu member appeared, summoning them to the Hokage's office. Dragging their weary bodies, they made their way to the Hokage's office. The building was buzzing with activity. With a new war looming, the Hokage's office was far from peaceful. Knock, knock, knock. Minato gently rapped on the door. "Come in," came the third Hokage's voice. The three opened the door and entered. The office was packed with people, and one white-haired figure with a short sword on his back stood out. It was Sakamo Hatake, Hidden Leaf Village's future White Fang, a man so powerful that even the Sannin would respectfully call him senpai. At this point, Sakamo hadn't yet earned the title of White Fang, but his strength was already that of an elite Jonin, far surpassing the Sannin. When Takeya entered the room and locked eyes on him, Sakamo raised a hand and scratched his hair, the same color as Takeya's, before offering him a friendly smile. Takeya blinked in surprise and nodded back in acknowledgement. "Hokage-sama, Takeya's team reporting in," Takeya said, stepping forward as the team leader. "Well done, children," the third Hokage said, the tension on his face easing as a gentle smile replaced it. He raised a hand, beckoning Takuya to come closer. Me? Takuya glanced around to make sure the Hokage was addressing him before he stepped forward. These are the kids who discovered the enemy? It was said that this boy, Yagami Takuya, had wiped out an entire Jonin squad. Takuya looked so young, barely in his teens, with a face still full of innocence. It was hard to believe he had taken down a Jonin squad. Even if it was just a standard Jonin squad, with one Jonin leading 3 Chunin, it was still hard to imagine. Many of the Jonin present wouldn't be able to take down such a squad single-handedly, especially considering how notorious Sand Village puppet masters were. At the Jonin level, those puppet masters were especially tricky, with their poisons and endless attacks that could leave you flustered and vulnerable. One wrong move, and you'd be finished. But this kid had managed to take down one of those puppet masters, something that seemed almost unbelievable. Child, could you tell us about your encounter with the enemy? The third Hokage asked. Even though the intel scroll had detailed everything, he still wanted to hear it from Takuya himself. What a pain. I'm exhausted. All I want right now is a good meal, a hot bath, maybe a soak in the hot springs, and then a long, deep sleep. Takuya grumbled internally. Under the watchful eyes of the Jonin and the third Hokage, Takuya began, our team was escorting the daimyo's officials to the Land of Rivers. We made camp near the border, where I was in charge of the night watch during the latter half. While setting traps, I noticed a large group of unknown ninja approaching. Realizing the danger, I woke my teammates and we evacuated the 3 important officials from the camp. Not long after we left, the camp was thrown into chaos as a Jonin squad pursued us. I told my teammates to keep moving while I stayed behind to cover our retreat. The intel says you used a Genjutsu to control the enemy? A Jonin with the Shimura clan's crest on his uniform stepped forward, questioning Takuya. I'm sorry, but I need to confirm the accuracy of the intel. I mean no offense. You question me like that, and you say you mean no offense? What is it with people connected to Danzo? Why are they all so disgusting? Shimura clan, huh? And how exactly do you plan to verify it? Takuya asked coldly, glaring at the man. This is going too far. Why are you giving a kid such a hard time? Even if this Yagami Takuya's feat of taking down a Jonin squad seems unbelievable, publicly questioning him like this is over the line. Tsukumo Hatake shot the man a disapproving look, wanting to step in on Takuya's behalf. But the third Hokage remained silent, so Tsukumo held his tongue. You're not going to intervene? At a moment like this, the Hokage, Saratobe Hiruzan, was just sitting there, saying nothing. Takuya understood. This Shimura clan jerk might not be acting on the Hokage's orders, but the Hokage was definitely doubting the intel's accuracy. How infuriating. Daring to doubt Takuya. Minato glared at the man, and Mikoto puffed out her cheeks in anger, wishing she could slap him. Takuya wasn't wrong, the third Hokage did have his doubts. Takuya was so young, after all. Even for a prodigy, this kind of achievement was almost unbelievable. Not to mention, the intel stated that his Sharingan had already advanced to the 3 Tomoe stage. What kind of insane progress is that? So when the Shimura clan Jonin stepped forward with his doubts, the third Hokage chose to remain silent, not stopping him. He wanted to see if it was all true. Is Takuya really an extraordinary genius, or is he lying? What's the matter? Is this Genjutsu difficult for you to perform? The Shimura Jonin pressed, seeing Takuya's icy stare. Kid, don't even think about. As he continued his sneering remarks, a red light flashed in Takuya's eyes, the 3 Tomoe Sharingan spinning to life. The Jonin's consciousness was instantly dragged into a Genjutsu. Whoa. It really is a 3 Tomoe Sharingan, and the kid's only 9, right? The Uchiha have birthed a real monster. But he's not Uchiha, he's the sole heir of the Yagami clan. Apparently, he tried to rejoin the Uchiha but was turned away. As they watched Takuya's 3 Tomoe Sharingan and the now-dazed Shimura Jonin, the gathered Jonin began to murmur among themselves. When someone mentioned that the Uchiha had rejected Takuya's return, their expressions became rather complicated. Are you Uchiha people crazy? You're pushing away a prodigy like this? In a corner of the office, the Uchiha clan representative, Jonin Uchiha, wore a face so dark it was like the bottom of a pot. Inwardly, he cursed certain elders of his clan to high heaven. There was no doubt that by tomorrow, the Uchiha would be the laughingstock of the other clans. This kid is something else. So young and already with a 3 Tomoe Sharingan, and his Genjutsu is terrifyingly powerful. Look at that Shimura Jonin, he's already trapped and doesn't even realize it. Wait. What is he doing? It's all true. The third Hokage felt a mix of surprise and resignation. He was thrilled to see a true prodigy emerging within the village. But at the same time, it was frustrating because this prodigy carried Uchiha blood, even if you hadn't officially rejoined the Uchiha clan. Has Shimura Hideitsu gone mad? Under the influence of Takuya's Genjutsu, Shimura Hideitsu began to move like a puppet. He spun in place and then broke out into an awkward dance. To be more precise, it was a cringeworthy dance. His movements were stiff and awkward, clearly not the kind of person who knew how to dance. And yet, under the spell of the Genjutsu, he continued to dance awkwardly, a real cringe fest. PFFT, in the Hokage's office, many jonin began to stifle their laughter. Shimura Hideitsu's dance was truly something that burned the eyes. This kid, Yagami Takuya, is really something. Faced with doubts, he directly forces the guy to dance himself to death. You could already imagine the aftermath. Shimura Hideitsu's cringe dance in the Hokage's office would soon become famous throughout Hidden Leaf Village, if not the entire ninja world. Ha ha ha. The first to break into open laughter was Tsukumo Hatake. Chapter 45, Undo the Genjutsu? Sorry, I don't know how it was like a chain reaction. Tsukumo Hatake's laughter set off the other jonin, and soon the entire room was a-laughing. Even Uchiha, who had been in a terrible mood, couldn't keep his stoic expression. The hearty laughter lightened the tense atmosphere in the Hokage's office. However, this lively atmosphere didn't sit well with the third Hokage. Once this incident gets out, not only would Shimura Hideitsu be the laughingstock, but the entire Shimura clan would be dragged into it as well. PFFT. Even Minato and Mikoto couldn't help but laugh. Only Takuya and the third Hokage didn't join in. Takuya had expected this reaction, while the third Hokage, though he wanted to laugh, held back out of propriety. Ahem. To avoid bursting out in laughter, the third Hokage cleared his throat. Takuya, go ahead and release the Genjutsu. Regardless of the situation, he is still your senior. You've already proven that you have the strength to fight and defeat a Jonin. Tsunade was right about you. Sorry, I can't undo it, Takuya said, shrugging his shoulders and spreading his hands. I only know how to cast Genjutsu, not how to release them. The third Hokage hadn't expected this. He had extended an olive branch, but Takuya wasn't having it. Instead, he simply said, I can't, I don't know how. This kid's doing it on purpose, isn't he? Just because I doubted him? Because I wanted to test him? Help him out of the Genjutsu, the third Hokage ordered, his facial muscles twitching as he watched Shimura Hideitsu dance more and more energetically. As soon as he spoke, an Anbu operative appeared in the Hokage's office and attempted to release the Genjutsu on Shimura Hideitsu. Huh? The usual method didn't work. What's going on? The Anbu operative was puzzled and instinctively looked to the third Hokage for guidance. Now the third Hokage had a headache. The jonin in the room stopped laughing, realizing the gravity of the situation. If the Anbu couldn't release the Genjutsu, it meant that if Takuya ever used this on them and they got caught, they wouldn't be able to break free like they could with other Genjutsu. If they couldn't break free, it meant that while they were trapped in the Genjutsu, Takuya could launch a deadly attack. This kid's Genjutsu is something else. The jonin's gazes toward Takuya shifted, filled with a mix of awe and caution. Don't look at me. I really don't know how, Takuya said nonchalantly. This Genjutsu is called Sakura Fall. Anyone caught in it will start dancing uncontrollably. Beyond that, I'm not too sure since I just developed it recently. Let them think what they want, I really don't know how to release it. So what? Go ahead, try to bite me. If you question me, you're going to suffer. If I don't leave you lying in the hospital for half a month, I'm not Yagami Takuya. Takuya, are you serious? The third Hokage's expression turned serious. Takuya answered calmly, Hokage-sama, everything I've said is the truth. This is a mess. The third Hokage was beginning to regret not stopping Shimura Hideitsu earlier. If he had, things wouldn't have escalated like this. But Takuya was adamant that the Genjutsu was newly developed and couldn't be released. Even if it was a lie, the third Hokage had no way to force him to undo it. How long does the Genjutsu last? The stronger the person's mental strength, the shorter the Genjutsu's duration and the harder it is to control them, Takuya said, making things up on the spot. Believe it or don't, Sakura Fall is a guaranteed hit. Even if Madara Uchiha were here, he'd get caught. The difference is that someone like Madara could easily break free. Even if Sakura Fall's weaknesses were exposed, Takuya wasn't worried. The power of his special ability grew with his strength. Right now, the third Kazekage could break free from Sakura Fall. But when Takuya gains the Mangekyo Sharingan, or even the Eternal Mangekyo, it wouldn't be so easy, even with double the time. Need help? I don't care, break free if you want, but your mind will take a severe hit. This kind of Genjutsu would be a nightmare for any ninja who wasn't a powerful Uchiha or a shinobi with extraordinary mental strength. Ah. Just as the third Hokage was about to have Shimura Hideitsu taken away, the man suddenly screamed, blood spurting from his mouth as he collapsed, convulsing violently. Shimura Hideitsu's extreme reaction shocked everyone. All eyes turned to Takeya, who calmly explained, Sakura fall causes significant mental trauma. Given his Jonin level strength, he should be able to recover in 10 days or so with some rest in the hospital. You little. The Anbu operative, who had rushed to check Shimura Hideitsu's condition, was about to accuse Takeya of being too harsh, even towards a fellow Hidden Leaf village ninja. But before he could finish, the three Tomoe in Takeya's eyes began to spin. Enough. The third Hokage shouted angrily. Shimura Hideitsu brought this on himself by questioning Takeya. The Genjutsu was used to prove Takeya's abilities, not as an attack on a comrade. This matter is settled. Get him to the hospital. Mental trauma isn't so easily treated. Anyone could guess that the days ahead for Shimura Hideitsu would be far from pleasant. Yes, sir. The Anbu quickly complied, carrying Shimura Hideitsu away. The other Jonin looked at Takeya with a newfound wariness, fearing that he might turn his Genjutsu on them next. Dancing was one thing, embarrassing, sure. But the real problem was the mental trauma, which wouldn't be easy to heal. Takeya, you've done well. I'll make sure your contributions to the village are recognized. You've worked hard, so go and rest, the third Hokage said. Yes, Hokage-sama. Minato and Mikoto quickly bowed, but Takeya turned and left without a word. Bow to you? Forget it. You tested me and now expect me to show respect? Takeya? Minato and Mikoto were stunned, glancing at the third Hokage, whose face darkened, before hurrying after Takeya. The Hokage's office fell into an uneasy silence. You could hear a pin drop. No one dared to breathe too loudly. It was clear to everyone that the earlier test and doubts had left Takeya bitter towards the third Hokage. Sigh. The third Hokage sighed, his mouth twitching slightly. The child has clearly misunderstood me. It can't be helped. He's still young, he'll understand my intentions in time. Let's continue the meeting. His explanation earned the respect of many Jonin present. The Hokage is truly compassionate, even towards a disrespectful child, always willing to forgive and protect them. Takeya, you shouldn't have acted that way. No matter what, the Hokage is still the Hokage, Minato said as they left. He was still angry about Shimura Hideitsu's challenge and the third Hokage's silence, but he was concerned about Takeya's blatant disrespect hurting his reputation. He allowed, even hinted for others to question me, and I should be grateful? Takeya snapped. Screw that. He cursed openly, making no effort to hide his anger, and then dragged Mikoto along without looking back. Wait up. Minato sighed, hurrying after them. He's already cursed him out. What can you do? It is what it is. At worst, he'll get a reprimand. Still, the Hokage wasn't exactly fair here. We risked everything to get that intel back, only to be questioned like this. Who wouldn't be pissed? No wonder Takeya lost his temper. Could the third Hokage hear Takeya's cursing? Of course, but the third Hokage, now committed to his image as a benevolent leader, had no choice but to endure it. Otherwise, he'd contradict his own public persona. After all that, Takeya wasn't even in the mood for a soak in the hot springs. After saying goodbye to Mikoto and Minato, he headed straight home. An hour later, just as he was finishing a meal after a bath, Takeya was alerted by Snowy that someone was approaching. He looked up, his face expressionless, toward the window. The visitor, realizing they'd been noticed, sighed and opened the window, stepping inside. Kid, you were too rash. No matter what, you shouldn't have cursed out the Hokage. Chapter 46, Fugaku Uchiha faces a cold reception. Sakamo Hatake sat down directly across from Takeya, his eyes drifting to the food on the table. He took a deep breath and asked, Mind if I join you? I've been busy all day and haven't had a chance to eat. Takeya got up to fetch some extra dishes and utensils, and also took out some prepared food he had set aside for the next day. As he sat back down, he gritted his teeth and said, I thought I was the village hero. But instead, all I got was doubt and distrust. Why is Sakamo Hatake here? Is it because he likes me? No, he's here because the third Hokage sent him. I can tell. So Takeya didn't bother hiding his dissatisfaction, letting all his emotions show. I'm upset, so what? I got accused and doubted, and now I'm supposed to just take it? No, you are a hero of the village, Sakamo said, talking through a mouthful of food. Without the intel you guys brought back and the enemy's corpse, the Land of Fire would have suffered significant losses. Shimura Hideitsu's doubts weren't endorsed by the Hokage. He's just a narrow-minded guy who can't stand anyone being better than him. He's always been hostile toward geniuses. What the hell? Shimura Hideitsu must have some serious issues. What did I ever do to you? The entire Shimura clan must be filled with jerks. Seeing that Takuya remained silent, Sakamo continued, "He's been like that since school. I hope this incident teaches him a lesson." Anyway. Takuya's expression said it all, "I don't believe you, and I don't care." This left Sakamo at a loss. He was here on the third Hokage's orders, hoping to smooth things over with Takuya, but it wasn't working. No matter what, you shouldn't curse out the Hokage, got it? Curse the Hokage? Takuya's eyes widened. Don't make things up. I never did that. You didn't? Sakamo couldn't help but laugh. Then who was that outside the Hokage's office, yelling and cursing? If the Hokage hadn't intervened, the Anbu would have been all over you. And you say you didn't curse? You think just because you didn't say his name, it doesn't count? Anyway, I didn't curse, Takuya insisted. Believe it or don't. I said I didn't, so that's that. And if you take it personally, then you're just admitting you're a hypocrite. Sure, you didn't curse, Sakamo said, finally giving up. He wasn't one to usually tolerate such behavior, but Takuya was different. Remembering the fate of Shimura Hidetsu, Sakamo decided it was best not to provoke this kid. Who knew what kind of Genjutsu Takuya might unleash, leaving him dancing awkwardly and suffering mental trauma. Sakamo wasn't even sure he could resist Takuya's Genjutsu. If it was purely Sharingan-based, he could avoid eye contact, but if it wasn't, that could be a real problem. Until they figured out the weaknesses of this Sakura Fall Genjutsu, it was best to tread lightly. From the way Takuya had unleashed his Genjutsu on Shimura Hidetsu without hesitation, Sakamo believed he'd do the same to him. It's best not to mess with this loose cannon. Kid, you've done something impressive this time. Sakamo set down his bowl, satisfied, and leaned back in his chair. Your teammates contributed, sure, but the major credit goes to you. The Hokage wanted me to tell you that the village won't forget your contributions. When the time is right, your achievements will be formally recognized, allowing you to trade them for things like jutsu scrolls. With that, Sakamo stood and headed for the window. Oh, and the main forces are heading out tomorrow. Do you want to go to the battlefield and earn some more merits? No thanks. I don't want to come back from killing enemies just to be accused of lying again, Takuya scoffed. Please use the door. Right, sorry, my bad. Sakamo's face flushed with embarrassment. He hadn't even realized he was about to climb out the window again. Getting caught doing that earlier was embarrassing enough. If he did it again now, he'd lose all his dignity. After leaving Takuya's house, Sakamo returned to the Hokage's office and recounted his conversation with Takuya. It seems the boy has a deep misunderstanding of me, the third Hokage sighed. Hokage-sama, I think the kid's actually pretty decent. It's just unfortunate that Shimura Hidetsu's personal issues escalated things to this point, Sakamo said. Despite the difficult interaction, Sakamo still felt Takuya was a good person at heart. If it weren't for Shimura Hidetsu messing things up, this wouldn't have turned out so badly. The third Hokage smiled slightly and said, Tsunade has always said this child is worth nurturing. She wasn't wrong. Takuya isn't difficult to get along with, today's events just left him disappointed. I'm confident things will improve. Let's hope so. I believe it won't be long before he becomes one of Hidden Leaf Village's pillars. Hokage-sama, I'll take my leave now, Sakamo said. With the main forces departing for the front lines the next morning, he had to prepare. His mission was to lead several Jonin squads in clearing out the enemy forces that had infiltrated the Land of Fire. Go ahead, the third Hokage said, waving him off. Sakamo bowed and left. The war between Hidden Sand Village and Hidden Leaf Village had officially begun. Hidden Sand Village had sent a massive number of shinobi into the Land of Fire. Hidden Leaf Village responded by deploying numerous squads to engage and push the Hidden Sand Village ninjas back toward the Land of Rivers. In just a short time, villages across the Land of Fire were attacked, their wealth pillaged, and resources stolen. The country was scarred by the invading forces. Sakamo Hatake's unit was part of the second wave of reinforcements. The number of Hidden Sand Village shinobi far exceeded the third Hokage's initial estimates. To curb their looting, Hidden Leaf Village had to keep sending out more and more squads for support. If they think I'm just going to sit back and let this happen, they're in for a rude awakening. After seeing Sakamo off, Takuya finally lay down to rest. The past few days had taken a toll on him, he was just as exhausted as Minato and Mikoto. Knock, knock, knock. Who the heck is it now? Takuya grumbled as he was rudely awakened by loud knocking early the next morning. Still in his pajamas, he yanked open the door. You! Fugaku Uchiha. The person standing at the door surprised Takuya. It was none other than Fugaku Uchiha, the future spineless clan leader. Oh wait, he's not the clan leader yet, just the heir. At first glance, Takuya didn't even recognize him. If it weren't for that distinctive drooping mouth, Takuya wouldn't have connected him to the future Fugaku Uchiha. Even as a teenager, Fugaku looked far too mature. His maturity wasn't the issue, it was the lack of any other expression on his face combined with those drooping lips. The whole look was just off-putting. People always said the Uchiha clan produced handsome men and beautiful women, but Fugaku seemed to have missed out on those genes. It was clear that both Itachi and Sasuke got their good looks from their mother, Mikoto. As for Fugaku, well, let's just say the world's better off that neither Itachi nor Sasuke took after him. If they had, fans wouldn't be able to look at them the same way. "It's me," Fugaku said, forcing a small, awkward smile that did nothing to make him look more approachable. In fact, it made him look even worse. "What do you want?" Takeya asked coldly. Apart from Mikoto and her mother, Takeya didn't have a good impression of anyone from the Uchiha clan. Seeing Fugaku only reminded him of the time his mother had begged the clan to take them back, only to be rejected because of his white hair. To the Uchiha, his white hair was an eyesore. What a ridiculous reason to be rejected. Good thing Tobirama wasn't born into the Uchiha clan. If he had black and white hair, they'd probably think he was a freak. "May I come in?" Fugaku gestured toward the house, clearly wanting to continue the conversation inside. "No, you may not." Takeya didn't give him an inch. He didn't care whether Fugaku was here on behalf of the clan leader or some elder, Takeya wasn't going to treat him kindly. If it weren't for not wanting to cause trouble for Mikoto and her family, Takeya would have slammed the door in his face. Fugaku's awkward smile froze. He hadn't expected Takeya to be so blunt, not even allowing him to step inside. "Uchiha is the most powerful clan in Hidden Leaf Village, but I'm not someone you can just use to your advantage. So please, don't disrupt my life." With that, Takeya began to close the door. "But you have Uchiha blood. Your mother is from the Uchiha clan." Fugaku protested, his rigid expression returning. "Yeah," Takeya said with a cold smile. "And when my mother needed help, when she begged to return to the clan, you rejected her. Just because I have white hair." Pointing at his own hair, Takeya's smile faded, replaced by a cold, hard glare. "This is the first time you've come here, and I hope it's the last. If I see any more Uchiha at my door, I won't be so polite. The blood in my veins comes from my mother. Since you didn't accept us back then, there's no need to try now. You walk your path, and I'll walk mine." Bang! The door slammed shut, nearly hitting Fugaku's nose, forcing him to take a step back. His face turned ashen with humiliation. "I'm the heir of the Uchiha clan. I swallowed my pride and came here, and I wasn't even allowed inside. I was even threatened. This was a disgrace. And the worst part was, Fugaku couldn't do anything about it. Even if he wanted to retaliate, he'd have to wait for the right opportunity, maybe when Takeya left the village. But Takeya wasn't an easy target. Shimura Hidetsu's infamous dancing incident had already spread throughout Hidden Leaf Village. No one wanted to risk provoking Takeya. Clicking his tongue, Takeya thought, some people are the same no matter what world you're in. When they don't like you, they'll step all over you, maybe even kick you while you're down. But when they see you as valuable, they'll come running, wagging their tails. So what if I refused to give Fugaku Uchiha any respect? When I didn't have the strength to protect myself, I avoided them. Now that I have that strength, why should I be polite? Let's see how that works out." Shimura Hidetsu's name was infamous now, and the Shimura clan would have preferred to remain unknown. Because of one man's actions, the entire clan found it hard to hold their heads high. Some of the more hot-headed members even swore they'd make Takeya pay. But for now, it was all just talk. They knew they couldn't openly confront him in Hidden Leaf Village, that would be considered infighting, which was unacceptable. Even later, when Danzo gained control and acted behind the scenes, he never dared bring his schemes out into the open. Takeya wasn't concerned with any of this. All he wanted was a good night's sleep. But the world didn't seem to be on his side. Just as he was finally dozing off, he heard the sound of the front door opening. A head of bright red hair peeked in, a small, mischievous face scanning the room. It was Kushina. After making sure Takeya wasn't around, Kushina relaxed and placed a bento box on the table. She quietly closed the door, unaware that the person she was trying not to disturb was watching her with a headache, rubbing his temples. "What are you doing?" Takeya asked. Kushina shrieked, leaping into the air like a startled deer. Already on edge, she was terrified when Takeya suddenly spoke. In that moment, she was just a scared little girl, no chakra chains, no enhanced perception, nothing. "Don't scare me like that." Kushina huffed, glaring at Takeya and stomping her foot. Yawning, Takeya rolled his eyes at her and headed for the bathroom. "How did you get a key to my house?" "Looks like I'm not getting any more sleep." "Because I live next door," Kushina said proudly, shaking the key. "I told the locksmith I locked myself out, and he helped me open the door and made me a copy." Takuya nearly choked on his toothpaste foam. What kind of sneaky move is that? You're so good at this, why not just become a thief? Even thieves don't have it this easy, just walk right in and take the key. Chapter 47, Taking Chunin-pei. While worrying like a Hokage with a cheerful grin, Kushina opened the bento box and sat down at the table, resting her chin on one hand as she said happily, I heard this morning that you taught that jerk from the Shimura clan a lesson, so I asked the Anbu guys tailing me and confirmed you were back in the village. That's why I brought you this lunch. So, you're getting along well with the Anbu, Takuya remarked as he finished washing his face and brushing his teeth. Glancing at the bento, he sat down and picked up a grilled chicken wing, taking a big bite. Last night, after Sakamo Hatake had unexpectedly dropped by, Takuya had ended up bringing out some extra food he had prepared. But who would have thought that white-haired glutton would eat so much, leaving Takuya still hungry? Now, this lunch was hitting the spot. Seeing Takuya eat with such enthusiasm made Kushina feel very pleased with herself. How did you know I was opening the door? I was being so careful, she asked, curious. With the giant nine tails inside you, how could I not notice? Snowy was practically ready to jump out at the sensation. And besides, I was already awake. Takuya casually tossed the chicken bone onto the table. Before you came, Uchiha's heir was banging on my door. Woke me up, and just as I was about to get back to sleep, I heard the door open. Oh, I see, Kushina replied, a little embarrassed as she stuck out her tongue. Grilled chicken wings, grilled drumsticks, grilled beef. Takuya had to admit, Kushina's bento was quite the feast. What surprised him even more was that the taste was almost identical to that of the Akimaki clan's famous grilled meat. This flavor seems familiar, he said as he chewed on the beef. It's just like the Akimaki clan's grilled meat. Where did you get the recipe? I bought it from the Hokage, Kushina said, scrunching up her nose in a smug expression. That big fat guy from the Akimaki clan wouldn't sell it to me, no matter how much I offered. So, I went to the Hokage, and after promising I'd only use it for myself, he let me buy it for 100,000 ryo. Takuya. The Akimaki clan probably cried themselves to sleep over that one. They must be praying you never share that recipe with anyone. Takuya couldn't help but give Kushina full marks for her resourcefulness. She actually went to the Hokage to get the recipe, something no one else could have managed. If anyone else had tried, they wouldn't have stood a chance. But when the Hokage himself got involved, the Akimaki clan had no choice but to comply, making Kushina sign a guarantee not to share the recipe. Just imagining the pitiful faces of those Akimaki fatties made Takuya burst out laughing. Kushina was really something else. Kushina kept giving Takuya little signals, hoping for some praise, but Takuya wasn't paying attention. Instead, he looked toward the window. Click. The window swung open, and a blonde-haired boy squeezed through, still half hanging out of the window. The smug look on his face quickly froze when he saw the two people in the room staring at him. I didn't want to wake you, so I figured this way was more convenient, Minato said awkwardly, trying to explain himself. Minato, how could you climb in through the window? That's so rude. Kushina scolded him, playing the victim. Minato was instantly mortified. Takuya rolled his eyes. You sneaked in with a locksmith, had him open my door, and even made a spare key. How is that any better than Minato climbing through the window? Something smells amazing. Minato started to make excuses but was suddenly distracted by the aroma. His eyes locked onto the bento, and he couldn't look away. It smelled like grilled meat. Takuya, you really know how to live it up. Minato scolded Takuya as he reached for a drumstick. Smack. Ouch. Minato yelped, clutching his hand, which had turned red. Kushina stood with her hands on her hips. I made this breakfast for Takuya. If you want some, go get it yourself. Ah. Mikoto's here. Minato suddenly exclaimed, his eyes darting toward the door. What? Mikoto? Kushina turned to look, caught off guard. But there was no Mikoto. Minato quickly snatched the drumstick and retreated to a corner to eat it in big bites. You! Kushina was furious, ready to pounce on him. Takuya watched the two of them with amusement, enjoying the show. As for Minato's pleading looks for help. Sorry, I didn't see a thing. You're on your own. After Kushina left, Minato sat there nursing his bruised face, wincing in pain. Kushina had given him quite a punch, his face still hurt, and tears were welling up in his eyes. That girl sure hits hard. But he had brought it on himself by tricking her, which was why she hadn't held back. Over time, Kushina had started to show signs of turning into Tsunade 2.0, if in doubt, punch it out. If one punch didn't work, hit it again. Takuya was just grateful that Tsunade hadn't taught Kushina her super strength technique yet. If she had, and Kushina combined it with her natural strength, well, let's just say a lot of people would be in trouble. You deserved it. You know how much Kushina hates being deceived, Yet you went ahead and tricked her anyway, Takuya laughed, showing no sympathy. His laughter was utterly carefree. Who told you to hog all the good food? Minato retorted, still nursing his wounds. By the way, you're famous now, you know. That, and the whole deal with that stuck-up Jonin from the Shimura clan. Where did you pick up that tone? Takuya asked, raising an eyebrow. From you, obviously. If you can talk like that, why can't I? Minato shot back. Famous, huh? Takuya wasn't too concerned. After all, not many people in Hidden Leaf Village really knew who he was. As for his signature white hair, that wasn't exactly rare in Hidden Leaf Village, so he wasn't worried about being recognized on the street. Takuya. What? There was something off about Minato today, he was acting all jittery. Takuya eyed him suspiciously. What could have gotten him so worked up this early in the morning? With a new war on the horizon, do you think we'll be sent to the front lines? Minato finally blurted out after a long pause. I thought you were going to say something deep, and that's what you came up with. Get lost. Takuya snapped, kicking Minato out of the room. Whether we go to the front lines or not is up to the higher-ups, not us. So what if a new war's coming? It's not like we can do anything about it. You're worrying over nothing. Instead of stressing about this, why not think about what to have for lunch? If the third Hokage isn't freaking out, why should you? No matter how intense the fighting got, there was no way it would reach Hidden Leaf Village. The thought of the village being attacked was just ridiculous. As for everything else, why waste time worrying? Are we having a group meal today? Minato asked, his eyes lighting up as he saw Takuya opening the fridge to check the ingredients left inside. Takuya often bought extra meat to store in the fridge, just in case he didn't have time to go shopping. That way, he could always cook something up when he wanted to. You're cooking? Takuya turned to look at Minato. Minato's smile faltered for a moment before he scratched his head. Well, I'd love to cook, you know how much I enjoy it. But my cooking isn't as good as yours, and I'm worried Mikoto and Kushina would be disappointed. How about we stick to the usual plan? I'll buy the ingredients, and you handle the cooking? Alright, fine. Takuya thought it over and agreed. It wasn't a bad idea to get together and relax a bit, especially after their recent mission, which had left Minato and Mikoto pretty shaken up. They could use a good meal to soothe their nerves. Great. I'll take care of the shopping, then, Minato said, perking up. He dashed out the door, forgetting all about the bruise on his face. Kushina really didn't hold back. Hopefully, Minato's face doesn't swell up too much, Takuya muttered, shaking his head as he started preparing some of the ingredients. He could already guess what Minato would bring back. It was always the same stuff. In the world of shinobi, people didn't care much about gourmet cuisine, and there wasn't a huge variety of ingredients to choose from. Is it the village's intelligence? Chapter 48, Tsunade summoned urgently. Dinner with an unexpected guest in a concealed cave. Orochimaru removed the scroll from the carrier hawk's leg and casually released the bird back into the wild. The old man? A dirty, unshaven Jiraiya yawned, looking a bit out of sorts. The constant battles between Hidden Leaf Village and Hidden Rain Village were taking their toll on the trio, leaving them exhausted. Tsunade sat silently on a wooden log nearby, her face tired and drawn. Of the three, she was the most worn out. Not only did she have to fight, but she also had to treat the injured and concoct various potions and medicines. Given a rare moment of respite, all Tsunade wanted was some rest, far away from the village's affairs. After all, the third Hokage had made the ridiculous decision to put Danzo in charge of the front lines. Absolutely absurd. What was wrong with using the Nara leader? He has the intelligence, strategy, and experience needed for such a role. But no, they put Danzo in charge, a recipe for disaster. Yet, despite her frustrations, the third Hokage had appointed Danzo as the commander of the front lines. Orochimaru's snake-like eyes narrowed as he read the scroll. What is it? Jiraiya noticed the change in Orochimaru's expression and leaned closer, while Tsunade, though fatigued, opened her eyes and glanced over as well. Hidden Sand Village has declared war on Hidden Leaf Village. The third Kazekage, leading a force of ninja, has invaded the Land of Fire. Orochimaru's lips curled into a playful smile as he tossed the scroll to the stunned Tsunade. That kid you've taken a liking to is something else. Despite his age, he's already unlocked the 3 Tomoe Sharingan and managed to wipe out an entire squad of Jonin. His expertise in Genjutsu allows him to control even seasoned Jonin. However, the old man thinks the boy is a bit too rebellious and wants you back to temper him. In the eyes of the third Hokage, Takuya's actions were seen as insubordination. The only saving grace was that Takuya showed no interest in siding with the Uchiha, nor did he entertain any thoughts of rejoining the clan. Thus, the Hokage had sent word to Tsunade, informing her not only of Hidden Sand Village's declaration of war but also of the directive for her to return to Hidden Leaf Village. Upon her return, she was to take Takuya under her wing, hoping that through her mentorship, he would develop a stronger sense of loyalty to the village. What? Jiraiya couldn't help but be shocked. Is it that kid, Yagami Takuya? Jiraiya tried to grab the scroll, only to be met with Tsunade's fist. With a yelp of pain, Jiraiya was sent flying into the rocky wall, his body twitching before he slowly slid down to the ground. Tsunade was in no mood for games. She was eager to see the scroll's contents, and anyone trying to interfere was just asking for trouble. Pre-darkness Orochimaru was actually quite amiable. He would sometimes joke around with Jiraiya and Tsunade, but the tragic fate of Nawaki would later harden his heart, setting him on a darker path. Tsunade examined the scroll, her face thoughtful. I didn't expect that brat to grow so quickly. His Sharingan has already evolved to the 3 Tomoe stage, and his Genjutsu is advanced enough to control Jonin. No wonder the old man is getting anxious. When do you plan on heading back? Orochimaru leaned against the rocky wall, staring out at the rain that continued to pour outside the cave. As soon as possible. Tsunade didn't want Takuya getting too close to the Uchiha. If that happened, Kushina might have to sever ties with him altogether, a prospect Tsunade wasn't eager to see. She didn't want to witness Kushina's heartbreak. Honestly, what's so special about that brat besides his good looks and talent? Why is he so attractive to girls? Kushina's such a fool. She could have chosen anyone, but she had to pick him. Take Minato along. Too. Came a weak voice from the ground. Jiraiya, still sprawled out from Tsunade's punch, slowly raised his hand. Tsunade. Orochimaru. I brought a friend along. I hope that's okay, Minato said apologetically, pulling a slightly nervous Nara Shikaku into the room. Takuya, it's been a while, Shikaku greeted. Come in, don't just stand there blocking the entrance. You're not strangers, Takuya replied, glancing outside but not seeing the rest of the Inoshikacho trio. It seemed Shikaku had come alone with Minato. This generation of the Inoshikacho trio had started at the academy at the same time as Takuya and Minato, though they had been in different classes. Eventually, Takuya and Minato had skipped ahead. They didn't come. I ran into Minato at the market, and after chatting for a bit, I accepted his invitation to join you for dinner, Shikaku explained. Perfect timing. Go help Minato with the vegetables, Takuya said, casually pulling Shikaku inside and pushing him toward the kitchen. Wash vegetables? Shikaku hadn't expected that as a guest, he would be put to work washing vegetables. Minato wasn't surprised in the least. He just chuckled. That's Takuya's rule. We can have dinner together, but we all have to pitch in. I usually buy the ingredients, Takuya cooks, and Kushina and Mikoto handle the cleanup. Phew, for a moment there, I thought every guest would have to do chores. Shikaku breathed a sigh of relief, but his relief was short-lived. Washing vegetables turned out to be more of a hassle than he'd expected, and Minato had bought a lot of food. Even with the two of them working together, it was a daunting task, definitely not something Shikaku excelled at. Sigh. Looking at Minato already hard at work, Shikaku let out a long sigh and reluctantly joined him in the kitchen. Crash. Barely 2 minutes after entering the kitchen, there was a loud crash, followed by Minato's exasperated voice, "You better get out. Letting you help was a mistake, you ruined everything I just washed." Sorry, it wasn't on purpose, Shikaku said sheepishly as he backed out of the kitchen, thoroughly embarrassed. Ha ha ha. Takuya doubled over in laughter. The idea of the esteemed heir of the Nara clan struggling to wash vegetables was too much. Shikaku looked more tense in the kitchen than he did during combat drills, his nerves on edge the whole time. Have a seat. Don't be so stiff. The more, the merrier, Takuya finally said after a good laugh. He invited Shikaku to sit down, handing him a bottle of water. You've graduated, right? Yeah, we just graduated. But with the war breaking out, the village is short on Jonin, so they haven't assigned us a sensei yet, Shikaku answered. For legacy clans like the Inoshikacho trio, there was never any concern about finding a sensei. The village would always assign them a top-tier jonin to guide them. It wasn't like other squads where they had to compete for the best mentors. You clan kids sure have it easy, Takuya remarked with a touch of envy. Shikaku gave a wry smile. From what I heard, the village was planning to have Lady Tsunade be your mentor, but you turned her down. Honestly, I should be the one envying you. Takuya, we're here. Kushina's voice echoed as she burst in, dragging Mikoto behind her and carrying a box of snacks. She stopped short, noticing Shikaku sitting in the living room, and asked curiously, "Who's this?" He looked familiar, but she couldn't quite place him. The Nara clan was well known in Hidden Leaf Village, but Kushina had never paid much attention to these things. She had seen Shikaku with his signature spiky ponytail at school but had never interacted with him. That's why his face was familiar, but she couldn't remember who he was. This is Narashikaku, one of our classmates from a different class, Takuya introduced him. Chapter 49, If Yagami Takuya won't budge, change the approach. Kushina flashed a look of realization and laughed. Hello, I'm Kushina, nice to meet you. I'm Narashikaku, pleased to meet you as well, Shikaku replied, looking somewhat uncomfortable. His discomfort stemmed mainly from the legendary tales of Kushina's fiery temper that persisted throughout the school. He'd always heard from other students how fierce Kushina could be, so his nerves in finally meeting her were understandable. I'm Mikoto Uchiha, Mikoto introduced herself next. Compared to Kushina, Shikaku felt Mikoto might be easier to get along with since she was known for her gentle demeanor during their school days. Is it my imagination, or does this guy with the ponytail seem a bit scared of me? Am I really that frightening? Kushina wondered, observing that Shikaku seemed perfectly normal when interacting with Mikoto but somewhat intimidated by her. Kushina's gaze towards Shikaku shifted slightly, there was a hint of murderous intent. While engaged in a conversation about recent events with Takuya, Shikaku suddenly felt a chill down his spine and instinctively turned around, only to meet Kushina's fist clenched, hair floating fierce demeanor. I haven't done anything wrong, have I? Is the fiery Kushina about to explode? Is this directed at me? Cough, cough, alright, Kushina, Shikaku is visiting for the first time, you're scaring him, Takuya intervened just in time, seeing Shikaku almost ready to bolt, possibly fearing a beating was imminent. What happened? Who upset Kushina? Noticing the tension in the living room, Minato shook off the water from his hands and rushed out from the kitchen. He was immediately met with Kushina's nearly blazing gaze. The vegetables aren't washed yet, I'll go back to washing. You all carry on, carry on. Decisively, Minato retreated back to the kitchen, acting as if he hadn't seen anything, implying it was none of his concern. Seriously. Shikaku was dumbfounded by Minato's exaggerated escape. Alright, let's go get the desserts out, Mikoto, always understanding, smiled and pulled Kushina away. Crisis averted. Phew. Shikaku thought, I really shouldn't have come. The fiery Kushina is too dangerous. I must stay away from her in the future. After the meal, which Shikaku ate with his heart in his throat and sweat on his brow, he quickly found an excuse to leave, looking as if something dreadful was chasing him. I never want to see him again. If you invite such a friend next time, I'll beat you up. Kushina fumed internally, the meal leaving her with a simmering anger. She felt something was off. It seemed as if Shikaku was deliberately avoiding her, always dodging around. Am I a monster? How dare he? Ahaha. Well, I've got something else to do, I'll head out first, see you tomorrow. Originally planning to drag Takuya along for training, Minato thought it wise to make a quick exit, lest Kushina actually start throwing punches. You're lucky you're fast. Kushina snorted and flicked her nose, clearly unhappy. It took some persuasion from Mikoto to finally calm her down. Father, Yagami Takuya has refused, not even giving me a chance to persuade him, Fugaku reported, kneeling ashamedly in front of the Uchiha clan head, his head bowed. He didn't dare look up at his father, fearful of seeing disappointment. Glancing at his trembling son, the Uchiha clan head spoke evenly, if his mother were still alive, there might have been a chance, but unfortunately. He shook his head and poured himself a cup of tea. You needn't worry about this matter anymore. Focus on taking over the police force. Our Uchiha clan won't decline just because we lost one genius. I believe he will come around one day, after all, no one understands the Sharingan better than us Uchihas. But what about the elder's opinion? Idiot. The clan head slammed his teacup onto the table, sternly chiding, your concern should be how to take charge of the police force and how to convince its members to follow you, not the elder's opinions. Yes. Fugaku kept his head even lower after being scolded. With his son chastised, the Uchiha clan head felt somewhat appeased. Go talk with Mikoto's mother at her house. Tell her I suggest her daughter join the police force. If they couldn't sway Yagami Takuya, why not pull Mikoto into the police force? As long as Mikoto was part of the police force, Takuya wouldn't openly oppose the Uchihas, unless they provoked him first. After all, the Uchihas had only refused to let him return, without actually harming him. With Mikoto and her mother's maneuvering, even if Takuya continued to rise, he wouldn't likely cause trouble for the Uchihas in the future. What did it matter if Takuya held some grudges against the Uchihas? Could the leading ninja clan of the village really fear one child? Yes, I will visit immediately. Fugaku breathed a sigh of relief. No matter how many times he faced his father, he always felt nervous, always worried about disappointing him. In the dead of night, Fugaku, carrying gifts, set out to visit Mikoto's home, conveying the clan leader's intentions. How should I convince Mikoto? At the same time, Takuya was at home, troubled by the same issue. With the new war breaking out, even if Hidden Sand Village's ninjas flooded into the Land of Fire, they would eventually be driven out. Hidden Leaf Village would never allow the battlefield to reach its doorstep. Pushing the battlefield into the Land of Wind was a certainty, if not, then into the Land of Rivers. Sooner or later, whether at the River Country or Rain Country battlegrounds, Takuya might be deployed to either. The village wouldn't let him idle away his days doing nothing. Takuya wasn't afraid of war, but he needed to consider those around him, like Mikoto. Minato might well look after himself on the battlefield, under Jiraiya's watchful eye, but if Mikoto were to be deployed to the front lines with him, she could face many dangers. Thus, Takuya hoped she could stay in the village, or, to be straightforward, join the police force first. Joining the police force would ensure that even if the village called up ninjas, they wouldn't call on her. It was a good plan, but convincing Mikoto was another matter altogether. Takuya feared she might explode the moment he broached the subject. Chapter 50, World Peace? Only in dreams early the next morning, Takuya was once again woken up by the sound of the door. He thought it might be Kushina, but it turned out to be Mikoto. Rubbing his eyes and stepping out from his bedroom, Takuya yawned and asked, "Mikoto, what brings you here so early?" "It's not that early anymore," Mikoto replied with a gentle smile, placing a lunchbox on the table and pulling Takuya to sit down. "Have something to eat first, then I'll tell you why I came over this early." "Is there really something up?" "Wait, I haven't even brushed my teeth yet." Torn between hygiene and hunger, Takuya decided to eat first and attend to his morning routine later. "Takuya, I might have to leave the squad and join the police force," Mikoto said with a smile, watching Takuya devour the food she prepared. Once he had almost finished, her smile faded, replaced by a more somber expression. "Join the police force?" Takuya was taken aback. He was still contemplating how to broach the subject with her, what reasons to give for his advice, and here Mikoto was bringing it up herself. Was this what they called a timely pillow when one is dozing off? Amused by his own thoughts, Takuya couldn't help but laugh. "It's because of your aunt, right?" Takuya stuffed the last piece of cake into his mouth, looking at her. Mikoto nodded reluctantly. "Last night, Fugaku Uchiha, the clan's young leader, came to our house representing the clan head. He spoke with my mother about how promising they think I am and that they'd like me to join the police force in a clerical role. They would also assign a senior ninja to mentor my training. My mother agreed, believing it's the best for my growth, especially since the Uchihas understand the Sharingan best. In terms of using the Sharingan, Takuya indeed couldn't match the expertise of those Uchiha who had been activating it for years. With such a mentor, Mikoto's abilities would surely improve swiftly and correctly. What to do? Will Takuya agree? If he gets upset, how should I appease him? Mikoto's heart was in turmoil. "This is actually a good thing," Takuya finally said. "Huh?" Mikoto was prepared for Takuya's anger, but his response caught her off guard. Setting down his chopsticks, Takuya gently squeezed Mikoto's cheeks. "Honestly, if you hadn't mentioned it, I was going to suggest you join the police force myself. The new war is coming, and the village won't keep me idle. I'll likely be sent to the battlefield in the River Country or the Rain Country. Minato and I might have to leave, and if you were to stay in the village without a proper team, joining the police force and getting Uchiha training would be safer and more beneficial for you. But wouldn't that be dangerous for you on the battlefield?" Mikoto, forgetting that Takuya was still pinching her cheeks, spoke with a slight whistle. At that moment, her concerns were solely about the dangers Takuya might face on the battlefield. How could it be? Takuya quickly let go of her cheeks, careful not to leave any marks. With a confident smile, he reassured her, "Even on the battlefield, I'll be the one hunting the enemies, not the other way around. Aren't you confident in my abilities?" "Sure, as if only you get to kill the enemies and they can't touch you. You sure dream big." But indeed, Takuya had the strength to protect himself on the battlefield. Getting up and heading to the bathroom, he continued, "So what's there to worry about? If you stay in the village, you could spend more time with Kushina. She'd definitely be happy to know you're staying." Imagining how elated Kushina would be, Mikoto couldn't help but smile. After Takuya's persuasion, Mikoto set aside her worries and successfully joined the police force as a clerical worker, reportedly earning a handsome salary. Days went by, and battles raged across the Land of Fire. The ninja from the sand kept wreaking havoc, forcing Hidden Leaf Village to dispatch forces to quell and drive them away. Surprisingly, the village had yet to send any orders Takuya's way. "Takuya, could we have guessed wrong?" Beside a small river during a training break, Minato and Takuya sat eating grilled fish. "Who knows?" Takuya mused, puzzled himself. Could the third Hokage have changed his approach? It seemed unlikely. With the war straining Hidden Leaf Village's resources and a second conscription drawing ninjas from all families into battle, it made no sense for them to be left idling in the village. Tossing a fish bone into the fire, Takuya teased, "What, Are you that eager to join the battlefield? Of course not. Minato's voice shot up. He was not one who relished in bloodshed. If given a choice, he would wish for a world without wars, where people from all nations could live in peace. Sigh, I just wish the world could be peaceful without wars. A noble idea, yet utterly fantastical. Takuya didn't bother to dampen his friend's spirits with reality. Human conflict was eternal. There had been wars before the ninja system, and they continued after its establishment. The only time of relative peace was during Hashirama's reign, whose formidable strength intimidated other villages. With Hashirama gone, the first ninja war had erupted, and even Dobirama with all his jutsu couldn't hold the world in peace. Takuya, why do wars even happen? Can't the ninja world ever be at peace? It might be, Takuya nudged Minato, his tone dripping with sarcasm, in your dreams. Now go wash your hands, you've been scratching your head with those greasy fingers. I can't stand watching it. Minato, unaware, was embarrassed. Can't you wash your hands before scratching? Where did you pick up the habit? Years of friendship, and Minato still hadn't changed. Takuya half-joked, be careful, or you might scratch off a piece of your scalp one day. Minato felt an inexplicable urge to hit someone. Forget it. Can't win this. I'll just dream of peace then. His friend was right. True peace was only found in dreams. As an injured troop returned to Hidden Leaf Village, Tsunade, exhausted, intended to head straight home to rest but decided to stop by the Hokage's office first. Bang. The door to the Hokage's office flew open violently. Hiruzen and his advisors frowned, ready to scold the disruptor, but they held back upon recognizing her. Tsunade, you're not a child anymore. Can't you show some manners? Koharu scolded. Ignoring her, Tsunade addressed the third Hokage directly. Old man, all the injured have been brought back safely and are now at the hospital waiting for treatment. If there's nothing else, I'm going to sleep. I'm exhausted. You knew I wouldn't rest easy when you called me back to the village, but still, you had me escort a bunch of injured ninjas. Rather than getting upset, the third Hokage smiled warmly, then go rest. The hospital will take good care of them. Thank you for your hard work. Good to know, Tsunade replied, tiredly. It's so annoying not having anyone to play cards with on the front line. Feeling her dark circles had deepened and her skin worsened, Tsunade lamented the war's toll on her. If not for the war, she would have been living leisurely in Hidden Leaf Village, occasionally treating a patient for some extra cash before hitting the casinos. A wonderful life interrupted by the relentless demands of war. Tsunade was determined to give Jiraiya a piece of her mind once she returned. He had dared to tease her about her gambling. The third Hokage wisely chose to ignore her last remark. Hoping for a card game on the battlefield? Dream on. Should he also arrange for Jiraiya to have models for his research on the battlefield? Ah, if only, Tsunade sighed, resigning herself to the harsh realities of the ninja world. Chapter 51, You sneak into my bed and expect me to cook? After letting go of all her tensions, Tsunade yawned her way out of the office. Ignored throughout the conversation, Koharu, with a face red from anger, complained, Saratobi, are you going to keep indulging her like this? Here we go again. Hamura could only shake his head slightly. Whenever they felt slighted, Koharu and Denzo would vent their frustrations at the third Hokage. Yet, it was all in vain. Orochimaru and Jiraiya at least paid some lip service to authority, but Tsunade was a different case. She completely ignored their existence. You're displeased with me, but I don't even care to acknowledge you. You can't do anything about it, so save your elder statesman act, it's useless on me. Tsunade is just too tired, the third Hokage invariably played peacemaker. Such matters could be glossed over easily. On one side, there was his old friend and a village elder, on the other, his student, the Princess of Leaf. Neither feared him. Why get involved? Just smooth things over and move on. You. Koharu was fuming as the third Hokage opted to placate her, but it was fruitless. He wouldn't ask Tsunade to apologize, and she wouldn't either. It would inevitably be brushed aside. After a day of training, Takuya and Minato decided to head home. Just as they reached the front door, ready to enter, Takuya noticed the window had been tampered with. He thought to himself, Snowy, is there someone in the house? Yes. Snowy, about to doze off in the ceiling space, replied lethargically and comfortably turned over to continue sleeping. Kushina? It couldn't be Mikoto, she wouldn't climb through a window. If she were visiting, she would have met him and Minato by the river. That left Kushina, who sometimes tried to scare him by hiding in the room or behind doors, though she never succeeded in actually scaring him. Yet, she enjoyed these little pranks. Poor Kurama, Takuya thought, offering a silent tribute to the Nine Tails for 3 seconds before unlocking the door and heading to his bedroom. Oh, not bad, hiding under the covers. Takuya grabbed the blanket and pulled hard. Successfully pulling away the blanket, he saw clearly who was under it. This couldn't be Kushina. Since when did Kushina turn into a blonde? Who are you? A groggy Tsunade opened her eyes a sliver and squinted hard at the figure before her. It took her a moment to recognize him. Then, cuddling her pillow, she rolled over and muttered, "Go make some food, I'm starving." "Wait, you climb through my window, sleep in my bed, and have the audacity to ask me to cook for you? Lady, this is my house, not yours." Takuya hadn't expected Tsunade to return to Hidden Leaf Village, especially looking so exhausted. Battling on the front lines was indeed no easy task, particularly in the dreadful conditions of the rain country. He wondered if Jiraiya had come back. If so, he'd likely seek out Minato first. After all, having left his student for so long, he'd need to make it up to him. "Get up, go back to your place to sleep." Takuya tossed the blanket aside and nudged Tsunade. "Stop it, let me sleep. I'm so tired and hungry," Tsunade mumbled, still half asleep. "I only found out when I got back that Kushina had moved out. She wasn't home, so I came here. Your cooking is good, I've missed it. I want a big pork knuckle." "You're quite the pork knuckle yourself." It seemed this woman intended to squat at his place. Speechless, Takuya left the bedroom for the kitchen. Soon after, lured by the aroma of meat, a suddenly wide-awake Tsunade sprang from the bed and ran out, not even bothering with shoes. Watching a certain princess of Leaf gorge on meat without any regard for image, Takuya couldn't help but wonder. She didn't look like she had come back from a battlefield but rather as if she had fled a famine. Even considering the world's poor logistics and difficult material transportation, Tsunade's hunger seemed excessive. How long had it been since she had last touched meat to be this desperate? Her eyes gleamed with a hunger that reminded him of the ravenous huskies of his previous life. Holding his utensils, Takuya finally asked, "Elder, are supplies in Leaf really that scarce?" Swallowing the meat in her mouth, Tsunade perked up. "You'll understand once you're on the battlefield. That godforsaken place in the rain country, where even dry food is a luxury, let alone meat. Unless you're at a major Leaf camp." As a medical ninja, she wasn't supposed to rush to the front lines but rather stay in the camps to treat the injured. Yet, there she was, charging into battle more fiercely than anyone, a unique figure across all ninja villages. Other medical ninjas wouldn't dare. Grabbing some vegetables, Takuya continued, "How's the situation on the battlefield?" Tsunade paused, then sighed, "Not great. The Rain's capabilities far exceed our expectations under Hanzo's leadership. Leaf hasn't gained much advantage. Of course, certain people's command decisions are partly to blame," she added, venting her frustration. "Danzo." Takuya remembered that Danzo was in command at the Rain battlefield. Honestly, he didn't think Danzo was the right choice for the position. Among those capable of command, the Shikaku leader and Orochimaru would have been more suitable, the former more balanced, the latter more ruthless. Nodding, Tsunade, troubled, started to raise her hand to her head, then, seeing the grease, decided against it. The Rain battlefield isn't over yet, and now the Sand has launched a surprise attack on Leaf, sparking a new war that's got the rock and clouds stirring. The last few weeks have seen an increasing number of foreign ninjas crossing into Rain, including those from the Sand. During the Second Ninja War, the Rain became a tragic battleground. Leaf fought there, so did the Sand, and even the rock got involved. Eventually, Hanzo, while fighting Leaf, also declared war on the Sand and rock. The three great ninja villages, along with the Rain, created a fiercely chaotic and continuous series of battles. After eating her fill and cleaning her greasy hands, Tsunade sat back contentedly, sipping hot tea. "My main reason for coming back was to take you and Minato to the front lines." Sitting up straight, she looked Takuya over, clicking her tongue in amazement. "I didn't expect you to have grown so handsome and strong in such a short time. Even average Jounin can't match you now. I heard about your encounter with Shimura Hidetsu. Don't bother with the Shimura clan too much, they wouldn't dare retaliate. And the third won't allow it. But be careful on the battlefield, Danzo isn't someone to take lightly." Acknowledging this, Tsunade yawned again, her mind half on the forthcoming battles and half on a card game she hoped to indulge in back home. For a moment, the harsh realities of war seemed a distant concern. Chapter 52, Snowy enters the second stage of growth. He doesn't mind dancing embarrassingly in front of countless Hidden Leaf Village ninjas, suffering mental trauma. "If he wants to cause me trouble, so be it," Takuya shrugged, showing indifference. "You sure are confident," Tsunade rolled her eyes. "But if you anger that old man too much, he might deliberately assign you to dangerous missions." "Whatever," Takuya shrugged again, signaling that he didn't care. "Bring it on, whether overt or covert. As long as no sealing squad is sent after him, it's fine." Takuya feared nothing except accidentally being sealed, which would be a big problem. As for being sent to certain death, that's a small issue. He could have Snowy unleash a few tailed beast bombs, blow up the Hidden Leaf Village camp, and then openly defect. If he had family living in Hidden Leaf Village, Takuya might hesitate. But being alone, he feared nothing. This kid's attitude sure has grown with his strength. Tsunade was speechless at Takuya's attitude. If she knew what was on his mind, she'd definitely be shocked. For most ninjas, becoming a rogue ninja was a last resort. But for Takuya, it didn't matter. Fine, you're as rebellious as Nawaki. Seems like you're going through a rebellious phase too. There's no point in talking sense into you. Think it over yourself. I'll borrow your room, wake me up at 7 a.m. tomorrow. I have to perform surgery at the hospital. You can use the guest room. Are you seriously addicted to sleeping in my bed? Can't sleep anywhere else? I'm too lazy to make the bed. Tsunade's reason left Takuya utterly dumbfounded. With his bedroom occupied by Tsunade, Takuya set up the guest room. After some thought, he shut the door and jumped onto the roof, heading to Minato's house. Who's there? Even the light footsteps didn't escape Minato's notice. He was practicing hand seals at home and was immediately on alert. It's me, Takuya said as he climbed through the window, complimenting Minato. Not bad, practicing hand seals even when you're home alone. You do the same when you're home alone. Minato didn't blame Takuya for entering through the window, considering he often did the same at Takuya's place. They were even. I'm just bored. Yeah, keep bluffing. If I didn't grow up with you, I might have believed your nonsense. Congratulations, your wish is about to come true. Takuya patted Minato's shoulder in congratulations? What wish is coming true? Why don't I know? Minato was utterly confused. Familiar with Takuya's ways, he opened the fridge, grabbed a bottle of water, took a few sips, and then sat beside Minato, explaining, Tsunade's back. Instead of going home, she came to my place, ate all my meat, and took over my bedroom. You and I will be heading to the Rain Country battlefield together. Since when was going to the battlefield considered a wish? Minato couldn't help but roll his eyes. Am I finally going to see Jiraiya-sensei again? It's been a long time, and Minato really wanted to meet Jiraiya. Mainly to ask why he left him in Hidden Leaf Village and ran off to the battlefield. Minato had been holding onto a small grudge about this. Anyone would be frustrated if their teacher irresponsibly left them behind. Moreover, after going to the front lines, Jiraiya hadn't even contacted Minato, as if he had forgotten about his student. In reality, the teacher-student relationships in the Naruto world were often shaky, with betrayal being all too common. Orochimaru killed the third Hokage, Nagato killed Jiraiya, Obito caused the death of his teacher Minato and his wife Kushina. Even Sasuke, once he got stronger, wanted to kill his teacher Kakashi. Takuya couldn't understand how they could turn against their teachers like that. With others, it was somewhat justifiable, but in Sasuke and Obito's cases, it didn't make sense. Orochimaru had reasons to hate the third Hokage. Nagato was driven mad by what Hidden Leaf Village did to him. The death of his childhood friend Yahiko pushed him over the edge, leading him to kill Jiraiya. But what was up with Sasuke Uchiha and Obito Uchiha? Minato and Kushina had treated Obito well. Kakashi spent most of his time training Sasuke and helping him, yet the result was betrayal. Honestly, such disciples were better left untrained. With so many examples, Takuya was skeptical about teacher-student relationships in the Naruto world. He also agreed more with the popular phrase among Naruto fans, stay away from the Uchihas, they're all crazy. Tell me honestly, are you angry that Jiraiya left you in the village for so long without even checking in? I do feel some resentment, but not anger. Jiraiya-sensei has his own responsibilities, Minato said, scratching his head and defending Jiraiya. He probably left me in the village because he was worried I'd get into trouble on the battlefield. I trust Jiraiya-sensei. You're beyond saving. I'm claiming your couch tonight, I won't fight you for the bed. Takuya leaned back on the sofa, deciding to crash at Minato's place for the night. He didn't want to deal with a certain violent woman who might wake up in the middle of the night, hungry, and demand food. Takuya's suspicion wasn't baseless. Tsunade did wake up in the middle of the night looking for food. After finding nothing and failing to locate Takuya, she had to settle for milk before going back to sleep. Is Snowy entering the second stage of growth? Takuya entered the ceiling space, looking at the ever-growing Snowy, who was now the size of a small mountain. Snowy seemed to be the embodiment of a sleep god, always appearing lethargic and lacking energy. Takuya suspected that Snowy had entered its second growth stage. Judging by the length of the first stage, it wouldn't be long before Snowy fully matured into its second stage. In this second stage, Snowy could be released without hesitation and could even take on Kurama, the Nine Tails within Kushina, without fear. I hope this growth phase doesn't last too long, Takuya thought, knowing that unexpected events could happen on the battlefield at any time, and he might need Snowy's help. He might even need to use it before reaching the battlefield if trouble arose with his own allies. Just like always, Kushina opened Takeya's door and peeked around, not seeing Takeya, assuming he was asleep. So she stealthily crept toward the bedroom. Leaving the bedroom door open, how careless, Kushina mumbled as she approached. Seeing nothing but a figure curled up tightly under the blanket, she thought, still sleeping? He always naps after returning to the village. Let's see if I can give him a good scare. Placing the lunchbox aside, Kushina took a deep breath and yanked the blanket off with all her might. Takeya, you lazy bum, the sun is already up. Get up, I brought you. As the blanket was pulled away, Kushina found herself staring at a curvaceous body with long, flowing blonde hair, not at all the person she expected. This isn't his Takeya's room? How is there a woman sleeping here? Who are you? Kushina demanded, hands on her hips, red hair starting to float, her expression furious, as if ready to pounce. Who is it, so early in the morning? Can a person get some sleep? Tsunade mumbled, feeling frustrated at being woken up. Had she not been in Hidden Leaf Village, in Takeya's house, Tsunade would have jumped up and shown this intruder a thing or two. Tsunade-sensei? Kushina's near-explosive anger fizzled out in an instant. The woman sleeping in Takeya's bed was none other than Tsunade. You! Why are you back from the battlefield? Why are you sleeping in Takeya's bed? Where is Takeya? Kushina stammered. How should I know? Tsunade grumbled, rubbing her head and yawning. You've got some nerve to ask. I got back and found out you moved out. When I went to your place, you weren't there, so I came to Takeya's. And now the brat runs off, leaving me to starve all night. Kushina was speechless. You claim to have starved all night, yet didn't think to fix yourself something to eat? Chapter 53, Reconcile with the Hidden Rain Village? Who will surrender first? Tsunade instinctively pulled the blanket over herself, planning to sleep a little longer. But as soon as she smelled the aroma of food, she jumped up as if she had been injected with a burst of energy. She grabbed the lunchbox, opened it, and started eating right away, muttering as she chewed, as expected of my good little sister, knowing that I'm starving and bringing me food. This is so good, Kushina, your cooking skills have really improved. This was for Takeya. Kushina started to speak but hesitated, watching Tsunade devour the food. In the end, she didn't have the heart to snatch the lunchbox back because Tsunade's voracious eating had startled her. If it had been anyone else, Kushina would have grabbed the lunchbox immediately. After all, it was the food she prepared for Takeya, and no one else was allowed to eat it. Fine, go ahead and eat. Is she back from fighting a war or fleeing from a disaster? To Kushina, Tsunade's appearance was that of a refugee. Disheveled and unkempt, seeing food made her as excited as a starving ghost, as if she wanted to swallow the lunchbox whole. Her eating habits were truly terrifying. Did Takeya not cook last night? Kushina's here too? Takeya said as he entered, holding breakfast he had bought from the street. Seeing the door open, he walked in without hesitation. He was surprised to see a distressed Kushina constantly urging Tsunade to eat slowly and an incredibly ravenous Tsunade. Where did you run off to last night? I couldn't find you anywhere, Tsunade grumbled between bites, glaring at him. I was starving, you know. I went to Minato's place to avoid being woken up in the middle of the night to cook for you. I'm not your babysitter, Takeya retorted. Coddle you? In your dreams. If you want to eat in the middle of the night, make it yourself. If you can't, then you deserve to go hungry. Takeya's blunt response caused Tsunade to choke. Cough. Slow down, please, Kushina, both angry and concerned, gently patted Tsunade's back to help her catch her breath. After finishing all the food Kushina had brought, Tsunade finally felt alive again. Tossing the empty lunchbox aside, she returned to her usual boisterous self. It seemed she was even looking for a toothpick to clean her teeth. I can't bear to watch. Takeya silently turned away, focusing on his own breakfast, pretending he hadn't seen anything. Kid, you seem to have a big problem with me, Tsunade grumbled, noticing Takeya's disdainful look and how he turned his back on her. Unfazed, Takeya glanced at the clock on the wall and said, didn't you have surgery scheduled today? Or has it been cancelled? What if you lose a lot of money? Tsunade suddenly remembered that she did have surgery planned, and the patient had booked it in advance, offering a generous sum. That's why she had agreed to do it in the first place, to earn some extra gambling money. She almost overslept. I'll deal with you tonight, she said hastily. Not caring about her disheveled appearance, Tsunade dashed out barefoot, yelling as she ran, save some food for me for dinner, I'll be back late. Who does that? Kushina covered her eyes in frustration and shouted, Tsunade-sensei, your clothes. Huh? Tsunade, in the middle of putting on her shoes, looked down and blushed furiously. She quickly adjusted her clothing, then teased Kushina, What's there to be embarrassed about? There are no strangers here. Even if Takuya saw, it's not a big deal. I didn't even look, okay? Besides, it's nothing I haven't seen before. What's there to see? Later. Tsunade called as she hurriedly put on her shoes, tied her hair up quickly, threw on a coat, and rushed out. As for washing up, it seemed there wasn't time. Hope the patient who paid big bucks for Tsunade's surgery won't mind her untidy appearance. Takuya silently offered 3 seconds of pity for the patient who had forked out a large sum to have Tsunade perform surgery. Luckily, this was the world of Naruto. In the real world, a doctor as disheveled as Tsunade might not even be allowed into the operating room. Sometimes, hopes and dreams are wonderful, but reality can be harsh. After Tsunade finished the surgery, got paid, and was about to head to the casino, the Anbu were already waiting at the hospital entrance. Tsunade-sama, the Hokage requests your presence in the office. Although the title of the legendary 3 ninjas had yet to be bestowed upon them, an honor that carried both great respect and deep insult, Tsunade's status as the princess of Hidden Leaf Village meant the Anbu treated her with far more deference than they did Jiraiya or Orochimaru. Seeing you guys, I knew it couldn't be good. I'll head there right away, Tsunade grumbled, annoyed. So frustrating. She had wanted to go to the casino, but the old man had anticipated this, so he had people waiting for her at the hospital, ready to escort her to the office the moment she finished her surgery. With her casino plans ruined, Tsunade's mood darkened as she stomped her way to the Hokage's office. She kicked the door open, but the third Hokage remained unperturbed, not even flinching at the damage to his door. Koharu Uchiha, who had always clashed with Tsunade, twitched at the corner of her mouth but held her tongue. Seeing Tsunade swagger in, Koharu refrained from scolding her, simply turning her head away as if nothing had happened. Old man, what do you want? Tsunade asked with evident irritation as she slumped into an empty chair. Whoosh, exhaling a puff of smoke, the third Hokage set his pipe on the table and spoke. Danzo sent word from the front lines. He wants to negotiate with Hanzo in hopes that Hidden Leaf Village and the Hidden Rain Village can reach a truce and end the war. And why are you telling me this? Tsunade's irritation only grew after hearing the third Hokage's words. Hidden Leaf Village has become bogged down in the Rain Country. If Hanzo wanted peace, he wouldn't be fighting us to the bitter end. Don't forget, the Hidden Rain Village has also declared war on the Hidden Stone Village and the Hidden Sand Village. I don't see Hanzo backing down to negotiate peace. Negotiate peace? Are you joking? Hanzo is at the peak of his power, and the Hidden Rain Village's military strength is unprecedented. Their willingness to declare war on Hidden Leaf Village, the Hidden Stone Village, and the Hidden Sand Village speaks volumes. Whoever causes trouble in the Rain Country, I'll fight them, be it Hidden Leaf Village, the Hidden Sand Village, or even the Hidden Stone Village. In such circumstances, peace talks are impossible. Unless the Hidden Rain Village is driven to the brink of collapse, forcing Hanzo to surrender, only then could peace negotiations be considered. And Hanzo would never bow to Hidden Leaf Village. Danzo may have a plan, but Tsunade sneered, crossing her arms and scoffing, peace talks are a pipe dream. Even if Hanzo agrees, who will yield first? Hidden Leaf Village or the Hidden Rain Village? Peace talks are possible. If Hidden Leaf Village admits defeat, then the Hidden Rain Village will talk. If Hidden Leaf Village doesn't yield but still wants to end the war, how can that happen? The Hidden Sand Village has declared war on Hidden Leaf Village, so a large force led by Chio has entered the Rain Country to join the conflict, aiming to keep Hidden Leaf Village bogged down there. Hanzo isn't a fool, he wouldn't agree to Hidden Leaf Village's demands. But the situation within the Land of Fire is grim, with many enemies still infiltrating, Koharu Uchiha said, her face lined with worry. According to reports, the third Kazekage has set up camp in the Land of Rivers, with the main force of the Hidden Sand Village stationed there. Their ninjas can enter our territory at any time. The third Kazekage hasn't entered the Land of Fire? Tsunade felt something was off. The leader of the Hidden Sand Village, as its strongest ninja, should be leading the charge during their surprise attack on the Land of Fire. If he entered the battlefield, very few in Hidden Leaf Village could stop him. Yet, despite the ongoing clashes between Hidden Leaf Village and the Hidden Sand Village, the third Kazekage remained conspicuously inactive. It felt as if something was being kept hidden, like there was a larger conspiracy at play. Chapter 54, Giving Money Away? Better give it to me. I'll teach you how to play landlord. No, he hasn't, Mido Hamura interjected, taking over the conversation. According to the intelligence reports, the third Kazekage seemed to have entered the Land of Fire at some point but later withdrew. He's been stationed at the camp in the Land of Rivers and hasn't left since. The enemies within the Land of Fire are mainly led by Chio's son. And who's in command? Tsunade asked, fearing that the third Hokage might again place someone unsuitable in charge. The mess Danzo had caused in the Rain Country battlefield had almost driven her mad. If the same were to happen in the land of rivers, Hidden Leaf Village would struggle even more in this war. It's Tsukumo Hatake, the third Hokage finally spoke. Hearing this, Tsunade nodded approvingly. Good choice. Tsukumo-senpai is indeed capable of holding such a position, but I suggest sending Narashikage as well. Tsukumo-senpai is better suited for combat on the battlefield, not managing the camp. He's already been sent, the third Hokage confirmed. Good, I'll return to the Rain Country battlefield as soon as possible. With Chio's presence there, Hidden Leaf Village will need to constantly supply antidotes. Thank you for your hard work, the third Hokage said, acknowledging her efforts. At this, Tsunade pushed her chair back in frustration. If you really appreciated my efforts, you'd remove Denzo from his position. Tsunade, Denzo is the Hokage's advisor. He is also your senior. Show him the respect he deserves. Koharu Uchiha couldn't hold back any longer. After all, their interests were closely tied to Denzo's, and Tsunade questioning Denzo was as good as questioning them all. I'll think about it, the third Hokage said, his tone non-committal, signaling Koharu to drop the matter. Replacing Denzo was out of the question, especially since there wasn't anyone suitable to take his place. As for reprimanding Tsunade, that was even less likely. The Rain Country battlefield couldn't function without her, and if she were pushed too far, Hidden Leaf Village's chances of winning the war would diminish drastically. Tsunade was not one to be trifled with. If she felt cornered, she might very well walk away, and no one could accuse her of being a traitor for it. Doing so would be like shooting themselves in the foot, humiliating both the Hokage and the daimyo of the Land of Fire. Take your time considering it. I'm exhausted, so I'm leaving now, Tsunade said, ignoring Koharu as she waved and turned to leave. She had realized that no matter what, the third Hokage wouldn't replace Denzo. Given that, there was no point in arguing further. Whatever problems arose from their decision, they could deal with it themselves. After Tsunade left, Koharu inevitably began complaining again. But, as always, the third Hokage diffused the situation, smoothing things over, leaving Koharu with no outlet for her frustration. While her position as an elder commanded authority over most, it was utterly disregarded by Tsunade. Finally, some time to relax. Leaving the Hokage's office, Tsunade hurried toward the casino. But when she arrived, she was stunned. The casino was closed. A notice was posted on the door, stating that due to the war, the casino would be closed temporarily to avoid causing trouble for the village. Seeing this, Tsunade nearly spat out blood. She had prepared her money, only to find that there was nowhere to lose it. This is absurd. At that moment, Tsunade felt an overwhelming urge to drag the casino owner out and beat them up. Of all times to clothes, why now? Are you doing this on purpose? The casino was open just yesterday. What Tsunade didn't know was that to prevent her from staying in the village too long, the third Hokage had ordered the Anbu to inform all casinos in Hidden Leaf Village to close until she left the village. With the Anbu delivering such a warning, no casino owner dared to defy the order. Aren't you supposed to be back late? Takeya asked as he returned home after training, fresh from a bath and lounging on the sofa with a book. He saw Tsunade return with a scowl on her face, clearly displeased. The casino's closed, Tsunade grumbled, feeling as if the world was conspiring against her. She slumped next to Takeya, forcing her way into a comfortable spot beside him. Takeya thought she had been heartbroken or that a surgery had gone wrong, but no, she was upset because the casino had closed. Will you die if you don't give your money away? Wait. Giving away money? If you're so eager to give it away, why not give it to me? You're already freeloading at my place, eating my food, and even sleeping in my bed. You don't even want to sleep in the guest room and insist on taking over my bedroom. Takeya raised his hand, rubbing his chin thoughtfully. Ever played landlord? What's landlord? Tsunade asked weakly, glancing at Takeya. He shrugged and replied, a gambling game. How do you play? Tsunade's interest was piqued. She immediately perked up, sitting cross-legged and waving her hand excitedly. Come on, let's play. I've been dying to gamble. Let's play this landlord game you mentioned. Whether it was cards or a game machine, it didn't matter to her. As long as she could gamble, that was enough. But we don't have any cards, and we need 3 people to play a landlord, Takeya pointed out. Leave the cards to me, and I'll find us another player, Tsunade said, already burning with excitement. Takeya told her what kind of cards they needed, and without even bothering to use the door, Tsunade jumped out of the window and disappeared. Less than half an hour later, Tsunade returned, dragging a bewildered Kushina with one hand and holding a freshly printed deck of cards with the other. The cards were hastily printed after Tsunade stormed into a print shop and demanded the owner work overtime to produce them. As for the designs, she didn't care, numbers and letters were enough. Kushina, meanwhile, had been in her kitchen preparing a special dinner for Takeya when Tsunade suddenly barged in, grabbed her without a word, and carried her off. She hadn't even had a chance to protest before Tsunade hoisted her over her shoulder and ran. Now sitting in Takuya's house, Kushina was still dazed. Wasn't I cooking at home? How did I end up here? Here are the cards. Let's start, I can't wait any longer. Tsunade said, tossing Kushina onto the sofa and rubbing her hands together eagerly, urging Takuya to begin. Do you both understand the rules? After explaining for quite some time, Takuya finally made sure Tsunade and Kushina understood how to play landlord. Tsunade was easy enough, despite her terrible luck, she had a good memory. But Kushina was a bit confused. Landlord. As soon as the cards were dealt, the big sheep couldn't wait to shout, eager to be the landlord. Without even waiting for Takuya and Kushina to agree, she grabbed the bottom cards and added them to her hand. Kushina bit her lip and began organizing her cards. Takuya shot a look at Tsunade. Where did you get the confidence to grab the landlord role? She didn't even bother with the bidding process. Glancing at his hand with 2 jokers and 3 twos, Takuya silently prepared to fleece this big sheep. As long as Kushina didn't mess things up, Takuya was confident he could strip Tsunade of everything she had. How should I play this? Tsunade's inexperience and overeagerness were painfully evident. 3. 2. No can do. Straight. No can do. Triple with an extra. I want this one. I've got this one. Joker bomb. Are you cheating? Why are all the big cards in your hand? Chapter 55. Not only are you a gambling addict, but also a female hooligan. Watching Takuya win hand after hand, Tsunade gritted her teeth in frustration. Why does he always get the best cards? You shuffle the cards. What do you mean, cheating? If you can't handle losing, then don't play. Pay up, thank you for your contribution, 2,000 ryo, no credit, Takuya said, pushing the cards towards Tsunade. If you're bad at the game, at least don't blame others. Takuya couldn't understand where Tsunade got the confidence to grab the cards. Fine, I'll shuffle. Tsunade felt like she had been duped. My luck can't be this bad. Why does Takuya always get the good cards? She was determined to win this time. I'm going to wipe the floor with you. Bomb, straight, joker, airplane, 2, straight. Watching Takuya win again and again, with even Kushina profiting from the game, Tsunade was fuming. Why is my luck so terrible? I can never get good cards. I don't believe this. Let's go again. Tsunade, now fully invested, dealt another round of cards. I dare you to be the landlord this time. I'll destroy you. Holding 2 jokers and 4 aces, Tsunade felt invincible. This round, I'll make Takuya beg for mercy. Pass, Takuya said, quickly passing on the landlord role. Ha ha ha, Takuya, you're going to lose this time. Tsunade exclaimed, grabbing the remaining cards. Watch me win it all back. Takuya. It seemed that hanging out with him, Minato, Kushina, and Mikoto had led Tsunade to pick up some of the funny phrases from his past life. With 2 jokers in hand, I'm unstoppable. Feeling on top of the world, Tsunade confidently played a low 3. Kushina hesitated as she examined her hand. She was stuck, unsure how to proceed. Something seems off with these cards. One wrong move, and Tsunade might cry if I win this round. What are you waiting for? Play a 2. Came the urgent voice of the Ninetales from within her. Kushina had reached an agreement with the Ninetales. As long as it didn't interfere with her training, she wouldn't torment it with the adamantine sealing chains. Occasionally, she'd even let it take a peek at the outside world. Now, as it watched Takuya and Tsunade playing, the Ninetales was itching to join in. Seeing Takuya win round after round, with Tsunade almost losing her shirt, the Ninetales couldn't stand it. Finally, she has good cards, why is she hesitating? Play your cards. I'm going crazy here. What do you know? Kushina retorted. If I lose, how could I face Takuya? Inside the seal, the Ninetales rolled its eyes, baring its fangs. Trust me, you won't lose. If I'm wrong, I won't ask to be let out for 3 months. Really? Yes, play the 2. Tsunade definitely can't beat it. Alright. Under Tsunade's impatient gaze, Kushina followed the Ninetales' advice and played a 2. Pass, Takuya said, giving up instantly. Should I bomb her? Tsunade hesitated, feeling uncertain. The Ninetales smirked with satisfaction. See? I told you it would work. Pass. Tsunade eventually backed down. Straight, Kushina played a sequence, causing Tsunade's eyes to widen in shock. PFFT Takuya turned away, stifling his laughter. Why is it so hard for Tsunade to win a round? She had lost every game from start to finish. Poor Kushina hadn't had a single chance to be the landlord. She either won alongside Takuya or lost with Tsunade. Pass. I don't believe you can win with this hand. Pair of 2s. Are you doing this on purpose? Tsunade snapped, veins bulging on her forehead. She was ready to punch someone. If it hadn't been Kushina sitting there, Jiraiya would have been sent flying by now. Can't I play a pair of twos? Kushina asked, looking at Tsunade with wide, innocent eyes. Facing Kushina's sad expression, Tsunade's anger melted away, replaced by a forced smile. Of course, you can. Keep going, I don't believe, straight. Kushina laid down her final cards, and the smile on Tsunade's face froze. What happened to two jokers in hand, unstoppable? How did Kushina steal the win? And it's a spring game, which doubles the payout. Arg. So frustrating. PFFT ha ha ha. Takuya collapsed onto the table, laughing uncontrollably. Playing cards with Tsunade was too much fun. She couldn't win a single game, not even one. You're good. Tsunade glared at Kushina. I finally got a good hand, and you ruined it. Where's the justice in that? Want to play another round, Tsunade? I haven't been a landlord yet, Kushina asked innocently. What's the point? I'm going to bed. Tossing the cards aside, Tsunade fled. She had run out of money, and Takuya didn't allow credit, so unless Kushina lent her some, she was out of luck. But Takuya wasn't about to lend her a single coin. Why lend you money to lose when I could keep it for myself? As a result, Tsunade never managed to borrow money from Takuya, and even from Kushina, the chances were slim. The most frustrating part for Tsunade was that she couldn't strong-arm Kushina into lending her money. If it had been Nawaki, she would have kicked him until he gave in. Ha ha ha, she's only going to bed because she's out of money. If we kept playing, she'd lose her underwear too, Takuya chuckled, his stomach hurting from laughter. He called out to Tsunade, the guest room is clean, don't go to my bedroom. I like it. I want to, and I'm going to sleep in your room. Tsunade yelled back, storming into the bedroom. Let's see you sleep there forever, then. I will. Who's afraid? I was wondering where I'd find dinner. If you're willing to take care of me, I don't mind, Tsunade continued. So that's it, Takuya thought, shaking his head. Not only is Tsunade a gambling addict, but she's also a shameless hooligan. Just listen to her. I'm going to join Tsunade, Kushina said, carefully tucking away her winnings before heading to the bedroom. After losing all her money, Tsunade had calmed down considerably, but it only took a day before she started acting up again. Unable to borrow money from Kushina, she suggested playing landlord with sticky notes instead. Takuya not only scorned the idea but also flat out refused. Winning a bit of money was fine, but playing for sticky notes? No way. On the fourth day, under the third Hokage's orders, Tsunade reluctantly left Hidden Leaf Village, carrying a load of sealing scrolls as she headed to the Rain Country battlefield. On the road, Tsunade slung her arm around Takuya's shoulders, grinning mischievously. Takuya, aren't you going to say goodbye to Kushina and Mikoto? You just want to see me embarrass myself. Don't think I don't see through your little tricks. Takuya rolled his eyes and pulled away, thinking, it's broad daylight, and you're acting all cozy. They know I'm going to the Rain Country battlefield. I've already said everything I need to say. What's the point of another farewell? Oh, are you shy? Don't run away, come here and let your big sister give you a hug, so I can tell Kushina all about it later. Get lost. Are we going to war or on a fun trip? Chapter 56, Arrival at the Battlefield. Dire situations. Watching Takuya and Tsunade's antics along the way, Minato felt like a third wheel. Tsunade hardly paid him any attention, her focus entirely on Takuya. Despite all the joking around, once they were far from Hidden Leaf Village, Tsunade became serious. She started scanning for enemy traces, setting traps, and scouting for a campsite. Nothing was left undone. Just as Minato thought Tsunade had finally gotten serious, she pulled out a deck of cards and raised an eyebrow at Takuya. How about a couple of rounds? Minato. What kind of people are these? They were still thinking about playing cards at a time like this. Wait, why are you looking at me? Don't tell me I have to join in too? Help me. Minato, on the verge of tears, held the cards, silently pleading for help, but Takuya just ignored him. Enjoy yourself. Takuya thought with a mischievous smile. Takuya declined to play, so Tsunade dragged Minato into a two-player game of Landlord. She took full advantage of Minato's lack of understanding of the rules, nearly reducing him to tears. He was so close to begging, please, I'll just give you the money, can you let me off the hook? Traveling light, with only a few sealing scrolls filled with medical supplies, their progress wasn't slowed much. They encountered no Sand Village shinobi along the way, reaching the Rain Country in just 2 days. This is the most inhospitable place I've ever been to, no contest, Takuya observed. The sky was perpetually overcast, rain fell constantly, and the ground was riddled with puddles and mud. Luckily, shinobi could channel chakra to their feet, making it easier to traverse the mud. For ordinary people, traveling even 100 meters would mean slipping and falling several times. Be cautious, enemies could appear at any moment. "We're only a few miles from the Hidden Leaf Village camp," Tsunade warned. Her nerves were on edge as they entered rain country, knowing that even though they were behind Hidden Leaf Village's front lines, enemies could still pop up unexpectedly. Hanzo was known for sending teams to circle behind enemy lines and attack Hidden Leaf Village's supply convoys. Shaking the rain from his head, Takuya asked, "Why not set up camp near the border? The environment there is better than in rain country. This humidity makes transporting supplies and treating the wounded much harder. Precious supplies could be stored in sealing scrolls, like the medicine Tsunade carried. But weapons and food had to be transported by cart, making these conditions a significant challenge. And injured soldiers. Their wounds would easily get infected in this environment." "It was the commander's order," Tsunade responded with a roll of her eyes. Of course, her irritation wasn't aimed at Takuya but at the man sitting safely in camp, issuing orders, Denzo Shimura. Right, Denzo's handiwork. Takuya thought. Denzo was skilled in scheming and betrayal, but when it came to commanding an army, it would have been better to give command to Orochimaru. Orochimaru had a natural talent for this, though his tactics were ruthless, often using bait to lure in prey. Still, at least he was competent, unlike Denzo. Without the support of the third Hokage and his ties to Tobirama, Denzo wouldn't even be qualified to oversee the camp, let alone be the commander. It was clear Tsunade held a deep grudge against Denzo. She had likely had a rough time on the front lines. The remaining miles passed without incident, and they successfully arrived at the Hidden Leaf Village camp. Shinobi battles differed from those of conventional armies, which often relied on mass strengths and brute force. Shinobi typically engaged in smaller-scale skirmishes. Only in major battles would you see hundreds of shinobi mobilized at once. In the usual structure, there were squads, platoons, and companies. Squads consisted of 3 shinobi, platoons of 12, and the size of a company depended on the situation. After verifying their identities, the 3 entered the camp, and Tsunade immediately led them to the medical unit. Lady Tsunade. Along the way, they were greeted by many who respectfully acknowledged her presence. Tsunade kept her expression serious, nodding slightly in response. "You two help out with the wounded for now. Nawaki will be with you, so ask him if you have any questions," Tsunade said as she disappeared into a tent to change clothes, before diving into treating the severely injured, leaving Takuya and Minato to fend for themselves. "Someone help hold him down." As new recruits, Takuya and Minato exchanged glances before moving to restrain a struggling patient. "What the?" Seeing the patient's condition, Takuya gasped. What did this guy go through? He was in horrible shape. His skin was pitted and covered in blisters, many of which had burst open. Did someone douse him in acid? As Takuya and Minato held the patient down, the medical ninja treating him let out a sigh of relief. "You must be new here, right?" The medical ninja glanced at their young faces as he worked on the patient, casually asking. "Yes, we are," Minato nodded, then hesitantly asked, "Sensei, his injuries?" Minato wanted to ask what had caused the man's injuries but realized it might be impolite, so he stopped himself. He didn't want his or Takuya's first impression with the medical team to be a negative one. The medical ninja didn't seem bothered, instead offering a friendly smile. "It's no secret, he was poisoned by a puppet master from the Sand Village. If it weren't for Lady Tsunade's antidotes, many more of us would have died. The Sand Shinobi are truly despicable, attacking us while we're already engaged with the Rain Village, and even sending an army into the Rain Country to fight us." The medic's tone turned bitter as he cursed the Sand Village for their underhanded tactics. "Even with an antidote, if treatment isn't timely, it can be fatal, right?" Takuya observed. "This guy's probably scarred for life. He'd be kicked out of the red light district if he tried to go there," Takuya thought, somewhat morbidly. The man's injuries were horrifying. The antidote wasn't a miracle cure. The Sand Village constantly developed new poisons, trying to inflict maximum damage on their enemies. Hidden Leaf Village was always on the back foot, only able to create antidotes after encountering a new poison. They were fortunate to have Tsunade, or the death toll would be much higher. The medic gave Takuya a surprised look, impressed that someone so young understood this. He nodded. "If it's a new antidote and the poison is treated immediately, there's usually no problem. But if they don't have the antidote or can't get help quickly, many of our shinobi die from it." He glanced at Takuya and Minato, a mischievous glint in his eyes, and gestured for them to lift the cloth at the back of the tent. "Damn it. I thought you were a helpful mentor, but you just wanted to prank us." Takuya fumed, resisting the urge to curse. Chapter 57, Nawaki's Ambitious Dreams. Is there something behind this? Minato instinctively reached out to pull it back, but Takuya shouted, "Stop." Unfortunately, it was too late. Minato had already lifted the white cloth. Upon seeing what lay behind it, Minato shuddered, dropping the cloth as if he'd been shocked. He turned back to the medical ninja who had tricked them with an exasperated look. "Ha ha ha." The medical ninja laughed heartily. It's been a while since I've come across such amusing kids like you. Just messing with you a bit. But since you're here to help, you'll need to get used to all of this. By the way, who brought you here? Tsunade, Takuya replied, feeling somewhat irritated. Oh, Tsunade, huh? The medical ninja continued to treat the patient's wounds, applying a layer of ointment to the poor man's body. The patient would undoubtedly be left with pockmarked skin, resembling a honeycomb once he was fully healed. It was then that the medical ninja suddenly paused, his hands frozen in place as he processed the name. He looked up in surprise. Who? Tsunade, Takuya repeated, shrugging as if it was no big deal. Did Tsunade-sama bring you here? The medical ninja asked again, wanting to be sure. Yes, senpai. We came to the camp with Tsunade-sama, Minato replied politely. Ha ha ha, that's great. After standing there stunned for a few seconds, the medical ninja suddenly jumped up like an excited child, nearly hitting the tent's roof. This is fantastic. Has this guy lost his mind? Minato instinctively moved closer to Takuya, whispering, What's wrong with this senpai? How would I know? Takuya shot him a look. We both came here together, how am I supposed to know why he's acting like this? Takuya guessed that the medical ninja was so happy because Tsunade was back and the medical unit's backbone had returned. But was it really necessary to get this excited? Tsunade had only been gone for about 10 days. Even before, Tsunade rarely stayed in camp. Most of the time, she was on the battlefield with Orochimaru and Jiraiya, fighting the enemy. She only came back to help make antidotes or treat severely injured shinobi. After laughing for a while, the medical ninja realized he had lost his composure. He coughed awkwardly, trying to cover up his excitement. With a somewhat unnatural expression, he asked, So, did Tsunade-sama ask you to do anything specific, or are you just here to help out in the medical unit? Takuya and Minato exchanged glances. Minato gave his trademark sunny smile and scratched his head. Senpai, Tsunade-sama asked us to find Nawaki-senpai, Tsunade-sama's younger brother. Nawaki? Are you sure? The medical ninja's previously awkward expression turned strange upon hearing this. Something's off. Takuya could sense that something was wrong. They might be walking into a trap. Senpai, is there an issue with finding Nawaki? Even Minato was starting to feel uneasy. No, the medical ninja quickly shook his head and helpfully pointed outside the tent to where Nawaki was working. You'll find him there. But be warned, the work might be tough. Good luck, you two. Hard work is better than losing your life on the battlefield. As they left the tent, Minato whispered, I've got a bad feeling about this. You don't need to have a bad feeling, it's definitely going to be rough, Takuya replied, his tone resigned. When the two finally found Nawaki, Minato understood exactly what Takuya had meant earlier. Takuya, Minato? Nawaki looked surprised when he saw them. What are you two doing on the front lines? We came with your sister. She told us to find you, Takuya explained, spreading his hands. They were in unfamiliar territory, so sticking with Nawaki wasn't too bad. At least they wouldn't be randomly targeted, even if the work turned out to be hard. They were on the front lines now, did they really expect an easy life? That was out of the question. That's great. Nawaki exclaimed, pulling them into the tent. Embarrassed, he quickly tidied up the messy space. It's a bit chaotic since I've been living here alone. You guys can stay with me from now on. This is one of the safest spots in the camp, so there's no risk of enemy attacks. You can rest easy here. I finally understand why Tsunade is such a slob. It must run in the Senju family. Takuya thought to himself. The sister is a mess, and so is the brother. It's fine, we'll help clean up. Right, Takuya? Minato nudged Takuya, signaling him to start helping. On the way here, Takuya and Tsunade had been constantly teasing each other, leaving Minato with frayed nerves. But while Tsunade and Takuya were close, Nawaki's relationship with them was just average. Now wasn't the time to embarrass Nawaki. Takuya wasn't clueless, nor did he intend to make things difficult for Nawaki. Just as Minato thought, even though they weren't particularly close to Nawaki, they still had to maintain a certain level of respect. It wasn't like with Tsunade, where Takuya could tease her without worry. The three of them quickly got to work, and it wasn't long before they had the tent cleaned up. Both Takuya and Minato were handy with their hands, and neither wanted to live in a dirty, smelly space. In this terrible environment, getting a good night's sleep was already a luxury. The least they could do was make themselves as comfortable as possible. After some hard work, they finally finished cleaning up. As they took a break, Takuya casually asked, by the way, what exactly are we supposed to be doing? Didn't Orochimaru take you to the battlefield? Sensei said I should stay in camp to gain some experience first. He'll take me to the battlefield later, Nawaki explained, his face filled with admiration as he mentioned Orochimaru. Clenching his fists, he confidently declared, I'll study hard under Orochimaru-sensei and become a powerful shinobi like my grandfather, to protect Hidden Leaf Village, my family, and the villagers. Ahaha. Minato scratched his head awkwardly. Nawaki's ambition seemed even more unrealistic than his own. Minato only wanted to become Hokage, but Nawaki? He wanted to stand shoulder to shoulder with Hashirama Senju, something most people wouldn't even dream of. It helped that Nawaki's grandfather was Hashirama. If anyone else had such lofty ambitions, they'd be laughed at. At the very least, Minato was too shy to go around saying he wanted to be Hokage, to bring peace to the ninja world, and end all wars. Minato had stopped openly talking about his dreams, all thanks to Takuya. Since they were kids, whenever Minato talked about his ideals and aspirations, Takuya would just laugh at him. Over time, Minato started keeping these thoughts to himself. He realized that constantly talking about dreams and ideals felt kind of embarrassing. Your ambition is really grand, Takuya thought. It might not come true in this lifetime. By the way, you still haven't told us what kind of work we'll be doing, Takuya said. Work? Nawaki paused, and the confidence on his face faded. It's hard to explain. You'll see tonight. For now, let's just rest. Our work starts in the evening. Oh, and don't wander around the camp. You might be mistaken for a spy. What about food? Takuya asked. The rain was still pouring, and the ground was a muddy mess. Who would be wandering around for no reason? All Takuya cared about was staying comfortable and not going hungry. As for everything else, it could wait. Takuya didn't mind fighting on the battlefield. After all, killing was part of a ninja's life, as long as he wasn't being sent on a suicide mission. Are you hungry? Nawaki pulled out 2 black, rock-hard ration bars and a handful of soldier pills. Takuya and Minato stared at the food Nawaki offered them in silence. What's wrong? Nawaki asked, puzzled by their reaction. Didn't you say you were hungry? Minato glanced at Takuya before asking hesitantly, is there anything else? Nope, Nawaki shook his head. There's cooked food at mealtimes, but it doesn't taste great. Honestly, the dry rations are better, even if they're a bit hard. As for the soldier pills, I wouldn't recommend eating them unless you have to. Step aside. Takuya nudged Minato out of the way and seriously said to Nawaki, go to the logistics department and get some ingredients. Don't forget the firewood. We'll cook for ourselves. If anyone asks, just say your sister wants to practice her cooking skills, so she needs the supplies. Chapter 58, Sacrificing Others to Save Myself. By the way, remember to tell your sister when you get back. It'll be mealtime soon, so she should come over to eat, Takuya instructed, a resigned expression on his face. It seems I have to cook separately after all. Luckily, with Tsunade as their cover, no one would dare to complain. Tsunade's importance in the camp was no less than that of Danzo, the commanding officer. If she wanted to cook separately, who would dare to object? Not only would no one say it was wrong, but they'd probably think it was perfectly reasonable. Is this really okay? Nawaki, remembering Takuya's culinary skills, swallowed his saliva unconsciously. He was getting tired of eating rations all the time. If you're not willing, then just keep gnawing on your dry rations. I'm going out for a bit, Takuya said, spreading his hands in exasperation. If Nawaki didn't want to go along with the plan, Takuya would just find his own way. The land of rain was harsh, but it wasn't devoid of resources. Takuya didn't believe his cooking skills wouldn't earn him a little special treatment. Wait. I'll go. Nawaki wasn't stupid. With the chance to get better food and using his own name, why wouldn't he take the opportunity? He was tired of the camp's meals and rations. With Takuya being such a good cook, the special treatment was a must. Stopping Takuya from leaving, Nawaki donned a raincoat and dashed towards the logistics department. He won't get scolded, will he? Minato asked worriedly, watching Nawaki's silhouette disappear into the rain. Using Tsunade's name like that, there was a high chance Takuya wouldn't get scolded, but Nawaki might end up being the one to suffer. Then you can keep eating rations, Takuya replied with a disdainful glance. You want special treatment, but you're worried about Nawaki getting scolded? Ahem, the weather is nice today. Minato quickly changed the subject, pretending as if he hadn't just been worrying about Nawaki getting scolded. After all, compared to getting better food, whether Nawaki would get scolded or not wasn't that important. Tsunade wouldn't hit him, after all. Sacrificing others to save myself, that's a lesson I learned from you, Minato thought. Nawaki, using Tsunade's name, arrived at the logistics department and explained his request. Nervous, he anxiously awaited the response of the logistics manager, a higher-ranking ninja. What? The manager said, his reaction far more intense than Nawaki had expected, making Nawaki even more anxious. You're doing this for Tsunade-sama? The manager continued, before firmly stating, if it's for Tsunade-sama, we'll accommodate her needs, no matter what. Please wait here, I'll have someone deliver the supplies right away. From now on, you won't even need to come here, we'll make sure everything is delivered daily. The logistics manager patted his chest, reassuring Nawaki. Though the manager was a shinobi from the Shimura clan and had been promoted by Danzo, he had deep respect for Tsunade. Without her, who knows how many Hidden Leaf Village shinobi would have perished on the battlefield. That worked? Nawaki thought, still in disbelief. This seems almost too easy. As Nawaki left the logistics department, his mind was still buzzing. But he didn't forget to go find Tsunade. What do you want? Tsunade asked. Having rushed to the camp in the land of rain and performed 2 surgeries already, even someone with Tsunade's strength and stamina was exhausted. She leaned back in her chair, legs propped on the table, her arms crossed, and she warned, if this is about going to the battlefield, forget it. Talk to Orochimaru about that. Tsunade's biggest headache with Nawaki was his constant desire to go to the battlefield and fight. He had came to her many times asking for help in convincing Orochimaru to let him go. So Tsunade laid it out right away, she wouldn't discuss anything related to the battlefield. Nawaki would have to talk to Orochimaru when he returned. It's not that, Nawaki said quickly, it's about Takuya. He said you've been working hard and need a special meal. I already went to the logistics department, they'll deliver the supplies to my place. They asked you to come over for dinner. Alright, Tsunade agreed immediately. She had long grown tired of the camp's meals. If she had the option, of course she would prefer something better. With Takuya's cooking skills, it would be a waste not to have a special meal. I'll be heading back then, Nawaki said, relieved now that Tsunade had agreed. Wait. Tsunade suddenly realized something. Did you say you're using my name for the special meal? Danger. Nawaki immediately sensed that he might be in trouble. Realizing his life might be at stake, he hurriedly explained, it wasn't my idea. It was all Takuya's. He said you'd definitely be okay with it, and that using your name would prevent the logistics department from giving me any trouble. Otherwise, people might gossip. Ugh, I knew it, Tsunade sighed, her enthusiasm gone, and even the idea of hitting her brother was dismissed. Huh? Nawaki blinked in confusion. She's not angry? Has the sun come out today? You little brat, are you asking for a beating? Tsunade's rage returned in an instant. Slamming the table, she gritted her teeth and said, if you had even half of Takuya's brains, I wouldn't have to worry so much. Now get lost, and tell him I'll be there on time. I'll handle things in the camp, so keep the special meals coming. Right away. Nawaki, fearing for his safety, dashed off, clutching his head to avoid a potential smack. Sigh. Tsunade let out a weary sigh. I hope spending time with Takuya will help this kid wise up a bit. Tsunade didn't have high expectations for Nawaki. As long as he grew up safely, she'd be satisfied. As for his ambitions of becoming Hokage and standing shoulder to shoulder with their grandfather, achieving that would be great, but she wasn't counting on it. Even Tsunade herself didn't have much faith in those dreams. The idea of becoming Hokage and standing alongside Hashirama Senju was almost impossible, something she didn't need to worry about. As for becoming Hokage, it was too early to talk about that. The third Hokage was still in his prime and wouldn't easily step down. Even if he did, without securing the power that comes with the position, being Hokage would be a difficult, if not humiliating, role, like what happened with Minato. Even after being chosen as the fourth Hokage over Orochimaru, most of the power remained with the third Hokage or was held by Danzo and his group. Minato was left feeling like a mere puppet. Danzo-sama, this is a report from the logistics department regarding supplies sent to Tsunade-sama, a subordinate reported. Given that Danzo was the camp commander, any significant matters had to be approved by him first. Chapter 59, Who Dares to Disdain Tsunade? Takuya Yagami dares. Danzo casually glanced at the contents of the document before placing it down. Go ahead with the arrangements. You can also periodically increase the supply of fresh ingredients. Tsunade needing special treatment? That was good news. Danzo was eager for Tsunade to stay in the camp permanently, enjoying her special treatment every day. As long as Tsunade remained in the camp, she could save many injured shinobi, which was far more valuable to Danzo than having her on the front lines. However, Tsunade disliked him. After a heated argument, she left the camp and headed to the battlefield, refusing to be persuaded to return. Now, if Tsunade was willing to stay, wasn't that a good thing? Yes, sir. Relieved by Danzo's approval, the logistics staff left the tent, now with a legitimate reason for their actions. Once they were gone, Danzo spoke again. That Takuya Yagami who arrived with Tsunade, is he in the camp? Yes, Lord Danzo. He arrived with Jiraiya's disciple, Minato no Mikaze. The Hokage specifically requested that Tsunade bring them to the front lines for training. Should I summon them? A root ninja appeared in the tent, kneeling respectfully. No need. They're just kids. What's a pair of 3 Tomoe sharing worth? If Saratobi values them, let them do as they please. Though Danzo said he wasn't interested, the truth was, he was quite envious of Takeya's Sharingan and his Genjutsu abilities. But now was not the time for underhanded moves. Angering the third Hokage could jeopardize his position, especially since Takeya's background made him too sensitive to target. Besides, Tsunade had taken a keen interest in the boy. If Danzo made any move against Takeya, Tsunade would undoubtedly explode, and the camp would descend into chaos. Faced with a choice between recruiting a promising talent and retaining his authority, Danzo decisively chose the latter. As for Takeya embarrassing Shimura Hideaki, was that really a big deal? It was a trivial matter, hardly worth Danzo's attention. There were plenty of people in the Shimura clan. If every little issue required his intervention, then Danzo might as well abandon his ambitions and just focus on solving his clan's problems. Yes, sir. With his orders given, the root ninja disappeared from the tent, leaving Danzo alone, his expressionless face furrowing into a deep frown. He had allied with Koharu and Hamura, working together to wrest control of the front lines from the third Hokage. Yet, despite the power and authority that came with his position, Danzo found it uncomfortable, like sitting on a hot seat. Every minor problem required his attention. That was one thing, and Danzo didn't shy away from scheming and plotting. But he was frustrated by his own limitations in directing the enemy's distribution and strategy. He didn't want to relinquish his authority, but the weight of responsibility left him feeling caught between a rock and a hard place. Moreover, the third Hokage was keen to negotiate with Hanzo, hoping to end the war through diplomacy, something Danzo didn't want at all. Danzo's ambition was to become Hokage, and to achieve that, he needed enough merits and recognition. If the third Hokage led the negotiations and ended the war, the credit wouldn't go to Danzo. Indeed, no matter where you are, it's always better to have someone powerful to rely on. Look at them, they're eating dry rations while others get special treatment, and everyone's happy to offer them more. Takeya couldn't help but feel a bit envious. Gurgle. Having not eaten a proper meal in a long time, Nawaki's stomach rumbled at the aroma of food. Takeya looked at him, exasperated. Nawaki, could you not be so embarrassing? Anyone who doesn't know you might think you're a refugee. Sometimes it's worse than being a refugee out here, came Tsunade's voice, perfectly timed to alleviate her brother's embarrassment. Otherwise, Nawaki might have been too mortified to move. Sis, is it time to eat? Nawaki jumped up, making way for Tsunade to sit. But she just turned her nose up at him. After surveying the now tidy tent, Tsunade chose to sit next to Takeya instead. The reason was simple, Nawaki's sleeping area was too messy, and it had a strange odor. No girl would want to sit near that smell. After you eat, clean up your space. Don't embarrass yourself, and don't say I didn't warn you. Tsunade sat down, giving Nawaki a warning look. Nawaki had previously lived alone in a tent, but now, with 2 companions, his sloppiness was bound to be noticed. As for Tsunade, who would dare to disdain her? Did you wash your hands? Did you change your clothes? And you're sitting on my bed? Tsunade's musings were abruptly interrupted as Takeya pushed her away. The medical unit was full of all kinds of viruses and grime. Bringing even a tiny bit of that into the tent could be a disaster. Nawaki, still smarting from Tsunade's earlier rejection, stared in shock at Takeya. His sister, who had just snubbed him, was now being rejected by someone else. Am I dreaming? You little brat, what did you say? Tsunade's face reddened with anger as she glared at Takeya. I already washed up. If you don't believe me, come smell for yourself, she insisted. Is that so? Takeya leaned in suspiciously and took a sniff. Minato was unfazed by this exchange, he had seen far more bizarre interactions between Takeya and Tsunade. This was nothing in comparison. Minato might be used to it, but Nawaki was not. He felt like his world was crumbling. His sister. She was letting a guy, no, a kid, get that close and do something so inappropriate. Takeya Yagami, this is too much. Who goes around sniffing girls like that? Alright, no strange smells. You pass, Takeya finally relented, letting Tsunade off the hook. Let's eat. You're in luck, logistics sent over 2 bottles of sake just for you. He gestured to the bottles on the side as he picked up his chopsticks. They're learning, Tsunade remarked. It's no wonder I work so hard saving people, it's exhausting. Takeya, give me a massage later. Your technique was pretty good last time, I felt great afterward. Get lost. Why would I? Just say whether you will or not. I refuse. Why aren't you eating? Weren't you just complaining about being hungry? Noticing Nawaki sitting there in a daze, Minato felt puzzled. Is it because of Takeya and Tsunade arguing? Isn't that normal for them? Eat up. What's got you spacing out? After her spat with Takeya, Tsunade finally noticed her brother's odd behavior. Huh? Oh, Yeah, food. Right. Nawaki quickly shoveled rice into his mouth, forgetting to even grab any side dishes, his eyes darting between Takeya and Tsunade. Keep staring, and I'll pluck your eyeballs out, Tsunade threatened, glaring at him. I'm your real brother, your flesh and blood. Why are you harsher with me than with others? Nothing beats a proper meal. I don't even want to leave the camp anymore, Tsunade sighed, her face flushed from the sake, as she collapsed onto Takeya's bed. Alright, time for that massage. I'm exhausted. If you don't give me one, I'm not leaving. I will sleep in your bed tonight. Clatter. Nawaki's bowl slipped from his hands onto the table. All three of them, Tsunade, Takeya, and Minato, turned to look at him with questioning eyes. Are you okay? Why have you been acting so strangely all day? You even dropped your bowl. Chapter 60, The Mysterious Job is Actually. You like giving massages, huh? Let's see if you still want to give them after this. Takeya Yagami gritted his teeth as he jumped onto Tsunade's back, grabbed her arms, and yanked them backward with force. Crack, crack, crack. The sound of bones popping echoed repeatedly. Yes, yes, just like that. Put some strength into it. My bones feel like they're about to fall apart. Woman, shut up. Be thankful I'm even doing this. You sure have a lot to say. Nawaki was utterly stunned, he didn't even know how he managed to walk out of the tent. Nawaki, what's going on with you? You seem really out of it, Minato asked with concern, noticing his friend's distracted state as they left the tent to wash the dishes. I'm fine, I just... Nawaki snapped out of his daze and forced a smile, awkwardly gesturing as he struggled to find the words. I mean... Minato. Yeah? Hand me the dishes. You don't look so good. I'll take care of it today, and you can do it tomorrow. What exactly is the deal between my sister and Takeya Yagami? Their relationship? Minato looked up at him, puzzled. It's pretty normal, I guess. At first, I thought it was just a senior-junior thing, but later it felt more like they were friends. They both like to joke around and mess with each other. As he spoke, Minato couldn't help but smile wryly. Honestly, Takeya might be the only one in the whole of Hidden Leaf Village who dares to tease Tsunade like that. Anyone else would probably be flattened with a single slap. Don't you think it's weird, though? Nawaki asked, still feeling unsettled. Tsunade's so much older, yet she's friends with someone who's at least 10 years younger than her? And they seem really close. It doesn't make sense. It really doesn't. There's something even weirder that happens at night. You'll see soon enough. Recalling the events of the past few nights, Minato could only laugh helplessly. What? Something weirder? Nawaki's voice rose a few notches, nearly deafening Minato. Why is he reacting so strongly? Soon, Nawaki would understand exactly why Minato had said there were even stranger things. Come on, let's play a few rounds of cards before you guys head out on patrol. I haven't played all day, and I'm getting antsy, Tsunade said, slapping the table with satisfaction after receiving a full-body massage. She waved a deck of cards in front of Nawaki, beckoning him over with a playful grin. Just lend me your allowance. I'll pay you back later. No way. I don't have any allowance left. Nawaki shouted, instinctively clutching his wallet. Takeya rolled his eyes. You're practically giving yourself away. That reaction and tone, only a fool would believe you. Do you think your sister's that naive? You're not going to lend it to me? Tsunade knew her brother had money and wasn't buying his excuse. Narrowing her eyes, she tilted her chin up and stared him down. This is really all I have left. Nawaki reluctantly pulled out his money, looking utterly miserable. Takeya. Minato. Both of them silently thanked their lucky stars they didn't have an older sister like Tsunade. If they did, they'd probably lose their minds. Alright, today I won't try to win Tsunade's money. Nawaki looks too pitiful. That was Takeya's thought. And Minato's as well. But playing cards with Tsunade, trying to lose on purpose. That's easier said than done. Sure enough, Takeya could pretend to be clueless and play haphazardly, but Minato, who wasn't yet familiar with the rules of the game, had no choice but to play cautiously. In the end, Minato ended up as the biggest winner, which also meant Takeya won a decent amount as well. Tsunade kept insisting on being the dealer, trying to win back everything she'd lost. But instead of recouping her losses, she ended up losing all of Nawaki's allowance as well. You little brat, I'll remember this. I'm going to settle the score with Jiraiya. Tsunade could handle losing to Takeya, but losing to Minato? That was infuriating. Jiraiya, you'd better watch out. Meanwhile, out on the battlefield, Jiraiya, who had just finished an ambush, suddenly shivered as a chill ran up his spine. Orochimaru, do you feel a sudden chill? I think you're just being an idiot. Orochimaru shot him a disdainful glance, not even bothering to reply. In Orochimaru's eyes, Jiraiya had always been a fool. Jiraiya, unfazed by the cold shoulder and disdain, laughed it off, scratching his wet, white hair. He decided to change the subject, asking, "Now that Tsunade's back, don't you think we should return to the camp for some rest? Ninjas are human too, they get tired. They're not machines. Once we deal with this wave of enemies, we'll head back tomorrow." Orochimaru was as terse as ever when it came to Jiraiya. Simply put, they don't see eye to eye, and even a brief conversation feels like too much. There's just nothing for them to talk about. Orochimaru's mind is always on jutsu and getting stronger, while Jiraiya's is always on women. How could someone like Orochimaru, who doesn't even care about gender, possibly have a normal conversation with him? It was bearable when Tsunade was around, but with her gone, the atmosphere between them was unbearably awkward. It's a good thing Orochimaru hasn't turned evil yet, or Jiraiya would be even more miserable. Don't be so down. When we get back to Hidden Leaf Village, I'll treat you to a feast and a hot spring. It's just a little allowance, no need to look so glum. Takuya tried to comfort Nawaki. But it was my money. Nawaki was on the verge of tears. He hadn't even touched the cards, and his money was gone. Could anyone be more miserable? Sister. You really are my sister. No one else would do something like this. How about we give it back to you? Minato suggested, feeling bad. Right now, Nawaki just looks so helpless and pitiful. It's starting to make me feel guilty. After all, Minato had won the most. It's fine. I'm used to it. It just hurts a bit. Nawaki forced a smile. Next time, I'll hide my allowance better. She won't find it. I'm sure of it. Maybe we should just keep our distance. I heard stupidity is contagious. Takuya promptly backed away, distancing himself from Nawaki. Minato thought it over and decided to follow suit. Right now, Nawaki's got a bit of that foolish vibe going on. Better stay away. After a day of dodging around, Takuya and Minato finally learned what their job was. That's when they understood why they had a bad feeling earlier. So, our job is to guard the sealed scrolls in the morgue to prevent anyone from stealing the corpses? In the world of shinobi, you don't even get peace after death. Your body can be dissected for secrets, and even your soul might not escape. With so many ninja casualties in the war between Hidden Leaf Village and the Hidden Rain, the sheer number of corpses made it impractical to transport them all back. Instead, they were sealed in scrolls to be transported in batches. Nawaki's task was to guard the scrolls at night. And Takuya and Minato were assigned to assist him. No wonder that Jumpy Medical Ninja had given them such a strange look earlier. At their age, to be brought to the battlefield alongside Tsunade means they're no ordinary gain-in. But to be immediately assigned to guard a bunch of corpses. Who wouldn't be frustrated by that? Yes, even though the chances of someone actually coming to steal a body are very slim. Nawaki looked embarrassed. He hadn't mentioned the task earlier because it wasn't exactly a glamorous job. I'm supposed to be out on the front lines, not stuck guarding the morgue. But that's where he ended up. The morgue was eerily quiet, even during the day, but at night, the silence made the place downright creepy. Anyone with a weaker constitution would find it unbearable to stay there for long. Leaning against a wooden post, Takuya asked with a sigh, "Nawaki, did you piss someone off to get stuck with this job?" "It was our teacher's decision." Chapter 61, Nawaki, how could the Ninetales ever become someone's summon beast? Nawaki slouched his shoulders, speaking weakly, "My teacher loves research. He said if I want to learn his skills, I need to get used to these things first. Sooner or later, I'll have to face corpses for research. That's why he assigned me here." Damn it. I knew it. So it was Orochimaru's idea all along. Making his own student guard a morgue? Orochimaru sure is something else. Whatever, let's just accept it since we're already here. Guarding the morgue is still better than being on the battlefield. At least you don't have to constantly be on guard against enemies or deal with the elements. Sure, it's a bit creepy, but otherwise, it's just boring. Takuya, how's your relationship with Kushina going? Maybe out of boredom, Nawaki tried to strike up a conversation, and somehow Kushina came up. Minato's smile slowly faded, and he lowered his head, looking a bit dejected. Why do you have to bring that up? Of all the things to mention, why bring up Kushina? And asking if my relationship with her is going well? Stretching lazily, Takuya answered casually, "It's always been good, didn't you know?" Haha, really? That's good. Kushina doesn't have many friends, so it's nice that she has you guys to help her truly feel like part of Hidden Leaf Village. Realizing he'd said something he shouldn't have, Nawaki felt a bit embarrassed. Does Minato like Kushina? If so, that's rough, because Kushina likes Takuya. Nawaki figured anyone with eyes could see that. And Mikoto Uchiha likes Takuya too. Minato, you probably don't stand a chance. Not long ago, Minato had been sympathizing with Nawaki. Now the roles had reversed, with Nawaki feeling sorry for Minato. Seeing Nawaki's sympathetic look directed at Minato, Takeya was at a loss for words. So you two have become comrades in suffering? Takeya couldn't help but be amused. This task was really boring. After less than half an hour, Takeya was already feeling sleepy. Minato and Nawaki, now a pair of comrades in suffering, were huddled together, whispering about who knows what, seemingly quite engrossed. But when Takeya listened closely, he immediately lost interest. He thought they were discussing something mysterious, given how secretive they were acting, but it turned out they were just exchanging tips on ninjutsu. Somehow, I'm really starting to miss my phone and computer. If I had a computer or even just a phone, I could sit here all night without a problem. Standing around doing nothing like this just makes you want to fall asleep. Nawaki, how do you usually pass the time? You don't just stand around all night, do you? Of course not. Nawaki turned around, pulling out a stack of books from his pouch. He wore an expression that said, I knew you couldn't handle it, but I came prepared. Guarding the morgue is really boring, so I always bring some books to read. That way, I can pass the time. Fortunately, Orochimaru-sensei has a lot of books, so I can always get new ones from him. Fine, reading to pass the time is better than standing around like an idiot. Takeya randomly picked up a book about ninja stories and started reading. The protagonist of the story was a wandering ninja from a small village who left his home and weak village to pursue the path of a strong warrior. What the? This is so cheesy. After flipping through a few pages, Takeya promptly put the book down. Orochimaru reads stuff like this? This is total self-indulgence. A small-time ninja from a minor village, slowly rising to become a powerhouse, just short of becoming brothers with Hashirama Senju and chit-chatting with Madara Uchiha. Could Orochimaru have written this? But Orochimaru doesn't seem like the type to enjoy this kind of thing. Jiraiya, on the other hand, totally would. Forget it, let's pick something else. The night dragged on, and Takeya didn't even know how he managed to get through it. If this kind of work goes on for long, anyone would go crazy. Gotta hand it to Nawaki for his optimism and innocence. He's been guarding the morgue for months, yet he's still cheerful every day. It seems having thick skin isn't without its advantages. At least Takeya couldn't manage it, and neither could Minato. Just like Takeya, Minato seemed a bit out of sorts. It looked like Nawaki's books didn't interest him either. Minato, how's your summoning training going? Have you been able to successfully summon the toads from Mount Mayabaku? Back at their tent, Nawaki recalled how Orochimaru had mentioned that Jiraiya had already had Minato sign a summoning contract with Mount Mayabaku. Yeah, sort of. Minato looked embarrassed, scratching the back of his head, unsure of how to answer. Sort of? So that means you've succeeded? Come on, summon one for me to see. My summoning technique hasn't been going well, and Orochimaru-sensei warned me not to use it carelessly because it could cause a lot of trouble. Nawaki was visibly excited, eagerly urging Minato to show him. Minato. Can we not talk about summoning beasts? Takeya has one too, why don't you ask him? Minato found himself in a dilemma, while Takeya burst out laughing. Don't tell me you both had issues with summoning, one too scared to use it, and the other summoning a tadpole with a tail? How long has it been since Minato's last mishap? It seems like it's been a while, so he should have made some progress by now. Oh, right, his chakra is limited. Minato doesn't have as much chakra as people might think, which is why his summoning technique is restricted. After all, the toads of Mount Mayabaku are pretty large, except for the tadpoles and baby toads. As for Nawaki, being a direct descendant of the Senju clan, he naturally has far more chakra than most people. But he doesn't dare use the summoning technique lightly, fearing that he might accidentally summon Orochimaru's Manda. If he really did summon Manda, Nawaki wouldn't even have a place to cry. Manda isn't as easygoing as the toads of Mount Mayabaku. Even with Orochimaru, Manda acts like it's the boss. And every time it's summoned, it demands a sacrifice, otherwise, it threatens to eat Orochimaru. It's clear that the snakes of Rechi Cave are not easy to get along with, so it's best not to summon them unless absolutely necessary. Enough already. You've been laughing at me for months over this, and you're still not letting it go. Minato's face was covered in frustration as he glared at Takeya, while Nawaki was just stunned. So it's not just me who's having trouble, Minato's in the same boat. A tadpole with a tail, huh? Why do I find that so funny? No, I can't laugh. If I laugh, Minato might turn on me, and I don't even dare to use my summoning technique. Nawaki quickly suppressed his urge to laugh and changed the subject. Takeya, what about you? Do you have a suitable summoning beast? He's had one for a while now, but he just doesn't want to show anyone, Minato chimed in, using a bit of reverse psychology. He'd been curious about Takeya's summoning beast for a long time. So that's what you're after, huh? Really? Nawaki's curiosity was piqued. Takeya, what's your summoning beast? Can we see it? It's just a fox, nothing special. A big white fox. It's asleep right now, though, I'm not sure if it's woken up yet. Snowy was still in a deep sleep, and Takeya hadn't really checked on it lately. He wasn't sure if it had woken up yet. If it hadn't, summoning it out now could interfere with its progress. A fox? And it's white? Minato was simply surprised that Takeya would have a fox as a summoning beast. At the same time, his curiosity deepened. Just what does Takeya's summoning beast look like? A white fox, it must be pretty, right? But is it strong? Wait, a summoning beast is supposed to assist in battle, looks aren't everything. Otherwise, Orochimaru, Jiraiya, and Tsunade would be crying themselves to sleep. The three of them have summoning beasts that are a snake, a toad, and a slug, respectively. Minato was really curious about what Takeya's summoning beast looked like. Was it gigantic, or was it small and cute? But Nawaki, who knew about the existence of the Nine Tails, had different thoughts. Something about Takeya's description didn't sit right with him. A big fox, and it's white? If Takeya hadn't mentioned the white part, Nawaki might have thought he was talking about the Nine Tails. But then he laughed at himself for the thought. Come on, the Nine Tails is sealed inside Kushina. How could it ever be someone's summoning beast? Master, Snowy is awake. Chapter 62, Minato, I want a cute and beautiful little fox like this too. Just as Takeya was about to refuse, Snowy's voice echoed in his mind. Has the second phase of sleep ended? Takeya couldn't help but get excited. If the first phase made Snowy somewhat strong, the second phase meant Snowy could take on anyone who challenged her. By the third phase, well, sorry, this special Nine Tails would be able to stand toe-to-toe with even the 10 tails in the game. Well, since you both want to see, I might as well show you. Snowy, don't grow too big. Takeya mentally instructed Snowy, then raised his hand and began forming seals. Though in reality, those seals were just for show. Snowy didn't actually need a summoning technique to be called forth. No matter how far apart they were, she could always return to Takeya's side on her own. A specialized tailed beast like Snowy was nearly impossible to seal. Is Takeya about to summon his summoning beast? Minato and Nawaki widened their eyes, watching him with curiosity. After going through the motions of the summoning technique, a puff of white smoke exploded within the tent, and out popped Snowy, who was about the size of a small corgi with stubby little legs. Master! Snowy called out happily and leaped toward Takeya. Takeya raised his hands to catch her, cradling her in his arms. Snowy nuzzled into Takeya's chest with her little head, her 9 long tails swaying gently in the air. That voice. So sweet, so alluring. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, Minato and Nawaki might have thought that voice belonged to some beautiful woman, not a fox. The sound was almost too enchanting. It made their hearts flutter. It's been a while since you've been out, hasn't it? Takeya gently stroked Snowy's soft white fur, holding her fondly as he explained to Minato and Nawaki, this is my summoning beast, Snowy. She's a fox with 9 tails, and she can grow larger. She's also a girl. I'm so jealous. Minato looked at Snowy, then compared her to the toads of Mount Myabaku, and instantly felt like he'd turned into a sour lemon. There's just no comparison. Compared to Snowy, the toads from Mount Myabaku are nothing but lumps of dirt. I really want a summoning beast like this. I don't like snakes at all. I like foxes. Nawaki's eyes lit up as he stared at Snowy, practically drooling at the sight. He was dying to snatch her from Takeya's arms and cuddle her, just to experience what it's like to pet a fox. Not only is she gorgeous, but her voice is so captivating. So sweet, so seductive. Could she actually be a fox spirit in disguise? Pleased by her master's praise, Snowy hummed contentedly, lifting her little head with pride. Her large blue eyes twinkled as she scrutinized Minato and Nawaki. Master? Are these your teammates? They seem so weak, worse than that girl named Kushina. Cough, cough. PFFT getting dissed by a summoning beast, Minato choked while Nawaki nearly coughed up his drink. Don't talk nonsense. Takeya felt a bit embarrassed and rubbed Snowy's head. Snowy ranked Kushina above Minato and Nawaki mainly because of the 9 tails sealed within Kushina, which gave her a boost in Snowy's eyes. It's just a pity that Kushina and the 9 tails had a relationship like water and fire. If Kushina ever mastered her status as a perfect Jinchuriki, she could definitely become the strongest in Hidden Leaf Village. At that point, both the third Hokage and Denzo wouldn't dare keep her locked up, they'd be treating her like royalty. After placing Snowy on his bed, Takeya began preparing food while warning Minato and Nawaki. Don't even think about touching her. Snowy is really strong and has a bit of a temper with strangers. If you don't listen to me and end up hurt, I'm not responsible. It's natural to admire beauty, And Snowy's high appeal had already made Minato and Nawaki start resenting Uchiha's snakes and Mount Mayabaku's toads. The way they were eyeing Snowy now was almost predatory. They would have pounced on her if they could. Takuya guaranteed that if they tried, they'd regret it to their very core. Takuya's warning made Minato and Nawaki quickly abandon any thoughts of cuddling Snowy. Minato took it well, but Nawaki quietly followed Takuya and asked, "Takuya, how did you get your summoning beast?" Judging by his tone, Nawaki was seriously interested and wanted one just like her, preferably with a cute and soothing voice, the kind that makes you feel at ease. Takuya was kneading dough and glanced back at Nawaki before replying, "I'm not too sure myself. Snowy said she chose me. The first time I used the summoning technique, we signed a contract, and it's been like that ever since. It's just that she usually sleeps, so I don't summon her often." Now that Snowy had reached her second phase, her chakra control was perfect, meaning there was no longer a need to hide or suppress it. As long as she didn't release her full power, anyone would mistake her for an ordinary pet. Alright, then. Hearing Takuya's explanation, Nawaki knew his hope of getting a similar Snowy had just been crushed. Judging by Snowy's demeanor, even if there were more of her kind, they probably wouldn't let him sign a contract with them. If Takuya knew what Nawaki was thinking, he would have told him there was still a chance. Hidden Leaf Village had another one, after all. But the one in Hidden Leaf Village isn't exactly friendly. Aside from Hidden Leaf Village's 9 tails, other villages have tailed beasts too. As long as you don't get blown up by an exploding tag, there are plenty of opportunities. The catch is, you have to be strong enough, just like Madara Uchiha, who forcibly signed a contract with the 9 tails. For the 9 tails, that was the greatest humiliation of its life. Being controlled by the Sharingan and sealed away was one thing, but being forced into a contract was something it could never accept. Every time Madara used the summoning technique, the 9 tails' heart would skip a beat. That's how terrifying Madara's presence was to the 9 tails. "Here's your food, eat up." Takuya finished his own breakfast of oil-splashed noodles and then left the tent with his bowl. Seeing this, Snowy nimbly jumped onto his shoulder and nestled into his raincoat, lying on top of his head like a living, white hat. Good thing Snowy was white. If she were green, who dare let her sit on their head? It was pretty warm, though. Takuya couldn't help but think. Meanwhile, back in the tent, Minato and Nawaki were discussing something with concern. "I know what you're thinking," Minato said, rolling his eyes as he noticed Nawaki staring at him. Nawaki chuckled awkwardly, "And I know what you're going to say. We need to get our story straight and make sure Orochimaru-sensei and Jiraiya-sensei never find out we don't like their summoning beasts." "Agreed." Minato immediately raised his hand in agreement. If word got out that they liked Snowy and disliked the toads and snakes, they'd be in for a world of trouble. Jiraiya probably wouldn't get angry, after all, toads aren't exactly the most lovable creatures. But if the toads of Mount Mayabaku found out, they might refuse to work with Minato. As for Orochimaru, no need to say more. The snakes of Richie Cave are already notoriously difficult to deal with, and given Orochimaru's personality, if he found out about this, Nawaki wouldn't be in for an easy time. So we need to convince Takuya to keep this secret. The two of them nodded in unison, speaking in one voice. Finding Tsunade was easy enough. With Snowy leading the way, Takuya quickly made his way to the medical division's tent. However, when he entered, he was surprised to find that Tsunade wasn't alone. "You're here?" Orochimaru and Jiraiya had returned to camp earlier that morning and had came to see Tsunade. Tsunade had just finished treating their wounds when Takuya arrived. Seeing Takuya, Tsunade immediately abandoned Orochimaru and Jiraiya, rushing over to snatch the bowl from his hands. "This smells amazing. What is it? I don't think I've had this before. I'm starving after being up all night." Not caring about the heat, Tsunade picked up her chopsticks and started digging in. "Oil-splashed noodles." Takuya sat down nearby and casually responded, nodding a greeting to Orochimaru and Jiraiya across from him. The aroma of the noodles filled the tent, and Jiraiya subconsciously swallowed. He couldn't even remember the last time he had a warm, hearty meal. Even Orochimaru, who wasn't usually picky about food, found his eyes fixated on the dish. After all, they'd been fighting on the front lines for over a month, surviving on soldier pills and dry rations. Who wouldn't want a hot meal? Chapter 63, Tsunade. "Takuya, have you heard of tailed beasts?" "Don't even think about it." Tsunade looked up to see Jiraiya and Orochimaru eyeing her, quickly raising her hand to shield her bowl. "If you want to eat, go to the logistics unit yourself. Don't even think about taking mine, I'm starving here." "Sorry, you too," Takuya apologized. "I didn't know you were here, so I didn't prepare anything for you." Takuya genuinely hadn't known that Orochimaru and Jiraiya would be there, otherwise, he would have made extra bowls. But now that he wasn't the one eating, it wasn't his problem. As long as Tsunade wasn't embarrassed, Takuya didn't care. They were her guests, she could deal with them herself. Haha, it's not too late to make more now, Jiraiya suggested, trying to take advantage of the situation. Takuya was speechless. The thickness of Jiraiya's skin exceeded his expectations. Get lost. Tsunade jumped in to help Takuya out, yelling at Jiraiya, Takuya just finished a night shift and then made breakfast for me. If you want to eat, make it yourself. I was just joking, no need to get so serious. Jiraiya looked up at the sky in exasperation. Orochimaru chuckled softly but said nothing, his eyes curiously studying Takuya for a moment. This was the first time Takuya had met Orochimaru. Phew, it's so stuffy in here. Snowy emerged from under Takuya's raincoat, her gaze shifting between Tsunade, Orochimaru, and Jiraiya. Tsunade's eyes lit up at the sight of the stunningly beautiful Snowy. Jiraiya leaned in curiously, is this your pet? So cute. And it's a girl too, the voice is so sweet. Of the three, only Orochimaru's body tensed. When Snowy had glanced at him earlier, he'd felt like a terrifying predator had its eyes on him. It was a sensation Orochimaru had never experienced before. Stay away from me, frog guy. The stench of frogs on you was even stronger than on that guy named Minato. It seemed that tailed beasts naturally didn't get along with the creatures from the three great sanctuaries. As soon as Jiraiya got a little closer, his eyes filled with not-so-innocent curiosity, Snowy immediately became wary. PFFT Jiraiya, who had been about to ask where Takuya got such a pet, was thoroughly taken aback by Snowy's words. Frog stench? Do I really smell like frogs? How could I, the great toad sage Jiraiya, smell like a frog? Ha ha ha, that's hilarious. Tsunade laughed so hard she almost choked, not even noticing that she sprayed bits of noodles all over Jiraiya. Jiraiya's expression grew even more pitiful. Tsunade, it's bad enough that a pet is insulting me, but did you have to spit on me too? Ha ha ha, serves you right. Tsunade laughed with no regard for appearances. Orochimaru managed a faint smile, squinting slightly as he looked at Snowy perched in Takuya's arms. This isn't just a pet, it's a summoning beast, right, Takuya-kun? Judging by the eerie feeling he'd just experienced, Orochimaru was confident that the white fox in Takuya's arms was no ordinary pet but a powerful summoning beast. The kind of beast that, if you mistook it for a pet, could swat you to death before you even realized what was happening. Yes, Snowy is my summoning beast, not a pet. Takuya stroked Snowy's soft fur, smiling. Just call me Takuya, no need to be so formal. Alright then, Takuya it is. Orochimaru, who hadn't yet walked the path of darkness, wasn't that difficult to get along with. Strangely enough, though he was the most extreme and dark of the three Sannin, Orochimaru was also the most reasonable. He didn't have Jiraiya's thick skin or Tsunade's rough-and-tumble personality, nor did he resort to physical violence so readily. Fine, summoning beast. But how can such a small fox assist in battle? Snowy had completely concealed her chakra, leading Jiraiya to mistakenly believe that she was weak, perhaps just a support-type summoning beast. Even Tsunade seemed to think so. Only Orochimaru was sure that Snowy was neither a pet nor a support-type summoning beast but a terrifying creature. Don't you think this little fox? Having been rejected by Snowy, Jiraiya kept his distance, observing from afar. Suddenly, he clapped his hands as if he'd figured something out, but just as he was about to say fox, Snowy shot him a warning look, so he quickly corrected himself. Doesn't this little Snowy resemble a certain big guy we have in Hidden Leaf Village? Although he hadn't seen the Nine Tails with his own eyes, as a disciple of the third Hokage, Jiraiya was well aware of what tailed beasts were. He knew what the Nine Tails looked like. Except for being smaller, white, and more aesthetically pleasing, Snowy's appearance was almost identical to the Nine Tails. She does look a bit like it, but there's no way a second Nine Tails could exist in this world. Tsunade shrugged and resumed eating her noodles. She quickly finished her bowl, patting her stomach contentedly with a satisfied expression. The Nine Tails? Takuya feigned ignorance, looking over it with curiosity. Are you sure you want to talk about this? Orochimaru and Jiraiya exchanged looks of surprise, but Tsunade waved her hand dismissively. What's the big deal? He may have Uchiha blood, but he'll find out about this sooner or later. While the third Hokage and Danzo were desperate to keep these things hidden, Tsunade didn't care. She trusted that Takuya wouldn't harbor any ill will toward Kushina. Better to let him know early to avoid any misunderstandings down the road. Takuya, have you heard of tailed beasts? I've heard they're some kind of powerful creatures. Takuya's lips twitched slightly. I'm literally holding one right now. In his arms, Snowy drooped her ears, feeling rather bored as she listened to someone explain what a tailed beast was to her master. That's not a bad way to put it. After thinking for a moment, Tsunade continued, there are 9 powerful tailed beasts in the ninja world, ranging from the one tail to the 9 tails. The more tails a tailed beast has, the stronger it is. Hidden Leaf Village has won, and it's the strongest, the Nine Tails. Tsunade. An angry voice echoed from outside the tent. Hearing it, Tsunade rolled her eyes while Jiraiya shrugged at Orochimaru. Orochimaru's smile turned playful. He knew Tsunade was in trouble now. At the very least, she wasn't getting out of a good scolding. There might even be a fight. Danzo had arrived. There weren't many people in Hidden Leaf Village who dared to scold Tsunade, but Danzo was one of them. Too bad Tsunade wasn't likely to take it lying down. Chapter 64, If you have the guts, go argue with Tsunade. Why are you staring at me? Orochimaru and Jiraiya had returned to the camp and headed to Tsunade's tent when Danzo decided to consult with them on some strategic matters. However, just as he reached the tent's entrance, he overheard Tsunade's words, and his temper flared. This is supposed to be the village's top secret, and you, Tsunade, are just casually spilling it like that? One of Root's operatives pulled back the tent flap, and Danzo entered with a scowl on his face, snapping, Tsunade, is this how your teacher taught you? To recklessly reveal the village's secrets? Secrets, my foot. Hearing this, Takuya was utterly speechless. If it's such a secret, then how did the ninja from the Cloud Village infiltrate Hidden Leaf Village and kidnap Kushina? I know what can and can't be said, I don't need a reminder from you, Danzo, Tsunade responded, her face hardening with irritation. You just focus on doing your job, and leave me and Kushina out of your concerns. You. Tsunade's direct retort left Danzo fuming even more, without the slightest bit of respect left intact. After all, he was Hidden Leaf Village's Hokage advisor and the frontline commander on the battlefield. But Tsunade? She didn't seem to regard him as anything more than an annoyance. Since the fall of the Uzumaki clan, Tsunade's attitude toward Danzo had worsened significantly. The destruction of the Uzumaki clan, though not directly caused by Hidden Leaf Village, involved certain unspeakable actions by the village. In other words, Hidden Leaf Village had a hand in pushing things to their tragic end. And the one who orchestrated all this was Danzo. When the Uzumaki clan sought aid, Danzo strongly opposed Hidden Leaf Village's intervention, going so far as to leverage war rhetoric to force the third Hokage to relent. With the Uzumaki clan wiped out and Hidden Leaf Village refusing to offer assistance, the village eventually swooped in to claim the clan's remnants. These events were like a thorn in Uzumaki Mido's heart, one she could never fully let go of, even as she aged and lost the power to influence village decisions. In the end, Uzumaki Mido had no choice but to accept the outcome, but the matter still haunted her until her death. Tsunade had witnessed all of this, so it was no wonder she harbored no goodwill toward Danzo, Koharu, and Hamura. She was already doing well not to curse them out loud. So? What brings you here to see Tsunade, Lord Danzo? Sensing that Tsunade and Danzo were about to clash again, Jiraiya quickly stepped in to defuse the situation. With one being the head of the medical corps and the other the battlefield commander, their arguing in the camp would not be a good look. Even if it didn't give the enemy an opening, word spreading about it could harm morale, making it seem like Hidden Leaf Village's leaders were at odds. That was why Tsunade preferred to leave the medical corps and fight on the front lines rather than bicker with Danzo. Thanks to Jiraiya's intervention, Danzo now had an excuse to de-escalate, and his tone softened slightly. Anbu has received some new intelligence. The three of you should come to the command center to discuss the deployment of our forces. With that, Danzo swept a dark look over Takuya before leaving with his root operatives, clearly not wanting to stay a second longer. What the hell? Why are you glaring at me? I'm not the one who spilled the beans about the Nine Tails. If you're so tough, go argue with Tsunade. Why focus on me? It's not like I eat at your Shimura family's table. Does this mean I'm on his radar now? Is Root going to come after me in the middle of the night? Takuya rested his chin on his hand, contemplating curiously. If Root does come for me, how should I handle it? It'd be tricky to bury bodies in the camp. Maybe I could just shove them into the ceiling scrolls in the morgue? That would probably make Danzo livid. Humphrey. Tsunade, unafraid of offending Danzo, bluntly warned, be careful. That old man is no good. Just outside the tent, Danzo stumbled at those words, while the root operative beside him scowled behind his mask, clearly angered by what he'd heard. Let's go. Danzo pretended not to have heard, leading his men away. Jiraiya sighed with a bitter smile. Tsunade, was that really necessary? You know how difficult you're making things for the old man. Jiraiya never liked Tsunade's confrontational stance toward the higher-ups, even if he knew they were often up to no good. After all, they were all part of the same village, and causing strife only made everyone look bad. Hey! Orochimaru let out a derisive laugh. This was precisely the kind of attitude he despised in Jiraiya, being so concerned and conflicted over everything. One minute you're bothered, the next minute you're worried. What's the point? Tsunade, on the verge of snapping, glared daggers at Jiraiya, practically slicing him with her gaze. If you don't want to stand up to them, fine, but don't lecture me. Get lost, and stay out of my way. Seeing Tsunade about to explode, Jiraiya quickly made a run for it, darting out of the tent at top speed. First, he didn't want to get smacked by Tsunade. Second, he wanted to find something to eat and check in on his student, Minato. It's been a while, hope he understands. Well then, I'll be taking my leave as well, Takaya-kun. Orochimaru smiled as he bid farewell and left the tent. Ugh, that infuriated me. Tsunade slammed her hand down on the table, causing the dishes to jump and a deep handprint to appear on the surface. If that slap landed on a person, they'd probably have quite a few broken bones. Right, time to make myself scarce. Takaya wasn't about to stick around to console Tsunade or calm her down. Why should I comfort her? It's not like I'm the one who upset her, and besides, I'm not the one getting yelled at or hit. As Takaya casually made his exit, leaving the dishes behind, Tsunade couldn't help but laugh in frustration. Just be careful and don't go wandering around. That old geezer is sneaky, he might try to mess with you. Danzo might not dare to cross Tsunade, but she worried that he could take out his frustrations on Takaya. How could that happen? I'm just a nobody, your issues won't involve me. Anyway, I'm off, don't forget to come over for dinner tonight. Mess with me? Let him try, I'll make sure he doesn't walk away. There are plenty of ceiling scrolls in the morgue. As for completely alienating Danzo, I'm not too concerned. We're naturally on opposing sides anyway. Whether I upset him now or later, it doesn't change the outcome. Sooner or later, Danzo will come after me, regardless. My close relationship with the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki and my Uchiha bloodline make that inevitable. Takaya didn't harbor any naive hopes that being a mixed blood with white hair would earn him any leniency from Danzo. It's only a matter of time, might as well get it over with. I wouldn't mind giving Danzo a little warning too. I want him to know, don't overreach, Takaya Yagami isn't someone to be messed with. I won't cower like the other Uchiha. Where's Minato? Back in the tent, Takaya noticed Minato was nowhere to be seen. Nawaki was lying down, reading a book. Hearing the question, Nawaki rolled over and answered wearily, where else would he be? He went off with his teacher, Jiraiya. It was clear that Nawaki was jealous and had turned into a sour little lemon. Minato's teacher, Jiraiya, had came to take him away, but Nawaki's teacher, Orochimaru, hadn't even stopped by to see him. This left Nawaki feeling rather resentful. Chapter 65, Is this the extent of Roots Ninja? I ran into Orochimaru-sensei earlier at the medical corps. It looked like he was headed to the logistics department. If you go now, you should be able to catch him, Takaya casually mentioned to Nawaki as he curled up with Snowy under the covers, ready to sleep. After staying up all night, Takaya was feeling drowsy. As for Snowy, she was the perfect bodyguard, a protective charm, and a cozy little heater all rolled into one. Plus, her fluffy fur made her comforting cuddle buddy. The best part was, Snowy seemed to enjoy it too. Go give the kid a little reminder. It's one thing to be close to the Jinchuriki, but even if you're close to her, I won't tolerate Tsunade revealing the Nine-Tails secrets to you. Danzo ground his teeth in frustration. That little brat with Uchiha blood doesn't deserve to know the Nine-Tails secret. Tsunade's earlier concerns were spot on. Since Danzo didn't dare to touch her, he decided to take out his anger on Takaya instead. If Takaya didn't have Uchiha blood, Danzo might have been less hostile, but with that bloodline, Danzo viewed him with nothing but suspicion. Combined with Takaya's closeness to Kushina and Tsunade, Danzo was itching to bury the boy in a ditch. Yes, sir. One of Danzo's root operatives slipped away silently. Despite Takuya's track record, defeating Jonin and effortlessly controlling Shimura Hidetsu with Ganjutsu in front of several Jonin, the root ninjas still didn't take him seriously. To them, he was just a kid, not worth any real concern. When it comes to understanding the Sharingan, who knows more than Root, aside from the Uchiha themselves? Besides, Root's operatives didn't worry about consequences or means. Their only focus was completing the mission, no matter the cost. Takaya slept until the afternoon, waking up leisurely to find Nawaki and Minato huddled together, chatting excitedly. Judging by their animated expressions, Takaya couldn't help but ask, what happened? Did you guys find some money lying around? Takaya, Minato grinned, proudly holding up a notebook. Jiraiya-sensei visited me and gave me his personal notes on ninjutsu. Me too. Nawaki beamed from ear to ear. Orochimaru-sensei gave me his own handwritten notes. I thought they'd passed on decades of wisdom or something, seeing how ecstatic you two are. Minato, I can understand. But Nawaki, can't you show a bit more dignity? You're the young master of the Senju clan. And you're this thrilled over a notebook? Where's your pride? You've got your granduncle's notes at your disposal. Those alone could keep you studying for a lifetime. Even Orochimaru would be envious. As night fell, Takeya, Minato, and Nawaki resumed their nightly duties at the eerie, deserted morgue. The place, usually populated during the day, became a ghost town at night. So that's how it is. I've been training wrong. How could I be so dumb? Nawaki and Minato were completely engrossed in their notebooks, murmuring to themselves under the dim torchlight, alternating between self-criticism and moments of revelation. You two, go read inside, Takuya sighed, unable to handle their constant muttering. 1 minute they were berating themselves for being slow, the next they were grinning like idiots. I just can't deal with this. Master, the man who came with the one-eyed dragon earlier is lurking outside, Snowy whispered from her perch on Takuya's shoulder, alerting him. So, Roots really come for me, huh? Takuya paused, then broke into a smile as he headed outside. Minato and Nawaki were too absorbed in their notes to even notice him leaving. Not that it mattered, there wasn't much to be on guard for during their shifts. If an enemy could sneak into the morgue, the whole Hidden Leaf village camp would be riddled with spies by now. There were no patrols or sentries nearby, likely because the Root operatives had diverted them. Even though Root was ruthless, they had to tread carefully to avoid creating a mess. After all, Danzo still cared about his reputation. He couldn't afford to be too notorious if he wanted to become Hokage. Takuya Yagami, Lord Danzo requests your presence. As soon as Takuya reached a secluded spot, the Root operatives sprang out from the shadows, blocking his path. They demanded that he come with them, claiming Danzo wanted to see him. Yeah, right. How many times has Root used that excuse to lure people away? And how many of them actually came back? What do you think? Should I go with you? Takuya glanced at the Root operative wearing a monkey mask, his Genjutsu, Cherry Blossom Fall, activating instantly. The beauty of his exclusive Genjutsu was that it didn't require the Sharingan to cast. He could trap someone anytime, anywhere, without them suspecting a thing. And when people started believing that Takuya needed the Sharingan to use this Genjutsu, only to realize he didn't, well, the surprise would be worth it. The monkey-masked operative froze, standing stock still. Monkey? Monkey? The operative with the fox mask, who was blocking the path behind Takuya, panicked, whispering to his partner. There's no point calling him. He's already done for. The crimson light of the Sharingan flickered as Takuya activated his, the three Tomoe spinning rapidly. The fox-masked operative's heart skipped a beat. Because his partner had suddenly stopped responding, he let his guard down and met Takuya's gaze directly. With a flash of red, the fox-masked operative's mind fogged over. He knew he'd been caught in a Genjutsu. Desperate, he tried to break free, but his throat suddenly tightened in pain, and blood sprayed from his mouth. Why struggle? Takuya's voice, full of pity, echoed in the dying man's ears as the world faded to black, and his body collapsed lifelessly. Is this really the level of Roots operatives? One gets caught in a Genjutsu from a mere glance with my Sharingan, and the other is dumb enough to fall for Cherry Blossom Fall and start doing a cringe-worthy dance. Takuya retrieved a sealing scroll, disposing of the body inside it. He then quickly dealt with the monkey-masked operative, who was about to start his awkward dance, and sealed him away too. Snowy, take the scroll far away and destroy it. Hiding the bodies in the morgue was never really an option, it was just a silly thought. Better to dispose of the evidence entirely, no need to invite trouble for myself. Takuya watched as Snowy, clutching the scroll in her mouth, vanished into the night. Stretching, he returned to the morgue. Minato and Nawaki were still deeply engrossed in their notebooks, oblivious to his brief absence. Now that Hidden Stones Village and Hidden Sand Village have joined the battle in the Land of Rain, the situation here has become chaotic. Hanzo's declaration of war on both villages is actually advantageous for us. A multi-sided conflict is preferable to being surrounded and overwhelmed. The lights in the command center burned brightly as Danzo sat at the head of the table, surrounded by the village's elite, department heads and jonin. If you weren't a jonin or a department head, you had no place at such meetings. Chapter 66, Danzo refuses negotiation. Tsunade leaves in anger. The actions of Hidden Sand Village are clearly intended to bog us down in the Land of Rain, preventing the war from ending quickly, Tsunade said sternly, her voice firm as she continued. Additionally, the third Hokage has proposed negotiations with Hanzo to bring a swift end to the war, allowing us to turn our attention to the enemies invading the Land of Fire. This was the will of the third Hokage. Tsunade was merely conveying the message. Whether Danzo was willing to listen or not was another matter entirely. It seemed clear that Danzo had no intention of negotiating with Hanzo. If peace talks succeeded and the war ended, Danzo would be forced to return to Hidden Leaf Village, where he would resume his role as the Hokage's advisor and head of Root. The tight grip he held on his newfound power would inevitably loosen. Everyone in the room turned their gaze to Danzo, waiting to see if he would agree to initiate negotiations with Hidden Rain Village. After all, Danzo had been appointed as the supreme commander on the front lines, and without his consent, even the Hokage's wishes would be in vain, unless a direct order was issued. Under the weight of the room's collective gaze, Danzo finally spoke, his voice slow and deliberate. The situation is chaotic, and Hidden Rain Village's military strength is formidable. Hanzo, known as a demigod, would never easily agree to negotiate with Hidden Leaf Village. This war will not end easily. He paused, his expression grave, before continuing. Whether or not they are willing to negotiate, we should first send emissaries to contact Hanzo. Don't you think the Hokage is being too hasty? Tsunade's gaze turned icy as she stared at Danzo. She had known from the start that he would not agree to this. The third Hokage had proposed a negotiation, not issued a command, meaning that the final decision rested with Danzo. If he refused, the matter would be dropped. Orochimaru's lips curled into a slight, mocking smile as he observed Danzo. This outcome was exactly what he had expected. Jiraiya, however, could barely contain his frustration, his brow furrowing as he pressed the issue. As soon as Jiraiya spoke, the expressions of several jonin in the room darkened. Like Jiraiya, they hoped for an end to the war as soon as possible. The Land of Fire was currently in turmoil, with Hidden Sand Village's forces causing trouble everywhere. Ending the conflict with Hidden Rain Village quickly seemed like the best option. But Danzo clearly had no intention of allowing that. Are you questioning my judgment? Danzo's tone grew sharp as he glared at Jiraiya, his pride wounded by the public challenge to his authority. Here we go, just as I expected, Tsunade thought with a disdainful chuckle, folding her arms and choosing to remain silent. Despite his reluctance to argue with Danzo, Jiraiya pressed on, his voice steady but earnest. Lord Danzo, I'm not questioning your judgment. I merely think it would be wise to send someone to gauge Hidden Rain Village's willingness to negotiate. If they refuse, then Hidden Leaf Village will continue the war to its conclusion. Are we, the most powerful of the 5 great shinobi villages, really afraid of a small village like Hidden Rain Village? I will personally see to it that someone contacts Hidden Rain Village. Do you have any other concerns? Danzo's face was a mask of irritation. Jiraiya shook his head. No, Lord Danzo. I leave it in your hands. Then this meeting is adjourned. Everyone, return to your posts and ensure the enemy does not catch us off guard, Danzo ordered, effectively dismissing the room. The assembled ninja rose and began filing out of the command center. Prepare yourselves. This will be a long and grueling conflict, Orochimaru remarked, his smile never reaching his eyes, the sarcasm in his voice unmistakable. Anyone could tell whom his words were aimed at. Jiraiya, exasperated, thought to himself, if you had something to say, why didn't you speak up earlier? What good does it do to say it now? I'm going to make arrangements at the medical corps, Tsunade announced, her mood sour. She had no intention of staying in the camp any longer. Just looking at Danzo's scheming face made her feel stifled. It would be better to be out on the battlefield. You're not staying? Orochimaru asked with his usual smirk. Tsunade shot him a frosty glare. I'm this close to smashing that smirk off your face. Why hit me? I didn't do anything, Orochimaru thought, raising his hands in mock innocence. Jiraiya chuckled nervously, taking a few steps back. The last thing he wanted was to provoke Tsunade in her current state. He knew better than to risk getting punched. After taking care of matters at the medical corps, Tsunade sought out Takaya, Minato, and Nawaki. You 3, go rest up. Tomorrow morning, pack your things, we're leaving the camp. Someone else will take over your duties. We're heading to the battlefield? Nawaki asked, his excitement barely contained, his eyes shining with anticipation. Finally. Nawaki had been waiting for this moment for so long, yearning to join the battle. But Tsunade had repeatedly denied him permission, and Orochimaru had shown no interest in taking him along, leaving Nawaki stuck in the camp, doing menial tasks day after day. You seem rather pleased with yourself. Tsunade's sharp gaze fell on Nawaki, her tone menacing. Like a deer caught in headlights, Nawaki froze, his smile disappearing in an instant. He knew better than to push his sister when she was in a bad mood, yet his old habits had gotten the better of him. TSK, Nawaki's at it again, Minato thought, scratching his head with a sheepish grin. But that grin was all it took. Tsunade's gaze shifted from her brother to Minato, who stood there smiling and scratching his head in a manner all too reminiscent of Jiraiya. That smile, that gesture, it's exactly like his sensei's. Seeing it only fueled Tsunade's irritation. What are you grinning at? You're just like your teacher. What the heck did I do to deserve this? Minato thought, bewildered. Alright, that's enough. Get some rest and be ready to move out tomorrow morning. Finally, Takaya thought as the meeting ended. Staying in the camp may have been safe, but it's a relief to be done with guarding the morgue. That job never suited me anyway. Any word yet? Danzo asked, growing impatient. How long does it take to scare off a mere kid? It was already late into the night, and still, there had been no report from his operatives. Lord Danzo, neither Saru nor Mitsu has returned, a root operative reported, appearing in the command center. Useless. Danzo cursed, his anger boiling over. They couldn't even handle such a simple task. What a bunch of incompetents. This just proves how weak Root still is. If only Hiruzen would let me recruit from the village clans, Root wouldn't be in such a pitiful state. At this point in time, the third Hokage's power and ambition were at their peak, leaving no room for Danzo to make any bold moves. Unlike after the Third Shinobi War, where Denzo's influence had grown so unchecked that he could openly experiment on orphans and recruit spies from the village clans. Send someone to track them down, and while you're at it, see what Takeya Yagami is up to, Denzo ordered. Yes, my lord, the root operative replied before quickly departing. It wasn't long before he returned with troubling news. Lord Danzo, Takeya Yagami and his team have returned to their tent to rest. This was on Lady Tsunade's orders. Another squad has already taken over their duties at the morgue. And? We found no trace of Saru or Mitsu nearby. However, we did find footprints and bloodstains not far from the morgue. It's likely that. Footprints and bloodstains. Isn't it obvious? They're dead. The question now was, who had the nerve to kill Denzo's men? Could it have been Takeya Yagami? He was the only one with both the skill and the motive to do such a thing. Denzo's men had been sent to intimidate him. Could Takeya have lost his temper and killed them? Search for the bodies. If you find enough evidence that points to this kid, apprehend him immediately. Yes, my lord. For now, it was only a suspicion. Danzo had no solid evidence that Takeya had killed his operatives, despite the boy's capability and motive. Without proof, Danzo couldn't make any rash moves. Tsunade and the others would cause an uproar if he acted without justification. But then again, would they even be able to find the bodies? Chapter 67, The enemy faces 3 brats, if they're lucky. That's the worst that'll happen. The sealing scroll was taken far from the camp by Snowy, who then destroyed it completely. Not even a trace of the bodies remained, not a single hair. Even if Denzo's men turned the camp upside down, they wouldn't find any clues, let alone any evidence. Root operatives searched all night, combing through the camp and even venturing outside its perimeter, but in the end, they found nothing. Danzo was furious, his entire body trembling with rage. For some, it was a night destined to be anything but peaceful. However, Takeya slept soundly, completely undisturbed. Snowy returned to his body shortly after leaving, and Takeya drifted back to sleep, eagerly anticipating Denzo's futile search for the missing bodies. The thought of Denzo's frustration at being unable to find any evidence, despite being certain of Takeya's involvement, brought a smile to his face. I just love it when you can't stand me but can't do anything about it. The expression on Denzo's face would be priceless. As they prepared to leave the camp and head to the battlefield, Minato and Nawaki couldn't hide their nervousness. In contrast, Takeya remained engrossed in his cooking, humming a tune as he worked. Without a phone, computer, or his favorite novels, food had become Takeya's best distraction and a way to satisfy his appetite. Watching Takeya casually whip up breakfast, humming a catchy tune, Nawaki couldn't help but ask, Takeya, aren't you nervous about going to the battlefield? Nervous? Takeya glanced at Nawaki and Minato, who both looked uneasy, and couldn't help but smirk. What good does being nervous do? Does it mean you don't have to fight? Or maybe the enemy will just let you off because you're nervous? Takeya's right, being nervous is useless. Tsunade's voice rang out as she entered the tent alongside Jiraiya and Orochimaru. They pulled back the canvas and stepped inside. We're not too late, are we? Jiraiya stretched his neck to peek into the pot, his mouth watering at the thought of the meal. After seeing Tsunade devour her noodles yesterday, he'd been craving a taste himself. Among the future Sannin, Jiraiya was definitely the one who enjoyed life's pleasures the most, though some of his habits were less than admirable. It's almost ready, Takeya replied. He had anticipated that Jiraiya and Orochimaru might show up to mooch some food, so he had prepared extra. The aroma of fried rice filled the air, accompanied by a steaming bowl of bone broth, simple, yet hearty fare to start the day right. In a frontline camp, having rice, eggs, and meat was already a luxury. Takeya didn't dare hope that the logistics team could also supply garnishes like green onions. The 6 of them sat around the table, eating with gusto. Jiraiya, lacking any sense of shame, even eyed Minato's fried rice, making the younger man smile wryly. Really, sensei? Are you seriously eyeing your own students' food? Minato thought with a sigh. I'm still growing, you know. How embarrassing, Tsunade thought, glaring at Jiraiya, who chuckled awkwardly and abandoned any plans of swiping Minato's food. Left with an empty bowl, he sighed, there's just not enough to go around. Pack your things, we're leaving soon. Nawaki, You're on dish duty, Tsunade ordered. Huh? Why me? Nawaki looked baffled. You got a problem with that? Tsunade's tone was dangerous, and Orochimaru, watching from the sidelines with his arms crossed, showed no intention of intervening. In fact, he seemed to be enjoying the spectacle. He was more than happy to watch the drama unfold. With their gear packed, Tsunade made sure to stop by the logistics department, taking a generous amount of supplies. The staff at logistics were left stunned, too afraid to protest. Now we won't have to worry about going hungry, Takuya thought, feeling reassured as he carried the sealed scrolls full of provisions. It sure pays to have Tsunade on our side. Unlike others who had to apply and wait for approval just to get a sealing scroll, Tsunade could simply take what she needed. Aren't you going to give them any warnings? Jiraiya asked, glancing worriedly at the three small figures trailing behind them as they left the camp and headed toward the battlefield. Tsunade brushed a few raindrops from her golden hair and said dismissively, Nawaki might have some issues, but with Takuya around, I'm not worried. That kid's sharper than you. If the enemy runs into them, they'll be the unlucky ones. Let's go. The six of them split into two squads. Tsunade's team was the assault unit, tasked with going wherever the fighting was most intense. Takuya, Minato, and Nawaki formed a new team, stationed at an outpost not far from the camp. Without hesitation, Tsunade appointed Takuya as the team leader, completely overlooking Minato and Nawaki. So, we're just supposed to stay here? Nawaki asked, shading his eyes with his hand as he peered into the distance, but Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru were already gone, their figures swallowed by the rain. Throwing his raincoat aside, Takuya leaned against a post under the outpost's awning. They're headed for the thick of the fighting. What would you do? Get yourself killed? The Land of Rain battlefield was no joke. Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru were constantly in danger. In fact, during one of the fiercest battles, Jiraiya had almost lost his life. If it hadn't been for the timely arrival of reinforcements, there would have been one less Sannin. With Nawaki's current strength, if he followed them, he'd just be cannon fodder. What else could he do? Can't you say something more encouraging? Nawaki huffed, tempted to challenge Takuya to a duel, but he knew it was pointless. He didn't want to end up like Shimura Hideyoshi, who had been humiliated by Takuya's Genjutsu. If Takuya made him dance in the rain, Nawaki would find a rock to crawl under. Stay alert, Minato cautioned, his senses on high as he scanned the surroundings. The three of them were alone here, and if they were attacked, there would be no one to call for help. Even if they fired a signal flare, it would take time for reinforcements to arrive. Until then, they'd be on their own. The battlefield was no place for fun and games. One wrong move could cost them their lives. Relax, Takuya said, patting Minato on the shoulder. Don't get yourself all wound up. If I'm not nervous, why should you be? By the way, Takuya continued, suddenly curious, Nawaki, I've always had this question. What question? Nawaki asked, setting his folded raincoat aside and looking up. Takuya asked, you and your sister both have Senju blood, and you're both direct descendants of the first Hokage. So why was Tsunade given the title of Princess of Hidden Leaf Village, but you didn't get any similar recognition? What a weird question, Nawaki thought. But it did make some sense. Maybe it's because of his age? Minato suggested, blinking. Get out of here, Nawaki retorted, rolling his eyes. Tsunade was only a kid when she got the title. Well, I honestly don't know, Nawaki admitted. The question had caught him off guard, he'd never really thought about it. Now that Takuya mentioned it, Nawaki found himself wondering, Tsunade was made a princess, so why didn't I get something like Prince of Hidden Leaf Village? Maybe the daimyo just prefers girls, Minato teased, grinning. The joke left Nawaki speechless, spiraling into a moment of self-doubt. PFFT, Takuya stifled a laugh. Minato, you're a real genius, coming up with something like that. But the truth was, the daimyo didn't simply prefer girls. Tsunade's title of Princess of Hidden Leaf Village was more about politics, rooted in her lineage from both Hashirama Senju and Tobirama Senju. It was a way of maintaining favorable relations. After all, Tsunade's mother was from the daimyo's family, making her half a noble by birth. As for Nawaki, he was simply born too late. By the time he came along, the Senju clan had already been integrated into the common populace, losing its status as the greatest clan in Hidden Leaf Village, and indeed the shinobi world. Opportunities like royal titles were no longer on the table. Prepare for battle. Takuya suddenly shouted, his eyes catching sight of a signal flare in the sky. He grabbed his raincoat, threw it on, and dashed into the downpour. Chapter 68, A Puppet Master. Just another disappointment. Minato had been smart enough to keep his raincoat on, but Nawaki, for some inexplicable reason, had neatly folded his and now struggled to put it back on, wasting precious time. Frustrated, he eventually gave up and just ran after Takuya, letting the rain soak him. Not far from their outpost, a group of Hidden Leaf Village shinobi were fleeing for their lives, pursued by several sand shinobi. At this point, the village hidden in the rain was a chaotic battleground, with Hidden Leaf Village, sand, stone, and rain shinobi all converging in one place. It was a free-for-all, with everyone attacking anyone who wasn't from their own village. The Sand Village shinobi, however, seemed particularly focused on targeting Hidden Leaf Village ninjas, prioritizing their elimination above all else. Ever since the Sand's surprise attack on the Land of Fire, followed by Chio leading her forces into the Land of Rain, Hidden Leaf Village shinobi had been ambushed by sand ninjas more often than even the rain shinobi. Fire Style, Great Fireball Jutsu. On the battlefield, the Great Fireball was known as the Merciful Jutsu because of its dramatic effect but relatively low kill rate. However, it was perfect for drawing the enemy's attention. A massive fireball shot through the rain, evaporating the water in its path. Hidden Leaf Village reinforcements are here. Be careful. Seeing the giant fireball barreling toward them, the Sand Shinobi halted their pursuit of the Hidden Leaf Village ninja and quickly scattered to avoid the attack. Boom. The fireball crashed into a large tree, exploding on impact and splintering the trunk into pieces. The damp wood caught fire but was soon extinguished by the relentless downpour. With a single great fireball, the enemy's attention had been successfully diverted, allowing the fleeing Hidden Leaf Village shinobi to be rescued safely. Reinforcements are just 3 kids. The Sand Shinobi, initially on high alert after the fireball, relaxed when they saw who had come to help. They couldn't help but laugh at the sight of 3 kids who thought they could play hero. Are you kidding me? One of the Hidden Leaf Village Chunin shouted in desperation as he realized that their saviors were mere children. It's just 3 kids. But before he could say anything more, Takuya had already charged forward. The Chunin tried to warn them to stop, but to his astonishment, his eyes couldn't even keep up with Takuya's speed. What the hell? He thought, stunned. Since when are kids this powerful? The speed of Takuya's body flicker jutsu was beyond anything he had seen. Go. Minato and Nawaki exchanged a glance before sprinting after Takuya. They didn't want him fighting alone. Suicidal fools, one of the Sand Shinobi muttered as Takuya closed the distance. He nearly laughed out loud. As if these kids stood a chance. With a flick of his wrist, 2 puppets snapped into action, their arms raised, black barrels emerging from their palms to fire a barrage of poison needles at Takuya. If you're so eager to die, then go ahead. Bang. One of the puppets suddenly exploded, and before the Sand Shinobi could react, Takuya was already upon him. Too slow, Takuya remarked, his voice tinged with disappointment. So this is how puppet masters fight? Other than the wide range and poison, there's really nothing special about it. The Sand Shinobi was furious, pained by the loss of his puppet. He quickly began retreating, planning to bring his backup puppet into the fray. But then he saw it, a pair of crimson eyes locked onto his. Thud. The Sand Shinobi felt as if an invisible hand had clenched around his heart, paralyzing him on the spot. His vision blurred as pain ripped through his chest. He glanced down to see a kunai lodged in his heart, and with his last breath, he could only whisper, Uchiha. He collapsed, dead before he hit the ground. Captain. Wind Style, Great Breakthrough. In the blink of an eye, their leader had fallen. The remaining Sand Shinobi were both furious and terrified, launching a desperate attack on Takuya with kunai laced with explosive tags and ninjutsu. Earth Style, Earth Wall. Takuya had been about to dodge when Nawaki and Minato arrived at his side. As a member of the Senju clan, Nawaki excelled in earth and water style ninjutsu, and he had trained hard in both. A thick wall of earth rose before Takuya, blocking the enemy's kunai and ninjutsu. Thanks. Takuya called, leaping over the earth wall and charging back into the fray. Though he didn't need the protection, having his teammates' support was a good thing. No problem. Nawaki grinned, giving a thumbs up. His white teeth gleamed so brightly they nearly shone. Unfortunately, his gesture was wasted. Takuya had already disappeared. Hey, wait up. Nawaki shouted after him. With his Sharingan tracking the enemy's movements, Takuya darted back into the fight. Although he was proficient in Ganjutsu and Ninjutsu, his true strengths lay in Taijutsu and Kinjutsu. For the Sand Shinobi, who lacked even a single Jonin in their ranks, facing Takuya was like a herd of sheep encountering a hungry tiger. Takuya's figure blurred across the battlefield, and wherever he passed, enemies clutched their throats or hearts, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Could you slow down a bit? Minato thought, watching in amazement. Leave some for us. Takuya cut through the enemies like they were nothing, dispatching them with ease. Nawaki, who had been eagerly anticipating a good fight, found himself relegated to cleanup duty, as the battle ended before he even had a chance to get involved. At least Minato managed to take down one enemy. As for Nawaki? He didn't even get that. Is that it? He wondered, feeling a bit cheated. The Hidden Leaf Village shinobi who had been fleeing for their lives were equally stunned. They had expected a group of foolhardy kids, but what they got was an absolute powerhouse, especially the silver-haired one with the Sharingan. He was practically a monster. Takuya wiped his sword clean, letting the rain wash away the blood, then turned to the rescued shinobi and said, "You'd better head back to the camp quickly. This is an outpost area, and enemy reinforcements could arrive at any moment." "Why yes, thank you. Thank you so much." The grateful shinobi straightened up, bowing to Takuya, Minato, and Nawaki before helping each other limp back toward the camp. Well, at least they have manners, Takuya thought, watching them go. Then he turned to Nawaki and said, "Nawaki, you take care of the bodies. No need to keep the headbands or the puppets, they're not worth much. And remember, never touch an enemy's corpse on the battlefield." "Why me?" Nawaki protested, pointing to himself. Takuya shrugged regretfully. "Because you didn't kill a single enemy, so you're on cleanup duty. Fair, right? It's not fair if you hog all the kills." Nawaki grumbled to himself but obediently set about burying the bodies. A simple earth-style jutsu was all it took, not much trouble at all. Many shinobi had met their end because they got greedy, scavenging for loot on the battlefield, only to meet a tragic fate. Takuya wasn't interested in such gains, burying the bodies and moving on was safer. Rumble. The earth churned as Nawaki's jutsu buried the enemy corpses deep underground. Within moments, even the signs of battle had been erased. If not for the bodies buried below, no one would have guessed a fight had just taken place here. With the mess cleaned up, the three of them returned to their outpost. Takuya and Minato were in decent shape, but Nawaki looked like a drowned rat, his soaked clothes clinging to him. Chapter 69, A Genius in Hidden Leaf Village comparable to the god of shinobi. Won't lighting a fire here attract the enemy? Nawaki asked as he sat by the fire, drying his clothes. He couldn't help but add, "By the way, Takuya, why is your teleportation jutsu so explosive?" "Not just explosive," Minato chimed in, "but also incredibly fast." Minato had long accepted that, when it came to the teleportation jutsu, Takuya was unmatched. His own explosive speed and power were nothing compared to Takuya's. Fortunately, Minato had a positive outlook. Anyone else might have been crushed by such a difference. If you focus your chakra at the soles of your feet and release it in a burst, you can increase both the explosive power and speed of the teleportation jutsu. But it's hard on your body. I wouldn't recommend it for most people. But for you, since the Senju clan typically has abundant chakra, you could give it a try, Takuya explained. Then, he pointed toward the nearby forest. Minato. Understanding instantly, Minato quickly donned his raincoat and disappeared into the trees. "Is there an enemy?" Nawaki asked, jumping up nervously. Takuya's mouth twitched. "No enemy, just dinner." "Tsunade and Orochimaru, what were you teaching him?" Takuya thought in exasperation. Nawaki's situational awareness is really lacking. He's strong, but in some areas, he's pretty hopeless. Minato's got him beat there. "No wonder you ended up getting blown up by an explosive tag in the Wind Country, your internal organs ripped out by a Cloud Village ninja." Takuya couldn't help but recall the tragic fate of Nawaki, which had angered Orochimaru so much that he'd risked everything to infiltrate the Cloud Village and release the Eight Tails as revenge. Orochimaru really did care for you. But seriously, what was a Cloud Ninja doing in the Wind Country battlefield? And why the hell would they rip out your organs? That's insane. No wonder Orochimaru lost it and went berserk on them. Dinner? Nawaki still looked confused. Maybe it was because he hadn't spent enough time with Takuya and Minato, he just couldn't keep up with their thought process. "It's pretty good. Should be enough for all of us," Minato said as he returned, holding a small wild boar. It wasn't large, but it would be more than enough to feed the three of them. Fresh meat was always preferred, even if wild boar wasn't the tastiest. This feels so wrong, Nawaki thought as he watched them prepare to cook the boar. Everyone else on the battlefield is tense and worried about enemy attacks. But here we are, about to have a barbecue. But, as they say, everyone succumbs to the true fragrance principle eventually. An hour later, Nawaki was happily munching on the roast, his mouth greasy with juice, having completely forgotten his wet clothes. Meanwhile, far away in a camp in the river country, the mentally recovering third Kazekage was finally back to his old self. He was holding a report in his hand, intelligence gathered by the sand villages Anbu and spies. "It seems this little brat is still hiding his true strength," the third Kazekage murmured as he noticed that the report made no mention of Takuya's true achievements. He had expected Hidden Leaf Village to boast about Takuya's feats, but it seemed the boy had kept certain things to himself. For instance, the fact that this supposed genius had managed to trap the strongest Kazekage in a Ganjutsu, leaving him mentally scarred, none of this had been reported. Why wouldn't Hidden Leaf Village publicize such a victory? it would be a huge morale boost. The only explanation is that this Yagami Takuya chose not to report it, the Kazekage mused. Afraid of standing out too much and getting assassinated, are you? He muttered. Assassinating young geniuses from rival villages was an unspoken rule in the shinobi world. During peacetime, as long as it wasn't too blatant, these actions were often overlooked. With Takuya now deployed to the Land of Rain, the third Kazekage knew he couldn't just storm over there for revenge. He had to stay in camp and maintain control over the war effort. If you won't spread the word, then I'll do it for you, he thought, a sly smile forming on his lips. A genius? A real genius is one who lives to see their potential fulfilled. Fame can be a double-edged sword, too much of it can bring countless troubles and enemies, even from within. He quickly penned a message on a scroll, detailing his encounter with Takuya, and handed it to a Nanbu operative. Spread the word. The wider, the better. Let the shinobi world know that Hidden Leaf Village has a super genius named Yagami Takuya. And tell them he's a talent comparable to the god of shinobi, Senju Hashirama. Yes, Kazekage-sama, the Anbu operative responded automatically, but then froze, looking up at the Kazekage in shock. Kazekage-sama, are you sure? Do it, the third Kazekage's voice left no room for doubt. Yes. The Anbu operative straightened up, taking the scroll with him as he left to deliver it to the intelligence department. There, the message would be disseminated far and wide. The intelligence department was taken aback when they read the scroll. Is this for real? They wondered, staring at each other in disbelief. It's just a kid, right? A half Uchiha at that. How could he be this terrifying? But the Kazekage wouldn't target a mere child for no reason. His previous actions had already been bizarre enough, now they knew why. The Kazekage had been injured. So, could this all be true? Has Hidden Leaf Village produced a genius on par with Senju Hashirama? This news had to spread. With the Sand Village's intelligence network working at full capacity, the rumors began to spread, eventually reaching Hidden Leaf Village. Saratobi, what are you thinking? Why not just recall Yagami Takuya from the front lines and question him? Why all this guesswork? Koharu Utatane impatiently urged the third Hokage. Ha! Sighing deeply, Hiruz and Saratobi put down the intelligence scroll, looking weary as he glanced at his two advisors. Do you believe what's written in the report? It's probably true, Koharu replied. Something like this is too humiliating to hide. The third Kazekage wouldn't broadcast it unless he wanted other villages to know about Yagami Takuya's genius and find a way to eliminate him. If it is true, why didn't Yagami Takuya report it? Hamura Midakato pushed his glasses up his nose, his voice filled with doubt. Hiruzen lit his pipe, taking several deep puffs, his expression darkening. This wasn't good news. A genius like Takuya was a great asset to Hidden Leaf Village, a talent worth nurturing. But there was such a thing as being too talented. If Takuya had a clear background, that would be one thing. He could be cultivated and brought into the Hokage's fold, possibly even becoming a powerful ally. But Takuya carried Uchiha blood. Up until now, the Uchiha clan had shown little interest in Takuya, aside from the young Fugaku extending an invitation. But now that the rumors were out, the Uchiha would undoubtedly do everything they could to recruit Takuya. And if they succeeded, it would be a huge loss for the Hokage's faction. Worse still, it could turn Takuya into a political rival. The Uchiha had been eyeing the Hokage position for a long time. And then there was the troubling question of why Takuya hadn't reported his encounter with the third Kazekage if the intelligence was accurate. Chapter 70, Uchiha makes a move. Denzo's killing intent rises. Why did he deliberately omit the part about the third Kazekage in the Hokage's office? This wasn't just a lack of trust in him, it was a lack of trust in the entire village. Send a message to the front lines. Have Tsunade investigate the truth of this situation. We'll discuss the rest once everything is clear, the third Hokage instructed. He desperately hoped that the intelligence division's report was false. If it turned out to be true, things would become very complicated. Father Fugaku Uchiha, exhausted, returned home and respectfully knelt before the Uchiha clan head. Take a look. It's quite surprising, the elderly Uchiha patriarch said, his wrinkled face, marked with age spots, creasing further as he handed a scroll to Fugaku. Yes, father. Fugaku opened the scroll, his eyes widening in shock as he read. This can't be. Sit down. The Uchiha patriarch sternly ordered. As the future head of the Uchiha clan, you must learn to remain calm, even in the face of shocking news. How else will the clan trust you to lead them? Yes, father. Fugaku quickly regained his composure, but the shock on his face was still evident as he continued reading. Can this really be true? The news of Takuya single-handedly wiping out a squad of Jonin was already shocking enough. On top of that, there was the fact that he had used a single Genjutsu to control Shimura Hidetsu, A skilled jonin, leaving him mentally scarred and bedridden for weeks. Such feats, especially for a child, were astonishing. But what was even more terrifying was that the third Kazekage himself had fallen victim to Takeya's Genjutsu. No wonder the Sen's surprise attack on the Land of Fire never saw the Kazekage on the front lines. For so long, Hidden Leaf Village had been paranoid, fearing that the Kazekage was hiding somewhere, ready to launch a devastating surprise attack. But it turned out that the Kazekage had been incapacitated by Takeya's Genjutsu, forced to hide and recover. Hidden Leaf Village had been worrying for nothing all this time. Taking down an entire squad of jonin had already solidified Takeya's reputation as a genius. Controlling Shimura Hideitsu with ease only confirmed it. But for even the so-called strongest Kazekage to fall to his Genjutsu, it's as if Takeya is destined to soar to unimaginable heights. Given time, there was no doubt he would become one of the most formidable figures in the village. With enough power, even policies could be bent to one's will. That's the reality of the world. So, should we continue trying to recruit him? Fugaku couldn't help but recall his last attempt to approach Takeya, which had ended in a cold rejection, a memory that still stung. Exactly, the Uchiha patriarch said, slowly sipping his tea. Geniuses like him don't come around often, not even for the Uchiha. And those who can truly change the course of history are worth recruiting, especially when they already carry Uchiha blood. The white hair. Is it really that unacceptable? How ridiculous, Fugaku thought, holding back his frustration. It was these old men who initially said the white hair was unacceptable. Fugaku, I'm getting old, the Uchiha patriarch sighed. Fugaku clenched his fists, his head bowed. Yes, father. I will do my best. The unspoken message was clear, the old guard was nearing the end of its time. Even if they realized their mistakes, their pride wouldn't allow them to personally correct them. This task would fall to Fugaku, as the future head of the Uchiha clan. He had no choice, even if it meant enduring humiliation or rejection. Good. The Uchiha patriarch nodded in satisfaction. The decision was made, Fugaku would take on the task of recruiting Takeya. If he succeeded in bringing Takeya back into the fold, it would prove his capability as a leader. If he failed, it would reflect poorly on him. This was the compromise reached after discussions with the clan elders. Fortunately, regardless of the outcome, it wouldn't affect Fugaku's eventual ascension to the role of clan leader. As word continued to spread, the Rain Country's camp received a scroll from Hidden Leaf Village. Bam! Danzo slammed his fist on the table in fury after reading the contents of the scroll. He had never imagined that the half-Uchiha brat he had so carelessly dismissed possessed such terrifying potential. What he thought was just a minor nuisance had now revealed itself to be a significant threat. Even the third Kazekage had fallen victim to Takeya's Genjutsu, which meant that Danzo himself wouldn't be safe from the effects of the Sakura fall technique. The mere thought of being controlled by Takeya's Genjutsu, forced to perform a humiliating dance in front of everyone, made Danzo want to grab a knife and end Takeya's life right then and there. This kind of danger cannot be allowed to exist. But eliminating this threat wasn't going to be easy. Takeya was no fool. He wasn't like the other naive children who could be easily manipulated. Trying to sway him with talks of the will of fire would likely earn nothing but a cold sneer, and perhaps a bout of that dreaded Genjutsu. Danzo had known from the moment Takeya defied the third Hokage that this was no ordinary child. This was not someone easily controlled or fooled. If it had been Milwaukee or Minato, Danzo could have staged a performance, delivered a convincing speech, and easily swayed them to his side. But with Takeya, the only reward for such efforts would be ridicule. How should I handle this? Danzo pondered, realizing this was a problem with no easy solution. After considering his options, he decided it was best to lay low for now. The third Hokage was likely even more concerned about this than he was. There was no need for Danzo to make the first move. Even though Takeya had killed his men and humiliated him, Danzo couldn't afford to act rashly. If he made a mistake, it could lead to even bigger problems. It was better to let the third Hokage worry about this mess. Send this information to Tsunade. Also, recall the agents monitoring Yagami Takeya. There's no need to keep an eye on him or provoke him any further, Danzo ordered. The current priority was accumulating war merit and building his reputation. Only by doing so could Danzo strengthen his position to eventually claim the title of Hokage. Now was not the time to be engaging in pointless conflicts with Takeya. Handling him was the third Hokage's problem, not his. Takeya was like a spiky hedgehog, too difficult to grasp and impossible to recruit. So why bother making trouble for himself? The message quickly reached Tsunade. Am I seeing things? Tsunade muttered, flipping the intelligence scroll back and forth. Did I read this wrong? Or was the report filled out incorrectly? Has Takeya really become this powerful? Jiraiya leaned over to read the scroll, his face showing a mix of disbelief and admiration. You weren't wrong, Tsunade. This kid is something special. A genjutsu that even the third Kazekage couldn't resist. It seems Takeya is indeed a fascinating person, Orochimaru added with a sly smile, his slit-like pupils gleaming with curiosity. What kind of genjutsu could achieve such an effect? He wondered. If I could learn it. Chapter 71, yes, I did make the third Kazekage drink a basin of foot-washing water at this point in time. Orochimaru's ambition was to master all ninjutsu rather than delve into the dark arts of immortality research. Orochimaru had a deep fascination with various forms of ninjutsu and genjutsu, and there was no doubt that he had his eyes on the Sakura Fall genjutsu. Tsunade couldn't help but instinctively shrink her neck when she remembered how she and Takeya used to mess around. A genjutsu capable of controlling a jonin? That didn't scare her. But one that even someone as strong as the third Kazekage couldn't escape from? That was dangerous. She imagined Takeya snapping under pressure one day and casting that genjutsu on her. The thought of herself involuntarily dancing in public was so embarrassing that Tsunade nearly felt like she could dig herself a hole in the ground. It was too mortifying, an event that would surely lead to social death. Better not provoke this kid in the future. If she pushed him too far, she'd be done for. The scariest part was that Takeya would actually do it. Based on what she knew about him, if pushed to the edge, Takeya wouldn't hesitate to make her socially dead once and for all. Ahem, kids these days are really something else, much stronger than we were, Tsunade said with an awkward cough, tossing the scroll to Jiraiya. The old man asked me to verify something with Takeya about the third Kazekage. You coming? She asked. Definitely, Orochimaru responded without hesitation. Jiraiya scratched his head, considering for a moment before saying, I'll come too. If you're both going, it's no fun to stay here alone. Let's all go together. Alright then, let's head out, Tsunade said, feeling a bit nostalgic for Takeya's cooking. After a quick rest, the three of them exited the combat zone and made their way swiftly toward the outpost. Takeya, are we really okay doing this? Takeya, shouldn't we be more cautious? Takeya, what are we eating today? Takeya, I caught a wild deer. How about we have some roasted venison tonight? In just a few days, Nawaki had practically turned into a mini Takeya, or rather, a devoted fanboy. Completely won over by Takeya's cooking, his initial worries, whether it was attracting enemies or getting scolded by the village, had all but vanished. Nothing bad happened. In fact, the camp even thoughtfully sent them some supplies. It was downright strange. Had Danzo turned over a new leaf? Danzo, in his rare show of generosity, sent them fresh ingredients, including the highly coveted beef, a rare sight in the camp. The three of them sat together, happily enjoying their roasted meat, feeling utterly content. Takeya had no idea what Danzo was up to. But since the food was safe, with no poison detected, why not eat it? Everything else could be compromised, but he wouldn't skimp on his stomach. A full belly was essential for fighting effectively. You three. The voice of an irate Tsunade filled the air as she, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru finally arrived at the outpost. The sight of the trio lounging around, eating delicious roasted meat, sent Tsunade's temper through the roof. How could they be so shameless? In the middle of a battlefield, they were eating like kings. Move over, Tsunade said, shoving her brother aside to claim his seat. Jiraiya's eyes sparkled with anticipation, while Orochimaru looked at the three with a strange expression. Were they here for a vacation or to fight? Their life at the outpost was far too comfortable. But whatever, those thoughts could wait. The immediate priority was filling their stomachs. And so, what began as a meal for three quickly turned into a meal for six. Each one of them ate heartily, their faces slick with grease, exhaling hot breath. Anyone witnessing this scene would have been utterly shocked. By the way, where did you get the beef? Jiraiya asked once he was full and satisfied. The camp typically didn't have such luxuries, beef was expensive, and there were no nearby villages to steal it from. Surely Takeya and the others wouldn't risk such a stunt just for some good food. Jiraiya-sensei, it was sent from the camp, Minato answered honestly. The camp? Jiraiya exclaimed, drawing the curious gazes of Orochimaru and Tsunade. If the camp had sent it, that meant it had Denzo's approval. My goodness, did the sun rise in the west today? Did Danzo actually allow these three to have a little feast? Could you believe that Danzo, of all people, would do something like this? Yes, it came from the camp. The supply officers said our team had made some significant contributions, and since the camp had fresh meat, they sent some our way, Minato explained truthfully, without a hint of reservation. Who could have predicted that in just a few days, they'd end up saving quite a few Hidden Leaf village shinobi, racking up a nice amount of merit. Even Takeya hadn't seen that coming. The outpost's primary function was to alert the camp of a large-scale enemy attack, But Takeya and his team had ended up rescuing a number of comrades and earning quite a bit of recognition in the process. This early warning duty was turning out to be pretty enjoyable. Takeya was starting to get used to it. At least it wasn't as boring as guarding the morgue. Plus, it didn't require trudging through the rain across the battlefield, constantly engaging in combat. Just holding down the fort at the outpost was enough. And when things were calm, he could whip up some delicious food as a reward. What's not to love? Tsunade, Orochimaru, and Jiraiya were left speechless. Takeya, is the stuff in this scroll true? After a brief rest, Tsunade pulled out a scroll and handed it to Takeya. He opened it, and after scanning the contents, he asked in surprise, who leaked this? The third Kazekage? Isn't he worried about losing face? Takeya hadn't expected the news of the third Kazekage falling victim to the Sakura Fall Genjutsu to spread. Neither Minato nor Mikoto Uchiha would have talked, and Takeya certainly wouldn't have. That left only the third Kazekage as the likely source. But this kind of embarrassing event was something most people would try to cover up, not broadcast. Yet here he was, spreading the word like wildfire. The fact that Tsunade had came to ask him about it meant the news had already spread far and wide. If Tsunade, Orochimaru, and Jiraiya had come all this way, it had to be because of either Danzo or the third Hokage. Takeya guessed it was probably the third Hokage who sent them. The old shinobi leader must be quite anxious by now. So it was true. The tone in Takeya's voice was enough to confirm to Tsunade, Orochimaru, and Jiraiya that the rumors were indeed true. How did you manage it? Tsunade asked, not with skepticism but with amazement. After all, every Kage was synonymous with strength. The third Kazekage, reputedly the strongest Kazekage in Sans history, had fallen victim to Takeya's Genjutsu. The Sakura Fall Genjutsu was terrifyingly powerful. What do you mean, how did I do it? Takeya said, a bit annoyed. He thought I was just a kid and figured I was as good as dead. When I activated my Sharingan, it caught his attention, and that's when I used the Genjutsu. He just fell for it, plain and simple. No matter how powerful someone is, if they let their guard down against an enemy, they're bound to slip up. So, yes, I made the third Kazekage drink a basin of my foot-washing water, and he drank the whole thing. The Sakura Fall Genjutsu may be breakable, but it leaves a mental scar that takes a long time to heal unless your mental fortitude is off the charts. Foot-washing water? The third Kazekage would definitely explode in rage if he heard this. Tsunade and the others were left speechless, fighting the urge to demand that Takeya change his choice of words. After all, describing a Kage's defeat with such an image wasn't exactly the most dignified way to put it. But whatever, that wasn't important. Shaking her head, Tsunade continued, so why didn't you report this to the village? Chapter 72, If you play tricks, don't blame me for playing back. Do you want everyone to think I'm crazy? Takeya rolled his eyes at Tsunade, which only made her angrier. She raised her hand, ready to strike, but hesitated and reluctantly lowered it when she noticed Takeya's eyes starting to turn red. The message was clear, if you dare to hit me, I'll make sure you suffer public humiliation. Wanna test me? Orochimaru and Jiraiya both watched with expressions of amusement. Minato wore his usual troubled smile, while Nawaki curiously looked back and forth. He was eager to see whether his violent sister could withstand Takeya's Genjutsu. If she couldn't, there would definitely be some entertaining scenes to watch. You're all just waiting for a show, huh? Tsunade thought helplessly, waving her hand dismissively. Forget it. Let's not talk about this anymore. But why do you think no one would believe you if you told them? Pointing at his eyes, then at his temple, Takeya couldn't help but burst into laughter. Come on, I'm not stupid or blind. The village's bias against the Uchiha is obvious to everyone. Even though I'm only half Uchiha, my situation isn't much better than theirs. Besides, if a kid like me says something like this, no one would believe it. They'd just think I'm either crazy or desperate for credit. Why bother? As long as the third Kazekage doesn't say anything, who would know? But who would have guessed? Takeya sighed, shaking his head in frustration. Who could have imagined the third Kazekage would be so spineless, spreading such an embarrassing story? You have no idea, his dance that night was a sight you wouldn't forget. Tell us more. Everyone perked up immediately, Tsunade included. The idea of the usually stern third Kazekage dancing was both shocking and intriguing. So, you want to spread rumors, huh? Make me famous, huh? Fine, I'll make it happen. Just you wait, let's see who ends up worse off. If the third Kazekage threw the first punch, Takeya was definitely going to hit back. You pull a stunt on me, I'll return the favor tenfold. It's only fair. Takeya then went on to describe the essence of the pole dance. The group collectively sucked in their breath, staring at him in disbelief. The third Kazekage, A man known for his seriousness, did such a shameful dance? This was big news, huge, even. Jiraiya quickly pulled out his notebook, ready to jot down every detail. Something this entertaining can't be missed. The old man will be in for a big surprise, ha ha ha. You, third Kazekage, said I'm a genius on par with the likes of Hashirama Senju, constantly stirring up trouble for me? Fine, I'll say you danced on a pole. The esteemed third Kazekage of the Sand Village, twisting and turning like a dancer in a red light district, let's see how you like that. After a while, the group finally digested the shocking news. Minato and Milwaukee were left questioning their own morals, while Jiraiya's eyes gleamed with inspiration as he scribbled furiously. Orochimaru, on the other hand, had a peculiar look in his eyes as he gazed at Takuya. Orochimaru had figured it out, Takuya was doing this on purpose, determined to ruin the third Kazekage's reputation. Even if Takuya was making it all up, Orochimaru had no choice but to believe it. And when he spread the story, he'd tell it exactly like Takuya had. In normal circumstances, tarnishing the reputation of a village's Kage would be frowned upon. But now, they were enemies. The Sand had even attacked the Land of Fire, why should they hold back? There was no need to be polite. The more they could smear the third Kazekage, the better. Once the story spread, how would the Sand Village's ninjas and civilians view their leader? Forget being the strongest Kazekage, he'd be known as the pole-dancing Kazekage instead. Given his expertise with iron sand, crafting a pole should be a breeze for him. No one here was a fool. Aside from Minato and Milwaukee, who were left with their minds blown and feeling morally compromised, Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru all understood that Takuya was fabricating the story. However, Tsunade, once she realized what was going on, didn't want to expose Takuya's lie. She couldn't anyway, but holding it in made her uncomfortable. The most perplexing thing was, how did this kid know about such unsavory things? Had he been to those places? The thought stunned Tsunade. Orochimaru, with a sly smile, asked, Takuya, how did you come to know about such things? Takuya frowned in confusion, and upon seeing Tsunade's shocked expression, he realized she had misunderstood. There's no way I, Yagami Takuya, would ever go to such places. At least not in this lifetime. Oh, that? I learned about it from one of Orochimaru-senpai's books. PFFT. Orochimaru was immediately caught off guard. Tsunade's eyes widened in shock. Jiraiya looked up at Orochimaru, astonished, with an expression that screamed, so that's the kind of person you are. What's with that reaction? Does Orochimaru-sensei like going to those kinds of places? Milwaukee asked curiously. Orochimaru's eyes filled with a cold, murderous intent as he glared at Milwaukee, causing him to cower behind Tsunade. Taking a deep breath, Orochimaru calmly stated, I don't own such books. And I've never lent any books to Takuya, so it has nothing to do with me. How could that be? Takuya said, pointing at Milwaukee. Back when we were stationed at the morgue, Milwaukee brought out some books, saying they were from you. One of them was a travelogue, which contained content even more explicit than what I just described. Now Orochimaru was truly speechless. Because the books Milwaukee had were indeed taken from him. But he never read such books, let alone kept any. There's no need to explain. I understand. Jiraiya sighed, patting Orochimaru on the shoulder. We can discuss this another time. Ow! With a pained cry, Jiraiya was sent flying. Orochimaru, his face darkened, decided he didn't want to say anything more. Your teacher is really pitiful, it seems like everyone can hit him. Takuya exchanged a glance with Minato, who awkwardly smiled, not knowing what to say. Jiraiya's antics, while often amusing, could also be pretty embarrassing, especially for those close to him. Like Minato. In moments like these, Minato always ended up feeling the most uncomfortable. Do you think the third Kazekage is crazy? Just to turn people against me, he spread this story far and wide. Was that really necessary? After confirming the truth of the matter, Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru left shortly after. Sitting by the campfire, Takuya still couldn't figure out what the third Kazekage hoped to achieve by doing this. Did ruining a genius really matter more than the embarrassment of a Kage? He must have been left with such a lasting impression that the third Kazekage, even at the risk of losing face, wanted to make sure your name got on other villages' hit lists, Milwaukee speculated. When it came to this kind of situation, Milwaukee was the most qualified to speak. After all, he had grown up hearing stories about Hashirama Senju and Tobirama Senju. During the Warring States period, it wasn't uncommon for rival clans to try to eliminate their opponents' geniuses. Both Hashirama and Madara Uchiha had experienced the pain of losing brothers to assassination. Since the establishment of the 5 great ninja villages, such occurrences had become much less common. Villages now tended to nurture and protect their talented ninjas, ensuring they didn't meet an untimely end. Chapter 73, The Third Kazekage, the first to suffer public humiliation in the ninja world. Takuya clicked his tongue in amazement. So, he's really going all out, huh? Just to get rid of me, Yagami Takuya, he's willing to sacrifice his own reputation. Well, I'm not one to miss an opportunity. Let's add some fuel to this fire and watch it burn even brighter. As long as the third Kazekage doesn't mind dying of embarrassment, I'm good with it. You want to assassinate me? Want to snuff out Yagami Takuya early? Then go ahead and try. Let's see which happens first, my early demise or your reputation going up in flames. Sacrificing his own reputation? Nawaki and Minato exchanged puzzled looks. Considering what Takuya just said, if those rumors spread, would the third Kazekage even have a reputation left? He'd probably become the laughingstock of the entire ninja world. The key difference is that in peacetime, people might hold back out of respect, not wanting to tarnish your image. But during wartime, who cares about your reputation? Propaganda is the name of the game. The worse it is for you, the better it is for me. The goal is to smear the third Kazekage, turn him into a massive joke, and see how the people of the Land of Wind react to their leader being ridiculed. I, Yagami Takuya, might not fear the usual assassination attempts, but do you really think the third Kazekage isn't worried about his reputation going down the drain? In the Hokage's office in the Leaf Village, the lights were still burning late into the night. The third Hokage was, as always, working overtime. Even Koharu Uchiha and Homura Mitakato, both members of the village's council, hadn't managed to escape the burden of extra hours. One managed the medical corps, the other handled logistics. Since the outbreak of the war, the increased demand for supplies had them both at their wits' end, forcing them to join the Hokage in his late-night work sessions. Koharu, how are the graduation prospects for the new batch of Genin? The Hokage inquired. Due to the war, we don't have many suitable candidates to serve as Jonin instructors. This year's new graduates might have to face a significant period without proper guidance, Koharu replied, her tone grim. The battlefield in the Land of Rain was consuming much of the Leaf Village's resources and manpower. On top of that, with the Sand Village declaring war on the Leaf, the village was now fighting on two fronts, which meant many of their strongest ninja were dispatched to the war zones. This left the newly graduated Genin in a tough spot, often forming squads on their own without a seasoned ninja to lead them. Do your best to assign them simpler missions and tasks to minimize casualties among the squads, the Hokage said, knowing there wasn't much more he could do for the young Genin at this time. Homura, how much longer until we get the weaponry from the Land of Crafts? The Hokage turned his attention to the other advisor. It's going to take some time, I'm afraid, Homura replied, adjusting his glasses, clearly troubled by the situation. The daily consumption of food, medicine, and ninja tools on the battlefield was enormous, and the village's reserves alone weren't enough. They needed to buy more from outside sources. Unfortunately, during times like these, prices were skyrocketing. And even if they had the money, it wasn't always enough to secure what they needed. The most critical shortage was with explosive tags. No matter how much they were willing to pay, they simply couldn't get enough of them. After a moment of deep thought, the Hokage sighed. The Leaf's reserves should hold out for a while longer. I'll speak with the clan leaders to see if they can open up some of their own stockpiles. Lord Hokage, an Anbu operative entered the office just then, respectfully placing a sealed scroll on the desk. This is intelligence from the Land of Rain battlefield. The Hokage acknowledged, nodding in thanks as he picked up the scroll and broke the seal. PFFT cough cough cough. After just a quick glance at the contents, the third Hokage started coughing violently, his aging face turning a deep shade of red. His eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the scroll, which had slipped from his grasp onto the desk. What kind of intel could make Hiruzen Sarutobi react like that? Koharu and Homura got up and walked over to take a look. Koharu froze in place, her expression utterly stiff. Cough cough. Homura coughed, clearly struggling to hold back his laughter. After taking a moment to calm himself, the third Hokage realized he needed a smoke to steady his nerves. He grabbed his pipe, took a few deep drags, and then tucked the scroll away before summoning another Anbu operative. Send this intel to the intelligence division and make sure it's distributed far and wide. Yes, Lord Hokage. The Anbu operative had no idea what the scroll contained, but dutifully picked it up and left. The third Kazekage was about to become famous. His name would be known throughout the ninja world, though not in a good way. The third Hokage didn't even need to finish his pipe before he'd made up his mind to spread the news. If you're going to play dirty, don't expect me to play nice. Even if this intel is complete nonsense, I'm still going to make sure it gets out. Let's see how embarrassed you feel, third Kazekage. Koharu and Homura remained silent, clearly in agreement with the Hokage's decision. After all, if you're going to bring an army to attack our land of fire, why should we hold back? Besides, it was the third Kazekage who started spreading rumors first. Since he doesn't care about his reputation, why should we cover for him? Whether it's true or not doesn't matter. Let's spread it and see what happens. After all, it's not our reputation on the line. And so, Takeya's various embellished stories began to spread. It started in the Leaf Village. Did you hear? The third Kazekage from the Sand Village was caught doing some pretty shameful dancing. What kind of dancing? Are you dumb? You know, the kind you pay to watch at a certain kind of place. It's all over the village now. Really? No way. Absolutely. I heard it from my cousin's aunt's sister-in-law's nephew. It's legit. Like a whirlwind, the rumors quickly swept through the Leaf Village. In less than a morning, the third Kazekage had become the butt of every joke. People all over the village were talking about it, laughing so hard they could barely stand. Meanwhile, spies from the Sand Village stationed in the Leaf were left stunned when they caught wind of the rumors. This can't be true, right? Does our Kazekage really have such peculiar interests? One spy couldn't help but imagine the Kazekage dancing like that and broke out in a cold sweat. The thought was downright disturbing. Better get this intel out as soon as possible. As the news spread from the Leaf Village, it reached the camps in the Land of Rain. Before long, many ninjas were left dumbfounded. Oh my god. The third Kazekage of the Sand Village has such a bizarre, no, twisted hobby? You really can't judge a book by its cover. People were definitely learning something new. Ninjas with nothing better to do started gossiping about it, and soon the rumors spread even further, to the Rain Village, the Stone Village, and even the Sand Village troops stationed in the Land of Rain. Chapter 74, Ambushed. Lock the door and unleash Nawaki. Hanzo double-checked the intel. If it hadn't come from one of his most trusted operatives, he would have thought someone was playing a prank on him. Could it be that I, Hanzo the Salamander, am falling behind the times? Getting old, huh? These young folks sure know how to have fun, Hanzo sighed, unable to picture the scenario. Even if the rumors were likely false, who cared? At this point, even if it was all a lie, the third Kazekage's reputation was already tarnished beyond repair. After all, it was your Sand Village that first spread the word, saying that Yagami Takeya of the Leaf used a Genjutsu to control you. Given that you were supposedly under a Genjutsu, isn't it reasonable that you might have done something outlandish? Bang. Chio slammed her hand on the table, fuming. There's no way this is true. Lord Kazekage would never do something like that. Even if he did say he was under a Genjutsu, it's obvious they're just trying to overhype this Yagami Takeya kid. And now, the Leaf is seizing the opportunity to smear our Kazekage's name. Spread the word, no one is to discuss this matter any further. Also, contact the camp in the Land of Rivers. We need Lord Kazekage to clear up this misunderstanding as soon as possible. If these rumors continued to spread, not only would the third Kazekage's reputation be ruined, but the Sand Village's name would be dragged through the mud as well. The daimyo was already displeased with the Sand Village. Hearing these rumors would likely send him into a rage. Meanwhile, in the Sand Village's command post in the Land of Rivers, the entire camp was covered in iron sand. One could only imagine how furious the third Kazekage was. In the days that followed, the third Kazekage's reputation took a nosedive, but the Sand Village's attacks on the Leaf grew more frequent and intense. Tsukumo Hatake was feeling the pressure. Yet, amid the complaints, he couldn't help but chuckle at the irony of the third Kazekage digging his own grave. Even if the Sand Village came forward to debunk the rumors, this incident would stick to the third Kazekage for the rest of his days. He'd be forever nailed to the pillar of shame. From then on, whenever someone mentioned the third Kazekage, this disgraceful incident would inevitably come up. Even Yagami Takeya's name would be dragged through the mud as people reminisced about it. Under the gloomy, rain-soaked sky that had persisted for days, Nawaki couldn't hold back his complaints. I think walking into the battlefield right now is a terrible idea. If you have a problem with it, you should take it up with our Grand Commander, Takeya retorted, causing Nawaki to fall silent. Despite his high status, Nawaki wasn't Tsunade. He didn't dare to openly criticize Danzo. It was a decision made by the command post after some discussion. It's not fair to blame just one person, Minato countered with a smile. Their squad had been pulled from their post at the outpost. The reason? Some jonin felt it was a waste for a squad like theirs to be stationed at an outpost. With Takeya's abilities, he could be on the front lines, taking down more enemies and doing more for the cause, rather than being holed up in one spot, guarding a relatively insignificant post. After some deliberation, the squad was reassigned to reinforce the front lines. In recent days, the Sand Village's attacks had grown more frequent and intense. Combined with the pressure from the stone and rain villages, the frontline forces were stretched thin. The camp had no choice but to continuously send out squads to provide reinforcements. Takeya, Minato, and Nawaki were among those sent as reinforcements. "Master, there's an ambush in the forest ahead," whispered Snowy, who was nestled inside Takeya's raincoat, peeking out to warn him. Minato and Nawaki immediately tensed up. In the past few days, it was thanks to Snowy's warnings that they had avoided several large groups of enemies, taking down more than a few squads in the process. "Which village are they from?" Takeya gestured for them to take cover, and the three quickly concealed themselves. The land of rain might have its faults, but aside from the constant downpour, it was an ideal place for hiding or setting up an ambush with its dense forests. "They're from the Stone Village," Snowy confirmed. When it came to sensing, Snowy was an expert. Never underestimate the sensory abilities of a tailed beast. Snowy's sensing abilities far surpassed Takeya's. "Stone Village ninja, huh?" Takeya narrowed his eyes and signaled Minato and Nawaki to move with him, circling around to the side. "These guys are sneaky." The Stone Village ninja had used Earth-style jutsu to hollow out a space underground to hide in. To prevent anyone from sneaking up behind them, they'd even set up a number of hidden traps. If they hadn't known in advance that the enemy was lying in wait, they might have walked right into a trap. But just because you're hiding underground doesn't mean you're safe. You Stone Village ninja aren't the only ones who can use Earth-style jutsu. Lock the door and unleash Nawaki. After clearing the surrounding traps, Takeya motioned for Minato and Nawaki to join him. The two moved cautiously, and Nawaki whispered, "Takeya, where are they hiding?" Takeya put an arm around Nawaki's shoulders and pointed to a slightly raised area outside the forest. "See that spot? They're right under there. If they like hiding underground so much, let's help them stay there. This is my specialty." Nawaki grinned, sneaking closer and quickly forming hand signs. Earth-style, crumbling earth core. Rumble rumble. The ground began to quake, and before the Stone Village ninja hiding below even knew what was happening, rocks started collapsing around them, burying them alive. Get ready for a fight. Simply burying the enemy wasn't enough. The Stone Village ninja were masters of Earth-style jutsu, with plenty of tricks to escape being buried alive. Takeya charged forward, with Minato pulling out his kunai and following close behind. Takeya's prediction was spot on. Seconds later, rocks split apart in the gaping hole left by the collapsed ground, and a few battered figures scrambled out. Unfortunately for them, Takeya and Minato were ready and waiting. Ugh! Desperate to avoid being buried alive, the Stone Village ninja used their jutsu to escape the partially filled underground space. But just as they leaped out, before they could even land, Takeya was already on the attack. Fire-style, Dance of Flaming Dragons jutsu. Gathering a significant amount of chakra in his throat, Takeya unleashed a torrent of flames from his mouth. The fire coalesced into a dragon, which barreled toward the Stone Village ninja who had just emerged from the underground space. The Stone Village ninjas' minds went blank. Before they even touched the ground, they were engulfed in flames, incinerated in an instant. The smell of charred flesh filled the air as several bodies plummeted from the sky. Clutching his kunai, Minato glanced at Takeya with a somewhat resentful expression. "Can you stop doing this? Every time, you end the fight so quickly that I don't even get a chance to touch the enemy. The fight's over before I can even lift a finger. At least Nawaki got to do something useful, but me? I didn't even get a piece of the action." Chapter 75, Did you think avoiding my eyes would save you from Genjutsu? As he looked at the charred remains still smoldering on the ground, Takeya patted Minato's shoulder and reassured him, "No need to rush. There'll be plenty of enemies to go around. Besides, you're destined to become the fastest man in the ninja world. Just aim to be quicker than me next time." "I don't believe a word you're saying. Fastest man in the ninja world? I know exactly what you mean by that." Minato wanted no part of such a title. He had his pride as a man to think about. There was no way he wanted to be known for being fast. It had to be said that hanging around Takeya was starting to lead Minato astray. Even Nawaki was beginning to pick up some of his bad habits. "Minato's right, Takeya. You're way too fast," Nawaki chimed in, stepping forward to examine the charred corpses on the ground. "Yikes, these Stone Village ninja really had it rough. Running into you is like meeting their worst nightmare, they couldn't even hide." Suddenly, a signal flare, a special one used by Leaf Village ninja, burst in the sky. As the flames were doused by the rain, Takeya's expression grew serious. "No time to deal with the bodies, someone's sending a distress signal. Let's move." Takeya dashed into the rain, with Minato and Nawaki following close behind. The sounds of battle grew louder as they approached. A group of Leaf ninja was retreating in disarray, closely pursued by numerous Rain Village ninja. "Help them." Takeya and Minato charged forward, while Nawaki nodded firmly and quickly formed hand signs, Earth-style, Rising stone spears. Rumble. Sharp stone spikes erupted from the ground, disrupting the formation of the Rain Village ninja. Several unfortunate souls were impaled by the jagged rocks, clutching them and crying out in agony. We're saved. Reinforcements are here. Let's get to them. Seeing a helping hand extended, the Leaf Ninja cried tears of relief and hurriedly dragged their injured comrades toward Nawaki. The Rain Village's pursuit was cut short, and those who weren't mortally wounded were quickly rescued by their comrades. A Rain Village Jonin, clad in armor, raised his hand to signal the others to regroup. He warily watched Takuya approach with Minato, and asked, "You're Yagami Takuya of the Leaf?" Takuya hadn't expected the enemy to recognize him. Be careful. His Genjutsu is strong, don't look him in the eyes. Recently, news of Takuya's encounter with the third Kazekage had spread across the ninja world, and every village had gathered intelligence on him. On the Rain Country battlefield, the Rain, Stone, and Sand Village ninja had all been warned, if you encounter Yagami Takuya, be on guard. His Genjutsu is powerful, and he wields the 3 Tomoe Sharingan. Even a Kage-level figure like the third Kazekage had been caught off guard. Leaf Village ninja had also fallen under his Genjutsu, so no one dared to underestimate such a dangerous technique. This guy must be a little dense. Takuya watched as the Rain Village ninja averted their gazes, looking down or to the side, avoiding eye contact with him. Did they really think Takuya's humiliating dance Genjutsu required direct eye contact to work? In the ninja world, it was an unwritten rule that if you were fighting an Uchiha Jonin, you should close your eyes or avoid looking at their eyes altogether. The enemy was clearly treating Takuya as if he were a full-fledged Uchiha. But did Genjutsu really require eye contact to be effective? The Kurama clan would have a lot to say about that. Too bad the Kurama clan had fallen into obscurity, leaving little mark on the ninja world. After all, their bloodline limit was more of a curse than a gift. They think that gathering enough intel will let them exploit an opponent's weaknesses. Takuya couldn't help but laugh. He was starting to feel like a walking textbook example, but not in a good way. It seemed like he needed to spread the word about how terrifying his humiliating dance Genjutsu could really be. Otherwise, everyone would start thinking they could just avoid his Sharingan and be fine. What hurt Takuya the most was the irony: among taijutsu, ninjutsu, and Genjutsu, the one he was least skilled at was Genjutsu. If it weren't for his Sharingan, and if he didn't have that humiliating dance skill, he wouldn't even bother with Genjutsu. Why waste time on Genjutsu when he could focus on improving his taijutsu and swordsmanship, which were his real strengths? You should be careful, that guy's name is Kamiyama Naraku. He's skilled in taijutsu and kenjutsu. Our team's special Jonin was killed by him, one of the wounded Leaf Ninja warned, worried that Takuya's team might underestimate their opponent. Don't worry, you're safe now, Nawaki reassured them, pulling out bandages and first aid supplies from his kit. I'll patch you up. Reinforcements should be here soon. As for the enemy, Takuya and Minato will handle them. But are you sure it'll be okay? Though they had heard of Takuya's exploits, the enemy numbers were daunting, and Takuya and Minato still looked so young. There's nothing to worry about with so few of them, Nawaki said confidently as he expertly dressed the wounded, a skill he had honed back at the camp. Doing this right in front of us, patching up wounded soldiers, and dismissing us like we're nothing? Nawaki's actions didn't sit well with the Rain Village ninja. If not for Takuya's fearsome reputation, they would have already attacked. But there Nawaki was, casually treating the injured in front of them, belittling them in the process, and then capping it all off with a few more insults. Take out the wounded first. I'll hold off Yagami Takuya. Kamiyama Naraku ordered, and the Rain Village ninja sprang into action. With a burst of speed, Kamiyama Naraku vanished from sight, reappearing in front of Takuya, his long, sharp katana slicing toward Takuya's throat. Was that really necessary? So eager to die. Did you really think avoiding eye contact would save you from my undodgeable humiliating dance Genjutsu? A bit naive, aren't you? Sakura's fall, his special skill, activated. Kamiyama Naraku felt the world spin, and before he knew it, he was trapped in a Genjutsu. Takuya swiftly disarmed him, cutting off any chance for him to perform his humiliating dance, and instead, sliced his throat. Splurt. Blood sprayed out as Kamiyama Naraku, on the brink of death, broke free from the Genjutsu, only to be met with cold, hard reality. His eyes wide with shock and disbelief, Kamiyama Naraku clutched his throat, collapsing to the ground, never understanding how he'd fallen under a Genjutsu. Lord Naraku. In the blink of an eye, Kamiyama Naraku lay dead on the ground. The Rain Village ninja stood frozen, staring in disbelief at his body, now lying lifeless in the mud. This is bad, Lord Naraku is dead. Seconds later, the remaining Rain Village ninja scattered, abandoning any thought of continuing their assault on the Leaf Ninja. Their leader, a Jonin, had gone down in a single exchange. If they pressed on, it would only mean certain death. Clearly, Yagami Takeya's abilities had been grossly underestimated. They needed to get out alive and report back with this intel. Here we go again. Minato looked on with an I knew it expression, while Nawaki gave the wounded leaf ninja a sympathetic look. See? I told you not to worry, but you didn't believe me. Don't you want to avenge your comrades? Takeya asked, showing no interest in chasing down the fleeing enemy. He noticed that some of the rescued ninja were just standing around, watching. There's also the chance to earn some battle honors. Prompted by Takeya's reminder, they snapped out of their daze, shouting eagerly as they joined Minato in pursuing the Rain Village ninja. Who wouldn't want to get revenge? Chapter 76, Nawaki starts to wake up. Hidden Leaf Village's double standards. They had just barely escaped a deadly pursuit, and for a moment, they thought they were done for, but now that the enemy Jonin was dead, leaving only Chunin and Geinin behind, what was there to be afraid of? Just go after them and finish the job. Besides, Takeya had a point, chasing down the enemy not only avenges their earlier struggle but also earns them battle merits. It didn't matter if they were Chunin or Geinin, taking them out would still count as merits. Luckily for them, Takeya had a more laid-back attitude. If it had been any other ninja, these guys wouldn't have gotten a chance to earn much at all. Sarutobi Sasaki, at your service, Lord Takeya, the middle-aged ninja, now bandaged up with Nawaki's help, quickly stood and bowed as Takeya approached. It was clear that Takeya's strength had earned their respect. Typically, such respect was reserved for village jonin or those in high positions. Although Takeya was still ranked as a chunin, no one treated him like one. Sarutobi? Takeya raised an eyebrow, surprised to find that the man was part of the third Hokage's clan. He studied Sasaki with renewed interest. Everyone knew that Sarutobi clan members rarely went to the battlefield. Otherwise, how did they manage to muster a force of 2,000 ninjas during the Fourth Great Ninja War? A single clan contributing 2,000 ninjas, that's no small feat. Sasaki's clothing didn't bear the Sarutobi clan emblem. If he hadn't introduced himself, no one would have guessed he was from the Sarutobi clan. Right, the Sarutobi clan claimed to be a civilian family, so of course, they wouldn't flaunt their clan emblem on their clothes. After all, they needed to maintain a low profile for steady growth. Being too flashy wouldn't align with the third Hokage's principles. What's wrong? Nawaki nudged Takeya, noticing his surprise. Takeya chuckled. Nothing, just surprised to see a Sarutobi on the battlefield. I think this is a first for me. Really? Nawaki scratched his head, thinking back, and then froze. It was true, he hadn't encountered many Sarutobi on the battlefield, if any at all. No wonder Takeya was so surprised. But that raised a question, where were all the Sarutobi clan members? Nawaki wasn't dense, he could be careless at times, but his mind was sharp when he focused. Some secrets weren't really news to Nawaki. But was this decision by the village really a good one? Nawaki didn't know, but he did know that the Senju clan had suffered the most among Hidden Leaf Village's great families. Their casualties on the battlefield were the highest. In the end, Senju Dobirama decided to integrate the clan into the civilian population, and now, they didn't even bear the Senju name anymore. Nawaki and Tsunade were direct descendants of the Senju, but now they were just Nawaki and Tsunade, no Senju in front. That showed just how thoroughly the Senju clan had been integrated. Yet, while the Senju clan made such sacrifices, some other clans stayed quiet, hoarding resources meant for civilians and secretly expanding. You had to admit, the third Hokage's strategy worked. Nowadays, the villagers didn't even think of the Sarutobi and Shimura clans as major families. All eyes were on the Uchiha and Hyuga clans. Sigh. Nawaki wondered if his granduncle's decision to merge the Senju clan with the civilian population and abandon their surname had been the right one. He sighed and patted Takeya on the shoulder. You keep an eye on the wounded. I'm going to see if I can clean up the stragglers. It's always you and Minato doing the fighting, I'm tired of just watching. Go ahead, Takeya replied, indifferent to the idea of chasing down enemies. If Nawaki wanted to go, he could have it. Nobody here was foolish. Takeya and Nawaki's conversation left Sarutobi Sasaki feeling a bit uncomfortable. After all, he was a member of the Sarutobi clan, and hearing someone talk about the clan's integration policy like that was awkward. Only the Sarutobi and Shimura clans could pull off claiming to be civilian families while secretly being powerful. Don't worry. I didn't mean anything by it, just surprised, that's all, Takeya said with a reassuring smile, though it didn't seem to help much. Before long, Minato, Nawaki, and the others returned from their skirmish with the enemy. Only one person had suffered a minor injury, the rest were unharmed. Gather up the wounded, we're heading back to camp, Takeya ordered, hiding Snowy under his raincoat and playing with a piece of jerky to amuse him. Once everyone was assembled, they began their trek back to camp. What's the situation on the front lines? Takuya asked, falling in step with Sarutobi Sasaki. Sasaki responded respectfully, Lord Takuya, the front lines are still chaotic. The stone, sand, and rain villages are all attacking our leaf forces, while also fighting amongst themselves. But under Lord Orochimaru's command, we've managed to hold our ground, though the fighting has been fierce. That's good to hear, Takuya replied. Orochimaru had always been skilled, especially in battlefield command. He was far better than Danzo, the so-called Hokage advisor. Takuya recalled that after the Rain Country conflict ended, Orochimaru had been in charge of the war against the Sand Village in the Land of Wind. And he hadn't disappointed the third Hokage. Under his leadership, Hidden Leaf Village had triumphed over the Sand Village. Orochimaru's reputation had skyrocketed, even overshadowing Tsunade and Jiraiya. Unfortunately, his achievements made certain people uncomfortable. As Orochimaru started down a darker path, conducting forbidden experiments and aligning with Danzo, he ultimately lost his chance to become the fourth Hokage, leaving the door open for Minato. If Orochimaru hadn't gone dark, hadn't conducted those forbidden experiments, and hadn't joined forces with Danzo or experimented on Hidden Leaf Village's own ninjas, there wouldn't have been any opportunity for Minato to become Hokage. The squad escorted the wounded back to camp, where their battle merits were confirmed, earning them a much-needed break. Finally, we're back, Nawaki sighed, lying in the tent. I used to hate this tent, but now I miss it like crazy. I wonder how long we'll get to rest this time. People are full of contradictions, Nawaki was no exception. Before heading into battle, all he wanted was to fight. But after spending some time on the front lines, he couldn't help but miss the days of doing menial tasks in camp. I doubt we'll get much rest, Minato said, arms crossed, his expression serious. I just heard some intel. Because of the situation on the Land of Rivers front, the village is struggling to send more reinforcements to the Rain Country. Our forces are stretched thin everywhere. In the coming days, the fighting is only going to get more intense. Thank goodness the sand, stone, and rain villages are all fighting their own battles. If they joined forces, we'd be in serious trouble, Nawaki added, his complaints forgotten as he shared his analysis. The two of them discussed the situation, eventually pulling Takuya, who was pondering what to have for dinner, into the conversation. Takuya, exasperated, finally spoke up. Regardless of how things play out, Hidden Leaf Village will eventually negotiate with the Rain Village and put an end to this pointless war. No way, Nawaki and Minato said, startled. Hidden Leaf Village had been the one to strike first. If they were forced into peace talks without winning, it would be a huge blow to Hidden Leaf Village's reputation. Why not? Takuya asked, amused. You don't actually think that negotiating means Hidden Leaf Village has lost, do you? Chapter 77, The Daimyo's Shady Dealings, the squad's new mission. What, isn't that the case? Nawaki asked, feeling a bit lost in Takuya's explanation. Minato nodded in agreement. Takuya nudged Minato over, making room for himself between the two. He picked up a stick and started drawing circles in the dirt. This is the Rain Country battlefield. Here's the area each of the four forces currently occupies. We, Hidden Leaf Village, are here. Over here is the Sand Village, and here's the Rain Village. The Rain Village holds the largest territory, but it's basically a four-way free-for-all. No alliances, everyone's an enemy unless they're one of your own. But have you thought about this? Even if the Rain Village's military strength has grown quickly, it's still just a small, poor country. They're only trying to catch up to the 5 great ninja villages. And what about everything else? All their money's going into their military, don't they need to eat? Don't they need new weapons? Have you noticed how expensive supplies and weapons are right now? The Rain Village is fighting everyone, and they're starting to hit a wall. Constant losses in manpower, skyrocketing supply costs, Takuya was sure these were giving Hanzo a serious headache. As long as the fighting continued in this stalemate, it wouldn't be long before the Rain Village was the first to collapse. When that time came, Hidden Leaf Village wouldn't need to seek out negotiations, Hanzo would come to them. That's why, after defeating Tsunade, Orochimaru, and Jiraiya, and giving them the title of the legendary Sannin, Hanzo had really been signaling the start of peace talks. If he hadn't been thinking about negotiations, Takuya would never believe that Hanzo, after defeating the 3, would let them go when they had no strength left to resist. The so-called legendary Sannin title was more a mark of shame than honor to them. So, does that mean Hidden Leaf Village will definitely win this war? Nawaki asked. Of course. Now, get moving and find some firewood unless you want to keep eating rations and soldier pills. Haven't you had enough of that? Takuya wasn't one to fool around. After leaving the outpost, he hadn't fussed about food, surviving on rations and soldier pills. But now that they were back in camp, he wasn't about to skimp on himself. I'm on it. Nawaki couldn't stand the thought of more rations, His mouth was practically crying out for something else. Ending the conversation on that note, he dashed out of the tent to gather firewood. Yagami Takuya, Minato no Mikaze, Nawaki, Lord Denzo requests your presence. Good times didn't last long. The day after they returned to camp, Denzo sent someone to summon the squad to the command center. The three quickly packed up and headed over. Lord Denzo. Upon entering, Minato stepped forward, representing the squad with a respectful bow to Denzo. Denzo didn't seem to care who the squad leader was, formalities were just a necessary step. I've called your squad here today to assign you a mission. Please, go ahead, Lord Denzo. When the situation called for it, Minato was the picture of obedience, a model ninja, without a single flaw. Denzo rose and walked over to the map hanging on the wooden wall, tracing a line with his finger. According to intel gathered by the Anbu, the Rain Village has recently purchased a large shipment of grain from the Fire Country's daimyo, under the guise of Rain Country's daimyo. This shipment also includes ninja tools they bought from the Land of Crafts. Your squad's mission is to intercept and destroy this supply line. In the modern world, this would be considered aiding the enemy, akin to the behavior of treacherous merchants in ancient times, selling vital resources like salt and iron to hostile forces. But in the world of Naruto, this was perfectly legal. The supplies weren't purchased directly by the Rain Village but by their daimyo, supposedly for the starving civilians of the Rain Country. The reason was legitimate enough that, even though it was aiding the enemy, the Fire Country's daimyo wouldn't refuse. As long as the Rain Country's daimyo didn't go around bragging that these supplies were for the Rain Village's ninjas, they could easily purchase grain from the Fire Country. This is blatant treachery. Nawaki blurted out, feeling utterly betrayed. How could the daimyo do this? While Hidden Leaf Village was locked in a life-and-death struggle with the Rain Village, the bureaucrats were selling grain to their enemy. If this wasn't aiding the enemy, what was it? Buying supplies in the name of the Rain Country's civilians, those supplies were still going to end up in the hands of the Rain Village. Watch your words. Denzo's face remained emotionless as he corrected Nawaki's outburst. These supplies were bought by the Rain Country's daimyo for his starving people due to the war, not for the Rain Village. Yes, sir. Nawaki understood the reasoning but couldn't help feeling frustrated. Your mission is to destroy these supplies and sever the supply route. Isn't one squad a bit too small for this? Supply lines are usually heavily guarded by ninjas. With just 3 people, cutting off a supply line wouldn't be easy. And, more importantly, Takuya wasn't keen on putting in too much effort. Denzo glanced at Takuya before continuing, with your squad's strength, you should be able to destroy this supply line and all the supplies headed for the Rain Village. The fighting on the front lines is intense. Hanzo won't be able to personally protect the supply routes. As long as Hanzo wasn't involved, with Takuya's ability to easily defeat Jonin, severing this supply line wouldn't be too difficult. Besides, this was only one of the Rain Village's supply routes. Relying on a single squad to cut off all their supply lines was clearly impossible. These people are despicable, selling grain to the Rain Country during wartime. Don't they realize that this food will end up in the Rain Village's hands? Nawaki grumbled as they left the command center, still fuming. Relax, Takuya said, patting him on the shoulder. Do you know what the relationship is between the Rain Country's daimyo and the Fire Country's daimyo? What relationship? Nawaki was stumped. He hadn't looked into this kind of intel. If Takuya hadn't read some books about the daimyo's palace, he wouldn't have known either. But it's like the complex relationships between European royal families in ancient times. If your cousin asks you to buy him some grain, would you refuse? Of course not, Nawaki trailed off, speechless. Minato turned away, trying to hide his laughter. Nawaki had fallen right into Takuya's logic. And you know the Rain Country daimyo's daughter is married into the Fire Country's daimyo's household, right? You know what that means? Forget it. Let's not talk about this anymore. Nawaki stared at the sky in exasperation. Technically, he was part of this whole mess too. After all, his mother's family was connected to the daimyo's palace. These convoluted relationships and family ties. Everything's tangled together. And with money involved, why wouldn't the Fire Country's daimyo make a profit? What? Hidden Leaf Village is at war with the Rain Village? Well, that's Hidden Leaf Village's problem. What's it got to do with the daimyo? Chapter 78, Did no one tell you? This is the Land of Fire's territory. After packing up their gear, the trio left the camp that same day, heading toward the supply route. Finally back in the Land of Fire after so long, they were able to take off their raincoats. Thank goodness, Takuya thought, moving around in those things was a nightmare. They made them look like eerie, pitch-black shadows from a distance, creepy as hell. Takuya couldn't help but sigh at the basic level of industry in the ninja world. Even something as simple as decent rain gear couldn't be mass-produced. As long as the intel from command is accurate, the Rain Village's supply convoy should arrive tomorrow. Let's set up some traps. For Hanzo to resort to purchasing supplies from the Fire Country's daimyo, things must be getting desperate in the Rain Village. And this shipment wasn't just food, it was also packed with ninja tools and explosive tags. If this shipment were destroyed, it would be a devastating blow to the Rain Village. But it wasn't just the Rain Village, Hidden Leaf Village was also running low on supplies due to fighting on two fronts. It was around this time that Nagato's parents were accidentally killed by Hidden Leaf Village's ninja during a raid for food supplies. Whether that event was orchestrated by Madara Uchiha and Black Zetsu remained unclear. What if Jiraiya hadn't taken in Nagato, Yahiko, and Konan as his disciples? What would Madara and Black Zetsu have done then? Would Black Zetsu have had to step in, take on another identity, and become Nagato's teacher? He probably wouldn't have had much of a choice. After all, Nagato needed to be nurtured, his Rinnegan preserved for Madara's resurrection. Too bad I don't have Kamui, Takuya mused. If I could hide Nagato away, Madara and Black Zetsu would be tearing their hair out in frustration. Hurry it up. Move faster. The people of the Rain Country are relying on this food. Yoshida Shuichi kept urging his men to pick up the pace. He'd lost count of how many times he'd barked orders along the way. The Rain Country's food supplies were running low, and ninja tools were being depleted rapidly. They desperately needed this shipment. To win the war, Hanzo had no choice but to ask the daimyo for help. Under the guise of purchasing supplies for the people, he'd managed to smuggle in ninja tools as well. In the early days of the war, the Rain Village had fought Hidden Leaf Village to a standstill. But now, they were barely hanging on. Aside from Hidden Leaf Village, the Rain Village also had to fend off the ninja from the Rock and Sand villages. Without enough supplies, the Rain Village was on a path to defeat. You two, scout ahead. Yes, Lord Shuichi. Two Rain ninja disguised as farmers broke off from the convoy and scouted ahead. As the supply convoy drew closer, Nawaki whispered, Takuya, how did you know those two ninja would scout around the side? Takuya, lying on the ground, didn't even turn his head as he replied with a question of his own. If I sent you to scout ahead, would you start right in front of the convoy? Nawaki hesitated for a moment, then begrudgingly admitted, no. If even you wouldn't do it, what makes you think they would? Remember, this is a common mistake many ninja make. If I were the captain in charge of protecting these supplies, I wouldn't feel comfortable letting my subordinates handle scouting. Whether it was their strength or their scouting ability, unless they were exceptions, most Geinin and Shunin couldn't compare to Jonin. These skills were part of what you needed to pass the Jonin exams. If you weren't up to par, you wouldn't be promoted. Of course, this was the standard in the 5 great ninja villages, but the Rain Village's standards, well, they couldn't exactly compare. If they did, the Rain Village wouldn't have many Jonin or Chunin to begin with. Their more lenient standards made the Rain Village's military look stronger than it really was. But when war broke out, it became clear that, aside from Hanzo and a few of his top lieutenants, there weren't many Rain ninja who could truly hold their own. Hanzo was the backbone of the Rain Village's resistance against Hidden Leaf Village, the Sand, and the Rock Villages. Without him, the Rain Village would crumble in an instant, such was the disparity in power. As the Rain Village's supply convoy drew nearer, Takuya signaled to Nawaki. Nawaki nodded, raising his hands to form a series of hand seals. As the supply convoy approached, Earth-style, Earth Spear Jutsu. Takuya had found that many Earth-style jutsu were extremely useful. Earth Spear was great for both killing enemies and causing chaos. Enemy attack. Ah! Help me. The ground shook as a forest of sharp rock spears shot up from below, like bamboo shoots after a spring rain. The entire convoy was thrown into disarray. Grain spilled everywhere, and hidden among it, several scrolls containing sealed items rolled out. Several slower reacting Rain ninja were skewered like bloody kebabs. But these weren't the kind of kebabs anyone would want to eat. Where'd these brats come from? Seeing the supplies scattered all over the place, Yoshida Shuichi felt like his heart was being ripped apart. These were the supplies Lord Hanzo had struggled to procure, and now they were strewn across the ground. Terrified horses reared and bolted, dragging carts in every direction. The scene was complete chaos. Didn't anyone tell you? This is the Land of Fire's territory. You're at war with Hidden Leaf Village, and you're buying food from the Land of Fire? Looks like the Rain Village has money to burn. Isn't Hanzo worried he's throwing it away? As if Hanzo really had a choice. The Rain Country was surrounded by the lands of fire, wind, and earth. It was at war with all three. The Wind Country could barely sustain itself, buying large quantities of grain from the Fire Country every year. The Earth Country was just scraping by. But with the Rock Village and Rain Village fighting tooth and nail, there was no way the Earth Daimyo would sell food to the Rain Country. The Earth and Lightning Daimyo were known for standing by their villages, Unlike the fire and wind daimyo, who often made foolish decisions. You little brat. I'll kill you. Shuichi's eyes bulged with rage. It was bad enough that Takuya had ambushed them and scattered the supplies everywhere, but now he was openly mocking Hanzo, the leader of the Rain Village. Shuichi couldn't forgive this. Drawing his sword, Yoshida Shuichi charged at Takuya with a furious roar. Chapter 79, Why should I hand over what I rightfully took? Takuya stepped forward to meet the attack head-on. This time, he didn't rely on his special skills. Instead, he fought using pure taijutsu and kenjutsu. The two figures collided like phantoms, their blades clashing with a metallic screech. The force of the impact reverberated up Yoshida Shuichi's arm, causing his pupils to contract. This kid's speed and strength. Both were far beyond his own. If not for his extensive combat experience, that strike could have severed his hand. The battle erupted in full force. As Takuya and Yoshida Shuichi clashed, Nawaki and Minato worked together to take on the other enemies. Surprisingly, it was Nawaki and Minato, who seemed at a disadvantage, that began to turn the tide. One by one, the enemies fell. Minato's incredible reflexes and burst speed left Nawaki envious. Though Nawaki was strong in taijutsu and had much more chakra than Minato, when it came to swiftly killing enemies, Minato was far superior. Minato could unleash a sudden burst of speed during combat, catching his opponent off guard and driving a kunai into their throat or heart. Nawaki, on the other hand, found it much more difficult. You're a decent sparring partner, Takuya remarked as they fought. Better than those other jonin from the Rain Village I've faced. Yoshida Shuichi's taijutsu was impressive. Though his technique was somewhat erratic, his strength was genuine, unlike those so-called jonin who Takuya had dispatched in just a few strikes. Brat, don't underestimate me. To hear a 10-year-old boy casually tell him that his strength was merely decent enraged Yoshida Shuichi. Clang. Takuya blocked Yoshida's blade and chuckled. What's the matter? Angry now? Well then, I suppose it's time for you to die. Before Yoshida could react, Takuya's strength surged. The sudden increase in power sent him reeling back. What shocked him even more was that Takuya's speed had increased once again. A flash of red appeared in Takuya's eyes as the three Tomoe Sharingan activated, their hypnotic crimson glow locking onto Yoshida. With his Sharingan activated, Yoshida's movements appeared sluggish to Takuya, as if he were watching a strange, slow-motion scene. Takuya's blade slid along Yoshida's arm, numbing it, before piercing through his ribcage and into his heart. You're Yagami Takuya. Blood trickled from Yoshida Shuichi's mouth as he stared in disbelief at the blade that had impaled him. His mind flashed to a recent name that had become well known in the ninja world, Yagami Takuya. Silver hair, about 10 years old, 3 Tomoe Sharingan. That's me, Takuya replied as he withdrew his blade. Watching Yoshida collapse to the ground, gasping for breath as life drained from his eyes, Takuya sighed. Your strength and courage are commendable. I'll see that you're buried properly. But as for this shipment, it's never going to reach the Rain Country. Ugh, Yoshida Shuichi coughed up blood, his vision fading, until life left his body entirely. Surveying the battlefield, littered with corpses and debris, Takuya clicked his tongue in admiration. Minato's getting more and more monstrous. If he learns the Flying Thunder God technique, he'll be unstoppable. As for the supplies, Takuya barely glanced at the foodstuffs. Instead, he focused on gathering the scrolls containing ninja tools and explosive tags. These were valuable spoils of war. With a little bit of dealing, he could fetch a high price for them. As for turning them in, that wasn't even on his mind. Why should I hand over what I rightfully took? Denzo's orders were to destroy the supplies, not to confiscate them. These ninja tools were a nice bonus that Takuya intended to keep for himself. Fire style, fireball jutsu. With a single jutsu, Takuya set the remaining food ablaze, reducing it to ash. He then leaned against a tree by the roadside, waiting for Minato and Nawaki to return. The two had chased the fleeing enemies into the forest, and it would take them some time to get back. Poor cow, I'm not going to let your meat go to waste, Takuya muttered to himself. Among the supply convoy were both horses and cattle pulling the carts. Unfortunately, one unlucky cow had crossed paths with Nawaki and ended up skewered like a giant piece of dango. After a while, Minato and Nawaki returned. Minato wore a broad smile, while Nawaki's face was etched with frustration. No need to guess, Nawaki had been outdone by Minato once again. Losing to Takuya time and time again, Nawaki had accepted. Takuya was widely acknowledged as a prodigy. Since comparing himself to Takuya was pointless, Nawaki had set his sights on competing with Minato instead. But Nawaki couldn't beat Takuya, and now he couldn't even beat Minato. This was a heavy blow to Nawaki's pride, leaving him feeling utterly defeated. What's with the long face? We just scored a major victory, Takuya teased. Nawaki glanced at Minato, shoulders slumped. He got 2 more than me. If Nawaki and Minato were the same age, Nawaki might have been able to accept it. But he was 3 years older than both Takuya and Minato. Being outdone by someone 3 years younger was a bitter pill to swallow. Dreams of world peace? Of standing shoulder to shoulder with the god of shinobi, becoming like his grandfather? It was all starting to feel like a joke. Well, serves you right for not trying hard enough, Takuya laughed, clearly enjoying Nawaki's frustration. Now hurry up and clean up the mess so we can get out of here. Why is it always me? Can't you just cut me some slack for once? Not only was Takuya mocking him, but now he was making Nawaki handle the cleanup. Takuya glanced at the flustered Nawaki and shrugged. Because out of the 3 of us, you're the best at Earth-style jutsu. Who else is going to do it? If you're not up for it, we can all dig the holes together. Nawaki eyed his kunai and sword, then sighed in resignation. Better to do it himself than to deal with the hassle of digging. When are we heading back? Nawaki asked as he munched on a piece of roast beef, regretting that he hadn't cut off more meat when he had the chance. What's the rush? Takuya tossed a few more sticks onto the fire, his tone unhurried. Commander's orders were to completely cut off this supplier out. We're sticking around for a bit longer. There was no strict time limit for this mission. Whether or not the mission was complete was up to the squad's judgment. If they returned to camp only to have more supplies make it through, it would be their failure. Takuya would rather spend more time securing the area than risk getting blamed for something that wasn't his fault. Besides, why would they leave the sunny and peaceful land of fire to go back to the miserable weather in the rain country? That place was a nightmare compared to the comfort of a land of fire. Back in the rain country, in a rather shabby camp, Hanzo frowned as he reviewed the inventory list. Supplies were running out faster than he had anticipated. The rain village wouldn't last much longer at this rate. The losses in both personnel and resources were far beyond what Hanzo had expected. He was beginning to taste the bitter consequences of declaring war on Hidden Leaf Village, the Rock Village, and the Sand Village all at once. When it came to resources, the Rain Village simply couldn't compete with the 5 great shinobi countries. While Hidden Leaf Village, the Sand Village, and the Rock Village were just beginning to feel the strain, the Rain Village was already on the brink of collapse. Lord Hanzo. A battered figure stumbled into the room. Hanzo's already grim expression darkened further. What is it? Lord Hanzo, the convoy sent to the Land of Fire has been wiped out. Chapter 80, A Battle on the Brink and 3 kids appear. What? Hanzo shot up, feeling like the sky was falling. The Rain Village was already desperately short on supplies, and now they'd been intercepted and destroyed? Did you send someone to investigate thoroughly? As the leader of a village, Hanzo's composure was nothing short of extraordinary. He didn't fly into a rage, didn't start cursing out his subordinates for their failure. He knew that as soon as the enemy got wind of this operation, they'd strike without hesitation. And the attackers were most likely from Hidden Leaf Village. The supply purchase had been kept under wraps, so how did Hidden Leaf Village get the intel? Hanzo didn't know, but it was too late to dwell on that now. Lord Hanzo, one of the intelligence officers, knelt on the ground, head lowered as he reported, "We've already sent scouts to investigate. All of our ninja were killed, and the supplies were completely destroyed. The site shows signs of extensive ninjutsu use. The battle traces extend into the forest, suggesting that the attackers weren't numerous, probably just a single squad. I believe Hidden Leaf Village is responsible for this." Hidden Leaf Village. Hanzo fell silent. After a long pause, Hanzo suddenly chuckled. It seems Hidden Leaf Village's intelligence gathering is indeed exceptional. Lord Hanzo, could it be that the Fire Country's daimyo betrayed us? No, Hanzo responded confidently. The daimyo has a reputation to maintain. If Hidden Leaf Village caught wind of this and started questioning the daimyo's actions, it would create a scandal. So, they wouldn't have broadcasted their own involvement. The only explanation is that Hidden Leaf Village has spies embedded in the daimyo's court. They must have been aware of the supply sale from the very start. It seems I've underestimated Hidden Leaf Village. Hanzo stepped out of the tent, letting the rain drench him. For a moment, he felt a wave of helplessness. The prolonged war had drained him, and now, with the supplies destroyed, the situation was even more dire. What about the investigation into that earlier incident? Hanzo asked, seemingly out of nowhere, catching his subordinate off guard. Lord Hanzo, according to our investigation, the ninjas responsible for slaughtering the civilians included some from the Sand Village, not Hidden Leaf Village. The war between Hidden Leaf Village and the Rain Village had started when Hidden Leaf Village ninja were accused of massacring civilians within the Rain Country. As the war escalated, that issue had been forgotten, but Hanzo had insisted on an investigation. The Rain Village had captured and executed some suspects, and it turned out that some of them were indeed from the Sand Village, while the rest remained unidentified. The answer to who had provoked the war was now clear. The Sand Village had gone to great lengths to ensure a war between Hidden Leaf Village and the Rain Village, manipulating events from behind the scenes. It seems the Sand Village isn't having an easy time either. Strengthening military power? Is it wrong for the Rain Village to build up its military? Is it only the 5 great nations who are allowed to grow stronger while smaller villages must stay weak? Hanzo found Hidden Leaf Village's earlier accusations laughable. The constant power plays and manipulations between the two villages had been within acceptable limits until the Sand Village decided to stab Hidden Leaf Village in the back, sparking the war with the Rain Village. Send out my orders. Tomorrow, we begin an all-out assault on Hidden Leaf Village's positions. This war needs to come to an end. Yes, Lord Hanzo. Although they didn't fully understand why Hanzo was so fixated on Hidden Leaf Village, the Rain Village ninja dutifully passed on the orders. Soon, all available Rain ninja were preparing for battle. A major clash was on the horizon. Unlike the smaller, scattered skirmishes of before, this was going to be a full-scale battle. After several days with no sign of any other supply convoys, Takuya and his team returned to the Rain country. They reported back to the camp and, to their relief, Danzo didn't give them any grief, recording all their accomplishments properly. It seems your decision was spot on. If we had returned immediately that day, we might not have gotten any rest at all, Nawaki said, shaking out his raincoat to rid it of water droplets. The 3 of them had barely been back at the camp for a day before they were sent out again. This time, their mission was to launch a surprise attack on a Sand Village camp and destroy their supplies. With some of the frontline command duties handed over to Orochimaru, Danzo finally had the time to orchestrate his own plans, which involved all sorts of covert operations. Today, it was an assault on a stronghold, tomorrow, an attack on a supply line, leaving the Rain and Sand villages reeling. As they passed through a dilapidated, deserted village, Minato sighed. When this war ends, it's going to take at least 10 years for the Rain country to recover. Come on, man, be more confident, take out the at least. When this war ends, it'll take 20 years, maybe more, for the Rain village to recover. The place was tiny, with terrible conditions. No trade routes, no economic base. What's the Rain village going to use to rebuild? Even if people in the surrounding areas have missions, they're not going to choose a small village like the Rain village. The cycle of poverty and decline would just keep spinning, making any recovery nearly impossible. And that's not even considering the bandits and rogue ninja that would plague the country after the war, giving the people more than enough suffering to deal with. Let's rest here for the night and set out again tomorrow. With plenty of time before the rendezvous, Takuya wasn't in any rush. He led the way into the broken-down village. The village was completely deserted, the houses collapsed or scarred by battle. Entering a half-intact farmhouse, Nawaki immediately began breaking down some useless furniture for firewood, getting a fire going. Minato, as usual, headed out to look for food. The 3 of them had a well-oiled system. Takuya cooked, Nawaki handled the firewood, and Minato took care of hunting. If they couldn't find any game, they'd make do with dry rations or some simple flat bread. Damn. Minato, have you got a thing for snakes lately? Or has that toad from Mount Mayabaku gotten to you? When Minato returned with a snake as thick as his leg and several meters long, Nawaki couldn't help but cry out. With Orochimaru's guidance, Nawaki had already started making contracts with the snakes from Richie Cave. At this point, the last thing he wanted to do was eat snake meat. There wasn't anything else out there, this was all I could find, Minato shrugged, looking a bit helpless. Takuya chuckled as he began prepping the snake, cutting it into small pieces and marinating it before roasting it over the fire. He couldn't resist teasing the 2 of them. Nawaki, you can't let this slide. Next time, you should catch a bunch of toads and give them to Minato for dinner. You're good at stirring the pot, Nawaki thought, rolling his eyes. But he didn't dare say it out loud. The last time he'd made a crack about foxes, Shiro had smacked him so hard he flew 10 meters. Now, whenever he and Minato mentioned foxes, they did so very carefully, terrified of offending Shiro and getting sent flying again. Rice and snake meat, a weird combo, but it tasted pretty good. Even Nawaki, who'd complained at first, was eating with gusto. As for whether the snakes of Richie Cave would find out, that was a problem for future Nawaki. We've got company. In the middle of the meal, Takuya put down his bowl and looked outside. Minato and Nawaki immediately grabbed their weapons. Calm down, Takuya said, resting his hands on theirs to stop them from drawing their weapons. It's just 3 kids. This world is so small, Takuya mused, to think we'd run into them here. Kids? Nawaki thought, are you kidding me? We're still kids ourselves. Chapter 81, If negotiations could solve problems, what would we need fists for? Outside, 3 small figures, drenched by rain and shivering from the cold and hunger, slowly approached the farmhouse. Excuse me, could you give us something to eat? A small boy with short, dark golden hair, stepped forward, his eyes full of helplessness, looking hopefully at Takuya and the others. These newcomers were none other than Yahiko, the future leader of the Akatsuki, accompanied by Konan and Nagato, who kept his head down, making it hard to see his face. What a small world, Takuya thought. Seeing the three of them, shivering, emaciated, and pale, Takuya nodded and said, "Come on in. We've got some rice and roasted snake meat. If you're not afraid, you can have some." "Really?" Yahiko's eyes lit up immediately. Minato and Nawaki exchanged cautious glances, signaling Takuya to be careful. You couldn't blame them for being so wary. After all, in the dangerous and treacherous world of Naruto, many children were trained from a young age to become skilled spies. It was a common occurrence. Some children, as young as 5 or 6, had already killed their comrades, standing out from the rest. "Don't worry," Takuya reassured them, beckoning Yahiko and his friends inside. "We're really going to have something to eat," Yahiko said joyfully, pulling Konan and Nagato along with him into the farmhouse, bowing gratefully to Takuya. "Thank you for giving us food." Konan seemed a bit shy, appearing somewhat nervous, while Nagato tensed up as soon as he saw the Hidden Leaf Village headbands on Takuya and the others, remembering his parents. The sound of them devouring the food made Takuya shake his head. Yahiko, Konan, and Nagato didn't even care if the food was too hot, they just wanted to fill their bellies as quickly as possible. Takuya had once thought that Tsunade ate like a refugee, but after watching Yahiko, Konan, and Nagato eat, he realized that Tsunade's eating habits were nothing in comparison. At least Tsunade knew to blow on her food to avoid burning herself. War. With a sigh, Takuya tried to comfort them, "Eat slowly. If it's not enough, I can prepare some more. Be careful not to burn your stomachs, that could be fatal. And don't eat too much at once." Konan paused, her dirty little hands holding a clump of rice in one hand and a piece of meat in the other. Her eyes instantly reddened, and the next moment, she broke down in tears. It seemed that Takuya's kindness, after so long without anyone showing concern for them, had made the usually more sensitive Konan lose control. Yahiko forced an awkward smile, while Nagato continued eating, though at a slower pace. Unable to bear it, Nawaki pulled out some dry rations. "You can take these with you. If you're hungry later, eat them slowly." "Thank you," Yahiko replied, his voice trembling with emotion, tears welling up in his eyes. The three of them had been wandering for a long time, encountering other ninja from different villages along the way. But they didn't dare get close to them because those people were too fierce. Some even killed civilians who asked for food, not sparing even the children. Minato silently offered some of his dry rations. All he could do was share a portion of his own rations with them. After the three had finished eating, Takuya said to them, "There's a wardrobe in the back. You can look through it to find some clean clothes. You'd better change into something dry, or you'll get sick. In times like these, you know what getting sick could mean, right? Damn it." As Yahiko and the others went to the back room to find clothes, Nawaki couldn't help but punch the floor in frustration and curse, "This damned war. You shouldn't curse the war but those who started it." Takuya shot him a glance, throwing 2 more logs onto the fire, causing a thick, choking smoke to rise. It was hard to find dry firewood in the land of rain, while soaked logs were everywhere, and burning them produced a lot of smoke. Nawaki opened his mouth but didn't know who to curse. Some people just couldn't be cursed casually, like the higher-ups of the village. After all, it was the leaders of Hidden Leaf Village who started the war, so cursing them would mean cursing everyone involved. After a long struggle, Nawaki could only stomp his foot in frustration. Do we really have to go to war? Is fighting the only option? Why can't problems be solved through negotiation? In the back room, now wearing clean but oversized clothes, Yahiko perked up his ears to eavesdrop. Why do you get to live in the resource-rich land of fire, in the militarily powerful Hidden Leaf Village? Why were you born with things that many people spend their entire lives striving for? Why do some people work hard their whole lives but never achieve their dreams or goals? Wake up, will you? Takuya gave Nawaki a light kick, snapping at him, "If negotiations could solve problems, what would we need fists for? Am I really that naive?" Nawaki thought, rolling his eyes, feeling stuck between embarrassment and frustration. Minato couldn't help but chuckle because he also thought Nawaki's words were unrealistic. Rather than hoping for no war, it would be better to hope that he could become the Hokage someday. Becoming Hokage was a goal that could be pursued, but world peace? That was nearly impossible. Seeing the awkward expression on Nawaki's face, Minato was reminded of his younger self. He had once asked Takuya similar questions, only to be left speechless, questioning his own beliefs. "Sir, is war truly unavoidable?" Yahiko, who had been quietly listening, couldn't help but step forward. He cautiously approached, standing respectfully in front of Takuya. This is unbelievable, Takuya thought. 3 idealists in one room. Nawaki was like this, Minato had been the same in the past, and now Yahiko seemed even more persistent than both of them. Thinking about the foolish actions of the Akatsuki, Takuya felt a pang of anxiety for Yahiko. I wonder if Jiraiya-sensei put them under some kind of spell. As for Yahiko's question, Takuya replied, fists are justice, strength is truth. Instead of hoping others won't start wars, you should focus on increasing your own strength. Intimidate everyone, make them fear you, so they wouldn't dare start a war. This way, you achieve peace too, just by different means. Fists are justice, strength is truth? Yahiko was bewildered, his mind completely thrown off by Takuya's words. If the technology of this world hadn't gone astray, Takuya would have told them that cannons are justice, and the size of the barrel is the truth. Seeing Yahiko's confused expression, Nawaki couldn't help but tug on Takuya's sleeve, whispering, "Don't corrupt the kid." Corrupt the kid? Takuya was puzzled. I'm still a kid myself. He looked up at Nawaki with a sideways glance and said, your grandfather did the same thing. Because he was the god of shinobi, his fists were big enough, his strength was overwhelming, and the entire ninja world didn't dare provoke him. That's why the ninja world was peaceful at that time. Why are we suddenly talking about my grandfather? Wait a minute. Nawaki was about to complain but suddenly froze in realization. Chapter 82, There's always someone stronger. Yahiko wants to become a disciple. Nawaki was about to complain, but suddenly froze. It was because Takuya's words weren't wrong, it's just that Nawaki had never really thought about these things before. When Hidden Leaf Village was established, the ninja world indeed experienced peace. Apart from some minor skirmishes, there were almost no major wars. But why? Wasn't it because of the immense power and influence of Hashirama Senshu, with the added threat of Madara Uchiha? Who would dare to cause trouble? Later, after Madara's feigned death and Hashirama's passing, the first shinobi war broke out not long after. That's the most obvious example. So, peace must be built on the foundation of great strength? Konan and Nagato had also emerged from the back room, with Nagato, head still bowed, asking the question. That's not entirely true, Yahiko said, suddenly remembering something and starting to argue. Lord Hanzo is incredibly powerful, but Hidden Rain Village still went to war with Hidden Leaf Village. Strength isn't everything. How do you explain that? Nawaki and Minato both looked at Takuya. Takuya hadn't expected Yahiko to bring up Hanzo as a counter-argument, and he couldn't help but laugh. Powerful? He's strong, sure, but at best, he's only on par with the Kage of the 5 great ninja villages. And he dares to call himself a demigod. What a joke. If Hanzo heard this, he'd probably want to cut you down with his scythe. Yahiko, Konan, and Nagato were all dumbfounded. They thought Takuya was just boasting. Minato smiled dryly but didn't dare to argue. Because Takuya could easily counter any argument, leaving people doubting their own beliefs. Why are you all looking at me like that? I admit that Hanzo is strong, but he's far from reaching the level of a god, not even close to being a demigod. Right now, in the entire ninja world, I believe the strongest is the 3rd Raikage of Hidden Clouds Village. Honestly, the 3rd Raikage was truly formidable in his prime. Takuya even suspected that he was more fearsome than Anoki. Unparalleled defense and offense, combined with speed that surpassed most shinobi. It's safe to say that during this period, the 3rd Raikage was practically a walking cheat code. The man who single-handedly took down the 8 Tails wasn't just boasting. Don't be fooled by how easily the 3rd Kazekage could handle Shukaku. That was only because his magnet style could suppress Shukaku. And Shukaku wasn't particularly strong among the tailed beasts. If it had been the 8 Tails instead, the 3rd Kazekage would have been running for his life. There's a reason Kurama ridiculed Shukaku's weakness. Among the 9-tailed beasts, Shukaku really was the weakest. Takuya didn't even recall seeing Shukaku use a tailed beast bomb in the anime. Whether it was because he couldn't or didn't want to use it remains unknown. The scene where half of Kurama single-handedly crushed a group of tailed beasts in the anime stunned many viewers. And that was only half of Kurama, not the full beast. From Kurama's various flashbacks, it's clear that while he didn't care for Shukaku, he often sought out the 8 Tails for a fight. As for the other tailed beasts, he mostly ignored them. It seems that in Kurama's eyes, aside from the fairly strong 8 Tails and the annoying Shukaku, the other tailed beasts were of little importance. The 3rd Raikage, huh? Nawaki scratched his head. I've heard Orochimaru-sensei mention him before. He's supposed to be a powerful and tough opponent. No kidding. If your teacher ever faced him, he'd probably be at a complete loss. If the 3rd Raikage hadn't been killed by the plot, Hidden Leaf Village's situation during the 3rd Shinobi War might have been even worse. One thing Takuya never understood was that if the Raikage was the most important person in the village, he would certainly be heavily protected. The Raikage's escort team existed to protect the Raikage, right? So why, after a raid in the Land of Earth, did the Raikage's escort leave first, forcing the Raikage to cover their retreat and eventually die from exhaustion? If that's not a plot device, what is it? If the third Raikage had wanted to leave, even Onoki couldn't have stopped him. Just look at the speed of the fourth Raikage, and you'll understand that if the third Raikage wanted to go, almost no one could have stopped him. For a man with such overwhelming power to die of exhaustion in the Land of Earth. It's just like Obirama Senju from Hidden Leaf Village, a man full of forbidden techniques and master of water style, dying while covering a retreat in the Land of Lightning. It's even more absurd. After Minato learned the Flying Thunder God Jutsu, he performed countless rearguard actions. Especially during the Third Shinobi War, there were more than anyone could count. Yet Minato never died covering a retreat. Of course, Minato's death was even more frustrating. He let his wife die, ignored his son, and pursued death to follow his wife, leaving poor Naruto to grow up in isolation and scorn. Is it because Lord Hanzo isn't strong enough? The third Raikage. Yahiko bowed his head, deeply contemplating Takeya's words. Sir, please teach us ninjutsu. We want to become ninja. Suddenly, Yahiko stood up and bowed deeply to Takeya. Nawaki was stunned. Minato was equally baffled. What's going on? Even Takeya was a bit taken aback. You want to become my disciples? As long as you're willing, I'll become your disciple, Yahiko replied firmly. Why do you want to become my disciple? Takeya asked, laughing despite himself. Honestly, I'm still a kid too, only about 3 years older than you. Don't you think that's a bit childish? Aren't you worried I might be a fraud? I trust my instincts. I believe you're incredibly strong, sir. Yahiko's actions not only shocked Takeya, Nawaki, and Minato but also startled Konan and Nagato. Why did he suddenly want to become a disciple? There wasn't even time to mentally prepare for this. Your instincts are strong, Takeya replied after regaining his composure. Nawaki started laughing and ran outside, giving Yahiko an encouraging look as he went. Good luck. The guy you're looking at, who even disdains Hanzo, is indeed very strong. Nawaki ran because he was afraid Takeya would hit him. He couldn't help but burst out laughing and even teased Yahiko a bit. Just you wait. Takeya grabbed a stone from the ground and hurled it at Nawaki. Nawaki dodged with a smug twist of his waist and even wiggled his hips as if to say, you can't hit me. Minato shook his head with a smile, gesturing to Takeya that he should take his leave for now. He thought it best to set up some traps outside to prevent any enemies from approaching. I never thought I'd experience something like this. Takeya had assumed this kind of situation would come much later, but here he was, already being asked to take on disciples. And not just any disciples, the future leaders of the Akatsuki. Nawaki and Minato's reactions only made Yahiko more convinced that his instincts were correct. Despite Takeya's young age, only slightly older than them, he was definitely a strong shinobi. Otherwise, he wouldn't have spoken so dismissively of Hanzo. Chapter 83, Black Zetsu takes notice, encountering Hidden Rain Village's ninja army. I'm sorry, but I can't agree to your request. Why not? Yahiko asked, clearly disappointed. Takeya's expression was serious as he replied, I'm not really interested in taking on disciples or teaching them. Besides, I've seen too many instances where disciples end up killing their masters. So forget about becoming my apprentice. Besides, I don't have the time to stay in the Land of Rain and train you. Yahiko felt a deep sense of disappointment at being rejected, so much so that he barely registered the rest of what Takeya said. Konan looked at Takeya in confusion, not fully understanding what killing the master meant. Does it mean the disciple kills the teacher? She wondered. I can only teach you how to refine chakra and show you some basic ninjutsu techniques. How far you go after that depends entirely on you. At most, Takeya planned to stay the night. Tomorrow, the team would have to continue their mission. Takeya wasn't like Jiraiya, he wouldn't stay behind to teach disciples. Besides, he had no intention of taking on any students. In the world of Naruto, taking on disciples was practically inviting trouble. Just look at how many students have ended up killing their teachers. Disciples killing teachers, teachers killing disciples, it's all chaos. This kind of situation had to be avoided, and the best way to avoid it was to have no teachers and no disciples. Problem solved. Takeya took out his training notes and handed them to Yahiko, instructing the three on how to refine chakra and perform basic hand seals. That night, Yahiko, Konan, and Nagato stayed with them, diligently refining their chakra. They hoped to gain as much knowledge and guidance from Takeya as they could before he left. Unfortunately, Konan and Yahiko didn't succeed, but Nagato managed to do it in less than 3 hours. He just kept it to himself. Deep down, Nagato still didn't trust Takeya. The death of his parents left him deeply wary of Hidden Leaf Village ninja. How had Nagato been nurturing the Rinnegan all this time? That might be one of the secrets of the Rinnegan. Shaking his head, Takuya decided it wasn't something worth concerning himself with. In a dimly lit underground space, Madara Uchiha listened to Black Zetsu's report, surprised by what he heard. You're saying there's a kid in Hidden Leaf Village named Yagami Takuya who's highly talented? And he's already made contact with Nagato? Yes, Black Zetsu's voice echoed in the underground chamber. At just 9 years old, he already has a 3 Tomoe Sharingan and is skilled in Ganjutsu. And his Ganjutsu is incredibly powerful, capable of affecting even Kage-level shinobi. Even if they manage to break free from it, they'll suffer a mental backlash, resulting in psychological damage. I suspect only a strong shinobi like Lord Madara could be immune to such Ganjutsu. Not bad, Madara Uchiha commented casually, though the corners of his mouth lifted slightly. Black Zetsu's subtle flattery had hit the mark. In Madara's eyes, the only true strong shinobi were himself and Hashirama Senju. The rest were trash. Keep an eye on him. He might not be the right candidate, Madara said. Understood, Lord Madara, Black Zetsu replied before slowly sinking back into the ground. Madara closed his eyes, remaining as still as a statue. Behind him, tubes connected him to the Judo statue. Ever since the Rinnegan was transplanted into Nagato, Black Zetsu had been closely monitoring him, watching every interaction and action Nagato took. His level of attention far exceeded that of Madara Uchiha. Noticing that Nagato had made contact with Takuya, Black Zetsu immediately reported the situation to Madara. Find a quiet place to hide. The Land of Rain might not be so peaceful in the coming days. Leaving behind some food, Takuya, Minato, and Nawaki decisively set off. They still had their mission to complete, and Takuya wasn't like Jiraiya, who would risk punishment to stay behind and teach Nagato and the others. Nor did Takuya share Jiraiya's lofty ideals. Besides, Jiraiya's desire to stay was largely driven by his weariness of war. In the end, he accidentally discovered that Nagato possessed the Rinnegan, which solidified his decision to stay. So he took care of Nagato and the others for 3 years, fully believing Nagato would become the savior of the world. But the savior he trained ended up killing him. Konan and the others watched Takuya leave with reluctance. His departure meant they would no longer have a source of food or protection. They would have to continue wandering on their own. At least they had learned how to refine chakra, and Takuya had given them his training notes, along with some basic ninjutsu techniques. I wonder if those 3 will make it to the end of the war. Takuya, are you really okay with leaving them behind? That girl Konan seems to rely on you a lot, Minato remarked. Then why don't you stay and take care of them? Takuya retorted. As for why Konan seemed to rely on him, Takuya himself couldn't figure it out. She was clearly very shy at first, but after spending just a few hours together, everything changed. Could it be because I'm just too handsome, even little girls can't resist me? Takuya thought. Let's keep moving. We still have our mission to complete. Nawaki quickly changed the subject. He could barely take care of himself, let alone 3 more burdens. It just wasn't realistic. It looks like we came here for nothing. The Sand Village has already abandoned this camp. When they arrived at their destination, Takuya learned from Snowy that the camp had already been deserted. There were only some miscellaneous items left behind, no supplies, and no Sand Village ninja. It seemed they had relocated not long ago. What now? Nawaki and Minato asked, frowning at the empty camp. Let's head back. This is the intelligence department's problem, not ours. Maybe the Sand Village decided to abandon the camp at the last minute, or maybe they got suspicious and moved out. Whatever the case, it's not our responsibility to clean up the mess. It's not uncommon for missions to fail due to changes in intelligence, especially on the battlefield where information changes rapidly. Someone could have been here yesterday, but after receiving orders, they immediately moved to a new location. Since the mission couldn't be completed, the 3 of them decided not to linger and began making their way back to camp. However, they hadn't gone far before they ran into a large force of Hidden Rain Village ninja. Master, there's a ninja army ahead. A ninja army? Takuya was slightly startled. What luck? He had hoped for a smooth return to camp, but they had barely turned around before running into a large enemy force. How many of them are there? A lot. For Snowy to use the word a lot, it meant the enemy numbers were indeed significant. But on the battlefield of the Land of Rain, which side would gather such a large force? It couldn't be Hidden Leaf Village. And the Sand Village was only in the Land of Rain to stir up trouble and stall Hidden Leaf Village, so it was unlikely they would send out a large force. The same logic applied to Hidden Stone's village. They were in the Land of Rain because Anuki wanted to weaken both Hidden Leaf Village and Hidden Rain Village's military strength. A large-scale battle wouldn't benefit Hidden Stone's village, especially since the start of the war, Hidden Cloud's village had been eyeing them, and Anoki wouldn't dare act recklessly. Since it couldn't be any of the 3 major villages involved in the Land of Rain's battlefield, that left only one possibility: Hidden Rain Village. Chapter 84, Snowy, a smelly snake like you dares to threaten my master?